You, with an annual salary of 1 million, are being subjected to online harassment by your 19-year-old daughter. Oh my goodness. My father, at over 40 years of age, secretly spent 368 on 7 gaming consoles. Does he not realize that I am set to study abroad in the latter half of the year? This truly frustrates me. Netizens quickly offered their consolation. Dear sister, let's embrace. Let us shop a few more years. And when he ages, we shall send him to a nursing home. Out of sight, out of mind. I am so infuriated that I feel like crying. Men have indeed become exceedingly selfish, showing not a trace of responsibility. You find yourself lying on the stretcher of an ambulance, your mind enveloped in a profound emptiness. The doctor and nurse beside the patient are engaged in conversation. The patient's condition is critical. Have the family members been notified? She has been informed, however. The ill wife mentioned that she is currently undergoing beauty treatments and does not have the time to come over. The doctor furrowed his brows. And what of his offspring? The nurse found herself in a more awkward situation. Her daughter mentioned that she was currently attending a gathering with friends and would not be able to come. The doctor turned his head, and an indescribable atmosphere permeated the carriage. In the next moment, a torrent of memories floods your mind, and you begin to comprehend the current situation. At the age of 20, you find yourself traversing into the body of a middle-aged individual in a parallel world. Although the original master earns an annual salary of 1 million, his status at home is even inferior to that of Pig. The reason I find myself in an ambulance now is due to having fainted after seeing a post shared by my daughter during my midday rest. You let out a deep sigh, lamenting their misfortune. However, all is well now. The era of the new man has arrived. Such wives and daughters are best left aside. You emerge from the ambulance under the astonished gazes of the doctors and nurses. As soon as I alighted from the vehicle, the craving for a cigarette overcame me. I reached into my pocket and retrieved half a pack of Hometown Mountain. Who would have imagined that the original owner, with an annual salary of 1 million, would smoke cigarettes costing merely 7 yuan per pack? You casually discarded your cigarette into the trash bin, then ambled towards a convenience store, intending to purchase 2 packs of cigarettes. The clerk placed the cigarettes upon the counter. Thank you, 200. As you took out your phone, poised to scan the code, you suddenly found yourself in a state of astonishment. Aside from the family card generously bestowed by your wife, all other payment limits stood at a mere 0. The original protagonist, having secretly purchased a single-player game, faced punishment from his wife, resulting in the severance of all his bank cards, leaving him with a mere monthly allowance of 1,500. There is no alternative. You can only settle the payment of 200 yuan for the cigarettes using a family member's card. In less than 5 seconds, Lu Ruoyan's phone call came through fiercely. Lu Chun, aren't you supposed to be in the ambulance? Why are you spending 7,200 yuan at a convenience store? What on earth did you purchase that is so expensive? You cease to put on a facade. I purchase your mother, then abruptly terminate the call, swiftly blocking the number. A surge of anger wells up within me. Just as I am about to exit the convenience store, a voice suddenly resonates in my mind. The sampling detection has revealed that the host has made a personal expenditure, now subject to a tenfold return. Upon hearing this, you were taken aback, for it was none other than the Systema Divine Level system for cashback rewards. At that moment, your phone buzzed with a vibration. Upon unlocking it, you discovered that the balance had indeed transformed into 72,000. Certainly, you have also observed that the relative card section has turned gray. The current limit stands at 0, which clearly indicates that it has just been revoked by Lu Ruyan. Nevertheless, it matters not. Now that the system is in hand, you're no longer concerned with trifles. To validate the system's capacity, you turned back to the convenience store, spent quite some time at the counter, and purchased a bottle of beverage. Total, 1998 yuan. May I ask if you require an invoice? I do not require any discounts, nor do I wish for any special offers. I will purchase it at the original price. Kindly present your mobile device to scan the code. At that moment, your phone vibrated twice. Upon checking, you discovered that your balance had transformed into 719,982 yuan. In your heart, there exists a beauty beyond compare. I have finally experienced the sensation of something heavenly descending from the sky. Glancing at my worn-out phone and the faded shirt I wore, I made my way towards a nearby shopping mall. An entire afternoon's duration. A computer, a complete set of 7 watches. Your balance has now reached an astonishing 10 million. Upon returning home, You are greeted by the unexpected sight of two unfamiliar individuals within your abode as you open the door. The two were utterly astonished to see your unexpected return. The young lady swiftly introduced herself. You must be Sister Ru Yan's husband, correct? We are from the pet shop. Sister Ru Yan has gone out of town. We are here to feed your pets. He nodded slightly. You nodded in agreement. Words were unnecessary. You merely cast a glance at the pet pig. This pig is the cherished treasure of my wife, Lu Ruyan, and my daughter, Lu Qianqian. It was purchased for a sum of 20,000. Typically, we treat it with utmost care, fearing it might be dropped, and we are as protective as if it were something that might dissolve in our mouths. Perhaps it is due to your accustomed status within the household, that even this sacred being has perched itself upon your head, now regarding you with a gaze of scrutiny. You furrowed your brow instantly. The two individuals at the pet store swiftly realized that your face was not quite right, prompting them to make a hasty retreat. You and this sacred image harbor mutual disdain. Indifferent to its presence, you retreated directly to your study. Open the computer. You discovered the icon of that single-player game in the recycle bin. Red alert. Hiding the game icon in the recycle bin serves as a last veil of humility for many middle-aged men. The original owner, merely reminiscing about his youthful days by spending 7368, was subjected to a wave of online harassment initiated by his daughter, who has been nurtured for 719 years. It is indeed a farce. At this moment of the season, the pig, with its belly round and glistening with grease, sauntered into the study with an air of confidence. Then, right beneath your eyelids, it brazenly leapt onto Building 7, and there, in front of your pillow, it left a heap. Such occurrences are by no means a novelty. However, each time, my wife and daughter are inexhaustibly amused, bursting into hearty laughter. My daughter even goes so far as to commend its brilliance. The former owner has long since abandoned this place. However, today, this sacred site is being revived upon the altar of the Flame King. The time for the orchid has arrived. You seized the copper vase from the table and approached the corner, then aimed it directly at its face, forcefully hurling the base of the vase upward. The pet pig spun in place several times after being struck, then fell to the ground, its four legs trembling. You seized the pig, retreating into the kitchen. You ignited the gas stove, setting the bristles ablaze. With fierce flames and copious oil, you sautéed the scallions and ginger to release their fragrant aroma. Finally, take a clay pot and place succulent pieces of golden pork within. Pour in an aromatic mixture to eliminate any unpleasant odors. Simmer gently over low heat for 2 hours, then artfully arrange on a plate and serve. Truly, the flavor is exquisite, as it is derived from pigs raised on a diet of fresh vegetables daily. You consumed a considerable portion, leaving merely a small amount which you placed into a bowl and stored in the refrigerator. Following this, you reclined on the cozy sofa, closing your eyes to rejuvenate your spirit. At that moment, the phone buzzed, and then it rang. Upon picking it up, the screen displayed the name Lu Jianren. He is the younger brother of Lu Ruyan, in his 30s, yet he spends his days idly, amounting to nothing more than a pile of useless mud. When he calls, it is only ever to ask for money, with no other purpose in mind. You abruptly terminated the call just as you were about to connect. At that moment, Lu Jianren sent a voice message. You seem to be unwell. Please hang up the phone. Kindly transfer 2,000 yuan to me promptly. I intend to treat my friends to drinks and singing tonight. You are utterly amused by their antics. This family truly regards you as a mere cash machine. They have been so arrogant all along. Suddenly, a thought strikes you, and you decide to respond to them once more. As soon as the call was answered, a furious inquiry from Lu Jianren echoed from the other end. Are you out of your mind? Hang up on me. Please provide 7 reasons. I am currently in a meeting while working overtime. How about 7? Hurry up and transfer 2,000 to me. Lu Jianren displayed an expression of impatience mixed with urgency. You feign a delay. While I have no direction, all that lies ahead is with your sister. All right, brother-in-law, there's no need for pretense with me. Simply transfer the housing fund to me, as you did before, and my sister will remain none the wiser. This is unacceptable. I frequently transfer the housing fund to you. Your sister has already grown suspicious. You continue to keep Lu Jianren in suspense. What do you expect from me? I have already informed my friends. Tonight, I shall treat them to drinks and songs. Are you not putting me in an awkward position? Lu Jianren has begun to feel a sense of urgency. As the moment becomes opportune, You commence setting your plans in motion. Presently, I find myself without any prospects. However, tomorrow the company is set to disburse a bonus. The funds will be credited by 8 o'clock when the finance department begins its operations. Your sister remains unaware of this forthcoming sum. How many? Lu Jianren's voice has changed. Excitement has increased significantly. Approximately 100,000. You've fabricated a figure that is somewhat close. On the other end of the line, there was a silence that lingered for 7 seconds. Yet, through the telephone, one could easily discern the fervent excitement coursing through that inept individual. Brother-in-law, I shall not disclose this matter to my sister beforehand, but you must lend me 80,000. As expected, Lu Jianren was poised to make an audacious demand. You are ready to commence the netting process. Did you not only require 2,000? What song demands 80,000? Brother-in-law, it's hard to believe that you hold a prestigious position in a major corporation. Your lack of insight is truly astonishing. In today's business landscape, a mere 50,000 is merely the starting point for expenditures. Lu Jianren's tone was laced with unmistakable disdain. Is that so? I am indeed curious to witness it. How about this? You go ahead with your friends first. Regardless of the expenses incurred, I shall come by tomorrow morning to settle the bill for you. Lu Jianren, filled with excitement, eagerly conveyed the address to you before abruptly ending the call. Having concluded the conversation with the fool, you descend the 7 flights of stairs. Upon entering a security store at the entrance of the community, you purchased 73 surveillance cameras, which were subsequently installed in the living room, kitchen, and study. Upon completion of the installation, the phone received a photograph sent by Lu Jianren, depicting the entrance of room 202 at the Kyoto No. 1 Club. The opulent interior of the private suite is adorned with the dazzling presence of young ladies, their radiant beauty captivating all. A voice message echoes, "Brother-in-law, we have arrived. Let us revel through the night. Please remember to settle the bill before 9 a.m. tomorrow." With a cold smile, you reassured me, and then hailed a taxi to depart, arriving at the prestigious No. 1 Club in Kyoto. Your objective is crystal clear. Proceed towards the compartment 205, situated directly opposite to 7202. The waiter presents the bill for your consumption, requesting your signature. The minimum expenditure for this private room is 68,000, which includes a selection of complimentary beverages and snacks. After signing, you settled onto the sofa, declining the additional services offered by the attendant. At 10 o'clock in the evening, you could not suppress a yawn. You had to concede that, upon reaching middle age, your resilience was no longer akin to that of your early 20s. Without forcing yourself to stay awake, you surrendered to slumber. The following morning at 8 o'clock, the attendant politely rouses you from your slumber. You glanced at the time, picked up your phone, and settled the accommodation fee of 7,205, insisting that the attendant refrain from offering any discounts. After the waiter exited the private room, he casually made his way to room 202, where Lu Jianren was present. Indeed, it wasn't long before your phone began to ring. Gazing at the phone of the fool across the way, you offer a subtle smile, having waited throughout the night. The grand performance is finally set to unfold. Chapter 7. I understand your urgency, but please remain patient. Wu Feng set his phone aside, neither answering nor disconnecting the call, deliberately keeping Jiang Can in suspense. It was only when Jiang Can's 5th call came through that Wu Feng leisurely accepted the call. Brother-in-law, why did it take you so long to answer? Jiang Can's tone was more subdued than before, cautious due to the anticipation of Wu Feng arriving to settle the bill, though a hint of irritation lingered. I was in a morning meeting. Wu Feng fabricated an excuse. Has your bonus arrived yet? Jiang Can's foremost concern remained that sum of 100,000 yuan. Not yet. Just wait a bit longer. Wu Feng intentionally delayed the response. Will it arrive before 9 o'clock? Jiang Can asked repeatedly for reassurance. Rest assured, it will definitely arrive. Wu Feng finit d'assurance. That's good. They've already urged me to settle the bill. If you can't make it in time, just transfer the money directly to me. Jiang Can still naively believed that Wu Feng was the same spineless brother-in-law he once was. Not a problem. Wu Feng promised earnestly. I'm about to go into a meeting now. Send me the bill, and as soon as the bonus arrives, I'll transfer it to you. Shortly after hanging up, Jiang Can sent a photo of the bill. Room charge, 68,000 yuan additional beverage charge, 31,600 yuan total, 99. 600 yuan. Wu Feng couldn't help but chuckle at his phone. This fellow truly believed himself to be the victim, showing no signs of pretense. He had directly hit the upper limit of consumption. Had it not been for the remaining 400 yuan being insufficient to order anything, he would certainly have spent a full 100,000. Half an hour later, at 9 o'clock, Wu Feng noticed a commotion outside in the corridor. A waiter knocked on the door of the opposite private room, politely saying something before closing the door and leaving. As expected, his phone rang again. Of course, it was Jiang Qin calling. Wu Feng answered the call. Brother-in-law, has the money arrived yet? This time, there was a discernible urgency in Jiang Qin's tone. Just a moment. The finance department hasn't arrived yet. Wu Feng continued to keep him hanging. When does your incompetent finance department even start working? They've already urged me twice. Jiang Qin's voice was filled with frustration and resentment. I know you're anxious, but please hold on. As soon as the money arrives, I'll transfer it to you. Wu Feng pretended to soothe him, already beginning to chuckle internally. Brother-in-law, can't you make a call to hurry them up? Jiang Qin sounded increasingly agitated. All right, I'll call them now. Wu Feng hung up and continued to lounge on the sofa, leisurely scrolling through his phone. At 9:30, Wu Feng noticed more activity in the corridor. However, this time it was not just one waiter, but three. The waiter holding the bill did not knock, but directly pushed open the door to the private room, his expression no longer polite. A few minutes later, the waiter left, while the other two stood guard at the entrance of room 202. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Qin's call came through again, but Wu Feng chose not to answer. Jiang Qin promptly sent a message. Wu Feng chose to ignore it. He left it as it was. Subsequently, Jiang Qin was oblivious to the number of calls he made and messages he sent. Just by glancing at these notifications and missed calls, Wu Feng could vividly imagine how frantic and helpless Jiang Qin must be feeling at that moment. During this time, Jiang Qin attempted to leave room 202, but was politely escorted back by two attendants stationed at the door. It was not until 10 minutes later that Wu Feng leisurely answered the phone. The manager just had a conversation with me. Wu Feng began, having already prepared an excuse. Brother-in-law, hasn't the money arrived yet? Jiang Qin, now unconcerned about why Wu Feng had been ignoring his calls, was solely focused on the money. Money. It hasn't arrived yet, Wu Feng replied nonchalantly. Why has it taken so long? Jiang Qin's anxiety was palpable. Don't worry, it's on the way. I just called him. He is stuck in traffic. Wu Feng continually offered Jiang Qin a glimmer of hope. Brother-in-law, please urge him again. If the bill isn't settled soon, they might become quite unfriendly. Jiang Qin was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Those who dared to dine and dash at a place like the Capital No. 1 were now likely in kindergarten. All right, I will press for it again. After hanging up the phone, Wu Feng turned to scroll through a social media app. 10 o'clock a.m. Wu Feng noticed more people arriving in the corridor. This time, it was the head attendant of the club personally making an appearance, accompanied by 5 burly men in black. However, the head attendant did not enter room 202 directly, but instead politely knocked on Wu Feng's door. Come in, Wu Feng said, lazily sitting up. Good day, sir. The head attendant greeted with a courteous smile. Is it too much to ask to borrow your space for a while? I had a bit too much to drink last night, and my head is pounding. Wu Feng frowned, expressing his impatience. No, not at all. The head attendant hurriedly replied with a smile. It's just that the second floor is a bit noisy, and we would like to invite you to the VIP lounge upstairs. You may rest there for as long as you wish. Wu Feng realized that they were preparing to clear the area to facilitate the proceedings for his brother-in-law in room 202. Such an intriguing scene was certainly not to be missed. It's fine. You all carry on with your business. It won't disturb me. Wu Feng waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance as if he had seen it all before. Then we won't disturb your rest, the head attendant said, bowing slightly as he closed the door. Once it was shut, his demeanor shifted, and he donned a different expression as he led his men into room 202. A few minutes later, Wu Feng received another call from Jiang Qin. This time, he answered it readily. Brother-in-law, has the money arrived yet? Jiang Qin's voice was filled with terror, likely terrified beyond measure. The finance department hasn't arrived yet. Just wait a bit longer. Wu Feng continued to keep him in suspense. Listen, I assure you, I am not taking advantage without reciprocation. As soon as the funds arrive, I will settle the bill immediately. Wu Feng heard Jiang Can fervently defending himself to the establishment staff over the phone. Brother-in-law, when will your company's finances finally arrive? Jiang Can, after his futile defense, anxiously inquired. It's on its way, it's on its way. I've made the call. They are caught in traffic, but will be at the office shortly. Wu Feng continued to provide him with false hope. What route are they taking? Why is it so congested? Jiang Can's voice trembled with desperation, starkly contrasting with the earlier arrogance he displayed when demanding Wu Feng to transfer the funds. I will inquire further, Wu Feng replied before hanging up. He then stood, walking towards the door of the private room. Through the window of room 202, he witnessed Jiang Can kneeling in terror, pleading incessantly. The club's manager and 5 enforcers wore expressions of icy indifference. At 10:30, Jiang Can's phone rang once more. Wu Feng ignored it, allowing it to ring once, twice, 6 times. Only on the 6th call did he finally answer. Brother-in-law, has the money arrived? Jiang Can sobbed, clearly having suffered some distress. Wu Feng sighed. What does that all mean? Jiang Can's anxiety surged. I just received news that the company's finance has absconded with the funds. You're on your own now, Wu Feng stated calmly. A profound silence enveloped the line. Wu Feng, you bastard. Jiang Can finally grasped that he had been deceived. Yet it was too late. Wu Feng ended the call and promptly blocked him. From within the private room, the sounds of pleas and cries for mercy echoed. Chapter 8. Jiang Fan returns dare to come to our number 1 in Beijing and feast without paying? You must be tired of living. The previously courteous club manager now displayed an unmistakable ferocity. No, I was deceived by my brother-in-law. He said he would settle the bill for me. Jiang Can, whose face had swollen to the size of a pig's head, pleaded weakly from his position on the ground. Damn it, one utter fool. The manager, barely containing his laughter, lifted his foot and kicked Jiang Can squarely in the face. Several burly men encircled Jiang Can, mercilessly battering him with fists and feet. Jiang Can cried out in agony, rolling on the ground, begging for mercy. The previous night, the waitresses who had accompanied him were incensed upon learning that someone had dined and dashed, rendering their efforts futile. They had endured countless indignities, from flattery to toasts, not to mention the unwelcome advances. Furious, they stormed out of their dormitory in their pajamas, ready to confront the situation. Though the men were professionals who understood the balance of force, these women, when enraged, could be truly formidable. They seized Jiang Can by the hair, relentlessly slapping him with their sandals, leaving his face grotesquely misshapen and breaking several of the footwear in the process. Wu Feng observed the scene from across the room, feeling a mix of satisfaction and curiosity as he wondered how long Jiang Can could endure before he would call his sister for help. At that moment, Wu Feng's phone chimed with a notification from the home surveillance system. Upon checking, he discovered that his wife, Jiang Fan, had returned home. It seemed another riveting performance was about to unfold. Wu Feng settled back onto the sofa, eager to watch the unfolding drama. Jiang Fan entered the house, her hands laden with shopping bags. After placing them down, she called out, "Gui, gui, gui, gui." Receiving no response, she proceeded to open the doors of each room in search of her pet. Ultimately, she returned to the living room empty-handed. Strange? Where has the dog gone? Jiang Fan pondered, somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the pet store staff took it out for a walk? Convinced by her own reasoning, she set aside her concerns about the dog and made her way to the kitchen in search of something to eat. Having returned early in the morning via high-speed train without having had a proper breakfast, and with the lingering displeasure from the previous afternoon's encounter with Wu Feng still gnawing at her, she found herself quite ravenous. As she opened the refrigerator, she spotted a bowl of tantalizingly fragrant braised meat. After inhaling its enticing aroma, she decided to heat it in the microwave. Simultaneously, she began a phone call with her best friend, Chun-Lin. Fan, you're back? Didn't you say you'd be gone for 3 days? Chun-Lin inquired. I simply lack the heart to stay any longer, Jiang Fan replied. Are you still upset about your husband secretly spending money on video games? Chun-Lin asked. That matter is behind me. Had he not knelt and written a letter of assurance, I would never have forgiven him, Jiang Fan affirmed. Then what are you still angry about? Chun-Lin pressed. Jiang Fan. Yesterday afternoon, while I was indulging in a rejuvenating treatment at a beauty salon in a magical city, I unexpectedly received a call from someone claiming to be from the emergency center. Chun-Lin, oh? Who met with misfortune? Jiang Fan. They informed me that my husband had suddenly collapsed from a myocardial infarction. Chun-Lin, what? That sounds grave. Your husband appeared to be in good health. Jiang Fan. Indeed, I too harbored serious doubts about the authenticity of the call, which is why I chose to disregard it. Chun-Lin, aren't you concerned that it might be true? Jiang Fan, if it were true, it would be fortuitous. I have been purchasing life insurance for Wu Feng, having spent over 100,000 over the years. If Wu Feng were to pass away, Chi and I could at least claim nearly 10 million in compensation. Chun-Lin, but that would be a loss. Your husband currently earns 500,000 a year and could work for at least another decade. Plus, he would receive a pension for 2 to 3 decades thereafter. Jiang Fan, precisely. Otherwise, I would have divorced him long ago. Chun-Lin, so, what is it that is troubling you? Surely it can't be merely a scam call? Jiang Fan, of course not. Let me tell you, it is truly frustrating. Chun-Lin, what happened? Jiang Fan, while I was undergoing my beauty treatment, I received a message. Wu Feng had made a 200 yuan purchase at a convenience store using a relative's card, fearing he might again indulge in gaming. I called to inquire what he bought. Do you know how he responded? Chun-Lin, did he plead for mercy again? Jiang Fan, how could that be? He directly insulted me, declaring he bought my mother. Then he hung up and blocked me. It infuriated me. Chun-Lin, what? No way. Are you truly speaking of Wu Feng? Does he have the audacity to speak to you like that? Jiang Fan, you might not believe it, but I was equally stunned at the time. Chun-Lin, so what do you plan to do now? Jiang Fan, this time, even if he kneels and begs, it will be of no use. I have yet to devise a suitable punishment for him. It drives me mad. Chun-Lin, calm down. Why not take this opportunity to make Wu Feng divulge all his assets? Jiang Fan, indeed. I can't believe I overlooked that. Chun-Lin, oh? I merely suggested it casually, but can your Wu Feng truly squeeze out more resources? Aren't all the properties, vehicles, and savings in your name? Jiang Fan, how could that be? His parents left behind an old house and a commercial property, especially the old house in the urban village, which is quite valuable. Chun-Lin, no way, Fan. You've been married to Wu Feng for so long and haven't secured those 2 properties yet? Jiang Fan, it is all due to his parents. Those 2 old geezers lived far too long, only passing away 2 years ago. Wu Feng has yet to process the inheritance transfer. Chun-Lin, what are your plans now? Jiang Fan, I previously suggested to Wu Feng that the commercial property under his parents' name be given to my brother as a wedding gift. He verbally agreed, but insisted we wait until Jiang Can's wedding to proceed with the transfer. This time, I must compel him to finalize the transfer immediately. Chun-Lin, what about the old house in the urban village? Jiang Fan, of course, Wu Feng must also transfer the property into the names of Qian and me. Chun-Lin, indeed, it should be done sooner rather than later. I just wonder if your husband will agree. Jiang Fan, if he dares to disagree, he shouldn't even think about stepping foot into this home. Unbeknownst to these 2 self-righteous women, their entire conversation was overheard by Wu Feng. With a derisive smile, Wu Feng remarked, how clever your calculations are. Unfortunately, I am no longer the Wu Feng I once was. Chapter 9. Unable to stop. Absolutely unable to stop. Ding. The microwave emitted a sound. It was time for dinner, and I must bid you farewell for now. We shall converse another day. Jiang Fan ended the call and stepped into the kitchen. As she opened the microwave, an intense aroma enveloped her senses. How delightful! She eagerly brought the dish to the living room. With chopsticks, she took a bite. Delicious! Jiang Fan could hardly believe it. The flavor and texture were unparalleled, surpassing even the exquisite Kobe beef she had enjoyed with her daughter during Wu Feng's work overtime. It was a taste she had never before experienced. What kind of meat was this? Jiang Fan found herself unable to resist, devouring bite after bite. In the past, she had looked down upon the preparation of meat in Chinese cuisine, favoring Western culinary practices. This refined, bourgeois lifestyle had bestowed upon her the illusion of youth. Coupled with the substantial amounts spent annually on skincare, she appeared no older than 30 at the age of 39. Certainly, The most significant reason was her lack of any work experience in society, not even for a single day, which she regarded as a point of pride. She relished the compliments she received from others, remarking how she and her daughter resembled sisters. Before long, the large bowl of stewed meat was nearly empty, leaving only a single trotter behind. Jiang Fan picked it up, examining it closely. What kind of meat was this so fragrant? Was it wild goat meat sent by a relative of Wu Feng from the countryside? Previously, she had never touched chicken feet or pig trotters, deeming them unclean. Yet, she could not resist the temptation of the aroma and texture, and in a matter of moments, the trotter was devoured. She then took her chopsticks and stirred the remaining broth at the bottom of the bowl, still craving more. Suddenly, her chopsticks encountered a metallic ring within the thick broth. Jiang Fan picked it up, scrutinizing it. What was this? It seemed familiar. In the next moment, her face drained of color, as if struck by lightning, leaving her trembling in shock. She recognized it at last. This was the pure gold pearl ring custom-made for the family pet, her daughter Qianqian's beloved teddy dog. Realizing what she had consumed, Jiang Fan could no longer contain herself. In a panic, she discarded her chopsticks, covered her mouth, and dashed toward the kitchen, where she violently retched into the sink. Not only did the meat she had just ingested emerge, but even the bile from her stomach followed suit. As she vomited, tears streamed down her face, as if mourning a lost mother. When she finally managed to stop, her gaze fell upon the kitchen trash bin, filled with a gruesome heap of bloodied entrails. Her vision darkened, and she collapsed onto the floor, utterly devastated. With vacant eyes and trembling hands, she made her way to the living room, picked up her phone, and called her daughter, sobbing uncontrollably. Wah, Qianqian, your father has killed Gue and turned him into stew. Wu Feng monitored the entire process through his phone, reveling in the experience. Just then, a call from his daughter. Wu Qianqian interrupted his amusement. Instantly, he stowed away his laughter. Fool. He promptly ended the call and blocked her number. At last, the world felt serene, though not completely tranquil. Please stop calling. Woo-woo. From a nearby bakery, Jiang Can's heart-wrenching cries echoed. Give me my phone. I need to call my sister. She has money. It seemed he could no longer contain himself. Wu Feng continued to observe the surveillance footage, where a tearful Jiang Fan received her brother's desperate call. Initially taken aback, she quickly wiped away her tears, grabbed her bag, and rushed out the door. Clearly, in her heart, her brother mattered more than the pet dog being boiled. It was time for Wu Feng to depart. He tucked away his phone and rose from the private room. As he opened the door, he cast a glance at the opposite room, where Jiang Can lay battered, barely recognizable. Wu Feng chuckled derisively and turned to leave. The club's attendants graciously escorted him out. Upon stepping outside, he looked up at the sun. It was yet another splendid day. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and searched his contacts for a woman with whom he hadn't spoken in ages. He forwarded the 3 photos sent by Jiang Can to her. This woman was Jiang Can's girlfriend. No, that was incorrect. They had become engaged last month, so she should be referred to as his fiancée. Wu Feng had little knowledge of his sister-in-law's character, as their interactions had been limited, making it difficult to form an opinion of her. However, judging solely by her appearance, she was quite remarkable. Reminiscent of a youthful version of the famous actress Yang Mi ordinarily, Wu Feng should not possess his sister-in-law's contact information. Yet she appeared in his friend list due to the persistent encouragement from her and his brother-in-law, who had insisted she add him as a friend, primarily for the purpose of soliciting a monetary gift. Thus, their entire conversation history consisted of a single transaction of 28,888 yuan and the recipient's message. Thank you, brother-in-law. After sending the photos, Wu Feng put his phone away and exited from Junction number 1. He first proceeded to the bank, where he opened a new account. Subsequently, he canceled all previous bank cards under his name, including the credit cards used by Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian. He transferred approximately 200,000 yuan in liquid assets to his new card, completely severing financial support for the repugnant mother-daughter duo. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan, oblivious to these developments, hurried out, summoned a ride, and headed towards Shijing Road, en route to room 202 at Jingxing number 1. Jiang Fan beheld her younger brother, battered and bruised. Sister, Jiang Can, seeing his savior had finally arrived, could not help but burst into tears. Why'd you strike him so hard? It's merely because he forgot to bring money. How much is it? I shall pay it. This sight deeply pained Jiang Fan. Although she recognized her brother's lack of ambition, she had never brought herself to punish him. 96,900. The foreman presented the bill to Jiang Fan. What? Jiang Fan gasped in disbelief, convinced she had misheard. She meticulously verified the items and amounts on the bill, as well as Jiang Can's signature. It was unfathomable that the drinks at this establishment could be so exorbitantly priced. Once certain of the figures, Jiang Fan shot a furious glare at Jiang Can's sister. I was deceived by my brother-in-law. He claimed that a bonus of 100,000 would be credited to my account this morning, encouraging me to indulge, assuring me he would cover the expenses. I was simply too trusting of him. Boo-hoo. Noticing his sister's growing anger, Jiang Can hastily feigned innocence while shifting all the blame onto Wu Feng. It was Wu Feng again. Jiang Fan clenched the bill tightly, her body trembling with rage. I ask you, will you pay by card or scan a code? The foreman, having grown somewhat impatient, awaited a response. By card. Jiang Fan's phone balance typically hovered around a mere few thousand, primarily designated for Wu Feng's monthly family card expenditure and the occasional small purchases. How could that suffice for this 100,000? The club's attendant brought over a POS machine. Jiang Fan rummaged through her wallet, revealing a dozen various bank cards, predominantly in Wu Feng's name, both primary and supplementary cards, along with credit cards. Take this. With exasperation, Jiang Fan produced Wu Feng's salary card and handed it to the attendant. After a series of operations, the attendant looked up and said, "It cannot be processed." The siblings were taken aback. How can it not be processed? There should be at least 200,000 in this account. Jiang Fan could scarcely believe it. Chapter 10. The daughter has returned. Jiang Fan attempted to swipe yet another bank card, but to no avail. The server, after trying, returned the card with a look of helplessness. How could this be happening? Jiang Fan was filled with anxiety, desperately switching between several cards, yet none worked. Sweat began to bead on her forehead. The head waiter observed coldly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Try this credit card, Jiang Fan urged, handing over Wu Feng's golden card with a limit of 500,000. It was declined once more. The server shook his head in resignation. Could it be that brother-in-law has suspended all his cards? Jiang Can ventured timidly. Jiang Fan fell into silence, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on her. She had to admit that this was indeed a distinct possibility, and her resentment towards Wu Feng deepened within her heart. Sister, surely you must have some savings of your own. Jiang Can insisted urgently, hoping to prompt Jiang Fan to utilize her own funds. All my money is tied up in fixed deposits, Jiang Fan replied. Indeed, she had 3 million in cash, all transferred from Wu Feng as salary card. But those funds were locked in long-term deposits that she could not access. Sister, why not check your credit lines or any available funds you might have? Jiang Can quickly suggested, not wishing to endure another bout of pain. With no alternative, Jiang Fan resorted to applying for small loans on various apps. However, due to her lack of employment history, her credit limits were low. By piecing together various sources, she finally managed to gather 100,000 to settle Jiang Can's debts. Sister, it's one thing for brother-in-law to mistreat me, but he has gone so far as to suspend all your cards as well. Is he even human? Jiang Can fanned the flames of discontent as they descended the stairs together. No matter how much Wu Feng begs, I will never forgive him. Jiang Fan's eyes blazed with fury, yet she foolishly believed she could still manipulate Wu Feng as she had in the past. How naive. As the siblings exited the establishment, they encountered Su Mi, who stormed in with palpable anger. Upon seeing his fiancée, Jiang Can's face turned pale, and he quickly ducked behind Jiang Fan. Yet, he was a large man. Su Mi was hardly blind to his presence. Jiang Can, you scoundrel! Su Mi stormed forward, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap across Jiang Can's face. Xiaosu, please calm down. Let us discuss this back home. Jiang Fan hurried to shield her brother, preventing Su Mi from striking again. You're still defending your good brother? He told me he was working late, yet here he is, cavorting with women. Su Mi was infuriated. Mimi, let me explain. I fell into my brother-in-law's trap. Jiang Can, lacking any sense of responsibility, immediately sought to shift the blame. A trap? Did your brother-in-law bind you or force you to come here? How can you even utter such words? Unfortunately, Sumi was not swayed by his excuses. Xiao Su, let us discuss this elsewhere. It's not appropriate to air our grievances here, Jiang Fan urged, fully aware of the embarrassment unfolding before them. He has lost all sense of shame. Why should I be fearful? Sumi, with her straightforward temperament, declared with conviction, Jiang Can, we are breaking up. Go marry the woman you found. Jiang Can was utterly flustered, never anticipating that matters would escalate to this extent. He hurriedly chased after Sumi from behind Jiang Fan, apologizing fervently, Mimi, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please grant me another chance. Get lost. Sumi flung his hand away, not even sparing him a glance. Xiao Su, do refrain from such impulsive speech. Do not forget, you are already engaged to my brother, and your family has accepted the betrothal gifts. Jiang Fan's words were intended as a threat to Sumi, but they backfired spectacularly. Betrothal gifts? I shall return them to you. Sumi was infuriated, and suddenly a thought struck her, leading her to correct herself. No, they shall be returned to Jiang Can's brother-in-law. Did you truly believe I was unaware that he was the one who provided that sum? Do you two siblings possess even a fraction of your own funds? Bah! Sumi was merciless, stripping the siblings of any semblance of dignity. Jiang Fan's face fluctuated between shades of blue and white. The proud Sumi found herself at a loss for words. Mimi. Jiang Can gazed longingly at Sumi as she departed without a backward glance. Stop calling her. Jiang Fan seethed with frustration. Sister, how did Mimi find her way here? Jiang Can was baffled, unable to grasp how the news had leaked. Wu Feng. Jiang Fan furrowed her brows in resentment, immediately suspecting Wu Feng's involvement. Indeed, it must have been brother-in-law. He certainly informed Mimi. Jiang Can, in a moment of clarity, regretted his earlier actions. Come, let us return to my place. Jiang Fan led Jiang Can home to tend his injuries. Jiang Can surveyed the surroundings, feeling a distinct absence. Sister, where's the dog you adopted? It dawned on Jiang Can that the boisterous Teddy was missing. Your brother-in-law had it stewed. A pang of pain shot through Jiang Fan's heart, her stomach beginning to churn. What? Has he lost his mind? Is he even human? Does Qian Qian know? Jiang Can was utterly astonished. Just as they spoke of the devil, the door swung open. Wu Qian Qian, sporting a limited edition MLB baseball cap and dragging a luxurious LV travel bag worth thousands, stormed in. Mom, did Dad suspend my credit card? Why can't I make any purchases? Upon entering, Wu Qian noticed Jiang Can and was taken aback, exclaiming, Uncle, what happened to you? Who beat you up like this? Jiang Can stammered, feeling embarrassed to admit to his niece that he had been drinking at a nightclub and was assaulted for being unable to settle the bill. This situation is rather complicated. In any case, it is your father's doing. Jiang Fan directed all the blame towards Wu Feng. Once again, it's my father. Wu Qian's eyes flared with anger. What on earth is wrong with that old man? He killed Gue, suspended my credit card, and left you in this state. I must confront him and seek clarity. With that, she stormed out of the door. Qian, where are you going? Jiang Fan called after her. To his company. Wu Qian exclaimed as she entered the elevator, pressing the button for the basement level. Upon arriving at her designated parking spots, her vision darkened, and she stood there in shock. My car. Wu Qian's mind went blank. Her newly purchased BMW Z4 lay in ruins, utterly battered. Not only that, but her other vehicle, a Mercedes-Benz E300, was also left unrecognizable. Who could have done this? Rage surged within Wu Qian, a burning desire for vengeance igniting in her heart. Throughout her life, whether at home or school, she had never endured such humiliation. She had always been the one to intimidate others, and never had anyone dared to treat her this way. At that moment, amidst the wreckage of her vehicles, she noticed Lu Gu preparing to leave in his Passat from the parking space between her two damaged cars. With fury in her eyes, she approached without hesitation and delivered a fierce kick to the door of the Passat, denting it severely. Chapter 11. Alarm. Never tolerate. What the hell are you doing? Lu Gu exclaimed in astonishment as he opened the car door. Just as he stepped out, Wu Qian swung her bag at him, striking him on the head while shouting, Old dang, why did you smash my car? A sharp pain shot through Lu Ji's brow as he reached up to touch it, only to find blood trickling from the corner of his eye. Yet Wu Qianqian continued her frenzied assault, relentlessly hitting him with her bag. "I'll let you smash my car. I'll let you file a complaint against me." Lu Gu, clutching his head, retreated repeatedly. It was not that he was incapable of defending himself against this mad girl. Rather, the traditional belief that a gentleman should never engage in conflict with a woman, and that elders should not quarrel with the young, spared Wu Qianqian from a harsher fate. However, she grew even more aggressive, chasing Lu Gu as she swung her bag. He was merely an innocent victim in this chaotic encounter. Wu Qianqian had long harbored resentment towards Lu Gu, who frequently complained about her occupying parking spaces. Coupled with her current volatile emotions, she unleashed her frustrations entirely upon him. Fortunately, the security guard arrived just in time to restrain the raging Wu Qianqian. "Let me go. This old fool smashed my car. Let me go," she cried out, her agitation palpable. "Are you out of your mind? Who smashed your car? That car was wrecked by your father. If you don't believe me, ask him." Liu Yi pressing his hand against his bleeding eye, his own anger surging within him. "My father did it?" Wu Qianqian scoffed. "Are you too cowardly to take responsibility? Are you even a man?" Although she sensed that her biological father had been acting strangely lately, she still believed that Wu Feng would never resort to such madness. "It's true, it was Wu Ge who smashed it. We all witnessed it," the security guard said, leaving Wu Qianqian momentarily stunned. Why would he do such a thing? She pondered, unable to comprehend why her father would destroy their family's cars worth millions. The guards exchanged glances, hesitant to speak the truth. "Your father did that to teach you two spoiled brats a lesson," one of the guards blurted out. But Lu Gu, fueled by his anger, was blunt. "It was to show you that the world does not revolve around you and your mother, that not everyone must cater to your whims." Wu Qianqian's mind went blank. She could hardly believe it. Her father, who had always been compliant and never spoke harshly to her, had first killed her beloved pet dog, then blocked her on social media, halted her credit card payments, and now had even smashed the cars belonging to her and her mother. Was this truly the same weak father she had known? "Wu Ge, where are you?" Taking advantage of the moment, a security guard quickly called Wu Feng. "Could you come back for a moment?" "Your daughter." She kicked in Lu Ji's car and injured him. "She thought Lu Ge damaged your cars." Wu Feng instructed the guard to put the call on speaker and handed the phone to Lu Ge. "Brother Lu, I have no significant issues. It's just that this girl of yours has been quite unstable lately." In the close-knit community, where neighbors frequently encounter one another, Lu Ge was primarily inclined to maintain decorum for Wu Feng's sake and was reluctant to escalate the situation. "Lu Ge, you must not indulge her. If the situation warrants it, report to the authorities, seek medical evaluation for any injuries, and assess the damages." Wu Feng's voice resonated clearly from the phone, startling everyone present. Wu Qianqian could scarcely believe her ears. Could a father truly utter such words? To suggest that outsiders should report his own daughter to the police? Such cold-heartedness! If it weren't for the unmistakable resemblance of the voice to Wu Feng's, Wu Qianqian would have doubted his identity. "Brother Wu, there is no need to make this a grand affair. Just return and properly educate your daughter. A simple apology should suffice to settle the matter." Liu Yi, showing restraint out of respect for Wu Feng's usual demeanor, chose to endure the situation. Had it been someone else, the matter would undoubtedly have escalated further. "Liu Yi, you need not be lenient. She is no child. As an adult, she must be held accountable for her actions." On the other end of the line, Wu Feng insisted upon a principled stance. "How about this, Lu Ge? I will assist you in contacting the authorities. Do not concern yourself with my reputation. Speak honestly to the police. We shall allow them to handle this matter impartially." At this juncture, it became evident to everyone present that Wu Feng was resolute in pursuing a formal resolution. Only Wu Qianqian clung to a glimmer of hope, believing that Wu Feng was merely attempting to intimidate her and would never truly report her, leaving her with a criminal record. However, this false hope was swiftly shattered by the arrival of the police vehicle. Watching several serious officers disembark to ascertain the situation, and then prepare to escort both parties to the station, Wu Qianqian's composure finally crumbled. I need to call my mother," she wailed, collapsing into tears as she was invited into the police car. It wasn't regret that consumed her. Rather, it was sheer terror. Noticing her youth, the police kindly allowed her to make a phone call. "Mom, hurry down. They're taking me to the police station." Wu Qianqian sobbed uncontrollably. Her earlier bravado completely dissipated. Although she was 19 and a freshman, her maturity had not yet caught up with her age. She was in reality still a child unacquainted with such circumstances. Upon receiving the call, Jiang Fan was taken aback, immediately abandoning his younger brother, Jiang Can, and rushing out. "Officers, why are you taking my daughter?" he exclaimed, embracing the weeping Wu Qianqian, feigning an exaggerated display of paternal affection. "Ma'am, we are not arresting your daughter. We are simply bringing her in to understand the situation," the officer internally lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened. Who wouldn't feel a twinge of annoyance being addressed as uncle by a middle-aged woman while still in their 30s? "What has happened to my daughter? Is there no way you could clarify the situation here?" Under normal circumstances, had anyone dared to refer to her as Mom, Jiang Fan would have lost his temper. Yet, in this moment, he was compelled to restrain his emotions. Even so, her tone had lost its initial warmth. "Your daughter has misunderstood the situation, believing that this gentleman had damaged your vehicle. In a fit of rage, she indiscriminately vandalized another's car and assaulted the individual, causing injury. Are you now clear on the circumstances?" The police articulated each word with precision to Jiang Fan, whose actions resulted in such devastation to my car. At that moment, Jiang Fan realized that her beloved vehicle, along with her daughter's, had been utterly wrecked. Her vision momentarily darkened. The loss was indeed over 1 million yuan. Jiang Fan felt as though her heart was bleeding. "It was your husband who caused the damage," the police continued patiently, explaining to Jiang Fan. "Your husband, when reporting the incident, already clarified the reasons. Due to your and your daughter's persistent, inconsiderate parking, which occupied the neighbors' spaces, they were unable to park normally for an extended period. Yesterday, this situation recurred, and coincidentally, you and your daughter were not at home. Unable to move the cars without the keys, your husband was left with no choice but to damage both vehicles in order to allow the victim to park." The police's words were incisive, directly pointing out the lack of civic responsibility displayed by Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian. An increasing number of neighbors gathered around, whispering among themselves, casting disparaging glances at the mother and daughter duo, scornful of their utter lack of decorum. This left Jiang Fan, who had always valued her reputation, feeling utterly humiliated, wishing desperately to disappear into the ground. It was, indeed, a public humiliation. Chapter 12. Refusal to reconcile. Wu Qianqian receives a silver bracelet. Could it be that my husband, having damaged his own vehicle, bears no responsibility whatsoever? Why has he not been apprehended? Jiang Fan suppressed a significant outburst upon uttering these words. The gathered property staff and neighboring residents were left utterly astounded, rendered speechless. They could not help but feel sympathy for Wu Feng. To have such a wife is indeed a stroke of misfortune beyond measure. Your husband possesses the right to manage his own assets. The police patiently explained to Jiang Fan the legalities involved. These two vehicles are registered in my name and my daughter's, not in my husband's name. Thus, they do not constitute his property. Jiang Fan insisted on clarifying the ownership of the vehicles, determined not to drag Wu Feng into this predicament. This is an internal economic dispute within your family and falls outside our jurisdiction. You and your daughter may file a lawsuit with the court, the police stated before turning serious. However, your daughter has indeed committed acts of intentional property damage and assault, which are unequivocally against the law. Jiang Fan remained undeterred, defiantly glaring at Lu Ge. Does he bear no responsibility at all? Who told him to purchase such a wide vehicle? He constantly complains, deliberately exacerbating the conflict. This outrageous assertion left the onlookers in shock, even leaving the attending police officers momentarily speechless. They prided themselves on having encountered countless obstinate and unreasonable individuals. Yet such brazen defiance was a rarity indeed. Please convey your concerns at the station, the police instructed, taking both parties into their vehicle. Inside the car, Jiang Fan comforted Wu Qianqian. Do not be afraid. You are still a child. Making such a minor mistake is of no consequence. Simultaneously, the police reached out to Feng, hoping he would also attend the station for mediation. Feng was resolute, refusing to reconcile, insisting that the victim undergo a damage assessment and injury verification, adhering strictly to legal procedures. The suspect's family displayed an extraordinary sense of justice, perhaps excessively so. The police had never encountered such a situation before. They conveyed Feng's stance to the victim, Lu Ge, having already harbored resentment towards Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian. Lu Ge found their actions in the parking garage to be particularly distasteful. Given Feng's repeated insistence, Lu Ge felt no further hesitation and proceeded to the hospital for an injury assessment, later contacting the dealership for a vehicle appraisal. The results arrived swiftly: fractured brow bone, minor injury level 1, repair and repainting of the car door, 8,000. Meanwhile, in the mediation room of the police station, Jiang Fan continued to voice her complaints about the police, questioning why she and her daughter had been left waiting for so long, entirely unaware of the impending calamity. The investigating officer entered the mediation room, holding 2 assessment reports. "Officer, was it not stated that mediation was to occur? Where is the other party? Why has there been such a delay? Why is a grown man putting on airs?" Jiang Fan's face was filled with fury. "While mediation is our hope, the other party has refused to engage, and we cannot compel them, can we?" The police officer clarified the situation. He refused to mediate, asking if they could leave. Jiang Fan's brazen innocence elicited laughter from the investigating officer. "You may leave at any time. However, Wu Qianqian must remain to assist us with the case investigation," the officer stated solemnly. "File a case? What case?" Jiang Fan's voice rose in disbelief. "Your daughter is suspected of intentional injury and willfully damaging another's property. Since the victim refuses to mediate, we must file a case," the officer explained. Jiang Fan was taken aback. "What?" Wu Qianqian began to cry in fear. "Have you made a mistake? My daughter merely tapped him lightly and kicked his car. How can it be so serious? Filing a case will leave a record, tarnishing my daughter's reputation for life." Jiang Fan still could not fathom the gravity of the situation. "This is not merely about leaving a record. Your daughter may face imprisonment," the officer replied, handing Jiang Fan 2 assessment reports. "The victim has a fractured brow bone, classified as a minor injury. According to Article 234 of the Criminal Code, intentionally causing harm to another's body can result in imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or supervision. The damage to the victim's vehicle is assessed at 8,000. Under Article 234 of the Criminal Code, intentionally destroying public or private property, particularly in significant amounts or under serious circumstances, may also result in up to 3 years of imprisonment, detention, or fines." Jiang Fan's mind reeled. He had never anticipated such severe consequences. The possibility of 3 years in prison. "Officer, my daughter is still a child. She has just started university. Is there no room for admonishment instead?" Jiang Fan pleaded desperately. "Ms. Jiang, we understand your feelings. To parents, children will always remain children. However, legally, Wu Qianqian is already 18 and considered an adult. She must face the legal consequences of her actions," the officer responded firmly. "Officer, my daughter excels academically. She is set to study abroad next semester. She is truly a good child and cannot be ruined like this." Jiang Fan wept uncontrollably. Wu Qianqian sobbed in despair. They were not merely regretting their actions, but were terrified of the impending detention and sentencing. "Ms. Jiang, pleading with us 1T help. You should contact the victim and seek to compensate them for understanding," the officer advised Jiang Fan. "All right, we will pay. We will pay whatever it takes," Jiang Fan said, wiping her tears as if she and her daughter were the victims. Had the investigating officer not already witnessed this woman's relentless pleading, perhaps there would have been some sympathy. Now, they only sought to enforce the law. Wu Qianqian was taken to the detention center, adorned with 2 silver bracelets. When a mother and daughter parted, they enacted a scene of dramatic sorrow, akin to a tragic farewell. The police, accustomed to such displays, remained unperturbed. "Now you cry? If you had known, you should have refrained from breaking the law." Behind the entrance of an upscale restaurant, Lu entered, his eye adorned with a bandage. The waiter led him into a private room. Upon the door's opening, Feng promptly rose to greet him. Old Wu, why did you choose this place? This restaurant is exorbitantly priced, and you've even ordered Mao Dai? Lu felt a pang of sympathy for Wu Feng's extravagant expenditure as he stepped inside. It's nothing, Lu. This is merely to express my apologies to you, Wu Feng replied, pouring a drink for Lu. Old Wu, let us speak candidly. Are you and your spouse on the verge of separation? Lu, not a fool, had observed Wu Feng's actions. First, he had wrecked his car, then called the police, clearly signaling his intent to sever ties with his wife and daughter, suggesting he had no desire to continue this life. Lu, to be frank, I truly cannot endure this life any longer, Wu Feng confessed, speaking truthfully. You should have left her long ago. Lu downed his drink in one go, filled with indignation. Your wife and daughter are not decent individuals. They treat you like a beast of burden. Living like this is utterly meaningless. With that, Lu felt liberated to voice his thoughts without reservation. By the way, Old Wu, I followed your advice and filed the case, refusing mediation. What is the next step? Surely, you can't actually send your daughter away? Lu was eager to learn about Wu Feng's future plans. Chapter 13. Examine your sincerity. Wu Feng genuinely contemplated sending this troublesome matter into the legal system, but recognized the impracticality of such a course. The law is rigid, while humanity is fluid. To put it bluntly, the gravity of this incident is not particularly severe. Moreover, with the dual advantages of youth and being a university student, Wu Qianqian possesses significant social capital. Even if Brother Lu adamantly refuses to relent, the likelihood is that should it reach court, the outcome would predominantly result in probation or, at most, a suspended sentence. Meanwhile, Brother Lu would endure considerable societal pressure. Wu Feng's desire for retribution against this mother-daughter duo is a personal matter. He harbors no intention of dragging others into the fray, especially not Brother Lu, who has consistently supported him. Thus, it is not that Wu Feng has lingering feelings for Wu Qianqian, but rather that, regardless of the public or private dimensions, the situation was destined from the outset to culminate in a resolution that is elevated yet gently set down. What Wu Feng can do is impart a profound lesson to this mother and daughter while simultaneously ensuring that Jiang Fan suffers a significant loss. At that moment, Jiang Fan's call came through to Brother Lu's phone. Old Wu, your significant other Brother Lu raised the phone to show Wu Feng, the caller ID reading 2808 Shrew. Answer it, Brother Lu, and gauge your sincerity, Wu Feng remarked with a smile. Brother Lu accepted the call, switched it to speaker mode, and placed it on the table. How much do you intend to extort? Just say it outright. Jiang Fan's fierce voice crackled through the line. Brother Lu glanced at Wu Feng, who could only smile helplessly. Without hesitation, Brother Lu hung up. Old Wu, your partner really seems to lack clarity. Is this how one solicits a settlement? Brother Lu lamented. What'll be done? She has never held a job and has not faced the harsh realities of life. She possesses no common sense, Wu Feng replied with a wry smile. Jiang Fan's call came in again. Brother Lu looked to Wu Feng for guidance, who nodded in affirmation. Brother Lu answered once more, placing it on speaker. Why did you hang up? Are you feeling guilty? How can a grown man quibble with a little girl? Jiang Fan continued to roar on the other end, venting her fury. Brother Lu took a deep breath and proclaimed with righteous indignation, I don't want a single cent. I only want her daughter to face the consequences. You'd be better off spending that money on a good lawyer. With that, he terminated the call. Jiang Fan did not attempt to call back. Based on Wu Feng's understanding of this woman, she likely sought legal counsel. This, however, was for the best. At least a professional could enlighten her, a legal novice, on the seriousness of the situation. Brother Lu, let us continue our revelry. Wu Feng filled Brother Lu's glass, and the two engaged in conversation over drinks. Previously, Wu Feng had never shared a drink with Brother Lu. However, as they interacted, he found the man to be quite intriguing. In a moment of inebriated candor, Brother Lu confided in Wu Feng that he had divorced his wife a decade ago. At that time, his wife had been employed at a local unit and had become involved with a superior. Upon discovering her infidelity, Brother Lu said nothing and simply filed for divorce. In the household, possessions such as the house, car, and savings, along with his son, were relinquished entirely, leaving him with nothing. Yet, his ex-wife's paramour was relentless. wielding his authority to dismantle the small business that Lu had painstakingly built. After enduring a period of despondency, Lu seized an unexpected opportunity to venture into foreign e-commerce, thereby orchestrating his resurgence. To avert a repeat of past misfortunes, he prudently registered his company in a different jurisdiction, ensuring that all aspects, from taxation to fire safety, industry qualifications, and employee social security, were above board and compliant. Although his ex-wife and her lover attempted further sabotage, they found no grounds for complaint and were ultimately thwarted. Presently, Lu's trading company employs over 20 individuals, and he has attained a fundamental degree of personal financial freedom. His daily routine consists of a leisurely visit to the office, followed by fishing excursions, which he finds immensely gratifying. During a drinking session, Lu articulated a profound sentiment. In this life, one must primarily live for oneself. Feng wholeheartedly concurred. Approximately half an hour later, Lu's phone chimed with an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" he inquired as he answered and switched to speaker mode, setting the phone down. "Mr. Lu, good day. I am an attorney from Tianqing Law Firm and the representative for Ms. Jiang Fan. May I ask if you are available to discuss a matter?" A woman's voice emanated from the receiver. "What is it?" Lu responded curtly. "Mr. Lu, regarding the incident involving Ms. Jiang Fan's daughter, Wu Qianqian, who accidentally caused damage to your vehicle. We were wondering if you would consider accepting a monetary compensation in exchange for withdrawing the case." The lawyer bluntly stated her intention. "Dear attorney, let me clarify. Wu Qianqian did not accidentally injure me. She did so intentionally, and this is substantiated by property records and surveillance footage. Furthermore, it is a matter of economic compensation, not mere reimbursement. Lastly, I would like to review your compensation proposal before making a decision." Lu, having been previously wronged by those in power, found the lawyer's ploys utterly ineffective against him. He adeptly returned the legally precarious negotiation to them, fully aware that a misstep could lead to extortion. "Mr. Lu, my client, Ms. Jiang Fan, wishes to know your desired amount for compensation," the lawyer persisted, still unwilling to propose a sum. "If you have no offer, then there is nothing to discuss. We shall address this matter in court, but until then, your client's daughter will have to remain in detention. Mr. Lu, please wait." The lawyer, sensing Lu's intent to end the call, hastily presented a lowball offer. "My client is willing to offer you 20,000 yuan for compensation, with repair costs calculated separately. What do you think?" Without allowing her to finish, Lu abruptly terminated the call. 20,000 yuan. Is she trying to insult me? Lu seethed, taking another sip of his drink. Feng was equally taken aback. Jiang Fan truly has the audacity to utter such a price. It is beyond comprehension whether to attribute this to her ignorance of monetary value or simply to her folly. "Lao Wu, what do you think should be the appropriate amount?" Lu Gu inquired about Wu Feng's opinion, intending to accept whatever figure Wu Feng proposed. Feng raised a single finger. "I concur. It should be no less than 100,000 yuan to instill some sense into that woman and her daughter." Lu Gu expressed his strong agreement. "Not enough." Feng smiled and shook his head. "Huh?" Lu Ji's mouth gaped open. "It can't be 1,000,000, can it?" Feng nodded with a grin. Jiang Fan can indeed muster that sum. A mere 100,000 yuan won't leave this woman sufficiently wounded. Feng's objective this time is to ensure she suffers a significant loss. After all, the savings in Jiang Fan's hands are far from his hard-earned wages. Even if that money were to be squandered, it would never be given to that mother and daughter. "Lao, I raise a toast to you. You possess remarkable courage. I have truly underestimated you in the past. Regardless of the amount offered to that woman, I shall take not a single cent, returning it all to you. Consider it my small act of justice." Lu Gu looked at Feng with newfound respect, his admiration for him growing deeper. At that moment, the opposing lawyer's call came through again. "Mr. Lu, my client has decided to offer you an economic compensation of 50,000 yuan. Bang! Lu Gu hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, another call arrived. This time, they offered 100,000. Lu Gu remained silent and hung up once more. After a series of tedious negotiations, the opposing party raised their offer to 300,000 Lu Gu decisively hung up again. This time, Jiang Fan could no longer contain herself. She called directly to hurl insults. What on earth do you want? My daughter merely gave you a light tap. Are you not satisfied with 300? How can you be so greedy? Lu Gu did not relent. Use this money to buy your daughter a couple of blankets in the detention center, lest she ends up sleeping next to a urinal and catches a cold in the dead of night. And with that, he hung up the phone. Chapter 14. Jiang Fan relents that old man. Jiang Fan trembled with fury as she clutched her disconnected phone. Ms. Jiang, please calm down, the lawyer urged. Is it possible to accuse him of extortion? How can he be unsatisfied with 30,000? He merely struck me. Jiang Fan was beside herself with rage. Well, that might not be feasible, the lawyer replied, his smile faltering. Legally speaking, he did not actively demand money or threaten you, which does not meet the criteria for extortion. He had encountered numerous ill-informed middle-aged women like her over the years. Then let's accuse him of staging an accident. Jiang Fan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, conjuring another potential charge. That may also not hold, the lawyer said, appearing increasingly troubled. Does he bear no responsibility at all? Jiang Fan could not swallow her indignation. Based on your account, the other party was entirely passive, merely enduring the assault without even resorting to self-defense. The lawyer nearly implied that all blame lay with Wu Qianqian. Right? Jiang Fan exclaimed, a new idea dawning upon her. Gritting her teeth, she declared, the car was smashed by my husband, the police were called by my husband, and this person is a friend of my husband. Can we accuse him of conspiracy with my husband? The lawyer felt exasperated, dealing with a middle-aged woman who was both uninformed and self-righteous. Fortunately, at that moment, Wu Qianqian's call provided a welcome distraction. Qianqian, how are you? They haven't harmed you, have they? Jiang Fan asked anxiously as she picked up her phone. Mom, they want to send me for a medical examination. And they said, boo-hoo. Wu Qianqian sobbed pitifully on the other end. What else did they say? Jiang Fan pressed, her heart racing. They also mentioned the detention center, that I have to wear a uniform, and get my hair cut, to prepare myself mentally. Boo-hoo. I don't want to go to the detention center. I don't want to get my hair cut. Wu Qianqian's emotions were in complete disarray. Don't worry, Qianqian. I will ensure you do not go in. Jiang Fan was frantic, like an ant on a hot stove. After ending the call with her daughter, she turned to the lawyer urgently. Is this true? How can they do this? My daughter is just a child. Why must she be treated like a criminal? The lawyer patiently explained, Ms. Jiang, according to relevant legal provisions, once transferred to the detention center, individuals must wear a standard uniform. But it is not the prison uniform your daughter mentioned. Additionally, she will need to have her hair cut, but it will not be shaved bald. Rather, it will be trimmed short to ear length. Jiang Fan felt her vision darken. To her, there was no substantive difference between the two. The mere thought of her daughter entering the detention center, wearing a prison uniform, and having her hair cut was unbearable. Quick, call that man again. 50,000. I refuse to believe he won't agree to settle for 50,000. The lawyer dialed a number. Mr. Liu, my client is willing to settle for 500,000, hoping that you. Before the words were fully articulated, the call was abruptly terminated. The lawyer, feeling helpless, turned to Jiang Fan. How greedy can this scoundrel be? Is he truly unwilling to accept 500,000? What a blatant act of extortion. Jiang Fan was both infuriated and frustrated, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The lawyer, at a loss for words, chose to remain silent. After all, she had only received a mere 2,000 for her consultation. She provided legal advice and facilitated communication with the opposing party. She had already been exceedingly accommodating. Why should she exert herself further? Observing the woman's obstinate demeanor, the lawyer recognized that any excessive involvement might lead to repercussions. Thus, she silently watched as Jiang Fan fumed, saying nothing. Increase it by another 100,000. He must withdraw the complaint at the police station immediately and ensure my daughter is not left with a criminal record. The thought of his daughter potentially being confined in a detention center, having her long hair shorn, compelled Jiang Fan to relent. Meanwhile, Brother Liu was enjoying drinks with Wu Feng when the lawyer's call came through again. Let us see how much they escalated this time, Lu remarked as he activated the speakerphone. Mr. Lu, my client is now willing to settle for 600,000 on the condition that... Slam! Lu ended the call with a scoff. 600,000 and still trying to impose conditions? Wu Feng chuckled silently. 2 minutes later, another call arrived. This time with an offer of 700,000. Once again, Lu hung up without a word. Old Wu, we're getting closer to that 1 million you mentioned. Lu smiled. Rest assured, Lu, Zhang Fan will deliver, Wu Feng responded, knowing well that the woman was merciless to herself but exceedingly benevolent towards her family. As anticipated, the phone rang again, this time with an offer of 800,000. Lu hung up once more. The phone rang again. 900,000 was the new figure. Lu, still unfazed, terminated the call. It seemed they were down to the final round. Laughing, he poured more wine for Wu Feng. Just then his phone rang again. This time, the response was quite prompt. However, when Lu glanced at the screen, his smile vanished. What's the matter? Wu Feng inquired. Your spouse, Lu replied, flipping the phone's screen towards him. Wu Feng chuckled lightly, quickly grasping Zhang Fan's intent. She had just offered 900,000. An additional 100,000 would likely be inconsequential, but her pride would not allow her to swallow that slight. Lu burst into laughter. If she is truly willing to part with 1 million, would I say few harsh words from her to me? He then answered the call. 1 million. Is 1 million sufficient? You deserve to live the rest of your life alone, with this money to sustain you. As expected, Zhang Fan launched into a furious tirade. Good. I'll see you at the station this afternoon. I want cash. Lu hung up the phone and turned to Wu Feng. Old Wu, you truly are a master of foresight. Wu Feng's foresight was merely a reflection of his understanding of the woman's true nature. The wine has run out. I shall fetch another bottle, he declared, rising from his seat, prompting Lu Gu to follow suit. I too shall take a moment, Lu Gu remarked as Wu Feng opened the door to the private room, only to find the service desk vacant. The waitress was nowhere to be seen. As he pondered this mystery, he noticed the young waitress, no more than 18 or 19, emerging from the opposite large room, tears streaming down her face. Her hair and complexion were drenched, her right cheek flushed, and she reeked of alcohol, as if doused in it. It seemed she had also received a slap. The head waiter was chastising her for lacking service awareness. What is the matter with you? The guest merely requested a drink, not to undress. Why are you being so coy? It's no wonder you got hit. Do you have any idea who occupies that table? They are all significant patrons. Truly, you are ungrateful. The reprimanded waitress lowered her head, remaining silent. Wu Feng furrowed his brow in response. What is it, Lao Wu? Lu Gu emerged from the restroom, noticing Wu Feng still lingering by the doorway, and approached with curiosity. Just then, the door to the opposite private room swung open. Seated around a large round table were a group of middle-aged men, each portly and reeking of alcohol, who appeared far from respectable businessmen, resembling rather a band of newly affluent construction magnates. At the center of the table sat a middle-aged man, distinguished by his glasses, dressed in a white shirt and black jacket, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with the others. What bad luck? It has to be him, Lu Gu grimaced in distaste. Who is he? Wu Feng inquired with intrigue. Sherbin, the man I mentioned, the lover of my ex-wife, Lu Gu replied through clenched teeth, filled with resentment. Chapter 15 Director. We are in for trouble. Lu, you go in first. Wu Feng understood that Lu did not wish for the other party to see him, so he instructed him to enter the room ahead. He then closed the door to the private room. Standing in the corridor, he pretended to pull out his phone and placed it against his ear, while in reality, he aimed the camera at the opposite private room and began recording. At this moment, the gathering in the opposite room was coming to a close. The sumptuous dishes on the table remained largely untouched, yet a considerable amount of liquor had been consumed. Scanning the scene, there were at least 5 or 6 bottles of Maodai, along with 2 empty boxes of Hennessy. At this time, the boisterous local bosses stood up one by one, bidding flattery-laden farewells to Sherbin. Sure, with an air of indifference, remained seated, his demeanor aloof and unresponsive. Following this, the local bosses gradually departed from the private room, with the last individual thoughtfully closing the door behind them. They passed by Wu Feng, reeking of alcohol, as they made their way downstairs to settle the bill. Judging by the joyful expressions on their faces, it was evident that the meal had achieved its intended purpose. Wu Feng lowered his phone, gazing at the tightly shut door of the opposite room, unable to suppress a sigh. Director Shi was indeed cautious, choosing to attend the banquet at noon and ensuring that he was the last to leave after everyone else had departed. "Bring a bottle of Mao Tai to my private room," Wu Feng instructed as he approached the service desk. "Certainly," the waitress replied, wiping away the remnants of tears from her face and forcing herself to cease her sobbing. She retrieved a bottle of 54-degree Fétian from the shelf behind her and proceeded to the private room. After delivering the liquor, she returned to the service desk and, noticing that Wu Feng had yet to leave, politely inquired, "Sir, is there anything else you require?" Wu Feng replied, "Let's settle the bill first." The waitress promptly made a phone call, requesting the manager to bring the bill upstairs. "Sir, the total comes to 18,000. The manager, holding the bill, said courteously. Wu Feng scanned the code to make the payment. Ding! The system has detected a transaction for personal consumption, and a tenfold cashback has been credited. Please check your account. With this 180,000 added, Wu Feng's balance had reached 10,140,000. Ding! The cashback for the host has exceeded 10 million, granting a tenfold potential card. This card allows you to choose one of the following attributes for a tenfold enhancement: lifespan, wealth, physique, charisma. Wu Feng was utterly astonished by this divine cashback system, which offered additional rewards upon accumulating a certain amount. A choice among 4 options? Wealth was the first to be dismissed by Wu Feng. Although selecting this option would instantly transform his balance into 1 billion, he believed that, with the system's tenfold cashback, reaching 1 billion was easily achievable. Charisma was also ruled out, as he had no aspirations of becoming a celebrity. What use would such elevated charm serve? Moreover, for men, it was of little consequence. The greatest allure lies in wealth, power, and status. Wu Feng has already attained one of these: longevity and vitality. However, Wu Feng finds himself in a quandary. Initially, he intended to choose the option of enhancing his lifespan tenfold, which would allow him to live for several hundred more years. But upon reflection, he realized that longevity does not equate to eternal youth. By the time he reaches old age, his bodily functions would inevitably decline, leaving him to languish in bed, suffering through centuries of existence. Even with boundless riches, such a fate could be a torment. It is far better to savor the present moment. Thus, Wu Feng ultimately resolved in his mind to select vitality. Ding! The host has chosen to enhance vitality by tenfold, resulting in synchronized enhancements of vision, hearing, smell, perception, strength, speed, endurance, explosiveness, physical condition, and resistance. In that instant, Wu Feng felt as though his body had been rejuvenated. An indescribable sensation of newfound vigor and energy coursing through him. He closed his eyes and listened intently. The sounds of vendors from several streets away reached his ears with remarkable clarity. Upon opening his eyes, he focused on the green leaves of trees dozens of meters away, where every minute detail was distinctly visible. At that moment, he heard the unmistakable sound of a chair being moved from the bakery across the street, followed by footsteps. Soon after, the door of the bakery swung open, and Sherbin emerged, carrying a bulging black briefcase, striding confidently with his gaze fixed skyward, embodying Wu Feng's stereotype of a certain type within the bureaucratic system. The young waitress, upon seeing Sherbin, instinctively recoiled and lowered her head in fear. Even before Sherbin approached, Wu Feng could already catch a strong whiff of alcohol emanating from him. Ah, he has certainly indulged quite a bit. Wu Feng descended the stairs first and saw Sherbin getting into a car outside the hotel. Just then, Lu Ji's call came through. "Old Wu, where have you gone?" As Wu Feng walked toward a shared bicycle parked by the roadside, he smiled and replied, "Lu Ge, look outside. There's a splendid show unfolding." With that, he ended the call and scanned the QR code to unlock the bike. At that moment, Sherbin, driving his car, was preparing to merge onto the main road when a shared bicycle suddenly appeared in his left front view. He slammed on the brakes, but the front of his vehicle still collided with the bike. The cyclist emerged unscathed, but the car's headlights were damaged. Damn it, Shi Bin cursed vehemently. He immediately exited the car to assess the situation and glared at the middle-aged man on the bicycle, raising his voice to intimidate. What is the matter? Can't you see while riding? Hurry up and get lost. He thought that a man in his 40s still riding a shared bike must be of little consequence. Just a mere commoner who couldn't he possibly afford to pay for the damages. He resigned himself to his misfortune. However, what he did not expect was that the man not only did not leave in gratitude, but instead stared back at him with an expression that was half smiling, half challenging. I was going straight, and you were merging. Who bears the responsibility here? Wu Feng remarked nonchalantly. Are you trying to pull a fast one? Sherbin paid no heed to Wu Feng, turning to open the door. He extracted 200 yuan notes from his briefcase and flung them at Wu Feng, exclaiming, "Get lost." In an unexpected move, Wu Feng stepped forward and slapped Sherbin across the face. The blow left Sherbin momentarily disoriented, the world around him spinning perilously. Gratefully, he managed to steady himself against the door handle, preventing a fall. You dare to strike me? Shi Bin exclaimed, clutching his face in disbelief as he regarded Wu Feng. Indeed, I do, Wu Feng retorted, delivering another slap to Sherbin. And what of it? Since joining the district bureau, it had been years since Sherbin had encountered such physical reprimand. After these two slaps, his face swelled, nearly closing his eyes, while blood streamed from his nose. You will pay for this, Sherbin vowed, trembling as he fumbled for his phone, poised to call for assistance. However, Wu Feng swiftly knocked him and his phone aside with a sharp slap. After enduring 3 slaps, Sherbin leaned against the car door, swaying precariously, his glasses having been knocked away. Wu Feng advanced once more, bending down to retrieve the phone from the ground. He dialed 122 and presented the device to Sherbin, saying, "Here, call them. Let the traffic police see whether you have any justification for driving under the influence and causing an accident." Upon seeing the number 122, Sherbin's face drained of color. The crackdown on drunk driving was severe. If caught, he would not only lose his job, but also face incarceration. Go on. Why don't you call? Wu Feng seized Sherbin by the hair, forcing his face upward. With a left slap, he exclaimed, "Weren't you just so arrogant?" Then came a right slap. Driving under the influence and causing an accident makes you feel powerful, doesn't it? A swift left slap followed. Is it because you have money that you think you're above it all? Another right slap landed. Or is it your authority that makes you feel invincible? Grabbing his hair, Wu Feng forcefully slammed Sherbin's head against the car door with a resounding thud. Your wealth and power mean nothing to me. You just crashed into me while driving drunk. Why so arrogant, you fool? A final, devastating punch struck Sherbin squarely in the face, plunging him into darkness, as he vomited the alcohol and food he had recently consumed. Chapter 16. The Buddha will bless you. Sherbin, a fitness enthusiast, often prided himself on his exceptional physical prowess among his peers. However, when confronted by Wu Feng, he found himself utterly defenseless. Were it not for the car supporting his back, he would have already collapsed to the ground. Yet, Wu Feng showed no mercy. He raised his foot and delivered a devastating kick, striking Sherbin squarely in the groin. Ouch! Sherbin howled in agony, his soul seemingly escaping his body as he emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Bent over and clutching the affected area, every pore on his body screamed out in pain. Meanwhile, Brother Liu, in the private room upstairs, bore witness to the scene. Observing the man who had once betrayed him and subsequently used his authority to undermine his company being mercilessly beaten by Wu Feng, he felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Countless nights had he dreamt of this moment, and today it had finally materialized. However, amidst his elation, Brother Liu could not shake off a sense of concern for Wu Feng, who wielded considerable power and was acquainted with many influential figures in society. Additionally, a waitress on the second floor had also witnessed the entire episode through the corridor window. According to the restaurant's policy, any physical altercation among patrons must be reported to the supervisor immediately. Yet, she remained unmoved, quietly observing the brutal punishment inflicted on the unruly customer. At the same time, she felt a deep sense of respect and gratitude towards Wu Feng for taking action. Please, stop. Sherbin finally reached his breaking point and pleaded for mercy. How much do you want? Wu Feng responded with a cold smile, recognizing Sherbin's attempt to negotiate. If he were to specify a sum, upon sobering up, Sherbin could easily turn around and accuse him of extortion. Instead, Wu Feng confidently declared, I want whatever cash you have in that bag. Unfazed by Sherbin's potential retaliation, he boldly demanded, 300,000. All of it. Sherbin, genuinely terrified, quickly opened the car door, retrieved his briefcase, and hurriedly handed over its contents to Wu Feng. To Wu Feng's surprise, the bundle of cash was substantial. Reflecting on the day's events, Wu Feng marveled at the windfall from a single lunch, a staggering 300,000. This individual was indeed more avaricious than a gluttonous rodent. Considering this generous sum, I shall let bygones be bygones, Wu Feng remarked with feigned nonchalance, curious to see if Sherbin had any further tricks up his sleeve. Thank you. I sincerely apologize for my carelessness in colliding with you. I still have money in my account. Allow me to offer you an additional 200,000. Sherbin, now exceedingly obsequious, proclaimed, his demeanor having undergone a dramatic transformation. It was merely the basic skill set of such individuals to switch between two faces so swiftly. Very well. Wu Feng was acutely aware of the ulterior motives of his counterpart. The cash left no trace, while the other party sought to facilitate a transfer that would leave a record, anticipating a return when sober to exploit his authority and have him incarcerated. Hurry and scan. Yet, Wu Feng exhibited no concern, retrieving his phone to present a QR code, simultaneously returning the other man's device. Good. Excellent. Sherbin felt a surge of delight. Convinced he had outsmarted Wu Feng, he swiftly lifted his phone to scan the code, but with his glasses knocked off and his senses muddled from the altercation, he could barely discern the text on the screen. After inputting 2 and 5 zeros, he entered his password, promptly confirming the transaction. Thank you. Wu Feng picked up the fallen glasses and personally placed them on Sherbin's face, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. The Buddha shall surely bless you. Sherbin, bewildered, promptly glanced at his phone, only to be struck by a thunderbolt of realization. The code presented was not a personal payment request, but rather a donation QR code for a Temple S merit box. Haha, next time, drive more carefully, you fool. Wu Feng laughed heartily, clutching his bulging bag, and turned to leave, leaving Sherbin frozen in shock. He had intended to extract information and leave a trace of the transaction, planning to later frame him for extortion. Instead, his scheme had utterly failed. Losing 300,000 in cash was one thing, but now 200,000 in his account had also vanished. And to make matters worse, it had been donated to a temple, linking him to superstitious practices. If the investigation team discovered this, he would surely become a cautionary tale. Losing his job would be the least of his worries. Sherbin was filled with self-loathing, wishing to slap himself for being outmaneuvered by an ordinary citizen. Now, he dared not contemplate revenge, fearing his own exposure. He wished fervently that no one would learn of today's events. Upon returning to the second floor, the waitress regarded Wu Feng with newfound respect and admiration. As he entered the room, Lu Gu hurried forth. Old Wu, you've lost your mind. How could you allow him to scan and transfer? This leaves us vulnerable. Wu Feng chuckled heartily. Lu Gu, that wasn't my payment code. It was the temple's donation code. Lu Gu paused for a moment, then erupted in laughter, admiration evident as he proclaimed, Remarkable. Truly remarkable. However, Lu Gu still felt an undercurrent of concern for Wu Feng. After all, an old adage warns against the discord between the people and the authorities. Lu Gu, let me show you something intriguing. Wu Feng displayed the video he had secretly recorded earlier, which eased Lu Gu's worries. With this leverage in hand, he felt reassured that Sherbin would not dare take any action. Just then, a call came from the police station, informing them that Jiang Fan had prepared the compensation and was ready to negotiate. Lu Gu, you should go. Take a taxi. Don't drive. Wu Feng provided a candid reminder. Of course, with Sherbin's example preceding him, Brother Lu would undoubtedly refrain from committing such a juvenile error as driving under the influence. Wu Feng exited the restaurant with him, and they parted ways at the entrance, each hailing a taxi. While in the vehicle, Wu Feng perused his contacts and reached out to a previously engaged renovation team. instructing them to bring their tools and assemble in front of the unit left by his parents. After terminating the call, his phone received a surveillance alert. Upon opening it, he discovered that his brother-in-law, Jiang Kan, had entered his study. 2 hours prior, after Jiang Fan received the call, he had descended without a word. Jiang Kan then took the opportunity to recline on the sofa and dozed off. Upon awakening and noticing that his sister, Jiang Fan, had yet to return, he began to meander about the house out of boredom, rummaging through drawers and cabinets in search of anything of value that he might pilfer. Jiang Kan first picked up a pet collar from the table, examined it for a while, and then bit into it to confirm its composition as pure gold. Delighted, he pocketed it and proceeded to try opening the doors to Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian's rooms. Finding both doors locked, he casually opened Wu Feng's study. It was precisely for this reason that Wu Feng received the alert from the study surveillance system. Watching the monitor on his phone, he found amusement in the sight of Jiang Kan, this foolish man, rummaging through his study. Wu Feng chuckled to himself, realizing that this simpleton had unwittingly come to deliver himself into trouble. Chapter 17. The Allure of Wealth. Foolish and malicious Jiang Kan entered Wu Feng's study and immediately spotted an unopened pack of Tianxia on the desk. He felt as though he had struck gold and hastily tore it open, taking a deep drag. "Damn it," he exclaimed. "That bastard Wu Feng pretends to be poor, yet smokes Tianxia while handing out Red Tower Mountain to others. What a beast!" After reclining in the chair and finishing the cigarette, Jiang Kan casually open a drawer, his eyes widening with excitement. "What is this watch?" he wondered, gazing at 2 pristine timepieces, a green submariner and a white gold submariner. Although he lacked expertise in watches, the materials and design clearly indicated their substantial value. He quickly placed them on the desk, pulled out his phone, and searched for them. No way. Rolex. The prices displayed on the website left Jiang Kan astounded. The combined worth of the 2 watches exceeded 800,000. Was Wu Feng secretly amassing wealth? Jiang Kan struggled to believe that Wu Feng could afford such expensive timepieces. Perhaps they were fakes? Despite his doubts, the captivating luster of the watches instilled a sense of uncertainty within him. What if they were genuine? Overcome by greed, Jiang Kan impulsively slipped them into his pocket and stood to leave. He never considered that Wu Feng might cause him trouble. On one hand, he habitually viewed Wu Feng as the same pathetic, timid man he had always been. On the other hand, if the watches were indeed replicas, there would be no reason for Wu Feng to confront him. If they were authentic, however, Wu Feng had purchased such luxurious items behind his sister's back, which would deter him from making a scene. In any case, he had taken them, and Jiang Kan wondered how Wu Feng could possibly retaliate against him. What evidence could he have to claim they were his? Unbeknownst to Jiang Kan, Wu Feng had already extracted and permanently saved the surveillance footage of the incident while in a taxi. After leaving the Wu residence, Jiang Kan hurried to a pawn shop, eager to have the watches appraised. To his astonishment, both were confirmed as authentic. The pawn shop informed him that if he could provide legitimate purchase invoices and payment receipts, they would buy them back at 80 of the value. Upon hearing the figure of 700,000, Jiang Kan felt overwhelmed, his breath quickening. 700,000. He had never seen such a sum in his life. However, without invoices or receipts, a staggering fortune lay just out of reach. Jiang Kan felt as if he were bleeding internally from the frustration. Fortunately, he had numerous dubious acquaintances. Through their connections, he soon found an underground dealer who offered a mere 200,000, an outrageous lowball. Yet, without the need for invoices or receipts, Jiang Kan had no choice but to agree. After receiving the money, he called upon his friends, turned off his phone, and indulged in a life of excess. Meanwhile, Wu Feng had arrived at the Old Grain and Oil Bureau. According to regulations, taxis were prohibited from entering the community. However, upon recognizing Wu Feng, the security captain, Huang Wei raised the barrier without hesitation. After all, they had grown up together in this compound, having attended the same elementary school. Although Huang Wei had not achieved the same level of success as Wu Feng and had only managed to become a security guard, he held a formal position and lived a fairly comfortable life. "Huh, old Wu, what brings you here?" Huang Wei exclaimed warmly as he stepped out of the security booth. "Old Huang, Why are you on duty today? Wu Feng replied as he opened the car door and offered Huang Wei a cigarette. Wow, look at you. Impressive, old Wu. Huang Wei remarked, surprised, as he recalled that Wu Feng had only smoked Hongta Mountain cigarettes since his marriage. After laboring for half a lifetime, one should indulge a little, Wu Feng said with a smile. Huh, old Wu, you've finally come to your senses, Huang Wei exclaimed excitedly, patting Wu Feng on the shoulder. With your high salary and great success, why live so miserably? Isn't it all just benefiting your... Suddenly realizing he had spoken out of turn, Huang Wei quickly fell silent. Wu Feng bore him no ill will, for the truth was evident to all. Come on, old Wu, let us have a couple of drinks. I still have some Wuliang that the unit distributed last month, and I haven't had the heart to open it. Huang Wei eagerly invited him. Thanks, brother, but perhaps another time. I have some matters to attend to. The workers are waiting for me downstairs. If it weren't for his pressing commitments, Wu Feng would have relished the opportunity to share a drink and reminisce with his childhood friend. Was that renovation team you called? Huang Wei asked, recalling Jiang Can. His expression visibly displeased. Ever since he moved in, he brings people over causing a ruckus until midnight. Most residents in this old building are retirees. They can't endure such disturbances. Complaints have been incessant, but Jiang Can remained obstinate, disregarding everyone. It would have been strange if Huang Wei had any fondness for him. Wu Feng did not disclose his true intentions, as there were still some loose ends to tie up. All right, you go ahead with your work, Huang Wei said, hesitating as he had heard rumors that Wu Feng had selflessly gifted this old house to his brother-in-law. Huang Wei felt it was undeserving for his childhood friend. But having reached middle age, he understood that everyone had their own struggles and burdens. Thus, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Come by for drinks when you have time, Huang Wei said, giving Wu Feng a pat on the shoulder as he watched the taxi drive in. Sigh, old Wu. Huang Wei sighed deeply to himself. The foreman of the renovation team was already downstairs, accompanied by 7 or 8 laborers. Upon alighting from his vehicle, Wu Feng dispersed a cigarette. Boss Wu, what work summons us this time? The foreman pondered, perplexed, for had not the house been completed just last month? Why then? Was there a need for further construction? Let us ascend and discuss, Wu Feng instructed, leading the group upstairs, where he inputted the password to unlock the security door. Fortuitously, Jiang Can's laziness had worked to their advantage. Wu Feng had previously requested him to change the initial password, yet he had been too indolent to do so. As the door swung open, a foul odor wafted forth. Dirty clothes and smelly socks were strewn about, and the kitchen lacked even a solitary clean dish. The workers shook their heads in dismay. Indeed, when one does not possess something, there is little appreciation for it. Wu Feng felt a twinge of regret for the original owner. Why had he expended such effort to have the place spotless during the initial renovation? You are to demolish all the renovations in this house, restoring it to its original state, and you must also dismantle all the appliances, furniture, decor, and utensils that were brought in. Wu Feng articulated the tasks at hand to the renovation team. Chapter 18. Smash. Just smash everything. Huh? Mr. Wu, this. The contractor gasped upon hearing that all the interior decorations and appliances were to be demolished. He initially thought Wu Feng was jesting. I will pay first, and you shall work afterward. Without waiting for the contractor's response, Wu Feng swiftly scanned the QR code affixed to his bill and transferred 50,000 yuan. The system promptly credited him with a cashback of 500,000 yuan. Mr. Wu, there is no need for such an amount. The contractor, upon hearing the notification of the WeChat transfer, hurriedly expressed his concern about the excess payment. Not to worry. Consider it an invitation for the brothers to enjoy a drink. I shall send you a message later to confirm that it was I who instructed you to demolish this house, so you need not fear any complications afterward. Wu Feng's generosity instantly ignited the workers' enthusiasm. They rolled up their sleeves, raised their hammers, and began to smash away with vigor. In less than half an hour, the hall and kitchen were reduced to mere shells. The brand new television, sofa, dining table, cabinets, stove, dishwasher, range hood, and refrigerator were all transformed into a heap of rubble. Mr. Wu, do you need me to call a vehicle to remove this debris? The contractor had already decided to assist Wu Feng by clearing the renovation waste at no cost. No need, let all pile up inside. There's no need for cleanup. Just focus on the demolition, Wu Feng insisted. His intention was for Jiang Fan and her brother to witness firsthand that he would rather destroy the house than gift it to them. He meant to preserve the unadulterated essence of the scene, leaving it untouched. At that moment, a call from Lu Gu came through. Wu Feng stepped aside to answer. "Old Wu, everything is settled," Lu Gu exclaimed excitedly over the phone. "You should have seen the expression on your wife, Jiang Fan's face, when she signed the settlement and made the payment. It was priceless." Wu Feng could easily imagine Jiang Fan's heartache. After all, 1 million yuan was no trivial sum. Jiang Fan must have been reluctant to part with such an amount. Yet, there was no alternative. Who could blame her for having a good daughter? Unless she was willing to watch Wu Qianqian end up in a detention center. "Old Wu, where are you now? I will come find you and bring the 1 million in cash." Lu Gu had stated from the outset that he would not take a single cent from this money. "No need, Lu Gu. This is yours to keep." Wu Feng was indifferent. To him, 1 million was merely an inconsequential figure. "That one do, Old Wu. This 1 million that Jiang Fan produced is ultimately your hard-earned money. If I take it, wouldn't I be worse than a beast? I would be no different from that wretched woman Jiang Fan." Lu Gu was resolute, insisting on delivering the money to Wu Feng. "All right, Lu Gu, I am currently occupied. Let us arrange to meet another day." Wu Feng, unable to refuse the kindness, conceded. "Okay, Old Wu, when it's convenient for you, remember to give me a call." After hanging up, Wu Feng contemplated the situation. Now that the parties had reached a settlement, Jiang Fan should be leaving the police station with Wu Qianqian and heading home. Just then, another unfamiliar call came in. "Greetings, my dear brother. This is Wang from the Computer City. I am currently waiting downstairs at your residence. May I inquire if you're home? The high-end assembled computer, which I reserved for 150,000 yesterday, has arrived. I am outside. Please head upstairs, and I shall remotely unlock the door for you. Simply place the items on the desk in the study." Wu Feng is filled with anticipation at this moment. How will the mother and daughter, who are too reluctant to spend even 348 yuan, react upon seeing this remarkable gaming computer when they return home? Please bear with the labor. I shall take my leave now. Once you're finished, kindly send me some photographs. After conveying his instructions, Wu Feng left the renovation team to continue their work and descended alone. As he passed by the security booth, he noticed that Huang Wei was absent. The on-duty guard informed him that Huang had been called back to attend to some matters. It seemed that the old plan could not come to fruition today. Thus, Wu Feng had no choice but to depart alone. He hailed a taxi by the roadside. "Where to, my friend?" the taxi driver inquired, turning to face him. "To the most luxurious hotel in the city," Wu Feng replied. He had no intention of returning home, so he needed to find a temporary place to stay. The city boasted numerous opulent hotels: the Peninsula, Shangri-La, Meridian, Qingjiang Shui Center, and Hilton, among others. Which one would you prefer? The driver, a veritable map of the city, promptly listed the top-tier luxury hotels. "Whichever is the most expensive," Wu Feng responded nonchalantly. "Then let us proceed to the Peninsula. I have heard that even the cheapest room there costs 30,000 per night." Noticing Wu Feng's lack of objection, the driver started the car, albeit with some confusion. The passenger in the back seat did not appear to be the type who could afford such extravagant accommodations. Nevertheless, he thought, as long as the fare was paid, it mattered not. Shortly after their departure, Wu Feng's phone rang, revealing a call from his mother-in-law. It is often said that one does not enter another's home unless they are akin to family. The mother-in-law, who bore the likes of Jiang Fan and Jiang Can, was indeed a unique character. Over the 20 years of Wu Feng's marriage to Jiang Fan, this woman had undoubtedly taken advantage of the Wu family in both overt and covert ways. When Wu Feng's parents were still alive, they would extend warm hospitality whenever she visited Jiang City, fearing even the slightest neglect. Upon her departure, they would meticulously prepare an array of gifts, anxious to avoid repeating past mistakes. Yet, the mother-in-law never seemed to recall any kindness, often adopting a haughty demeanor. If she left without receiving a red envelope, or if its amount did not meet her expectations, she would wear a scowl throughout her visit. Moreover, she would privately disparage Wu Feng's parents, alleging they were narrow-minded. Despite their wealth, she would criticize their frugality, suggesting that the gifts they offered were hardly more than alms to a beggar. Simultaneously, she harbored intentions of acquiring Wu Feng's ancestral home and unit property, fixated on placing them under her daughter Jiang Fan's name, with the ultimate goal of transferring them to her son Jiang Can. It was she who first proposed that Jiang Fan offer the unit from the Grain and Oil Bureau as a wedding residence for Jiang Can. Reflecting upon these events, it is truly lamentable for Wu Feng that the original owner had to part with such exorbitant sums of money squandered on this insatiable old wretch. Initially, Wu Feng had no intention of answering the call. However, his curiosity got the better of him. What could this old hag possibly want now? I am nearing the high-speed train station. Come to fetch me, his mother-in-law commanded, as per her usual custom. She showed no regard for Wu Feng's employment status or availability, never giving him a heads up. Each time, she would only call when the moment had arrived. Despite having a son and a daughter, both of whom were perpetually unemployed, she insisted that Wu Feng be the one to collect her. I am unavailable, he coldly replied. A brief silence ensued on the other end of the line, as it was evident that his mother-in-law was taken aback by this unprecedented rejection. The chill in his tone and the impatience of his refusal left her momentarily disoriented. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Once she regained her composure, her fury reached a boiling point, and she was prepared to unleash a torrent of venomous words. But then, the unmistakable sound of the call being disconnected echoed in her ears. You dare to hang up on me? She seethed, dialing back furiously. We apologize, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. It was impossible for the phone to be genuinely off. Wu Feng had merely blocked her number. Chapter 19. The mother-in-law's fury. The mother-in-law could hardly believe her eyes. Could this truly be the same feeble son-in-law she once knew? The audacity! It was precisely the stark contrast to her expectations that fueled her rage. Without hesitation, she dialed her daughter's number, intent on lodging a complaint, only to be met with the disheartening message that the phone was turned off. This was no mere technical glitch. Jiang Fan was engaged in mediation at work, a process that necessitated silence. Although the mediation had concluded and he was en route home with Wu Qianqian, his thoughts were wholly consumed with soothing her, leaving no room for the consideration of turning his phone back on. Left with no other option, the mother-in-law resorted to calling her son Jiang Can, only to find that his phone too was powered down. Unyielding in her frustration, she persisted in attempting to reach her granddaughter, Wu Qianqian, but met with the same disheartening result. What on earth was happening? Why was everyone's phone off? Seething with pent-up irritation, she had no choice but to gather her belongings and hail a taxi from the train station. In times past, each visit to Jiang City had seen her residing with Wu Feng's family, staying anywhere from 2 to 3 days, to as long as a month or more. However, ever since the unit at the old Grain and Oil Bureau was renovated, her visits to Wu Feng's home had become a rarity. It was clear she now considered the newly furnished place her son's home. This time was no different. Upon entering the taxi, she directed the driver straight to the old Grain and Oil Bureau. Unsurprisingly, the taxi was halted at the community gate. Could they not see? Raise the barrier for me. The mother-in-law lowered the window and shouted at the security guard, her demeanor decidedly abrasive. Her ire stemmed not only from her accumulated frustrations, but also from a deeply ingrained sense of superiority regarding her status. In her eyes, she was the homeowner, while the security guard was little more than a servant. Thus, she felt entitled to bark orders without a hint of civility. Consequently, the guards harbored a palpable disdain for this elderly woman. Residents of the community were primarily retired officials from the Grain and Oil Bureau, and while their ranks may not have been high, they were nonetheless respectable public servants. They were approachable and amiable, unlike this woman who appeared to have descended from some rural backwater, treating herself as though she were royalty. Community regulations dictated that vehicles not registered to homeowners were prohibited from entry, and the security guard, with an expression of indifference, remained steadfast in his duties, offering her no concessions. He lowered his head, engrossed in his phone, paying her no mind as she fumed in the taxi. Open your eyes and see clearly. I am the mother of your homeowner. With her ire boiling over, she brandished her identity as a weapon, striving to assert her authority. Humph. Even if you were the homeowner herself, you are still not permitted entry. The guard scoffed, not even bothering to look up. Where's your supervisor? I demand to file a complaint. I will certainly lodge a complaint against you. The mother-in-law was beside herself with rage. Having visited Jiang City on numerous occasions, she had never before encountered such blatant disregard. Once again, it was the disparity that incited her anger. The Wu family treated her with utmost courtesy, treating her as an esteemed guest. Moreover, each time, Wu Feng would be there to escort her. The security personnel of the old grain and oil bureau community also extended their politeness towards her. Over time, she truly began to harbor illusions, believing that her arrival in Jiangsheng was akin to a leadership inspection, deserving of respect from everyone. Thus, when she encountered a security guard who was unyielding, her fury was palpable. What is the meaning of this? At that moment, the security team leader, Huang Wei, happened to return. Hey, aren't you my son-in-law Wu Feng's classmate? Your subordinate lacks discernment and is blocking my entry. Swiftly teach him a lesson. Her mother, upon seeing Huang Wei, thought she had found an ally to vent her grievances and hastily issued commands. Unfortunately, her expectations were misguided. Perhaps she had forgotten her initial encounter with Huang Wei, where she shamelessly ridiculed him in front of Wu Feng, questioning how someone whose parents were leaders in the old grain and oil bureau could end up as a mere gatekeeper. The situation had been rather awkward then, and had it not been for Wu Feng's reputation, Huang Wei would have retaliated. What are your capabilities? How did you raise such a useless son? Is he so dependent on his sister-in-law's parents' old house for a marital home? Ah, it's you. No one is preventing your entry. It's just that this taxi cannot come in. Huang Wei replied with a cheerful demeanor, his attitude quite agreeable. However, gaining entry for the vehicle was out of the question. The mother-in-law was taken aback, not expecting that he would also disregard her face. Ma'am, this taxi has been parked here. Even if it doesn't leave, it will still incur a time charge. The taxi driver had discerned the situation and recognized that this elderly woman was nothing but trouble. To avoid complications, he proactively reminded her. The mother-in-law glanced at the meter, which was climbing higher. Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you trying to cheat me out of my money? She retorted, clearly incensed. She then tossed down 50 yuan in cash, gathering her bags as she stormed out, slamming the door with an exclamation of frustration. The driver looked at the meter and then at the 50 yuan, intending to voice a comment, but ultimately held his tongue, resigning himself to misfortune for encountering such a difficult passenger. You, arrange for 2 individuals to assist me with my luggage. The mother-in-law continued to command Huang Wei. Well, you see, we have no manpower available. Huang Wei chuckled, finding the situation amusing. You might as well manage on your own. To his surprise, the mother-in-law was quite unselective and directly requested his assistance with her baggage. It would be best if you handled it yourself. I must go to the office to submit materials and have no time. Huang Wei's expression darkened instantly as he shot her a disdainful glance before turning to leave. Hey, wait a moment. The mother-in-law attempted to call after Huang Wei, but he ignored her completely. Self-important old hag. The security guard muttered under his breath while looking at his phone, seemingly cursing an opponent in a game. However, those words stung the mother-in-law, leaving her feeling utterly uncomfortable. With no other choice, she began to haul her bags down the stairs by herself. After a strenuous ascent to the 5th floor, still lingering in the hallway, a cacophony of pounding against the wall echoed from above. The mother-in-law looked up and noticed the door ajar with the disruptive sounds emanating from within. Her expression shifted dramatically, and in a flurry, she cast aside her bags and rushed inside. Upon entering, the sight before her was nothing short of devastating. My home, she exclaimed, her heart bleeding at the sight of the ravaged interior. Enraged, she demanded, who is responsible for this? Who allowed you to destroy my house? The workers within the room abruptly ceased their activities, bewildered by the arrival of this distraught woman. None could ascertain her identity. May I ask who you are? Inquired the foreman, stepping forward. Why are you demolishing my house? The mother-in-law roared, her fury eclipsing her reason. She lunged towards him, raising her hand to strike. However, the foreman, accustomed to physical labor, was not one to be easily intimidated by an elderly woman. He swiftly grasped her wrist and admonished, "Let us discuss this calmly. If you wish to resort to violence, I shall not hold back." Chapter 20. Cast out this wretched old woman in broad daylight. You dare to demolish my home. Is there no law? The mother-in-law's teeth were clenched, her eyes ablaze with fury. "This is at the behest of the owner," the foreman retorted, shaking off the mother-in-law's grasp with precision. "Nonsense. This is my son's marital residence. It has just been renovated. How could you possibly destroy it?" The mother-in-law was resolute in her disbelief. Are you the owner's mother?" The foreman surveyed her with astonishment, as if encountering a ghost. Hadn't the owner's mother passed away long ago? Upon hearing this, the mother-in-law's head throbbed with indignation as she spat. "I am very much alive. Who dares claim I am dead? I believe your mother is the one who has departed." The foreman's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. "You old hag, mind your tongue, or I swear I will end you today." A chill ran down the mother-in-law's spine. She realized she had encountered a formidable opponent and felt a rush of trepidation, daring not to utter another word. "Boss Wu, we have an elderly woman claiming to be the owner's mother obstructing our work," the foreman said, turning to grab his phone and dial Wu Feng. "Ignore her. Continue with your work." Wu Feng deduced it was the mother-in-law causing the ruckus. "Wu Feng, so it's you." The mother-in-law stormed over, her voice laced with fury as she berated into the phone. "Have you lost your mind, sending people to tear down my son's home?" Wu Feng chuckled coldly on the line. "Your son's home? Ms. Li Feng, are you suffering from dementia? This property was allocated to my parents by their workplace. What connection does it have with your family? At the time of allocation, your son Jiang wasn't even a thought. Now you wish to seize a house that rightfully belongs to my parents? If you have the means, why not secure a home for your precious son? Where have you been all this time? Living off the fat of the land in the countryside? Or waiting for fortune to fall into your lap? Look at your son. At 30 years of age, he remains a useless bum. He is about to marry, but has yet to secure his own abode, clearly following in your footsteps." This verbal onslaught struck deep, leaving the workers stifling laughter at the exchange. The mother-in-law nearly lost her breath, on the verge of fainting. You ungrateful beast. I gave my daughter to you. Is this how you treat the elderly?" Her face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. "Then I must thank you for your immense grace. However, I do wish to inquire. If one can return goods within 7 days without reason, can I return your precious daughter?" Wu Feng refused to indulge her in her age-related moral superiority. "As long as I possess no morals, no one can bind me. Wu Feng, you shall regret this. When the time comes, begging on your knees will be futile." The mother-in-law was on the brink of losing consciousness, utterly incredulous at the situation. Is this the kind of feeble son-in-law who would utter such words? "I do not wish to wait until the moment arrives. I implore you now. I beseech you to hastily pack your belongings and exit our Wu family with your daughter." Upon uttering these words, Wu Feng abruptly terminated the call, feeling an immediate sense of liberation. This family did not deserve to be spoken to with respect. Subsequently, he contacted his old classmate, Huang Wei, sharing the essential details of the situation. "Brother, you have finally seen the light. Excellent. Truly wonderful. I have longed to persuade you. Yet I was at a loss for words." Huang Wei exclaimed with fervor on the other end of the line. "Rest assured, this matter is in my hands. I will gather a group and expel that old woman at once. Henceforth, neither she nor her son shall set foot in our community." After concluding the call, Huang Wei promptly rallied support. The security guards, who had been resting in their dormitory, eagerly rushed over upon hearing that action was to be taken against the troublesome resident of Unit 502. Accompanied by a throng of security personnel, Huang Wei arrived at Unit 502, where they indeed found the mother-in-law throwing a tantrum amid the disarray of the living room. "Do not allow the workers to continue their demolition. Toss this wretched old woman out," Huang Wei commanded. The security guards surged forward, seizing the mother-in-law by her arms and dragging her out. "What are you doing? Is this how you treat the elderly? Stop, you heartless brutes." The mother-in-law flailed her legs in protest, her voice growing hoarse from shouting. Yet she could not halt the guards as they pulled her over 100 meters until she was unceremoniously thrown out of the community gate. Her various bags and belongings were also carelessly discarded before her. "Come and see. The security is assaulting me. So many of you are bullying just one old woman," she lamented, seated on the ground, dramatically striking her palms against the earth. Residents entering and exiting the community cast her sidelong glances. There was no sympathy to be found. And Many wore expressions of satisfaction. After all, she had only resided in the community for a mere 10 days. Within that short span, she had managed to deplete the toilet paper in the community restroom, taking as much as she could, much to the dismay of the cleaning staff. She had ravaged the community's green spaces, uprooting beautiful ornamental flowers to plant cabbages, and had even unscrewed the manhole covers to use as a means to water her plants with waste, creating a foul stench and nearly causing an unfortunate child from a nearby residence to fall in. Additionally, she had rummaged through each household's garbage bins, leaving a chaotic mess, and amassed a pile of bottles and cardboard that obstructed the first-floor hallway. If anyone accidentally knocked over her collection, she would angrily pursue them with accusations. Most infuriatingly, this old woman audaciously took shoes that were left outside by residents, particularly targeting young women, claiming she had found them abandoned. It was only when the rightful owners threatened to involve the authorities that she reluctantly returned the items. She had become a figure of disdain. Now, witnessing her being expelled by the security, no one felt the slightest twinge of empathy. Everyone was still filled with joy. And yet, if you continue to shout, "I shall call the police," Huang Wei, unable to endure any longer, took out his phone, preparing to dial 110. Upon witnessing this, his mother-in-law had no choice but to rise, dragging her various bags along, grumbling as she departed. Meanwhile, Wu Feng, seated in the taxi, watched the video Huang Wei had sent and couldn't help but chuckle. The old woman had finally met her match. After a lifetime of being pampered, she had encountered someone who would not indulge her whims. Just then, the taxi arrived at its destination, the Jiangxing Peninsula Hotel. This establishment, an ultra-luxurious international hotel built along the coastline, catered exclusively to the affluent. The nightly rates were beyond the reach of the average person. Wu Feng approached the front desk. "Good day, sir." The receptionist greeted him politely. "Do you have any rooms available?" he inquired, glancing at the price list behind her. Indeed, the least expensive room was priced at $28,888, while the opulent presidential Seaview suite commanded a staggering $298,888 per night. Such figures were unfathomable to the common individual. Yet to the wealthy, they were merely a drop in the bucket. Even Wu Feng found himself reflecting on how increasingly difficult it had become for the poor to comprehend the lives of the affluent in today's society. Chapter 21. A small goal of cashback. "Excuse me, sir." The receptionist's words hung in the air, yet were abruptly interrupted. "I would like the presidential Seaview suite," Wu Feng declared, selecting the most expensive option without hesitation. He further added, "I wish to stay for a month." The receptionist was taken aback, casting several curious glances at the seemingly ordinary middle-aged man before her. Despite his unremarkable attire, he exuded an air of calm composure that was hard to overlook. Not wanting to neglect her duty, the receptionist promptly continued, "Sir, do you possess a membership card for our hotel? Utilizing it would grant you a 20% discount on your stay." "No," Wu Feng replied, shaking his head. "Would you like to apply for one now?" she inquired with enthusiasm. "No, thank you," Wu Feng gracefully declined. "Very well, sir. Since you're booking a long-term stay, we can extend the equivalent of a membership discount, bringing it down to 20% off. How does that sound?" The receptionist remained attentive, offering the best price within her authority. "There's no need. Please proceed with the original price for my check-in," Wu Feng insisted, rejecting her generous offer for the sake of the system's cashback benefits. This only deepened the receptionist's intrigue and curiosity regarding his identity. "Sir, for your request of a 30-day stay in the presidential Seaview suite, the total comes to 8,906,640 yuan. Will you be paying by card?" she announced the monthly rate. Is scanning an option?" Wu Feng posed a question that momentarily stunned her. The receptionist hesitated, quickly recovering as she presented the payment QR code. "That is acceptable, sir." Wu Feng scanned and made the full payment. His balance on the phone diminished from 10,300,000 to 1,340,000 yuan. Ding! The system notification chimed almost simultaneously in his ear. Detected a personal expenditure by the host. A tenfold cashback is in effect. Special notice. Due to the substantial cashback amount, the host is advised to change the receiving method. This cashback amounted to over 89 million yuan, rounding off to nearly a small goal. Wu Feng comprehended the system's prompt and silently opted for a bank card as the receiving method, designating the newly opened account at Jiangqing Commercial Bank from the previous day. Before long, Wu Feng received a notification on his phone indicating a change in his bank balance, reflecting an incoming sum of 89,066, 400 yuan. Sir, may I please see your identification? I will assist you in registering your check-in information and preparing the invoice. The receptionist spoke up once Wu Feng set his phone down. Certainly, Wu Feng replied, presenting his ID. Would you prefer the invoice to be addressed to a company or to an individual? She inquired. To an individual, he responded. Understood. The receptionist was now even more astonished. Initially, she presumed that this guest's apparent indifference to money stemmed from corporate reimbursement. She had never anticipated that he was spending his own funds. She handed Wu Feng the prepared invoice along with his identification. He subsequently picked up the telephone on the table. Moments later, a young and attractive attendant approached Wu Feng. Good day, Mr. Wu. I am your 24-hour personal concierge, and I shall escort you to your accommodation. Wu Feng nodded in acknowledgement as she led him into the designated VIP elevator, ascending to the hotel's top floor. Upon arrival, the concierge opened the door, bowing respectfully to invite Wu Feng inside. She then followed him into the room, introducing the amenities and services available. Welcome, Mr. Wu. Our hotel's executive lounge and restaurant are at your disposal around the clock. A private chef will tailor a variety of dishes, both Eastern and Western, to suit your palate. Should you prefer not to venture out, you may always contact me for room service. Additionally, our hotel features a gym, swimming pool, and wellness center, all accessible 24 hours a day. For your convenience, we provide a dedicated chauffeur for your transportation needs, offering either a Mercedes-Maybach or a similarly prestigious vehicle. Furthermore, we have world-class nutritionists and physicians on hand to ensure your health and well-being. As your dedicated concierge, I am here to assist you with any requests or matters you may have. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng finally comprehended why this presidential suite commanded a staggering price of 300,000 per night and why it attracted affluent guests. The unparalleled facilities and meticulous service truly justified the cost. He turned to the concierge and said, "Thank you. I would like to rest for a while." She promptly extended a golden room key card towards him, replying, "Certainly, Mr. Wu. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call the number on the card. I shall not intrude further." The concierge bowed and gracefully retreated from the room, gently closing the door behind her. Wu Feng stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the breathtaking ocean view. The beach was alive with visitors, be they spirited young men, graceful young women, families, or solitary individuals contemplating the sea. To Wu Feng, they all seemed so insignificant, mere embellishments on this grand tapestry of nature. This marked the first time he profoundly understood the phrase high above, and suddenly realized that, in the eyes of those at the pinnacle of the pyramid, the masses appeared utterly inconsequential. Before he could fully appreciate the vastness of the ocean, his phone alerted him with a notification from the home surveillance system. On the screen, Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian had just entered the foyer, returning home. Wu Qianqian's eyes were vacant, her face ashen. She was genuinely terrified. Had it not been for Jiang Fan's 1 million yuan settlement. Now, she has been stripped of her once proud long hair and handed over to the custody of the authorities. For any girl who has grown up in the comfort of privilege, this is a devastating blow to both body and spirit. Although she has narrowly escaped this tribulation, she remains in a state of shock. Jiang Fan continuously reassures her. "Qianqian, do not be afraid. It is good to be home." Suddenly, Jiang Fan notices that the study door is ajar, and there are noises emanating from within. "Jiang Qian, what are you doing in the study?" Jiang Fan initially assumes it to be his younger brother. However, emerging from the study is a stranger. "Who are you? How did you get in my house?" Jiang Fan's face reveals a mixture of surprise and fear. Wu Qianqian also appears visibly unsettled. "Good day, madam. I am here to install a computer for your husband." The computer store owner quickly introduces himself. Installing a computer? Jiang Fan hurries to the study door and peers inside. Indeed, a brand new computer sits on the desk, looking rather expensive. Before Jiang Fan can utter a word, the owner hands over the invoice, please kindly pass this to your husband. The computer has been set up, and I shall take my leave. Jiang Fan glances at the amount on the invoice. Only 500, which is not a significant concern, merely an ordinary annoyance. However, upon closer inspection, he gasps in astonishment. 15,000. What kind of ridiculous computer costs 15,000? Chapter 22. Could we not send my father to a mental institution? In the living room, Wu Qianqian was taken aback to discover that her biological father had spent a staggering 150,000 yuan on a computer. She promptly rose and made her way to the study. Mom, I have yet to use such an expensive computer myself. Wu Qianqian gazed at the new machine on the desk, her expression marred by resentment and envy. This mother-daughter duo had always behaved this way. They were lavish with their own expenditures, yet could not bear to see Wu Feng spend even a penny. Return it. We don't want this computer. Move it back and refund me. Jiang Fan demanded angrily of the computer store owner. Madam, unfortunately, it cannot be returned. As you can see, all these components have been unsealed and assembled. How can we accept a return? The store owner replied with a look of helplessness. I don't care. I absolutely refuse to accept such an extravagant purchase. You must refund me. Jiang Fan's resolve was unwavering. After all, it was a significant sum of 150,000 yuan. Madam, perhaps you could call your husband and discuss it with him? The owneress' suggestion was a decisive blow. Jiang Fan fell silent, for Wu Feng had long since blocked her. She simply could not reach him. Mom, if we can't return it, just set up in my room, Wu Qianqian interjected. No matter what, such a fine computer will never be used by that biological father of mine. He doesn't deserve it. Exactly. You must move this computer into my daughter's room immediately, Jiang Fan quickly supported. Madam, I'm afraid that won't work either, as your husband specifically instructed me to set it up in the study. The store owner implied that he would only take orders from Wu Feng. In business, he who pays is he who commands. That was only natural. Moreover, the store owner perceived the mother and daughter duo as overly aggressive, prompting him to cling even more firmly to this principle. Had he been dealing with a more amiable pair, he might have acquiesced. Madam, I have other commitments and must take my leave for now. As for the receipt, I will personally deliver it to your husband. Seizing the moment while Jiang Fan was distracted, the store owner snatched the receipt back before she could react and hurriedly exited, ignoring Jiang Fan's furious outcry. What are you doing? Come back, Jiang Fan shouted, astonished and enraged. But the man had already departed, entering the elevator. That scoundrel Wu Feng. Jiang Fan trembled with rage. To her, it was all Wu Feng's doing. Mom, where on earth did that bastard get the money to buy such an expensive computer? Wu Qianqian emerged from the study, brimming with grievances. It must be from the 200,000 yuan in his bank account. I wondered why he suddenly canceled all his bank cards yesterday. It was to withdraw this sum. Jiang Fan realized too late, her hatred for Wu Feng intensifying. What on earth is Wu Feng trying to accomplish? They smashed our car, killed our dog, and conspired with outsiders to have me imprisoned. Has he lost his mind? Wu Qianqian was seething with fury, calling out Wu Feng's name directly. Qianqian, please do not be angry. I shall take care of this matter on your behalf. Jiang Fan hurriedly reassured his daughter, fearing her distress might harm her health. How will you help me? That man has blocked us all, and we do not even know where he is hiding, living carefree. The thought of Wu Feng's actions made Wu Qianqian wish to immediately pen another scathing piece online to ruin him. Qianqian, I will have your uncle set up the computer in your room. At that moment, Jiang Fan suddenly recalled Jiang Qian. Where could he possibly be? He took out his phone to call him, only to realize it had been turned off. Once he powered it on, a flood of WeChat messages appeared, 99 notifications. Upon checking, he found they were all voice messages from his mother, Li Tsuifeng, each exceeding 50 seconds in length. Jiang Fan had no time to listen to each one and decided to set them aside for now. He then dialed his brother Jiang Qian's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Jiang Fan was perplexed. Where could his brother have gone, and why was his phone turned off? With no other options, he decided to call his mother. My daughter, I can no longer endure this old life. As soon as the call connected, his mother's wailing voice erupted on the other end. Mom? What's wrong? Who has upset you? Jiang Fan's heart raced with concern. You. Yu Haven T read a single message, "I sent you? Oh dear, I might as well be dead." His mother began her lamentation anew. "Mom, I've been busy with other matters. I just turned on my phone. Please tell me directly what has happened." Jiang Fan asked urgently. "I'm downstairs now. I'll come up shortly." His mother's tone suddenly shifted to normal. "You're in Jiangxing?" Jiang Fan was taken aback. The call abruptly dropped, likely because she had entered the elevator. "Mom, is Grandma here?" Wu Qianqian inquired as she approached. "Yes," Jiang Fan nodded and hurried to greet her at the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing his mother-in-law struggling with bags. "Mom, Grandma," Jiang Fan rushed forward to help. Wu Qianqian, however, stood still, disdainfully eyeing the dirty bags. "Qianqian," his mother-in-law groaned, embracing Wu Qianqian. "I am at my wit's end with your father." Both mother and daughter were taken aback. "What has happened to Grandpa?" Wu Qianqian asked, astonished. "Your father is nothing short of a beast." His mother-in-law spat, grinding her teeth. "Mom, let us discuss this inside." Jiang Fan placed the luggage at the entrance and came out to support his mother-in-law into the house. "That ungrateful beast, Wu Feng, had people demolish your brother's wedding house, and I caught him red-handed. Then he had me thrown out of the grain and oil bureau community. Do warn me not to set foot in the community again." Upon entering the house, my mother-in-law settled onto the sofa and began recounting the latest misdeeds of Wu Feng. Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian, mother and daughter, were utterly astounded. "I believe my father has truly lost his mind," Wu Qianqian exclaimed in a fit of rage. "Mother, not only did Wu Feng vandalize Jiang Can's wedding house, but he also destroyed our car worth over $1 million. Jiang Fan lamented. "What? He dared to bully both of you?" My mother-in-law was incredulous, for this behavior seemed utterly uncharacteristic of Wu Feng. It was well known that he had once been a devoted husband and father. "Humph, that is not all. My father even cooked gui and conspired with outsiders to have me sent to a detention center. If my mother hadn't spent $1 million to settle the matter, I would have already donned prison garb," Wu Qianqian said, crossing her arms with palpable resentment. This, Wu Feng has truly gone mad." My mother-in-law suddenly felt that, in light of her daughter and granddaughter's tribulations, her own plight seemed less severe. "Is he truly insane?" Wu Qianqian retorted. "Can we not have him committed to a mental institution?" Jiang Fan and my mother-in-law fell into a contemplative silence, each lost in thought as they weighed the feasibility of sending Wu Feng to a psychiatric facility. Chapter 23. The Conspiracy of Mother-in-Law, Wife, and Daughter Wu Feng sat comfortably on the soft sofa of the Peninsula Hotel, enjoying the gentle sea breeze that wafted through the window while sipping mineral water airlifted from the Himalayas. He observed with a sense of tranquility the 3 women in his life, his wife, mother-in-law, and daughter, wondering what schemes they were concocting to send him to a mental institution. Inside the room, the 3 women fell into a contemplative silence. Finally, the mother-in-law cautiously broke the quietude, inquiring, "Are there any other relatives in Wu Feng's family?" "Not anymore. Ever since his parents passed away, there have been virtually no relatives from his paternal side. However, it seems there are a few distant relatives from his maternal side, though they are not in Jiangcheng," Jiang Fan elaborated, revealing her understanding of the situation. "So, the Wu family is left with just Wu Feng?" The mother-in-law mused, relieved that the distant relatives on his mother's side would not cause any upheaval. "Qianqian, you should return to your room," Jiang Fan suggested, not wishing to discuss the plan of sending Wu Feng to a mental hospital in front of their daughter. "I refuse. It was my idea. Why should I be excluded? My father should have been sent to a mental institution ages ago." Qianqian, the dutiful daughter, spoke candidly. In contrast, Jiang Fan and her mother were clearly thinking along the same lines, but refrained from voicing their thoughts. Instead, they exchanged ideas in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. "Fan, do you know anyone in that field?" the mother-in-law inquired. "Mother, how could I possibly know anyone from mental institution?" Jiang Fan replied, exasperated. Suddenly, the mother-in-law had a moment of inspiration, exclaiming, "Isn't the daughter-in-law of Kinkin, a nurse in the psychiatric department?" Upon mentioning Jiang Can's girlfriend, Sumi, Jiang Fan's expression shifted slightly, as she could not reveal to her mother that her brother and his girlfriend had parted ways. Although this revelation could potentially solidify Wu Feng's case, It would also expose her brother's reckless behavior and the significant debts he had accrued. Jiang Fan was concerned that her mother could not bear such a blow and was even more worried about her brother facing undue criticism. For now, she felt compelled to keep this matter under wraps, secretly hoping that Sumi's harsh words were merely a fleeting moment of anger and that she would reconcile with Jiang Can, rendering the incident as if it had never occurred. "What is troubling you?" the mother-in-law asked, noticing Jiang Fan's distraction. "Nothing, mother. I just feel that it would be best not to involve Sumi. After all, she is not yet a formal member of the Jiang family. And being merely a psychiatric nurse, she may not be of much assistance," Jiang Fan offered, fabricating some lofty reasons to deflect. "Your point holds merit," the mother-in-law conceded. Although her mother-in-law verbally agreed, she harbored her own thoughts. Is this matter to be resolved just like that? Wu Qianqian raised her voice, displaying a determination that suggested she would not relent until Wu Feng was committed to a mental institution. "If it comes to that, I might as well divorce Wu Feng." Jiang Fan suddenly spoke up. After 20 years of marriage, she had long grown weary of Wu Feng. In truth, from the very beginning, her union with him had been one of compromise. She, a beauty, had married a man of such feeble character, akin to a flower placed in a pile of dung. "Absolutely not," the mother-in-law firmly rejected. "My dear daughter, you are mistaken. Wu Feng currently earns an annual salary of 500,000, along with bonuses amounting to 200,000 to 300,000. Furthermore, his parents' old residence in the urban village is still not in your possession. If you were to divorce him now, wouldn't that merely benefit that scoundrel?" Jiang Fan fell silent, her mind racing with calculations. Should she divorce Wu Feng at this juncture? Even if you were to willingly relinquish all claims to their assets, the only thing she could claim would be this house. Although the property was purchased by Wu Feng, it was under her name, and she would also receive 3 million in cash savings, all of which were in her name. No, it should be 2 million. Jiang Fan suddenly recalled that she had already spent 1 million in the pursuit of reconciliation. Every time she thought of this, her heart bled. Aside from the house and savings, her only remaining assets were 2 unroadworthy cars. Moreover, now that Wu Qianqian had turned 18, she could no longer compel Wu Feng to pay child support through the court. On the other hand, Wu Feng would retain a guaranteed annual salary of 500,000 post-divorce, along with the property left by his parents at the Grain and Oil Bureau and the most valuable asset of the Wu family, the old house in the urban village. Viewed from this perspective, divorcing him now would undoubtedly result in a loss. After calculating the figures, Jiang Fan felt that Wu Feng still held some value to be exploited. She could not afford to divorce him so easily. Although Jiang Fan remained silent, Wu Feng immediately discerned her thoughts. This family still harbors illusions about me? He was at a loss whether to label them foolish or greedy, as they seemed to believe he would dutifully hand over his salary and eventually bequeath them the property left by his parents. Such delusions were laughable. Given this, he decided to stoke the flames further. Wu Feng stood up and dialed the butler's number on the room card. "Please arrange for a car. I need to step out." Soon, a Mercedes Maybach awaited him at the hotel entrance. Wu Feng descended the stairs and exited the hotel, where the doorman stepped forward to open the door. The driver respectfully inquired, "Hello, Mr. Wu, where would you like to go?" "Jiangcheng Commercial Bank," Wu Feng replied with his destination. In no time, the Maybach arrived at a branch of Jiangcheng Commercial Bank. Wu Feng alighted from the vehicle. The bank's hall guide warmly welcomed him. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you today?" After all, not every customer arrives in a Maybach. The guide certainly possessed the discernment appropriate for his role. "Alone," Wu Feng replied nonchalantly. "This way, please." The guide escorted Wu Feng into the VIP lounge. Meanwhile, those waiting in the hall to process their loan applications continued to endure the lengthy queue. "Please enjoy some tea while I promptly contact the account manager," the guide said, presenting Wu Feng with a cup of hot tea. "Thank you," Wu Feng replied, patiently awaiting assistance. The guide stepped aside to make a call. "Manager Ma, could you please come to the VIP room? We have a client interested in a loan." Before long, the manager arrived, looking somewhat disheveled. Upon seeing Wu Feng for the first time, he paused momentarily, then shot a glare at the guide, internally chastising him for bringing just anyone into the VIP area. Such individuals could easily remain in the main hall to queue. Noticing the manager's apprehension, the guide leaned closer and whispered, "He stepped out of Maybach and has a dedicated driver." Chapter 24. Send it to my home. Good day, sir. May I inquire how to address you? Upon hearing that the guest had descended from a Maybach and was accompanied by a dedicated chauffeur, the bank manager's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. "My surname is Wu." Wu Feng replied coolly. "Mr. Wu, it is a pleasure to meet you," the manager said, extending his hand in a gesture of greeting. However, Wu Feng remained unmoved, prompting the manager to awkwardly retract his hand. "Mr. Wu, may I ask how much you wish to borrow?" The manager, undeterred by the perceived slight, was increasingly convinced of Wu Feng's distinguished status. "What do you believe I am capable of borrowing?" Wu Feng calmly retorted. "That would require you to provide relevant documentation, Mr. Wu, so we may assess your borrowing limit." The manager replied with a constant smile. "Is this sufficient?" Wu Feng placed the bank's savings card on the table. The manager was puzzled. Why was it a standard card? This did not quite align with the prestige of someone who arrived in a Maybach. It was only after he processed the card that he was taken aback. To his astonishment, the card revealed a staggering balance of nearly 90 million. Moreover, this was not a corporate account, but a personal one. While a net worth in the hundreds of millions might not be extraordinary, possessing nearly 100 million in liquid assets was certainly exceptional. "Mr. Wu, according to our bank's regulations, if you pledge a cash deposit, you may borrow up to 0.9 times the principal amount, which translates to 70 million. The manager informed Wu Feng after calculating the loan limit. "If I wish to borrow 2 million, how much would I need to pledge?" Wu Feng inquired further. "Do you only require a loan of 2 million? The manager, thinking he had misheard, sought clarification. "Yes, precisely 2 million, Wu Feng affirmed. "In that case, to secure a loan of 2 million, you would need to pledge 23 million in deposits." "Very well. I shall proceed with a loan of 2 million. "Certainly," the manager responded, perplexed by the fact that this client had nearly 90 million in cash, yet still chose to borrow 2 million from the bank. Wouldn't this decision incur several tens of thousands in interest? The thought processes of the wealthy were indeed beyond the comprehension of the average person. Though this transaction was not as substantial as the manager had anticipated, he dared not treat it with indifference. After all, such a client was not someone to offend. Should the client become displeased and transfer their deposits to another bank, it could jeopardize even his year-end bonus. Soon enough, Wu Feng and the manager finalized the particulars. A loan of 2 million for daily expenses, with interest and principal repayment structured as a monthly payment of 12,000 in interest, with the principal of 2 million due in a lump sum after 12 months. "Mr. Wu, please review the contract. If everything appears satisfactory, kindly sign here, and we will expedite the disbursement of funds," the manager said, presenting the contract to Wu Feng. Wu Feng affixed his signature, and the manager subsequently operated his laptop to complete the necessary procedures. Wu Feng promptly received a text message notification. "Your account has been credited with 2,000,000 yuan. Current balance is 91,006,640 yuan. Jiangxing Commercial Bank." "I have one more request," Wu Feng remarked, setting his phone down. "Please, Mr. Wu," the manager replied, a sense of anxiety gripping him, fearing he had somehow displeased the client. "Regarding the loan disbursement, I require a formal notification document, complete with your bank seal and my signature." Wu Feng calmly articulated his request. "Not a problem." The manager felt a wave of relief wash over him. Traditionally, banks would issue an official disbursement notice that required the client's signature for confirmation. However, since the loan process had been streamlined, this step had been eliminated, replaced by a mere text notification. Since the client had proactively made this request, the manager had no grounds to refuse. He swiftly instructed his department to prepare a formal loan disbursement confirmation letter. After affixing the official seal, he presented it to Wu Feng with both hands. After reviewing the document, Wu Feng signed his name and pressed his fingerprint onto the seal. "Mr. Wu, is there anything else you require?" the manager inquired earnestly. "Please send this notification document to my home," Wu Feng replied, returning the paperwork. This was, in fact, the true purpose of his visit to the bank, to inform Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian of his 2 million yuan personal loan. Certainly, we will arrange for postal delivery to your residence within 3 working days. The manager responded cautiously as he accepted the document. Wu Feng then rose and left the bank, with the manager following closely behind. Once in the car, the driver asked if they were headed back to the hotel. Wu Feng shook his head, revealing their next destination, to Shangtong Software Technology Company, Limited. Without further inquiry, the driver promptly set the navigation. With the loan finalized, Wu Feng was ready to execute the next step in his plan, resignation. To avoid drawing attention, he disembarked from the car at the roadside and proceeded to walk towards the company building. Upon entering the lobby, the receptionist was taken aback by his presence. With nearly 1,000 employees at Shangtong Software, Wu Feng did not hold a leadership position. He was merely a senior programmer. Thus, the reception staff did not recognize him. Yet, they vividly recalled that this gentleman had been carried out on a stretcher just the previous day. How could he appear perfectly fine today? Not only were the receptionists astonished, but even his colleagues in the department were equally surprised. Upon seeing Wu Feng's return, they rushed over to inquire about his health. Gratefully acknowledging their concern, Wu Feng then proceeded to knock on the supervisor's office door. "Old Wu, you're back to health." The supervisor, upon seeing Wu Feng, was taken aback, quickly rising to invite him to sit on the sofa. "Thank you, Mr. Ma. I'm feeling much better now." Wu Feng expressed his gratitude. "Old Wu, regardless of your condition, why didn't you take a few more days to rest? This afternoon, our department intended to visit you at the hospital. How is it that you have already been discharged?" The supervisor was not merely being polite. He genuinely cared for Wu Feng, as he was one of the few diligent and capable veteran employees. "Mr. Ma, I am here to resign," Wu Feng stated plainly, cutting to the chase. "Old Wu, what are you saying?" The supervisor was incredulous, as he had some understanding of Wu Feng's family circumstances. He knew that Wu Feng's relentless dedication to his work stemmed from his desire to provide for his wife and daughter. A man with such vulnerabilities would never voluntarily propose resignation. "Mr. Ma, I am resigning of my own volition. I do not wish to receive any compensation from the company. I simply hope that the HR department can process this promptly." Wu Feng reiterated his determination to resign. "Old Wu, have you found a better opportunity?" The supervisor inquired tentatively. For both personal and professional reasons, he did not want Wu Feng to leave. Of course, if Wu Feng had a superior position elsewhere, he would not insist otherwise. "No." Wu Feng shook his head. "This unexpected incident has made me realize many things. I have already lived more than half of my life, and in the time that remains, I wish to live for myself. Indeed, sincerity is the most effective strategy." Although the supervisor felt reluctant, he was profoundly moved. "Old Wu, since you have expressed yourself so clearly, I cannot force you to stay. However, rest assured, I will fight for your rightful severance pay. You shall receive every penny you deserve," the supervisor assured him earnestly. Chapter 25. The invitation for my brother-in-law's girlfriend with the assistance of his supervisor. Wu Feng swiftly completed the formalities for his resignation and was granted a severance package of 300,000 yuan. Although this amount paled in comparison to what he would have received if he had been terminated, it was nonetheless the maximum his supervisor could negotiate on his behalf. Wu Feng was generally well-liked within the company, often characterized as the amiable type. Consequently, upon learning of his departure, his colleagues came forth to bid him a heartfelt farewell. After exchanging goodbyes with his co-workers, Wu Feng stepped outside, preparing to call for a ride. At that moment, Sumi's WeChat call unexpectedly rang in. Uncertain whether his brother-in-law's fiancée, he had mistakenly dialed him. He hesitated to answer. Logically, if Sumi intended to reach out, she should have done so earlier that morning upon seeing those photographs. Why wait until now? The call persisted for over 10 seconds without any sign of being disconnected. Finally convinced that it was not a mere slip of the finger, he answered the call. "Brother-in-law, where are you?" Sumi's voice came through, laced with exhaustion and an undercurrent of sadness. "I'm outside. What is the matter?" Wu Feng replied. "Could we meet?" Sumi proposed earnestly. Allericht. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Feng acquiesced. Shortly thereafter, she sent him a location pin, directing him to a quaint tea restaurant near her workplace. Wu Feng surmised that she likely wished to discuss matters concerning her brother, Jiang Can. After receiving the address, he hailed a cab, opting not to call the hotel's dedicated driver, as he wished to avoid revealing any semblance of wealth before his impending divorce from Jiang Fan. Not long after settling into the cab, Wu Feng received a notification from his phone. His mother-in-law had just left the house, ostensibly to purchase some groceries. Half an hour later, Wu Feng arrived near Reminisce Hospital and spotted Sumi seated alone in a secluded corner of the restaurant, her thoughts seemingly adrift as she stirred her coffee. Beside her lay a brown paper bag. "Xiao Su," Wu Feng called out as he approached. "Brother-in-law, you're here," Sumi exclaimed, snapping back to reality. She hurriedly stood and pulled out a chair for him. "I can manage myself," Wu Feng insisted, not allowing her to serve him. As he reached for the chair, their hands inadvertently brushed, transforming the initial politeness into an awkward moment. "My apologies," Wu Feng quickly retracted his hand. "Please have a seat," Sumi said quietly, not pressing the matter further as she continued to draw out the chair. "Xiao Su, you brought me here to discuss Jiangcan, didn't you?" Wu Feng opened the conversation. "Yes, this morning I went to Shijing Road and broke up with Jiangcan on the spot." The expression on Sumi's face betrayed no hint of nostalgia or regret, only unmasked disdain and loathing. Wu Feng found himself at a loss for words. Yet he harbored a certain admiration for this girl who could so readily let go. After all, Jiangcan was hardly worth lamenting over. Parting ways was for the best. "Brother-in-law, I have known Jiangcan for a year. He told me he was diligently preparing for the civil service examinations. I never doubted him and wholeheartedly supported his endeavors. However, I never imagined he would use his studies as an excuse to indulge in carnal pleasures elsewhere. Had he not informed me, I would still be blissfully ignorant of his deceit. How foolish I was to have fallen for such a man." Sumi poured out her heart's anguish to Wu Feng, who, in that moment, she regarded as a trustworthy confidant. Do not be disheartened. A three-legged toad is hard to find, but there are plenty of two-legged men. Wu Feng began, attempting to console her and inadvertently eliciting a laugh from Sumi Ha. "Brother-in-law, I didn't expect you to be so humorous," she chuckled, surprised that Wu Feng could utter such words. In her memory, he was the epitome of a composed, middle-aged man. Yet this new side of him was quite delightful. "I speak nothing but the truth. You are a swan, and Jiangcan is but a toad, undeserving of you." Wu Feng's words, though blunt, unexpectedly brought joy to Sumi's heart. "Brother-in-law, thank you for your understanding. This is for you," she said, suddenly feeling a lift in her spirits as she pushed a brown paper bag across the table towards him. "What is this?" Wu Feng inquired. Curiosity piqued as he opened the bag to reveal bundles of cash. "Brother-in-law, this is the betrothal gift I am returning to you. Today, I spoke with my family about this matter, and they strongly supported my decision to break off the engagement. They retrieved the entire betrothal amount for me to return to Jiangcan." Sumi explained the situation. "Are you asking me to pass this on to Jiangcan?" Wu Feng asked, intrigued. "It is not for Jiangcan. It is to be returned to you," Sumi emphasized once more. "Why is that?" Wu Feng was perplexed by her actions. "Brother-in-law, although I have had little interaction with you, I have learned much about you and Jiangcan through him. I am fully aware that the wedding house Jiangcan prepared is actually your property, and the betrothal gifts were all funded by you. Thus, I am returning this money to you today." Sumi's stance was resolute. The money was meant for Wu Feng. "Then I shall accept it for now. To prevent any trouble from their family, I will write you a receipt. You can publicly declare that I asked for the betrothal gift back. You must not reveal to them about that family and claim that you voluntarily returned it to me. Otherwise, they will not easily let you off." Wu Feng reiterated his warning, for he was all too familiar with the nature of the Jiang mother and daughter, especially the mother-in-law, that venomous shrew. How could Sumi withstand her relentless torment? Although Sumi insisted it was unnecessary, Wu Feng nonetheless procured paper and pen, drafting a receipt that affirmed he had indeed retrieved all the betrothal gifts from Sumi brother-in-law. "Thank you. You are bearing such a heavy burden for my sake." Sumi expressed her heartfelt gratitude as she accepted the receipt. "It is no trouble at all, since you have returned the betrothal gifts. I shall provide you with this proof. Should they escalate matters to court in the future, it will be my responsibility, not yours." Wu Feng replied with an air of nonchalance. Sumi gazed at Wu Feng, unable to suppress her sincere admiration. "Brother-in-law, you are truly a good person. In that moment, she found herself inexplicably envious of her ex-boyfriend's sister. Why, with such a wonderful husband, did she not appreciate him in the slightest? What thoughts occupied the mind of that woman, blissfully unaware of her fortune? As she regarded the considerate and responsible Wu Feng before her, and recalled Jiang Can, Sumi increasingly felt that she had indeed been blind, searching for a partner in the depths of a trash bin. Chapter 26. Sumi's outburst, rebuking her mother-in-law brother-in-law. It must be quite challenging to have a brother-in-law like Jiang Can. Sumi could not help but voice her thoughts. She expressed this sentiment only partially, as what she truly wished to convey was that having a brother-in-law like Jiang Can and a wife like Jiang Fan made life rather arduous. Yet, she found herself even more perplexed by Wu Feng's unwavering dedication to supporting these siblings. They were utterly unworthy of such devotion. Her heart ached for Wu Feng, feeling that he was being undervalued. Alas, who could have foreseen my folly in marrying his sister? Wu Feng bitterly chuckled to himself. Brother-in-law, have you quarreled with Jiang Fan? Sumi inquired, her heart filled with astonishment and even a hint of delight. Could it be that Wu Feng had finally seen through the true nature of these siblings? However, before Wu Feng could respond, her phone began to ring. Glancing at the screen, Sumi hesitated, contemplating whether to answer. Who is it? Wu Feng, noticing her distress, inquired with curiosity. Ah, it's Jiang Can's mother, Sumi replied, feeling a headache coming on. Is it her? Upon hearing that it was his mother-in-law calling, Wu Feng's brow furrowed, and he added, she likely remains unaware of your breakup with Jiang Can. You should answer and see what she has to say. Sumi nodded and answered the call. Mimi, are you at work? I'm currently outside your office, and you must be hungry. I'm waiting for you at that restaurant we visited last time, hoping to discuss a few matters. Sumi was taken aback and looked towards the entrance of the restaurant. Indeed, she saw her mother-in-law entering, holding her phone aloft and taking a seat near the window. As Sumi fumbled, unsure of how to respond, Wu Feng calmly gestured towards the table across from him, nodding and mouthing the word go. All right, I'll be there shortly, Sumi replied before ending the call. Initially, she had no desire to go, nor did she wish to engage with his family again in the future. Yet, with Wu Feng encouraging her to make the trip, she relented. Brother-in-law, I will just step over for a moment, Sumi murmured. Wu Feng nodded in agreement. Sumi rose and walked towards the table. At that moment, her mother-in-law was engrossed in the menu, muttering, expensive, truly exorbitant. How can they charge $99 for a tomato pizza? It's nothing but a tomato pancake. Noticing someone approaching, she looked up, and upon seeing her daughter-in-law Sumi, her face lit up with joy. Mimi, how did you arrive so quickly? I happen to be nearby, taking care of some matters. Sumi concocted a vague excuse to placate her. Come, sit down. Today, I'm treating. Order whatever you desire, her mother-in-law urged, enthusiastically pushing Sumi into the seat across from her and presenting the menu with a warm smile. I'll have the sautéed beef roll rice bowl, Sumi said, flipping through a couple of pages and casually selecting a set meal. In truth, she was not hungry at all and felt a twinge of annoyance at this elderly woman for showing up unannounced, disrupting her conversation with Wu Feng. The mother-in-law craned her neck to glance at the menu. Goodness, this beef rice bowl cost a staggering 99 yuan. Was this beef made of gold? Mimi, beef is red meat. Consuming too much can lead to heatiness and is unhealthy. You should opt for that yellow braised chicken rice instead. It's nutritious, with both meat and vegetables. The mother-in-law quickly recommended the cheapest set meal on the same page, priced at only 29 yuan. Sumi felt a surge of disdain. How stingy. Well, what would you like to drink? Please don't hesitate. Order whatever you wish. The mother-in-law feigned generosity once more. I'll just have plain water. Sumi decided to avoid further awkwardness and ordered the complimentary option. Plain water is excellent. Very healthy, unlike those milk teas and sodas that young girls love. Drinking too much may lead to infertility in the future. The mother-in-law was thoroughly pleased, thinking, this is a woman who knows how to manage her life. Meanwhile, Sumi was rolling her eyes internally. Mimi, how has work been lately? The mother-in-law initiated small talk. It's all right, Andy. If you have something to say, please be direct. I don't have much time. I need to return to work soon. Sumi would rather tend to a psychiatric patient than sit with this old woman. Well, It's about your sister. The mother-in-law lowered her voice and glanced around cautiously. Your sister's husband has been experiencing some mental issues. Your sister, her daughter Chanqian, and I have discussed this matter previously. We all agree he should be committed to a psychiatric hospital. As a nurse, you surely know many people in this field. Could you possibly help us figure out a way to get him admitted? All of us family members are in agreement. It shouldn't be too difficult. Sumi was taken aback, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. She could never have imagined such a brazenly immoral request. A mix of anger and frustration bubbled within her. She felt like flipping the table right then and there, ready to crush this malicious old woman. And what about Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian? What was wrong with this mother-daughter duo? How could they consider sending the good man Wu Feng, who had always selflessly supported them, to a mental institution? This was utterly outrageous and despicable. The mother-in-law, noticing Su Mi's stunned silence, continued unabated. Moreover, I found out that treatment for mental health patients in this country is currently free. They won't charge us a single penny. This way, Wu Feng's salary won't be interrupted. He will continue to receive it every month. Perhaps you could leverage your connections. We family members might even receive some kind of mental health subsidy. Of course, that's not the most important part. The most crucial thing is once Wu Feng is in the hospital, that valuable old building he owns, along with the unit housing, will belong to your sister Jiang Fan. Ultimately, it will all be yours and Can's. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will ensure this happens. Jiang Fan won't dare to protest. The mother-in-law truly regards Su Mi as her daughter-in-law, revealing her malicious intentions without any reservations. With a fierce expression, Su Mi slammed her palms on the table. Unable to contain her indignation, "You must be out of your minds. I will absolutely not assist you in such a heinous act. I lack the capacity to do so." Initially, she believed this family was merely motivated by greed. Little did she know they were also capable of desiring bloodshed. What wrong did Wu Feng commit? He is such a virtuous man. Why has he become entangled with this heartless, ungrateful family? Me, how can you say such things? You are our Jiang family's daughter-in-law. You must stand by us. The mother-in-law was taken aback by Su Mi's reaction, even startled, quickly attempting to appeal to familial bonds. Who is your Jiang family's daughter-in-law? I have long since parted ways with Jiang Can. Su Mi glared fiercely at her mother-in-law. Initially, she had intended to show some respect for her elders. But now it was evident that this wicked old woman was utterly undeserving of such regard. Chapter 27. Intoxicated, Su Mi speaks her heart. What? You have broken up with Jiang Can? Why? The mother-in-law was struck with disbelief, unable to process the shocking news. Why? Why don't you ask your precious son? Su Mi rose to her feet. Staying with this elderly woman even a moment longer felt like an affront to her dignity. Don't leave just yet. We have already exchanged betrothal gifts. How can you simply announce a breakup? The mother-in-law, now revealing her true colors, shouted at Su Mi. Betrothal gifts? Were those given by your Jiang family? It was my brother-in-law who provided that. Su Mi's voice matched her opponent's, unwavering and fierce, regardless of who provided them. The question is whether you accepted them. To take the money and then wish to cancel the marriage. Truly, there is no sense of justice in that. The mother-in-law sidestepped the main issue, attempting to sway the attention of the onlookers in the restaurant, portraying Su Mi as a woman seeking to deceive. Your entire family has benefited from my brother-in-law's generosity, utilizing his resources, and now you wish to send him to a mental institution, coveting his assets. Does that truly align with any sense of morality? Su Mi did not relent, exposing the mother-in-law's family's flaws in front of the gathering crowd. The spectators gasped in surprise, whispering amongst themselves, pointing fingers at the mother-in-law. Regardless, you accepted the betrothal gifts. You are still a daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. Speaking to me in such a manner shows a lack of respect for your elders. The mother-in-law, now desperate, began to play the victim, relying on her age to shield her from accountability. I have already returned the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift to my brother-in-law. Unlike your family, I possess a sense of dignity and humanity. Although Wu Feng had repeatedly advised her to keep this matter discreet, Su Mi, fueled by her anger, could no longer hold back. You returned the money to Wu Feng? Who gave you the right to do that? That was my son's betrothal gift. The mother-in-law felt her heart shatter. She had lost her daughter-in-law, and now the money was gone as well. Whoever provided the funds, I shall return to them. It is only fair. If my brother-in-law offered the betrothal gift, why should I return it to him? Am I to marry him instead? I would be willing. I just fear that Jiang Fan would not agree. Sumi, in her fury, spoke without restraint, aiming to infuriate the elderly woman further. You shameless woman! How dare you utter such despicable words? The mother-in-law's anger nearly reached its boiling point. In a corner, Wu Feng overheard Su Mi's shocking declaration and was momentarily taken aback. However, he reminded himself that she was 20 years his junior and that her words stemmed from her current rage. Ha! No matter how shameless I may be, can I compare to your entire family's lack of shame? Sumi crossed her arms, her presence commanding. You vile creature. The Jiang family has no need for a woman like you. Return the betrothal gift. The mother-in-law realized that Sumi was never going to enter their family and now sought to force her to relinquish the gift. I shall say it once more. I have already returned the money to my brother-in-law. Sumi refused to even glance at the woman, as doing so would feel like a disservice to her own eyes. I do not believe it. Would you truly part with that 200,000 yuan? Hand over the money. The mother-in-law, projecting her own limitations onto others, believed that Sumi must also be incapable of returning the money she had received. After all, she herself could never part with her own. Open your eyes and behold, she exclaimed, revealing her brother-in-law's signature. Sumi brandished the receipt written by Wu Feng, leaving the mother-in-law momentarily stunned. She could hardly fathom that this girl had truly returned the sum of 200,000. Was there genuinely a woman in this world who could treat such a substantial amount with indifference? Suddenly, with a glint of malice in her eyes, she seized the opportunity to pounce on Sumi, snatching the note and crumpling it into a ball before swallowing it whole. You! Sumi gasped in shock, unable to comprehend the lengths to which this elderly woman would go. What a lunatic! Huh! Now you have no evidence to prove you returned the money, the mother-in-law declared triumphantly. Sumi turned to leave, wishing to sever any connection with this old hag. Trying to escape? The mother-in-law reached out, tugging at Sumi's hair. Ouch! Sumi recoiled in pain. Hearing her cry of distress, the mother-in-law felt exhilarated, ready to unleash her rural wrath upon Sumi. But just then, a steaming plate of chicken rice hurtled through the air, landing squarely on the mother-in-law's face. Ouch! She yelped, releasing Sumi's hair and frantically wiping the sauce and rice from her face, hopping on the spot in agony. Are you all right? Wu Feng approached Sumi's side. Brother-in-law, she exclaimed, relief flooding her heart upon realizing he had come to her aid. Wu Feng, it's you. The mother-in-law, her hair dripping with sauce, glared at Wu Feng with unbridled rage, poised to confront him. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself ensnared by his fierce, predatory gaze. A primal fear awakening within her, quelling her fury. In that instant, she no longer saw Wu Feng, but rather a ferocious wolf or a ruthless tiger. The mother-in-law immediately recoiled, hesitant to advance any further. Wu Feng smirked coldly. Ah, Li Tsue Feng, so you fancy consuming paper? How much do you wish to devour? I can write you as much as you desire right now. With a darkened expression, the mother-in-law fell silent, realizing that her previous efforts to swallow the note had been utterly futile, as Wu Feng could easily write another. Let us go, he said, dismissing her as he led Sumi toward the exit. The mother-in-law, seething with frustration and pent-up anger, could do nothing but watch as the two departed in unison. Are you all right? Wu Feng inquired with concern as they stepped out of the restaurant. I'm fine, Sumi replied, rubbing her eyes, her eyelids reddened. It was only in front of Wu Feng that she allowed herself to reveal the vulnerable and aggrieved side of her being. The scene that had just unfolded was an unparalleled humiliation for her. That old woman was nothing short of a lunatic. Her words ought not to be taken seriously. Wu Feng reassured her. Indeed, Sumi nodded, then boldly spoke, Brother-in-law, would you accompany me for a couple of drinks? After a moment's contemplation, Wu Feng replied, very well. Sumi's spirits were at an all-time low, desperately seeking solace in alcohol. She ushered Wu Feng into a taxi and directed the driver to a barbecue stall she frequented. They ordered an array of grilled delicacies and beer, attempting to numb themselves with food and drink. Brother-in-law, how can there be such wicked people in this world? You are undeniably a good person, yet those scoundrels wish to confine you to a mental institution, coveting your assets. You have always treated Jiang Kan's sister and your daughter with such kindness. Why would they act in such a manner? I believe it is Jiang Kan's family that ought to be committed. I was truly blind to have chosen such a loathsome man. Brother-in-law, why can't I meet someone as wonderful as you? As Sumi gradually succumbed to inebriation, her words became increasingly nonsensical. She voiced her indignation over Wu Feng's plight while reflecting on the absurdity of her own circumstances. Under the influence of alcohol, she began to unveil her innermost desires and emotions with sincerity. Chapter 28. Only able to return to the hotel ugh. Sumi, inebriated, bent over and vomited. Xiao Su. Wu Feng quickly supported her. Sister, brother-in-law, I'm so sorry. Sumi swayed her head. Are you all right? Wu Feng asked with concern. Brother-in-law, do you find me bothersome? Sumi gazed at Wu Feng with dazed eyes. You've had too much to drink. I'll help you home. Wu Feng offered to assist her. I don't want to. I want to keep drinking. Why? Why are all the men I encounter worthless? Sumi, intoxicated, resembled a child, her eyes brimming with tears. Wu Feng felt a surge of compassion. Brother-in-law, why does the world treat us this way? I can't find good people. It's because I'm not good enough myself. But you are such a good person. Why can't you find good people as well? That entire family are beasts. Sumi murmured to herself while downing 2 large glasses of beer, seemingly attempting to drown her grievances in alcohol. Xiao Su, please stop drinking, Wu Feng implored, taking the beer from the table. Brother-in-law, do you also dislike me? Sumi looked at Wu Feng with tear-filled eyes. Her intense gaze made Wu Feng feel uneasy. Indeed, a drunken person speaks without logic. How did this turn into a matter of dislike? Yet, Sumi insisted on waiting for Wu Feng's response. I don't dislike you. How could I dislike you? You've truly had too much to drink. Please stop. Wu Feng, feeling helpless, finally replied. Brother-in-law, I also. Sumi smiled brightly, but before she could finish her sentence, she finally succumbed, her head crashing onto the table. Xiao Su. No matter how Wu Feng shook or called her, she remained unresponsive. It seemed she was truly out cold. Sigh. Wu Feng exhaled, raising his head. He had no idea where this girl lived. There was no choice but to settle the bill. He then called for the hotel driver. A few minutes later, a Maybach arrived at the barbecue stand, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around. Wu Feng lifted Sumi into the car and instructed the driver to return to the hotel. At that moment, he could only temporarily take Sumi to the hotel. He certainly couldn't leave her alone by the roadside. Meanwhile, the mother-in-law returned home looking disheveled. Mom, what happened to your face? Jiang Fan exclaimed upon opening the door and seeing his mother's disarray. He was utterly bewildered. Weren't they supposed to go grocery shopping? How did she return home in such a state? It's all thanks to your wonderful husband. The mother-in-law glared, her expression darkening even further toward Jiang Fan. Wu Feng, have you seen him? Jiang Fan was even more astonished. No way, Grandma. My dad actually dared to lay a hand on you? Jiang Qianqian, equally shocked, stepped forward. He is indeed a lunatic. What does he have to fear? The fury of my mother-in-law has even cleared her decades-long nasal congestion. Mother, please explain what on earth is going on. Jiang Fan inquired eagerly. His mother-in-law recounted the entire sequence of events. Mother, I specifically told you not to seek out Sumi, didn't I? Jiang Fan lamented, feeling utterly helpless. She truly never listens to reason. Grandmother, doesn't this mean my father will find out that we intend to send him to a mental institution? My aunt will surely inform him. Wu Qianqian also expressed her concern with irritation. Are you all blaming me? The mother-in-law was seething with anger. Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian immediately fell silent, intimidated. That shameless hussy is not your aunt. The mother-in-law first directed her wrath at Wu Qianqian. Did you already know about this? She then turned her ire towards Jiang Fan. I was aware, but I thought she was merely exaggerating. I never anticipated she would actually return the betrothal gifts to Wu Feng, Jiang Fan admitted reluctantly. Then why didn't you tell me? The mother-in-law erupted in rage, feeling that had she known sooner, she would never have allowed that 200,000 to slip into Wu Feng's hands. Jiang Fan remained silent, fully aware of her mother's temperament. There was no point in arguing with her now. What on earth happened between that hussy and Jiang Can? The mother-in-law continued her interrogation. Jiang Can went to a KTV to indulge with women, and Wu Feng informed Su Mi, who caught him red-handed. Jiang Fan downplayed the matter, omitting the incident involving the 100,000 and instead shifting the blame onto Wu Feng. Is this such a trivial matter that it requires such an uproar? Is it not normal for men to seek entertainment outside? He simply didn't stay out all night. The mother-in-law entirely dismissed any notion of wrongdoing on Jiang Can's part, attributing the chaos to Su Mi's overreaction. Just then, the doorbell rang. Wu Qianqian hurried to the peephole and peered through. "It's my uncle," she announced, promptly opening the door. "Sister, what on earth has Wu Feng done? Why won't the security at the Grain and Oil Bureau community allow me to return home?" Jiang Can, reeking of alcohol, stumbled inside and was taken aback upon seeing his mother. "Mother? When did you arrive?" The mother-in-law, upon seeing her son, immediately seized the opportunity to theatrically lament. "My son, you must take me back to the countryside. I cannot endure even a single day in Jiang City. I will surely be beaten to death eventually." She cried out in despair, appearing severely victimized. What is happening?" Jiang Can was utterly bewildered, glancing at Jiang Fan, who merely shot him a cold glare. "Your brother-in-law, that beast Wu Feng, he destroyed your marital home and had the security throw me out of the community, threatening that we are not to set foot there again. He even confronted your wife, Su Mi, and demanded the return of the 200,000 betrothal gifts. Now you have lost your home, and your wife refuses to live with you. Tell me, what meaning does life hold for us, a mother and son, in Jiang City? You should hurry and take me back to the countryside. We can fend for ourselves there." The mother-in-law vividly exemplified what it means to be a skilled performer. "Wu Feng, I shall seek him out." Jiang Can, fueled by anger, turned to leave. "Come back," Jiang Fan shouted. Halting Jiang Can, "Where do you intend to go at this late hour to find someone?" He then took the mother-in-law's hand. "Mother, from now on, you shall reside here with my brother. With my presence, there will surely be no lack of comfort for you." She was acutely aware that the earlier theatrical display by her mother was ostensibly directed at Jiang Can, yet it was, in truth, a portrayal meant for her own benefit. Thus, she hastened to express her agreement. Only then did the mother-in-law feign wiping her tearless eyes in satisfaction. "Sister, where exactly is Wu Feng? I must find him tomorrow." Jiang Can remained incensed. "Not just you. I too shall seek him out tomorrow." Jiang Fan resolved to locate Wu Feng and confront him directly about the tumult his actions had wrought upon their household these past few days. "Uncle, have you purchased a car?" Wu Qianqian, who had remained silent until then, suddenly inquired, her gaze fixed curiously on the Audi emblem key in Jiang Can's hand. Chapter 29. My son has truly made something of himself. Upon Wu Qianqian's remark, Jiang Fan and her mother-in-law finally noticed the car keys in Jiang Can's possession. "Indeed, an Audi A6L. Just wait until tomorrow when your uncle takes you out for a spin." Jiang Can proudly displayed the keys in his hand. "My dear son, you have truly made something of yourself. Isn't Audi the one with the 5 rings? Last time, your uncle's son drove it back home for the new year, and it was quite the spectacle. Even your uncle's tail was lifted high in the air." His mother-in-law exclaimed joyfully, "Mom, what 5 rings? That's 4 rings. The 5 rings belong to the Olympic logo." Jiang Can retorted with exuberance. Come, come, come. Hurry and take me to see it." His mother-in-law urged eagerly. "Wait a moment. Jiang Can, where did you get the money to buy a car?" Jiang Fan asked, furrowing her brow. She was well aware of her brother's financial situation. How could he possibly afford an Audi A6L? "Sis, don't underestimate me. It's just a 500,000 yuan Audi A6. Take a look for yourself." Jiang Can proudly produced the purchase contract, handing it over to Jiang Fan with satisfaction. Upon glancing at the document, Jiang Fan confirmed it was indeed a purchase, not a lease, nor was it stolen or obtained through illicit means. The contract indicated that Jiang Can had put down a 150,000 yuan deposit, financed over 5 years, to acquire this fully equipped Audi A6L with monthly payments of 500 yuan. "My son, you have truly accomplished something. This car is genuinely yours. His mother-in-law's heart swelled with joy upon seeing the contract. Where did you get the 150,000 yuan for the down payment? Jiang Fan pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. Just that morning, this brother of hers had been detained for a 100,000 yuan debt at the club, needing to secure his own release. How had he suddenly acquired the funds for a new car? Sis, I have hands and feet. Why couldn't I earn that 150,000 yuan? Jiang Fan replied, rolling his eyes in irritation. Jiang Fan, what is wrong with you? Your brother just bought a new car, and you're interrogating him like a criminal. His mother-in-law defended her son. All right, I want to question where the down payment came from, but how do you plan to repay the monthly loan of over 500 yuan? Jiang Fan, genuinely worried, concerned about Jiang Fan's ability to manage the payments. Have you forgotten your role as an elder sister? If your brother cannot repay, aren't you supposed to lend a hand? If he has short on cash, are you also out of funds? This time, his mother-in-law spoke up before Jiang Fan could respond. Jiang Fan found herself at a loss for words. In my opinion, as an elder sister, you should have bought your brother a car long ago. Nevertheless, it is commendable that Fan has achieved this on his own. His mother-in-law's admiration for her son grew with each passing moment, filling her with delight. Honestly, it's for the best that he parted ways with that Sumi. She is just a little nurse. How could she be worthy of our Fan? Our son now belongs to the realm of the Four Rings. His mother-in-law's pride swelled, believing Sumi was no longer a suitable match for her son. Mother, you're indeed correct. That wretched woman, Sumi, has been stringing me along for nearly a year, refusing even the slightest touch. The marital home is ready, yet she remains obstinately unwilling to move in. What is she pretending for? Now she returns, begging for reconciliation, but I refuse to acknowledge her. After purchasing an Audi A6, Jiang Fan is brimming with confidence, feeling as though he stands above all others. Come on, son, let us quickly admire your new car with its 4 rings. His mother-in-law eagerly urges him to leave. Mother, are you truly going to repay uncle's loan? Wu Qianqian suddenly inquires with a hint of jealousy. Qianqian, you must understand, your uncle is my own brother. I cannot disregard him. Jiang Fan's heart tightened, fearing his daughter might be displeased. He hastened to reason with her, hoping she would comprehend. However, Jiang Fan's assumptions were entirely misplaced. Mother, I have no objections to you repaying uncle's loan or even buying him a new car. But now that my car has been destroyed by father, you must buy me a new one, and it must cost more than the Audi A6. Wu Qianqian boldly revealed her true intentions. She has been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood, never lacking in finances and possessing little understanding of money. In her perspective, how her mother allocates household funds is entirely justified. Her father, however, is simply out of the question. She merely envies her uncle's new vehicle and desires one of her own, one that is even better. As for whether her mother supports her uncle, she is utterly indifferent, confident that her father's endless wealth will suffice. Very well, I shall buy it for you in a couple of days. Jiang Fan sighed in relief, having made a promise. Really? I'm tired of the BMW Z4. This time, I want a Porsche 718. Wu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, demanding a price tag exceeding 600,000 for the entry-level supercar. At the Peninsula Hotel, the beach under the night sky sheds the noise of the day. The ocean's hue, illuminated by the stars, appears even more profound. Wu Feng, freshly bathed and donned in a white robe, stands before the floor-to-ceiling window, feeling the sea breeze. Brother-in-law, from the grand bed behind him, murmurs from a dream escape. Wu Feng turns back to cover Sumi, who is lost in slumber, and quietly closes the door as he departs. He settles into the living room, seated upon the sofa. The hour is still early. Slumber eludes him. He thus reaches for his phone, opening a certain app to pass the time. Unfortunately, the recommended live stream features a woman he finds particularly detestable, Chunlin. In this frame, she appears as an intellectual, yet in reality, she is Jiang Fan's close friend, a former classmate from their college days 20 years ago. However, online, she presents herself as a PhD in emotional studies from an Ivy League institution abroad, leveraging her polished persona and striking appearance to become a renowned influencer with over 2 million followers. cloaked in the guise of emotional advice. The scene unfolds within various PUA live streams, where men incessantly bombard women with extreme rhetoric. According to her, men ought to toil relentlessly, while women should relish their rights without bearing any responsibilities. Such absurd proclamations are, regrettably, met with considerable adulation. Feng, feeling disheartened, is about to navigate away from the stream when this woman, unabashedly, utters a remark that ignites his ire. I am aware that many men harbor disdain for me. As I expose their vulnerabilities, I derive pleasure from their animosity, knowing they clandestinely tune in to my live stream, unable to resist my presence. Following this, Qinlin embarks on her customary routine of live collaborations and competitions, which is undeniably her swiftest method of generating revenue aside from selling products. Oh, is that so? Such confidence. Feng muses with a faint smile. He swiftly deposits 500,000 into his account. This particular account, originally a zero-spending entity, now astonishingly boasts a staggering 5 million virtual currency known as sound waves, which can be utilized to purchase gifts for streamers, with a conversion rate of 1 yuan equating to 10 sound waves. Simultaneously, a refund of 5 million is credited to Feng's bank account. Chapter 30. Qinlin's misfortune at this moment. Qinlin's livestream boasted an audience of over 300 viewers. The second and third rank patrons had already arrived. In this round of PK, she was matched against a middle-aged man selling roasted sweet potatoes on the street. The man had a modest following, with only around 30 viewers in his livestream. As he roasted sweet potatoes, his young daughter was busily doing her homework at a nearby table. The sweet potato vendor was quite pleased to be matched against a popular streamer with millions of followers and politely greeted Qinlin. However, her condescending demeanor was rather off-putting. She proposed the rules for the PK. If she lost, she would convert the total accumulated sound wave value into cash to buy the vendor a pound of sweet potatoes. Conversely, if he lost, he would have to lie on the ground and bark like a dog. While it seemed that the vendor stood to gain more, the reality was that Qinlin was virtually guaranteed to win, given the vast disparity in followers and viewers. As the PK progressed, Qinlin, under the guise of emotional analysis, continuously ridiculed the vendor and his daughter, making disparaging remarks about the impoverished. Yet, the more she belittled them, the more her viewers fervently showered her with gifts. After all, her audience consisted either of extreme misogynists or sycophantic admirers. As the PK neared its conclusion, Qinlin had amassed nearly 30,000 in sound waves, translating to 3,000 in cash, from which half would be deducted by the platform, leaving her with 500. In stark contrast, the sweet potato vendor had only gathered a meager few hundred sound waves. Furthermore, a wave of Qinlin's fans had invaded the vendor's stream, bombarding him with a barrage of foul insults akin to a locust swarm. Just as Qinlin reveled in her short-lived triumph of earning 500 in mere minutes, Feng made his move. Suddenly, the vendor's live stream erupted with 10 enormous special effects. Spring comes, autumn goes gift carnival 10. These 10 extravagant gifts, each worth 3,000, propelled the vendor's sound wave value to an astonishing 300,000, overwhelming Qinlin by a tenfold margin. Qinlin was left speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief. The sweet potato vendor, overwhelmed with excitement, expressed his gratitude. At this point, Qinlin was in a complete panic, her composure faltering as she began to tremble. She had previously vowed that should the vendor win the PK, she would use the total accumulated sound wave value to purchase a pound of sweet potatoes for him. According to this arrangement, the total sound wave value had reached 330,000, which equated to a staggering 33,000 in cash. This meant that Qinlin would have to spend 33,000 to buy a single pound of sweet potatoes. Initially, Qinlin had never anticipated losing, which was why she proposed such terms. Yet, unbeknownst to her, hidden among the vendor's fans was a super-rich benefactor who unleashed a flurry of 10 carnivals. Who could withstand such a blow? Qinlin was resolute in her refusal to incur a loss of 30,000, handing over a fortune to a man selling sweet potatoes online. Fortunately, there remained but 1 minute left in the PK. She hurriedly faced the camera, lamenting in a pitiful manner. This tactic proved effective, as female fans in the live stream generously opened their wallets, 10 yuan from one, 10 from another. Although the amounts were modest, the sheer number of supporters accumulated to a substantial sum. Furthermore, Chun Lin's loyal followers, ranked second and third on the leaderboard, also stepped up, sending several extravagant gifts. In the final 10 seconds, they finally elevated the live stream's sound wave value to 350,000, surpassing Uncle Sweet Potato by an additional 50,000. Just as Chun Lin let out a sigh of relief, Wu Feng struck again, this time directly donating 20 extravagant gifts. Amidst the dazzling full-screen effects, the countdown concluded, and the sound wave figure solidified at 350,000 to 900,000. In the last minute, Chun Lin resorted to cuteness and tears, rallying the generosity of over 500 fans and her wealthy supporters to bridge the gap. Yet, with a mere flick of Wu Feng's fingers, their hard-earned efforts were effortlessly reduced to ashes. Uncle Sweet Potato remained entranced by the unexpected generosity, struggling to regain his composure. A sound wave of 900,000 translated to 90,000 yuan, and after deducting the platform share, he was left with 45,000. This amount represented nearly a year's worth of income from selling sweet potatoes. However, the delightful surprise was far from over. According to the rules set by Chun Lin herself, the total sound waves amounted to 250,000, equating to 125,000 yuan. This meant that Chun Lin would need to spend 125,000 yuan to purchase a single pound of sweet potatoes from Uncle. In front of the camera, Chun Lin completely broke down. She was utterly perplexed as to where this extravagant benefactor had emerged from, causing her such significant loss. Regret washed over her. Had she known better, she would not have rallied her loyal fans to chase the score difference, which would have minimized her losses to merely 30,000 instead of the current 120,000. Chun Lin's heart ached, but accepting the consequences of her gamble was the only option. If she defaulted, her reputation would crumble, and future earnings would be jeopardized. To preserve her livelihood, Chun Lin reluctantly picked up her phone and transferred 125,000 yuan through Uncle Sweet Potato's QR code. After Wu Feng spent 900,000 in sound waves, his account level skyrocketed from level 0 to level 41. Simultaneously, many curious onlookers and even Chun Lin's detractors began to follow Wu Feng. Within mere minutes, he garnered hundreds of new fans. Even Chun Lin resorted to using a secondary account to add Wu Feng, a common tactic among streamers to attract wealthy patrons from others' lists to their own streams. Though she portrayed herself as an independent woman, a highly educated emotional doctor, and a champion of women's rights, her demeanor shifted to one of extreme flattery in the presence of Wu Feng, a super-rich patron who casually donated 30 extravagant gifts. Yet, Wu Feng remained indifferent, choosing not to respond, fully aware of the situation. This repugnant woman, how she once conspired with Jiang Fan, is beyond comprehension. Observing Chun Lin's dismay and financial loss, Wu Feng felt a surge of satisfaction within. Chun Lin, who had yet to receive a response from the enigmatic wealthy brother, felt a pang of disappointment in her heart. Nevertheless, she rallied her spirits to continue her live broadcast, for she had just incurred significant expenses and was determined to recoup her losses. In the second round of the PK, Chun Lin was matched against a rival talent streamer of equal caliber, a charming girl named Xiao Wuxishi. With a sweet voice, enchanting songs, and dance skills, she boasted over 2 million followers, with more than 500 viewers in her live room. However, it was the way she sweetly addressed Chun Lin as Annie that completely disarmed her. Chun Lin had a few hundred more fans, and according to the customary rules, she held the privilege to establish the PK regulations. Chun Lin proposed that if she lost, she would sing in the live room, while if her opponent lost, she would have to turn off the beauty filters and remove her makeup live. Yet, her opponent was no novice and did not indulge Chun Lin's demands. Auntie, that's not fair. Unless, of course, you agree to sing the chorus of Little Chicken if you lose. Wu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl knew how to play the game. She recognized Chun Lin's ulterior motives and countered with a brilliant retort. Chapter 31. The Magnate Strikes. A dimensional assault upon hearing the other party refer to her as Annie once more. Chun Lin felt a surge of indignation within her. Yet, before the thousands of viewers in both live streams, she resolved to maintain an air of grace and magnanimity. Oh dear, I must confess, I have never heard that song before. Xiao Wu Cc, with a playful smile, replied, "No worries, it's quite easy to sing. I will play the original track for you, and you can follow along." After a moment of contemplation, Chun Lin recognized that she was evenly matched with her opponent. The more competitive they became, the more their fans would fervently shower them with gifts. Moreover, if she were to withdraw now, it would signal weakness, allowing her adversary to claim victory without contest. This would be detrimental to her persona and public image. After all, losing merely entailed singing a single song, although she had indeed never heard it. The title suggested it might be a children's song, likely not too challenging. Thus, Chun Lin acquiesced. "Very well, let us proceed as such." Xiao Wu Cc inquired, "Who shall perform first?" With a smile concealing her cunning intent, Chun Lin replied, "You go first." Those who engage in PK battles are acutely aware that the later one performs, the greater the advantage they possess. Xiao Wu Cc, unfazed, responded, "All right then. I will start with a rendition of Jile Jing 2. She initiated the accompaniment and rose to her feet, singing and dancing. The infectious melody of Jile Jing 2 ignited the atmosphere of the live stream, prompting her loyal fans to shower her with gifts. Upon concluding her performance, she garnered an astonishing 100,000 audio waves. Meanwhile, although Chun Lin remained inactive, she amassed 80,000 waves, likely as a consolation from her devoted followers and ranking supporters for her previous PK loss. Now it was Chun Lin's turn. As always, she maintained a lofty demeanor, scrutinizing Xiao Wu Cc with pointed commentary. Under the guise of emotional exploration, she relentlessly probed into Xiao Wu Cc's emotional history, attempting to unravel her persona. The tension between the two was palpable, with both fan bases on edge. Yet, this rivalry only fueled a surge in audio waves for both live streams. In the final 30 seconds of the PK, Chun Lin's stream had accumulated 150,000 waves, albeit still trailing Xiao Wu Cc's 180,000. At that moment, Chun Lin's top-tier supporter, her most devoted admirer, made an entrance. Upon joining, this individual showcased remarkable prowess, immediately contributing 10 carnival gifts, propelling Chun Lin's audio waves to 450,000, creating a significant gap between her and Xiao Wu Cc. Observing the countdown dwindling to merely 20 seconds, Chun Lin felt elated. However, she offered only a lukewarm acknowledgement of gratitude to her top supporter, fully aware that this affluent gentleman relished her aloof demeanor and indifference. On the other hand, in Xiao Wu Cc's livestream, while there were no particularly formidable wealthy patrons, her loyal fans exhibited impressive spending habits. In the ensuing 10 seconds, aided by hundreds of supporters, each contributing a sports car-like gift valued at approximately 200 yuan, the gap between Chun Lin and her rival was swiftly closed. With only 10 seconds remaining in the PK, the sound wave stood at 480,000 to 520,000. Suddenly, Chun Lin's live stream was illuminated by spectacular effects. The top supporter, the ardent admirer, unleashed 10 carnival gifts in a furious display. The sound wave surged to 780,000 against 550,000. Chun Lin was on the verge of leaping from her seat in sheer joy. With just 5 seconds left, victory seemed assured. Chun Lin was overwhelmed with elation, while Xiao Wu Cic's face reflected regret, as if she had already resigned herself to defeat. However, in the next moment, Wu Feng's timed nuclear weapon activated. Xiao Wu Cic's live stream erupted with astonishing effects. Enormous whales leapt across the screen in a breathtaking display. In comparison, the carnival effects appeared rudimentary, almost childlike. Thousands of viewers in both live streams were in a frenzy. Wow, 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 a giant whale. It's a giant whale. I've been lurking for 10 years, never commenting, and this giant whale has pulled me out of hiding. A wealthy patron has appeared. There must be a whale. Quickly make a wish. As a newcomer who has only watched for 2 years, can anyone explain what this rare gift is? Me too. After 5 years, I've never seen such a stunning gift. What on earth is this? Brothers, this is a mysterious gift that only level 60 and above patrons, or those who recharge over 500,000 at once, can purchase Kunping Wanjing. Each costs 160,000 sound waves, equivalent to 16,000 yuan. Meanwhile, bold and enlarged text on the central screen was broadcasted to all live streams on the platform. User Spring goes, Autumn comes Senshao Wuxi Shikuanpeng Wanjing 10. This was a privilege reserved for the affluent. Countless small streamers and viewers flocked to witness this spectacle in the current live stream. The total online audience for both streams surpassed 100,000. Wu Feng's backend refreshes showed 99 messages every second. Numerous small streamers requested to add him as a friend and sent private messages. Countless viewers clicked to follow. The backend was flooded with likes, shouts of daddy, and inquiries about whether the wealthy patron needed any trinkets. Ultimately, the sound waves for this PK culminated at 800,000 to 200,000. Xiao Wu Shishi emerged victorious with an overwhelming advantage. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. A special thanks to Brother Spring goes, Autumn comes. Xiao Wu Shishi shed tears before the camera, expressing her gratitude to her loyal fans, particularly to Wu Feng, the unexpected benefactor, declaring her affection. Brother Spring goes, Autumn comes, I love you. As for Lin, she was left in stunned silence. In a matter of seconds, her emotions transitioned from elation to despair. Spring goes, Autumn comes. How could it be him again? Lin was consumed by a whirlwind of frustration. The victory, which had seemed so assured, was unexpectedly overturned. Yet, this was merely the beginning. When the time for punishment arrived, Lin was taken aback upon hearing the song Little Chicken performed by Xiao Wuxishi. She was rendered utterly speechless, her mind a blank. Was this truly a song? The chorus sounded nothing more than a cacophony of clucking hens. Lin found it hard to believe such an absurd tune existed. She now stood at a crossroads. Refusing the punishment would inevitably lead to the collapse of her carefully crafted persona. Conversely, succumbing to the penalty meant mimicking a hen in front of her devoted fans, which would also spell disaster for her image. Lin's mind was a tangled mess. To make matters worse, Xiao Wuxishi was relentless, urging her to sing. After all, it was Lin herself who had introduced the rules with a malicious twist. It was no wonder others reveled in her misfortune. At that moment, Wu Feng watched Lin with a smile, eager to see how she would navigate this predicament. Ultimately, after much deliberation, she chose to sing the chorus of Little Chicken. Regardless, her persona was already in shambles. If she refused to play along, she would likely face penalties from the platform, possibly losing her account altogether. Dressed elegantly, with a refined makeup look that emphasized her intellectual and sophisticated image, Lin reluctantly clucked goo goo day into the camera, facing over 100,000 online viewers. The stark contrast of the situation elicited uproarious laughter from onlookers and her loyal fans in Xiao Wushishi's livestream. Meanwhile, Lin felt as though she had suffered a crushing defeat, humiliated in front of her audience, who promptly dispersed. The 3 prominent admirers, the top supporters, were the first to express their disappointment by unfollowing her. Lin watched helplessly as her follower count and viewer numbers plummeted. Yet she had no choice but to continue the clucking. The humiliation was unbearable, akin to a public execution. She wished she could vanish into a crack in the ground. As soon as the punishment time ended, Lin swiftly shut down the live stream without a moment's hesitation, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards that insufferable spring day. Meanwhile, Wu Feng, having witnessed the entire spectacle, reveled in the sheer delight of it all. Chapter 32. A morning at the hotel, awkward awakening amidst the overwhelming deluge of messages backstage. One particular notification caught Wu Feng's attention. System alert. User Xiao Wuxishi has requested to add you as a friend. Wu Feng clicked to accept, and shortly thereafter, a message arrived from her. Big brother, I truly adore you. accompanied by a flurry of heart emojis. Wu Feng could sense her excitement through the screen. No need to mind it, he replied nonchalantly with 4 words, as this charming girl was merely a tool to vex Lin. Big brother, what song would you like to hear? What dance would you like to see? I can perform it live for you. If I don't know how, I'm willing to learn. Xiao Wu Shishi unabashedly expressed her admiration and devotion towards Wu Feng. No need, to be honest. Wu Feng had little interest in the singing and dancing antics of attractive streamers. Do you play games, big brother? May I team up with you? Xiao Wu Shishi continued her attempts to ingratiate herself. I do, but I'm currently unavailable. Wu Feng was not intentionally keeping her hanging. He was genuinely occupied. Big brother, is there anything you would like me to do? It was evident that having received such a lavish gift from Wu Feng, she felt a sense of obligation and was determined to reciprocate. If I asked you to come offline to sing and dance for me, would you be willing? Wu Feng jested. The response was a series of ellipses, followed by a prolonged silence. Just when Wu Feng thought she had retreated, she surprisingly sent 4 words. When would that be? This caught Wu Feng off guard. However, he did not dismiss her outright, and simply replied with 5 words, when the opportunity arises. Xiao Wu Shishi quickly responded, okay, but please inform me a day or 2 in advance, as I might have classes. Wu Feng replied with a simple acknowledgement and ceased the conversation. He opened his account and noticed he still had 2.5 million virtual currency remaining. He randomly refreshed the live streams. Upon finding a pleasing one, he sent sports cars and rockets. For those that impressed him, he bestowed castles and carnivals. It took a full 2 hours to exhaust the 2.5 million currency, during which he left tips in over 200 streams, garnering thousands of fans and fellow streamers who affectionately called him Big Brother and Daddy. Only when the last currency was spent did Wu Feng finally close his phone and yawn. It was nearing midnight, just as he was preparing to retire for the night. The platform's official customer service called. The voice on the other end was that of a sweet girl. Hello, Mr. Wu. I am your dedicated customer service representative. How was your experience on our platform? Is there anything we could improve upon? Given that Wu Feng had spent 500,000 that evening, such personalized service was not surprising. I think it's quite good, but there is one aspect that needs improvement, Wu Feng replied candidly. Please, Mr. Wu, do tell. The dedicated customer service representative took the matter quite seriously. However, the recharge limit imposed on them was rather constraining, allowing only a single transaction of 50,000 yuan, which was somewhat exhausting. After a brief moment of silence, seemingly caught off guard by this issue, Mr. Wu expressed his apologies and promptly offered to upgrade the account, raising the single recharge limit to 500,000 yuan. Is the single recharge limit set at 500,000 yuan? That still feels insufficient. Mr. Wu insisted. What amount do you deem appropriate? The representative inquired. 5 million, came Mr. Wu's bold reply. Another short silence ensued, as the representative appeared taken aback by Mr. Wu's audacity. I apologize, Mr. Wu, but due to banking regulations, the maximum single transaction on online platforms cannot exceed 1 million. Then let it be 1 million, Mr. Wu conceded, feeling that while it was still somewhat inadequate, it would suffice for his needs. After all, he could always make multiple transactions. Very well, Mr. Wu. We have activated this for you. Is there anything else we can assist you with? Oh, indeed. Please print out the detailed transaction statement of my expenditures from tonight. Affix the official seal and send it to me. Certainly, Mr. Wu. Could you please provide your address? Jiangsheng, Pubai District, Wangjiang Garden, Building, Apartment 2808. Mr. Wu relayed his home address to the representative. Understood, Mr. Wu. We will arrange for delivery immediately, and you should receive it by tomorrow at the earliest. That works. Mr. Wu calculated that this statement, along with the bank's loan notification, would wield sufficient influence over Jiang Fan. Is there anything else, Mr. Wu? The representative asked. No, that will be all. Very well. I shall not disturb your rest any further. Goodbye. Goodbye. Mr. Wu ended the call and reclined on the sofa to rest. The following morning, Sumi awoke and sat up, her hangover rendering her head heavy and sluggish. It took her quite some time to regain her composure. Gradually, fragmented memories began to resurface. She recalled spending the previous evening drinking with Mr. Wu at a barbecue stall, inadvertently drinking too much and vomiting. not to mention uttering a plethora of nonsensical remarks. The details that followed eluded her memory. How could I have behaved so disgracefully in front of my brother-in-law? Blabbering so much foolishness? How am I to face anyone now? As these thoughts flooded her mind, Sumi felt an overwhelming surge of embarrassment. It was utterly humiliating. She clasped her head with her hands, wishing fervently to vanish into a crack in the ground. Suddenly, she froze in shock. To her astonishment, she realized that apart from a white nightgown, she was completely unclothed beneath it. Even more alarming was the fact that she had no recollection of owning such a nightgown. Where on earth am I? Sumi finally grasped that she was neither at home nor in her own bedroom. She lifted her gaze and surveyed her surroundings. The room exuded opulence, with a vast, bright floor-to-ceiling window revealing an expansive ocean beyond. I am in a hotel. Sumi finally comprehended her predicament, her face flushing crimson. She appeared to comprehend who had brought her to this place, who had replaced her soiled garments, cleansed her of the vomit adorning her body, and adorned her with a fresh bathrobe. Sumi's face radiated heat, akin to a searing iron, flushed and warm. Her heart was a tangled mass of emotions: surprise, embarrassment, confusion, fear, but devoid of anger, thankfully. Presently, she found herself alone in the room. Wu Feng was absent. Sumi contemplated a hasty retreat, for she was uncertain how to confront him and thus intended to evade the situation. However, she was dismayed to discover that her clothes were nowhere to be found. Not by the bed, not in the wardrobe, not even in the bathroom. Sumi felt a profound sense of despair, pondering the whereabouts of her attire. With no other recourse, she tiptoed to the door and gently cracked it open, expecting to find herself in the hotel corridor. To her astonishment, she was greeted by an opulent living room. It dawned on her that she was in a luxurious hotel suite. Sumi cautiously stepped out, but after only a few strides, she heard the sound of water from a shower. Following the sound, she glanced up to see a partially concealed bathing area on the terrace facing the sea, shrouded in steam, where a figure could be faintly discerned showering. Sumi's anxiety escalated. She had anticipated Wu Feng's presence. He was merely bathing outside. All she wished was to escape this place without encountering him. Just then, the doorbell rang, causing Sumi to freeze momentarily. Before she could react, the door swung open, revealing a beautiful housekeeper pushing a service cart. A wave of dread washed over Sumi. There was no escaping now. Chapter 33. Overly attentive service. Good morning, Miss Sue. Did you rest well last night? The beautiful housekeeper greeted Sumi with enthusiasm. Well, Sumi replied with a stiff smile. Miss Sue, here are your clothes. I have washed and ironed them for you, the beautiful housekeeper said, presenting a neatly stacked pile of garments from the service cart. Thank you. Sumi quickly accepted the clothes with both hands. Miss Sue, you were quite unconscious last night. It was Mr. Wu who brought you back and asked me to give you a bath and change you into a nightgown, ensuring you rested alone in the master bedroom. The beautiful housekeeper explained, noticing Sumi's gloomy expression and sensing the need for clarification. Ah, so is you. Sumi is muy brightant. Akin to parting the fog to witness the dawn. It was then she noticed the faint imprint left on the sofa in the hall, suggesting that Wu Feng had spent the night there. This should have been a source of relief. However, inexplicably, a sense of subtle disappointment stirred within her. You're up. Wu Feng emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. He had gone downstairs to the hotel gym for some exercise, resulting in a sweaty morning shower. Sumi glanced up at Wu Feng, astonished to discover his remarkably sculpted physique. The firm muscles of his upper body and the graceful lines of his physique, coupled with his smooth skin, could easily eclipse 99 of younger men. It was hard to believe he was a 42-year-old middle-aged man. Sumi couldn't help but swallow nervously, her gaze darting elsewhere as her thoughts tangled in confusion. Sumi, what on earth are you thinking? He is 20 years your senior. He could practically be your father. Moreover, he has a family and a daughter. At that moment, the beautiful housekeeper pushed the service cart forward. Mr. Wu, I have procured 5 sets of clothing as per your request. Wu Feng nodded. Thank you. Could you assist me in bringing them into the dressing room? Following this, Wu Feng trailed behind the beautiful housekeeper into the dressing room to change. Seizing the opportunity, Sumi hurried into the master bedroom to change into her own clothes. Once inside the dressing room, the beautiful housekeeper promptly took a dry towel and began to gently pat Wu Feng's head and body to dry the residual water. Wu Feng was not accustomed to such meticulous care from others. Yet, considering that repeatedly declining this diligent housekeeper might be disheartening for her, he acquiesced to her attentions. After she had dried his upper body, the beautiful housekeeper switched to a fresh towel and prepared to untie the towel wrapped around his waist. "That's not necessary. I can manage this myself." Wu Feng quickly covered his waist, feeling embarrassed. The beautiful housekeeper immediately halted, stepping back to prepare clothing for Mr. Wu on the service cart. "Mr. Wu, the temperature today is quite pleasant, yet it may become windy in the afternoon. Would you consider wearing this?" Upon noticing her anticipation to assist him with dressing, Wu Feng felt a surge of appreciation for such meticulous service, realizing that the nearly 300,000 yuan nightly fee was indeed well spent. However, he was not yet accustomed to such attentive care. "Xiao Lu, please step outside. I can dress myself," he said with a hint of resignation. "Oh, very well," the beautiful housekeeper replied, promptly exiting the fitting room and gently closing the door behind her. Wu Feng gazed at his reflection in the mirror, marveling at the results of the tenfold potential card he had invested in his physique. His figure was impressive enough to outshine countless young stars, leaving even their mothers unrecognizable by comparison. With swift efficiency, he changed into a new outfit. As the saying goes, one is indeed reliant on attire. Adorned in garments worth over 300,000 yuan from head to toe, his entire demeanor transformed instantly. Before leaving that morning, Wu Feng had summoned the beautiful housekeeper and transferred 1 million yuan to her, instructing her to procure 3 sets of clothing for him. He had but 2 stipulations. First, to exhaust the entire sum, and second, that the clothing should not display any conspicuous logos. True to her reputation, the housekeeper delivered impeccably, securing an Arc'teryx sports jacket, a Versace casual coat, 2 pairs of Balenciaga leisure trousers, a stylish Armani suit, a pair of white Gucci sneakers, and a pair of fashionable Prada dress shoes. Each piece belonged to various luxury brands' haute couture collections, with a total retail price of 1.3 million yuan. Yet, thanks to her charm and skills, she managed to save Wu Feng an impressive 300,000 yuan, as she only provided such attentive service in his presence. Outside, she was a coveted figure sought after by numerous high-end luxury boutiques, with last night's live-streamed spending yielding a 5 million yuan cashback, alongside the current 10 million yuan refund. Wu Feng's bank balance had soared beyond 90 million yuan, merely a step away from surpassing the 100 million yuan mark. After donning his attire, Wu Feng emerged from the fitting room, where Sumi was already dressed and awaiting him in the living room. The moment she laid eyes on him, she was taken aback. His elegance and poise could easily rival that of a leading man in his prime. "Shall we grab a bite to eat?" Wu Feng suggested, taking the initiative. "Certainly," Sumi responded, her spirits lifting at the mention of food, as her stomach had begun to rumble. The pair made their way to the hotel's buffet restaurant. Although only breakfast was being served, the lavish spread surpassed even the high-end buffet restaurants Sumi had previously visited, where the average cost per person was around 1,000 yuan. As she beheld the fresh, steamed lobster, thicker than her own arm, Sumi felt incredulous, pondering who could possibly indulge in such a lavish breakfast. Nevertheless, she wasted no time and indulged heartily, reasoning that since they had paid, they ought to enjoy every morsel. "Brother-in-law, this hotel is so luxurious. The suite you booked must cost over 10,000 yuan per night, right?" Sumi felt a twinge of sympathy for Wu Feng's finances. "It wasn't excessively expensive. I have company discounts and can offset it with the annual payment my company has already made, so I hardly spend much myself." Wu Feng told a harmless fib. "Brother-in-law, your company's benefits are truly remarkable," Sumi remarked with admiration. "But the work is indeed exhausting," Wu Feng replied with a wry smile. "Brother-in-law, last night, I got a bit inebriated and may have uttered some nonsensical things. Please don't take it to heart." Sumi finally seized the opportunity to express this to Wu Feng, cautiously observing his reactions throughout the conversation. "Haha, I was a bit dazed myself last night. I don't remember a thing you said, except that you, my dear, made quite a mess in the car. Wu Feng chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. I'm so sorry. Sumi breathed a sigh of relief and offered her sincere apology. It's nothing. By the way, since you and Jiang were never married and have now completely parted ways, you needn't call me brother-in-law anymore. Wu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as the youthful Sumi addressed him as such, leaving him hesitant to fully embrace any thoughts. Chapter 34. The bill arrives. Jiang Fan crumbles. May I call you Brother Feng from now on? Sumi asked, her heart no longer inclined to refer to Wu Feng as her sister-in-law. Indeed, Wu Feng nodded in affirmation. Brother Feng, Sumi exclaimed joyfully. Let us eat quickly. Once we finish, I shall escort you to work, Wu Feng said with a smile. All right. Sumi gazed at Wu Feng, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. How could such a gentle and wonderful man exist in this world? After breakfast, Wu Feng ushered Sumi into the Hotel S. Maybach, instructing the driver to take her to the hospital where she worked. The reason Wu Feng did not accompany her was that, upon descending the stairs, he received a notification on his phone alerting him that someone had arrived at his home. After ensuring Sumi was safely in the car, Wu Feng returned to his hotel room and opened the surveillance software on his phone. A captivating scene was about to unfold. At that moment, it was 9:30 in the morning. The doorbell had been ringing incessantly, yet the living room remained empty. Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian, this mother-daughter duo, had no habit of rising early. Neither did the mother-son pair of Jiang Can and the mother-in-law. Though Wu Feng had not spent the night at home, the house was filled to capacity. Jiang Fan occupied the master bedroom, Wu Qianqian the secondary room, Jiang Can the study, and the mother-in-law the guest room. Wu Feng had worked tirelessly, with the support of his parents, to purchase this home for over 3 million, only to find it occupied by this family. The persistent ringing of the doorbell finally prompted Jiang Fan and her mother-in-law to simultaneously open the door. Who on earth is disturbing us so early? The irate mother-in-law exclaimed, having been roused from her slumber. I have no idea, Jiang Fan replied, equally vexed. Could it be that Wu Feng has returned? The mother-in-law suddenly speculated. Jiang Fan, upon hearing this, instinctively furrowed her brow, her drowsiness dissipating. She hurried to the peephole to investigate. It's just a delivery person, she sighed in relief, turning back to her mother-in-law. She then opened the door. Hello, does Mr. Wu Feng reside here? Although the delivery person had patiently waited for over 5 minutes, he maintained a polite demeanor, all the while cursing the entire Jiang family in his mind for their tardiness. There's a package for him? Jiang Fan inquired, her discomfort palpable at the mention of Wu Feng's name, which soured her tone. It's not a package. It's a registered document that requires Mr. Wu's personal signature, the delivery person explained, producing a mailing envelope. He is not home. I am his wife. I can sign for him, Jiang Fan said, curious about the sender of the document and how it had come to their residence. Very well then. The delivery person conceded after a moment of contemplation, allowing her to sign. Jiang Fan hastily signed her name, handing the receipt back to the delivery person, unwilling to linger for even a second longer, and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Damn, that wretched woman. The delivery person, narrowly avoiding injury, muttered an expletive before turning to enter the elevator. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan had just signed for a document and turned around. What was that? I believe I just heard you mention Wu Feng. His mother-in-law stepped forward with keen interest, scrutinizing the documents in Jiang Fan's hands. It's something sent to me by someone else, Jiang Fan replied candidly. Open it and take a look, his mother-in-law urged. Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Fan proceeded to unseal the envelope. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Feng was observing the entire scene through the living room surveillance camera. The envelope contained several sheets of A4 paper. The first page was a notification of recharge expenditures issued by the platform. Dear Mr. Wu Feng, to safeguard your legal rights, we hereby present this recharge consumption notification. On April 23rd, from 21:22, 15 to 21:23, 19, you recharged a total of 500,000 yuan through 10 transactions using the debit card ending in 9986 from Jiangcheng Commercial Bank. Please refer to Table 1. Furthermore, Between 21:32:46 and 23:49:02 on the same day, you spent a total of 500,000 yuan on our platform. Please refer to Table 2. We appreciate your support of our platform. The letter was signed by the platform's customer service department and bore an official seal. The first table outlined the recharge transactions, totaling 10 entries of 50,000 yuan each, amounting to 500,000 yuan. The second table detailed the consumption history, meticulously recording the exact times and amounts gifted to each streamer, also totaling 500,000 yuan. To protect the streamer's privacy, the tables did not disclose their usernames, only their account numbers, with all but the first and last letters obscured by asterisks. Each page of both tables was stamped with an official seal. Jiang Fan felt as though the ground had fallen from beneath him. "What is it?" his mother-in-law inquired anxiously. "You can see for yourself." Jiang Fan, his face ashen, handed the bill to her. "What does this mean?" His mother-in-law, not particularly educated and unwilling to take the time to read carefully, found herself utterly bewildered. Wu Feng is a scoundrel. He squandered 500,000 yuan on online streamers in one night. This is the consumption bill sent by the platform. Jiang Fan could no longer contain himself, bursting into tears as the floodgates opened. "What? This is a grave sin. How could this happen?" His mother-in-law, struck by the news as if by lightning, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. After all, it was 500,000 yuan, a substantial sum, now entirely wasted on gifts for strangers online. She was heartbroken and began to weep alongside him. "Sister, mother, what is the matter? Why are you both crying so early in the morning?" Jiang Can, yawning as he emerged from his study, questioned. "That scoundrel of a brother-in-law of yours sent 500,000 yuan to strangers online in one night." Jiang Fan lamented, recalling how Wu Feng had merely spent a little over 300 yuan on a game, which had incited her fury. Moreover, Wu Feng had squandered a staggering 500,000 in a single night on online streaming gifts. This was an immense blow to her. What? Wu Feng had fallen victim to online fraud? Jiang Can's immediate reaction was to suspect an online scam, and surprisingly, she felt a flicker of excitement within her. No, that scoundrel had gifted a total of 500,000 to those streamers. Look for yourself. Her mother-in-law, wiping away tears, handed Jiang Can the detailed transaction records. Jiang Fan's tears were understandable, yet the fact that her mother-in-law was also in tears seemed to indicate that she had long regarded the Wu family's assets as her own. Now that Wu Feng had spent 500,000 in one night, to her mother-in-law, it felt akin to Wu Feng having stolen 500,000 from her. For someone like her, who was so avaricious, losing even $5 would result in a half-hour tirade, cursing the soul of anyone who dared to pick it up. How much more significant was the loss of 500,000? Upon learning that Wu Feng had not been defrauded of 500,000, Jiang Can felt a profound sense of disappointment. Her wish to witness Wu Feng's misfortune had been dashed. Chapter 35. The mother-in-law seizes the opportunity for wealth. What on earth? That old scoundrel Wu Feng, with a single flourish, bestowed 30 carnival gifts upon that individual, an astonishing sum of 90,000. Wait a moment. Are there more affluent patrons? This streamer received 10 Kunpeng Wanli from Wu Feng's generosity, a rare and extravagant gift valued at 16,000 each. In a heartbeat, that amounts to a staggering 160,000. What exactly does this streamer do? Jiang Can gaze at the streaming list, exclaiming in waves of astonishment. To be candid, he felt an immense envy and jealousy. If only he had wealth, he too would relish the sensation of being adored while spending lavishly. However, Jiang Can failed to notice that with every utterance he made, every reiteration of Wu Feng's extravagant spending, it was akin to a dagger deeply piercing the hearts of Jiang Fan and her mother. The expressions of the mother and daughter had turned as pale as the walls. "What on earth are you doing so early in the morning? Can't you let anyone sleep in peace?" Wu Qianqian opened the door to her room, her face sour from being abruptly awakened, clearly in a foul mood. "Qianqian, come and witness how remarkable your father is." Jiang Can, reveling in the chaos, beckoned Wu Qianqian over. Wu Feng, That bastard. Wu Qianqian's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the bill, her body trembling with rage. In the room, the three women were fuming, while Jiang Qin merely delighted in the spectacle. Qianqian, I never realized your father was so wealthy. Jiang Qin continued to fan the flames of discord with a grin. Mom, what's going on? Where did Wu Feng acquire such wealth? Wu Qianqian immediately turned to Jiang Fan. How would I know? Jiang Fan was equally perplexed. Logically, even if Wu Feng had canceled all his bank cards and withdrawn all his funds, those accounts would have held a maximum of 200,000. Even with the bride price returned by Su Mi, that would only amount to 400,000. There is still a discrepancy of 100,000. Moreover, Jiang Fan had no recollection of the bank card Wu Feng used for payment. She distinctly remembered that he had never possessed a card from Jiangxin Commercial Bank before. How can you be so foolish? You didn't even realize your husband was hiding so much secret money. You're utterly useless. The mother-in-law fumed, practically jumping in anger. He never used to hide secret funds. Jiang Fan protested, feeling a touch of indignation. Huh, what man doesn't conceal private savings? Do you genuinely believe my brother-in-law underwent a sudden transformation overnight? Perhaps he has always been this way, simply too lazy to maintain the facade now. Jiang can continue to stir the pot. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and check if your account balance has diminished. The mother-in-law shouted at Jiang Fan. Only then did Jiang Fan pull out her phone and access her banking app. The balance remained at 2 million, untouched. The mother-in-law craned her neck, surreptitiously peering at Jiang Fan's screen. Upon seeing the balance, she frowned, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. Perhaps she believed Jiang Fan ought to possess more than just this sum. Jiang Fan set down his phone and remarked, Where on earth did my father acquire that money? Could it be that he truly conspired with that Liu fellow to share the 500,000? Wu Qianqian, recalling the 1 million in settlement funds, suddenly considered this possibility. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Fan, I believe that keeping your 2 million savings in your account is rather precarious. Perhaps you should transfer it to your brother's account for safekeeping, his mother-in-law suggested, her mind racing with unease since she had just laid eyes on the 2 million. Excellent idea. Sister, I will safeguard it for you. You can rest assured. Jiang Qin confidently assured, patting his chest. There is no need for that. Wu Feng is unaware of my password, Jiang Fan replied coldly. Though she typically adhered to her mother's directives and doted on her younger brother, this did not mean she was oblivious to her mother's inherent bias toward sons over daughters. Jiang Qin's character was all too clear to her. He was like a funnel, incapable of retaining a single penny. If he were to receive that 2 million today, it would be entirely spent within 24 hours. Fan, you must. Her mother-in-law persisted, intent on persuading Jiang Fan. However, a sudden ring of the doorbell interrupted her thoughts. Who could that be? Her mother-in-law exclaimed in irritation, glancing toward the door. I'll check, Jiang Qin said, approaching the peephole. It's a delivery. His mother-in-law frowned. Why is it another delivery? Jiang Qin opened the door. Hello, is this the residence of Mr. Wu Feng? I am the postal delivery person, and I have a registered letter for him. Despite the change in the individual at the door, the message and the item were identical to the previous occasion. He.S. dead. Jiang Fan stormed forward, startling the delivery person. Why you are? The delivery person stammered. I am his wife. Hand it over, Jiang Fan exclaimed, snatching the letter before the delivery person could react and slamming the door shut. Crazy, the delivery person fumed, knocking furiously on the door. Jiang Qin opened it once more. Ma'am, according to postal regulations, registered letters must be signed for by the recipient personally. You have unlawfully seized a registered postal item, which constitutes a violation of postal law. I must insist you return the letter immediately, or we will be obliged to contact the authorities to file a report. The delivery person launched into a tirade of legal admonitions. For he was no ordinary courier, but a certified postal worker, and the Postal Service was not just any delivery company. It was a legitimate governmental agency. Brother, calm down. Calm down. My sister and brother-in-law have had a disagreement. Please be understanding and lenient, Jiang Qin pleaded, wearing a strained expression as he attempted to mediate. If you wish to authorize someone else to sign, you must provide an identification card, a household registration book, and a marriage certificate to substantiate that you were spouses. Initially, this matter could have been overlooked, but now the postman insists on adhering to formal procedures without exception. Waiting, Jiang Fan could only retreat inside to retrieve the 3 documents. After considerable effort, he finally managed to sign for the registered letter. As soon as the door closed, Jiang Can's demeanor transformed. Oof. The Postal Bureau is merely a government entity. What arrogance. Just wait until I become a formal civil servant. Then I shall see, he remarked with evident disdain. However, no one in the room paid him any mind. Since graduating from university, he had been attempting the civil service examination for 6 years without success. Even Wu Qianqian had lost faith in him. Fan, quickly take a look. What is this? His mother-in-law gathered around Jiang Fan, fixated on the letter in his hands. Judging by its exterior, this letter appeared significantly lighter than the previous one. Chapter 36. Arriving at Wu Feng's company. But a step too late, Jiang Fan tore open the package, revealing a loan notification letter from Jiangxin Commercial Bank. Dear Mr. Wu Feng, your application for a 2 million yuan consumer loan has been approved and disbursed as of April 23, 2024. This is to inform you. Upon reading it, Jiang Fan's mind went blank. What's wrong? What is this? His mother-in-law inquired anxiously. Wu Feng has taken out a loan of 2 million yuan. This is the bank's notification to him, Jiang Fan responded, his heart heavy with despair. The other 3 individuals in the room were left in utter shock. Goodness, let me see that. Wu Qianqian snatched the letter, her disbelief palpable. I wonder why my brother-in-law suddenly became so extravagant, rewarding a streamer with 500,000 in one night. Turns out he secured a loan of 2 million. Jiang can observe the situation with a detached interest, as if it were none of his concern. Fan, if Wu Feng can't repay this loan, does that mean you'll have to cover it? His mother-in-law asked, worry etched across her face. Jiang Fan remained silent, his expression a mask of resentment. Of course, legally, he is still my sister's husband, Jiang Can scoffed. Oh, what a calamity! Truly, one cannot discern a person's heart by their appearance. Fan, how could you choose such a man? His mother-in-law lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Her genuine concern for her daughter was overshadowed by the disheartening thought of the 2 million potentially going to waste. Enough. There is no use in discussing this further. Jiang Fan declared as he moved toward the entrance to change his shoes. Where are you going? His mother-in-law quickly asked. To Wu Feng's company. I must confront him directly. Jiang Fan replied coldly. Mom, I'm going with you. Wu Qianqian immediately followed suit, changing her shoes. Can we go too? Jiang Can urged, as his mother-in-law grabbed him to join them. Wu Feng, observing the family bustling out from the surveillance cameras, found amusement in their fervor to confront him. Hello, Xiao Lu. Wu Feng dialed his beautiful housekeeper. Mr. Wu, I'm here, came her soft voice from the other end. Please find me a divorce lawyer. The more expensive, the better. Wu Feng had anticipated Jiang Fan's next move and was preparing in advance. Jiang Can drove his newly acquired Audi A6L, bringing Jiang Fan, Wu Qianqian, and their mother-in-law to Wu Feng's company. Unfortunately, they arrived a moment too late. What did you say? Wu Feng resigned? When did this happen? Upon hearing the news from Manager Ma, Jiang Fan was left in shock. You must be mistaken. My son-in-law was doing well. How could he possibly resign? His mother-in-law exclaimed, panic rising within her. Are you sure my father left voluntarily? You didn't fire him, did you? Wu Qianqian questioned Manager Ma sharply, her tone as rude as ever. You all have questions. Ask them one by one. Who am I supposed to answer first? Manager Ma was incensed. Although he did not occupy the highest echelons of the company, he was nonetheless a figure of respect. Encountering these 3 raucous women today was truly infuriating. They were not owed anything. After being reprimanded, the trio fell silent. May I inquire when my husband resigned? Jiang Fan's tone had become markedly more polite. Wu Feng resigned yesterday. As his family, are you truly unaware? Manager Ma's retort left Jiang Fan feeling utterly embarrassed. Typically, in a situation like my brother-in-law's, ISNT their severance payment? Jiang Can, who had been silent until now, suddenly posed a critical question. Yes. I've heard from others that after working the factory for several years, one receives a substantial sum. My son-in-law has worked for you for over a decade. He should be entitled to a considerable amount, shouldn't he? Upon hearing the mention of money, her mother-in-law perked up immediately, eager to inquire about Wu Feng's severance. That's not within my purview. I oversee operations, while severance matters fall under the Human Resources Department. Although Manager Ma had worked alongside Wu Feng for more than a decade, he had never before interacted with Wu Feng's family. Today's encounter was quite shocking. While it felt somewhat disloyal to Wu Feng to think this way, Manager Ma perceived his family as rather unscrupulous. Recognizing their ill intentions, he refrained from mentioning the 300,000 severance. Fan, why don't we go ask that HR person? Urged her mother-in-law. Wu Feng only resigned yesterday. The severance surely won't be disbursed so quickly. You should tell them to deposit the money into your account. Her mother-in-law relentlessly prodded Jiang Fan. In truth, Jiang Fan had been contemplating the same thing. I advise you not to bother. Wu Feng resigned voluntarily, not under duress, so where would any compensation come from? Observing that the group genuinely intended to seek out the HR department, Manager Ma decided to assist Wu Feng once more. Fan, let us inquire for safety's sake. Her mother-in-law was more resolute regarding money than anyone else. Well, it seems my involvement is no longer required. I shall take my leave. Manager Ma stood up to depart. Hey, leader, don't leave just yet. Tell us where that HR is. Her mother-in-law shouted from behind. Manager Ma pretended not to hear. He turned a corner and picked up the phone to call security. Lao Wang, come to my office and escort that man and 3 women out. They are henceforth barred from entering the company again. Soon, for security personnel ascended to the office, sternly demanding that the group leave immediately under the pretext of disrupting the company's normal operations. What do you want? What are you doing? I'm over 60 years old, and you think you can resort to violence? Her mother-in-law began her usual act of leveraging her age. Unfortunately, she underestimated the resolve of the corporate security team. The security personnel were not swayed by her antics. After attempts at persuasion failed, they directly seized her arm and began to escort her out. You're hitting me. You're assaulting an elderly person. Help! Her mother-in-law cried out. The employees in the building gathered around, captivated by the scene. They were all white-collar workers from the metropolis, having never witnessed such a display of rural antics. Each one of them, intrigued, took out their phones to document the spectacle, akin to observing monkeys at the zoo. It was utterly embarrassing. Uncle, could you please persuade Grandma to cease her cries? Wu Qianqian, being a city girl, felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice in the ground to hide herself. How could I possibly dissuade her? Let us hurry. Let us take the elevator and pretend we don't know her. Jiang Can, a devoted son, paid no mind to his mother being dragged along like a struggling pig. He lowered his head and rushed toward the elevator alongside Wu Qianqian. Mom, please stop this. Jiang Fan felt the weight of humiliation and wished his mother would tone it down. But all he received in return was a barrage of scathing remarks. I have nothing left to live for. Who am I doing this for? If not for the 2 of you? Truly heartless. Chapter 37. Jiang Fan resolves to divorce until she was escorted out of the building by security. Her mother-in-law incessantly berated Jiang Fan. Ironically, her son, who had discreetly slipped away, was spared any reprimand. Enough is enough. Jiang Fan's frustration boiled over. You. Just as her mother-in-law prepared to retort, Jiang Can hurriedly intervened, whispering in her ear, Mom, my sister is genuinely angry. When she loses her temper, it can be quite terrifying. Finally, the mother-in-law fell silent, closing her incessant mouth. Sister, at this critical juncture, we must not turn against each other. The key is how to secure brother-in-law's severance pay. Jiang can step forward, acting as the mediator. How can we do that? With Mom causing such a scene. We can't even enter our own home. Jiang Fan seethed with a pent-up rage. Her mother was more a hindrance than a help. I'm doing this for you and Qianqian, her mother-in-law stammered, realizing the gravity of the situation. Let go, Mom. Didn't you hear the supervisor say that my father resigned voluntarily? There's no severance pay to be had. Wu Qianqian consoled Jiang Fan. Sister, Qianqian is right. Instead of fixating on trifles, you should consider brother-in-law's 2 million loan. And that is only what we know. Who knows how much more he might have borrowed from other banks? When he defaults, do you think the banks won't come after you? Jiang Can's words, though somewhat sardonic, Rang true. Jiang Fan was acutely aware of the impending consequences. Fan, you must devise a plan swiftly. Wu Feng is already incapacitated. You cannot let him drag you down, leaving you with nothing after 2 decades of being his wife, her mother-in-law urged earnestly. I have made up my mind. I will divorce Wu Feng, Jiang Fan declared. Given that Wu Feng had lost his job and was burdened with debt, he held no value anymore. Severing ties with him promptly was the wisest course of action. Mom, I support you. Such an irresponsible man should be left to fend for himself. Wu Qianqian immediately sided with Jiang Fan. Yet I still believe you'll regret not securing the ownership of his parents' workplace housing and that old property in the urban village. Her mother-in-law lamented, recalling the 2 properties with a heavy heart. Mom, don't hold on to such hopes. Brother-in-law might have already mortgaged those 2 properties. Otherwise, how could the bank so readily grant him 2 million? Jiang retorted coldly. Enough. Let us just divorce. The sooner, the better. Wu Feng should leave with nothing. He should not take a single item from this house. The mother-in-law gritted her teeth, resolute. I doubt he is the same brother-in-law he once was. Who can guarantee he won't contest the inheritance? Jiang now appeared remarkably clear-headed. He dares. As long as I am here, he will not take even 1 item. The mother-in-law was inexplicably filled with confidence. I will also ensure he takes nothing. Jiang Fan's face darkened, affirming her determination. Now the issue was clear. In order to proceed with the divorce, they must first locate her father. Wu Qianqian raised a rather pragmatic concern, leaving the 3 individuals opposite her utterly speechless. All 4 of them have been blacklisted by Wu Feng, rendering any attempt at communication futile. Just moments ago, her mother-in-law had caused a commotion at the office, effectively severing the last avenue of contact through a colleague. Perhaps I could reach out to my aunt? Wu Qianqian suggested a potential intermediary. Do not even think of appealing to that vixen. At the mere mention of Su Mi, her mother-in-law's fury surged. She even returned the betrothal gifts to your father. How could she possibly assist us? Jiang also deemed the idea impractical. Then who else can reach my father? Wu Qianqian's expression reflected her exasperation. Are you unaware of any of his acquaintances? Jiang retorted. Indeed, there is one. Our downstairs neighbor Liu. Jiang Fan mentioned Brother Liu. Do not utter his name in my presence. I nearly found myself in a detention center because of that old fool. Wu Qianqian erupted in anger, her emotions spiraling out of control, startling the 3 companions. In truth, Jiang Fan had merely mentioned Liu casually. She would never stoop to seek his help. I've got it. The property management of your community. They must be able to reach my brother-in-law. Jiang suddenly had a moment of inspiration, conceiving the most viable yet absurd solution. Jiang Fan never imagined that one day she would resort to the property management to communicate with her husband regarding a divorce. It was undeniably absurd. However, at this moment, no better alternative presented itself. They could only give it a try. The group returned to Wangjiang Garden and sought out the head of security. Typically, Jiang Fan held little regard for the community's property staff, security, or cleaning personnel. Yet today, she found herself compelled to solicit their assistance. Behind the scenes, the property security personnel speculated about Jiang Fan, remarking on her haughty demeanor and disdain for others. In stark contrast, their opinions of Wu Feng were entirely different. Thus, when the head of security saw Jiang Fan approach him, requesting a favor, he was taken aback, as if the sun had risen in the west. This woman was known for her commanding presence. When had she learned to utter the phrase, "I need your help"? It was indeed a rarity. However, once the head of security heard Jiang Fan's request, he nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief, suspecting he had yet to fully awaken. What a peculiar situation. A couple quarrels and contemplates divorce. The husband refuses to answer calls. This was not uncommon. But how could this woman not even find a proper intermediary? What kind of character must she possess to resort to asking a mere security guard to contact her husband? Sir, I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Wu Feng may not answer my call, so please convey my message to him. Jiang Fan feigned humility, yet internally she seethed, cursing the insolent security guard for his condescending demeanor. Oh, all right, the head of security thought to himself, feeling pity for Jiang Fan. He dialed Wu Feng's number. Hey, Brother Feng, are you busy? The head of security's tone was warm and familiar when addressing Wu Feng, and this stark contrast only deepened Jiang Fan's discomfort. The situation unfolds as your spouse contacted me, requesting that I call you back home to discuss matters pertaining to divorce. It is indeed somewhat awkward for the head of security to broach such a personal issue as an outsider. Yet he fulfilled the promise made to another. Oh, very well. Brother Feng, I shall convey your message. Farewell. The head of security, bowing his head modestly into the phone, then ended the call. What did Wu Feng say? Jiang Fan inquired impatiently. He acknowledged it and will reach out to you later regarding legal counsel. The head of security's demeanor shifted to a more aloof and reserved stance. Oh, Jiang Fan's expression suddenly morphed into one of disdain. Without uttering a single word of gratitude, he turned on his heel and departed. Damn, I truly feel as if I've been cursed. The head of security fumed in frustration, regretting his decision to assist this woman. Chapter 38. Over 100 million in cash back. New rewards, how is it? Have you made contact? What did Wu Feng say? The moment Jiang Fan returned home, the three occupants eagerly inquired. He mentioned he would consult a lawyer to reach out to us. Jiang Fan spoke candidly. What? He intends to hire a lawyer? His mother-in-law incredulously raised her voice. Sir, I told you, your thoughts are too fanciful. How can my brother-in-law possibly walk away empty-handed? What does he need a lawyer for? Surely to contest the inheritance. Jiang Can remarked with detached sarcasm. Mom, then we should hire a lawyer too. Wu Qianqian retorted defiantly. No, legal fees are exorbitant. 2 years ago, a couple from our village fought a divorce case over a piece of land worth less than 500,000, and the woman spent 50,000 on a lawyer, only to achieve nothing in the end. If you want to hire a lawyer, how much will that cost? The mother-in-law, concerned about expenses, opposed the idea of hiring a lawyer. Sister, you should wait for the lawyer hired by your brother-in-law to contact you and see what he has to say. Jiang Can suggested. Yes, I think the same. Jiang Fan nodded, deciding to assess the situation first. If all else fails, he might have no choice but to spend money on a lawyer. Fan, come here. I need to discuss something with you. The mother-in-law pulled Jiang Fan aside into the kitchen. What is it, Mom? Jiang Fan asked, puzzled. Fan, I believe, just to be safe, you should transfer this house to your brother and also transfer the 2 million in savings to him, allowing him to hold on to it for you. If Wu Feng truly decides to pursue legal action, he will be entitled to half. The mother-in-law, recalling past grievances, schemed to secure her daughter's property and savings for her son. Mom, there is no rush on that front. Let us wait for Wu Feng's lawyer to arrive and see his stance before proceeding. Jiang Fan opted for a delaying tactic. In truth, she was already mentally prepared. If Wu Feng insisted on claiming half the assets, she would preemptively transfer everything to Jiang Can, preferring to see her brother squander it rather than let Wu Feng benefit. Subsequently, Jiang Fan anxiously awaited contact from Wu Feng's lawyer. Meanwhile, Wu Feng, accompanied by the beautiful housekeeper Xiao Lu, arrived at the Rolls-Royce flagship store in Jiangxing. Riding in a Maybach from the Peninsula Hotel, the sun shone brightly outside. Upon alighting, Xiao Lu promptly held an oversized black umbrella over him, having made prior arrangements. The manager of the 4S store was already waiting at the entrance. Good day, Mr. Wu, the manager greeted warmly. Although unaware of Wu Feng's precise identity, he recognized the endorsement of the Peninsula Hotel and was informed of Wu Feng's extravagant expenditure of nearly 10 million to rent the hotel as most luxurious presidential suite for a month. Such formidable financial prowess compelled his admiration. This way, Mr. Wu. The manager led Wu Feng to a vehicle covered with a red cloth, personally unveiling it. Before him stood a brand-new black Cullinan, its grand exterior and opulent interior captivating. The emblematic golden figure of the Rolls-Royce family graces the front of the vehicle, epitomizing its regal stature. In its presence, even a Maybach pales in comparison. Wu Feng was exceedingly satisfied. Simultaneously, he could not help but admire the efficiency of the Peninsula Hotel. Just that morning, he had expressed to Xiao Lu his desire for a Cullinan for transportation. Remarkably, by noon, Xiao Lu had procured a Cullinan, an automobile that typically requires a 6-month advance reservation for ordinary individuals. Mr. Wu, are you satisfied with this vehicle? Xiao Lu inquired. Indeed, Wu Feng nodded in affirmation. Mr. Wu, you may take it for a test drive. The manager promptly offered the keys. No need. Let us proceed directly to the contract. Wu Feng graciously declined the manager's kind offer. Right this way, the manager invited Wu Feng into his office. Soon after, Wu Feng affixed his signature and processed a payment of 11 million. Ding! A transaction for personal expenditure has been detected. A tenfold cashback is now available. Wu Feng's phone beeped with a bank notification, revealing an influx of 110 million, bringing his current balance to 190 million. Ding! The cumulative cashback has surpassed 100 million. The reward Eye of Insight is now bestowed. The Eye of Insight. Wu Feng was taken aback to receive such a remarkable gift upon accumulating over 100 million in cashback. In typical urban fantasy narratives, this would be considered a godly power. Eagerly, Wu Feng endeavored to put it to the test. However, the Eye of Insight awarded by the system was vastly different from his expectations. At the moment he activated this power, the world transformed into a tapestry of varying shades and overlapping objects, reminiscent of visuals displayed on an airport security scanner. The figures he observed appeared akin to X-ray images from a hospital. Muscles rendered in a gray hue and bones in stark white, evoking a sense of eerie dread devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Wu Feng deactivated the ability, self-mockingly reflecting on what he had anticipated. This contraption was less an Eye of Insight and more akin to an eye of security inspection or a health examination, a tool better suited for security personnel and medical professionals, effectively eliminating the need for cumbersome machinery. Yet, for his own purposes, it paled in comparison to the tenfold potential card rewarded for his prior accumulation of 10 million. It was a meager consolation at best. Mr. Wu, please select one of these license plates, and we will swiftly handle the transfer for you. The manager presented a booklet of plates. Wu Feng opened it to find an array of sequential and special numbers. This one, he selected the plate, Jiang, A99666. While it may not be the most prestigious plate, it was certainly not something an ordinary person could acquire from the traffic management office. Excellent choice. Please hold on for a moment. The manager immediately began facilitating the ownership transfer process. Typically, registering a new vehicle requires the owner to visit the vehicle management office for inspection and registration, with license plates issued after several working days. However, this Rolls-Royce dealership was equipped to handle remote processing, with the license plates readily available in their inventory. Thus, in less than 20 minutes, during the time it took Wu Feng to enjoy a cup of tea, the vehicle transfer and registration procedures were completed. The manager handed 2 keys to Wu Feng and inquired if he wished to hold a car handover ceremony. Wu Feng shook his head in refusal, which did not surprise the manager. For ordinary affluent families, luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands to millions are often beyond reach. Yet to the truly wealthy, they are merely utilitarian means of transport. Hence, the wealthier one is, the less significance they attach to such ceremonial occasions. Conversely, those of modest wealth, who struggle to acquire such vehicles, tend to desire the most extravagant celebrations, yearning for the entire world to take notice. Xiao Lu, please have the driver return first. I shall drive you, Wu Feng offered, intending to give the beautiful housekeeper a ride, considering her hard work. Mr. Wu, that may not be appropriate. I can take the driver's car back to the hotel and wait for you. Xiao Lu hesitated, reluctant to allow Wu Feng to serve as her chauffeur. Not at all. Just get in, Wu Feng insisted without any concern. Well, thank you, Mr. Wu. Xiao Lu expressed her gratitude before stepping into the brand-new Cullinan. Chapter 39. The client's identity is most esteemed. Wu Feng returned to the hotel in his Cullinan, where the doorman promptly approached to open the door. He handed over the keys for parking and proceeded into the hotel lobby. Xiao Lu remained as attentive as ever. She had already summoned the elevator in anticipation of Wu Feng's arrival. Upon reaching their floor, she was the first to step out and open the door to his room. Once inside, Wu Feng felt the urge to take a shower, only to discover that the bathtub was already filled with water. The temperature perfectly balanced, neither too hot nor too cold. Was this arranged by you? Wu Feng inquired, turning to the living room where Xiao Lu stood, poised to assist him. Yes, Mr. Wu, she replied gently. Noticing the heat and your perspiration on your way back, I informed the staff via WeChat to prepare a bath for you. Thank you. Wu Feng mused inwardly, marveling at the meticulous attention to detail. truly the hallmark of a professional personal steward. After his shower, wrapped in a towel, Wu Feng emerged to find Xiao Lu had received a call from a lawyer, who was already downstairs. As she approached with a towel to dry him off, she said, "The lawyer just called. They are waiting downstairs." "All right, let them come up shortly," Wu Feng responded, turning toward the dressing room, with Xiao Lu dutifully trailing behind him. Earlier that morning, he had felt a tad uncomfortable with Xiao Lu's attentiveness. However, perhaps due to growing familiarity and trust in this charming hotel stewardess, or perhaps not wanting to diminish her enthusiasm for her work, he chose to accept her assistance. Xiao Lu, with great care, dried him completely with the towel before assisting him in dressing, delicately putting on each article of clothing. Her dedication and professionalism made Wu Feng feel quite at ease, allowing him to comprehend why Western nobility and ancient royalty would maintain numerous servants. The experience was undeniably exquisite. Subsequently, Xiao Lu tidied up the bathroom, collecting Wu Feng's soiled garments, and prepared tea for him and the impending guests. Finally, she personally descended to escort the lawyers upstairs. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby, Lu Xiang awaited anxiously, her demeanor betraying a sense of urgency. Clad in professional attire and adorned with a hint of makeup, she stood out among her peers. A star lawyer at Jingcheng law firm, at the mere age of 29, she had already attained the prestigious title of first-class attorney while also holding the highest certification as a registered accountant. She primarily specialized in commercial litigation and had established a formidable reputation in the industry, having successfully represented both small and large enterprises, including multinational corporations, in various litigations. Countless major firms had offered exorbitant salaries to recruit her, yet none had succeeded. As Lu Xiang herself put it, her greatest joy in life was aiding the underdog in triumphing over the powerful. Every time she found herself in the courtroom, observing the grand enterprises showcasing their prowess, with their million-dollar legal consultants rendered speechless under scrutiny, was when Lu Xiang felt the utmost joy. Numerous prestigious law firms attempted to recruit her, yet none succeeded. For few were aware that the owner of Jingcheng law firm was none other than her father. Just recently, as she was conducting field research for a case in a local town, her father called, instructing her to immediately proceed to the Peninsula Hotel to take a call from a distinguished gentleman. Upon learning that this esteemed client resided in the hotel's opulent presidential suite, costing $290,000 per night, Lu Xiang promptly declined, as it contradicted her principle of aiding the underdog against the powerful. However, her father insisted that this was not a commercial engagement, but rather a divorce case. Lu Xiang was taken aback, thinking her father had lost his faculties. After all, she was a commercial lawyer, not a matrimonial one, and the firm boasted numerous experts in that arena. Why must she involve herself? Moreover, in Lu Xiang's view, the essence of the divorce litigation was glaringly apparent. A wealthy man seeking to dispose of his unrefined wife with minimal expense, a quintessential case of the strong exploiting the weak, which Lu Xiang held in utmost disdain. Yet her father maintained that she was indispensable for this case, as the client had specifically requested the firm's most expensive lawyer. Lu Xiang remained resolute in her refusal until her father played his trump card. If she declined the case, he would arrange a blind date for her with the son of a certain director. Under pressure from her father, Lu Xiang reluctantly acquiesced. She returned to the firm, accompanied by several colleagues specializing in divorce cases, and they proceeded to the Peninsula Hotel. Despite her initial reluctance to accept the assignment, upon arriving at the hotel, they were informed by the esteemed guest butler that he was currently soaking in a bath and would require a moment. As the wait stretched to half an hour, Lu Xiang's frustration mounted. Finally, a beautiful female butler emerged from the elevator, apologizing for the delay and inviting them upstairs on behalf of Mr. Wu. Lu Xiang's spirits lifted. The Peninsula Hotel truly lived up to its reputation for excellence, even in its staff's beauty. Similarly, Xiao Lu, who accompanied them, marveled at the stunning lawyers in attendance. After gathering their belongings, Lu Xiang and her colleagues followed Xiao Lu into the elevator. Upon reaching the upper floor, Xiao Lu knocked on the door. Lu Xiang found herself puzzled. Wasn't he there a doorbell? Unbeknownst to her, This was a form of special communication between the hotel's personal butler and a guest. Once accustomed, the guest could discern the butler's presence merely by the sound and rhythm of the knock. "Come in," a voice from within beckoned. And Lu Xiang was somewhat surprised. From the voice, this distinguished client did not seem to be as elderly as she had anticipated. Immediately thereafter, Xiaolu used the room card to open the door and invited Lu Xiang and the others inside. "Mr. Wu, they have arrived," Xiaolu announced as she walked toward the living room. "Hello," Wu Feng greeted, rising to his feet. Lu Xiang was taken aback, for the esteemed client before her was entirely different from what she had envisioned. Although a middle-aged man, he exuded vitality rather than the usual lewdness associated with his demographic, and his demeanor was notably courteous, leaving a splendid first impression. Yet, she mused, the wealthier individuals often excelled at disguising their true selves. If he were genuinely as commendable as he appeared, why would he be in the midst of a divorce? It must all be an act, surely. "Greetings. I am Lu Xiang from Jingxing Law Firm," she replied, maintaining her cool demeanor. "Miss Lu, have we met before?" Wu Feng inquired with a slight smile. No, we haven't." Lu Xiang was momentarily taken aback, wondering why he would ask such a question. She quickly shook her head, suspecting that this older gentleman might be attempting to flirt with her publicly. "Indeed, he was not a decent man, since we have not previously met. May I inquire why Miss Lu appears to harbor such strong objections towards me?" Wu Feng continued with a smile. Lu Xiang's heart raced. His perceptiveness was formidable. "Mr. Wu, you misunderstand. Lawyer Lu is simply unwell," interjected a fellow middle-aged lawyer, hastily attempting to provide Lu Xiang with an escape. "Is that so?" Wu Feng scrutinized Lu Xiang intently. That clarifies matters." In that moment, Lu Xiang felt the sharpness of his gaze, an experience akin to being subjected to an X-ray. Chapter 40. The Mother-in-law's Wrath and Lu Xiang's Anger. "Mr. Wu, let us first discuss your divorce intentions," Lu Xiang suggested. Feeling uncomfortable under Wu Feng's penetrating gaze and hastily redirecting the conversation. "I have no particular demands," Wu Feng replied nonchalantly. "What? No demands? Then why have you initiated the divorce?" Lu Xiang asked, astonished, perceiving the man before her as utterly unreasonable. Who said it was necessarily me who initiated the divorce?" Wu Feng countered with a smile. "Could it be that your wife is the one seeking the divorce?" Lu Xiang exclaimed, taken aback, as this contradicted her previous assumptions entirely. "Indeed, my wife has taken the initiative to propose the divorce. I sought your assistance to represent me in negotiating with her." Wu Feng articulated his specific request. "How do you wish for us to approach this discussion with your wife?" Lu Xiang inquired, taking out paper and pen to jot down notes. "You need not say anything. Merely meet with my wife and report her assertions to me accurately," Wu Feng elaborated. "Is it truly that simple?" Lu Xiang expressed skepticism. "Yes. As for subsequent matters, I shall inform you of the course of action once her stance is clearly established." Wu Feng nodded in affirmation. "Understood." Although Lu Xiang was somewhat perplexed, she readily agreed. She was eager for the case to be as straightforward as possible. After all, the attorney fees were unchanged, and she could fulfill the task assigned by her superior. The fact that this esteemed client was financially secure only added to her willingness. Then, Wu Feng provided Lu Xiang with the address. Upon receiving it, Lu Xiang promptly led the legal team to Wangjiang Garden. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan and her companions had been anxiously awaiting for several hours. "Fan, why hasn't T. Wu Feng's lawyer contacted you yet?" her mother-in-law inquired impatiently. "How would I know?" Jiang Fan replied, her own anxiety mounting. "I suspect that perhaps the brother-in-law is merely trying to intimidate my sister," Jiang Can remarked just as the doorbell rang. "I'll check." Wu Qianqian dashed to the door, peering through the peephole, then turned around in surprise, exclaiming they've arrived. "There are 5 lawyers." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan quickly rose and opened the door. "May I inquire if you're Ms. Jiang Fan?" Lu Xiang asked at the entrance, contemplating that while the woman before her may not be a stunning beauty, she was certainly not the dowdy figure she had imagined. "Yes, I am," Jiang Fan responded. "Greetings, Ms. Jiang Fan. My name is Lu Xiang, and I am the attorney entrusted by Mr. Wu." Lu Xiang introduced herself. "Please come in." Jiang Fan opened the door wider, allowing the lawyers to enter. Why are there so many of them? The mother-in-law scrutinized the legal team from the sofa, murmuring under her breath. Mom, perhaps this is just Wu Feng trying to put on a show, Jiang Can whispered comfortingly. Jiang Fan guided the lawyers to the dining room, taking a seat on one side while the attorneys settled on the opposite side, the distinction between them clear. Ms. Jiang Fan, since you have voluntarily initiated the divorce proceedings with Mr. Wu, we would like to clarify your demands. Until this moment, Lu Xiang had believed Jiang Fan to be a victim, regarding her with utmost kindness. We demand that Wu Feng leaves with nothing. You shall not take a single item from this household. The mother-in-law suddenly charged from the sofa, her demeanor fierce and confrontational. Yes, we want my father out of this house. He deserves none of it. Wu Qianqian echoed with righteous indignation. Indeed, everything must be left to my sister. Jiang Can also supported Jiang Fan while secretly casting lewd glances at Lu Xiang, thinking the lawyer was rather impressive. Who are these people? Lu Xiang was taken aback by the sudden uproar from the three. The other members of the legal team frowned in disapproval. This is my mother, this is my daughter, and this is my brother. Jiang Fan introduced them proactively. I am Wu Feng's mother-in-law, and I warn you, you bunch of legal vultures, do not even think of assisting Wu Feng in seizing our assets, or I will not spare you. The mother-in-law harbored intense animosity towards the lawyers, threatening them with malice. It was unclear where this rural woman had learned the term legal vulture, as she used it so indiscriminately. This infuriated Lu Xiang and her colleagues. As an idealistic and principled lawyer, being labeled a legal vulture was as insulting as a man being cuckolded and publicly humiliated. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining composure and rationality in their work, and considering the opponent was an elder, Lu Xiang would have overturned the table in outrage. At this moment, Lu Xiang began to reassess Jiang Fan, realizing that a woman who had such three relatives and who condoned their offensive behavior was certainly no innocent flower. Ms. Jiang Fan, since you initiated the divorce, are we to heed your mother, brother, and daughter-esque demands, or your own? Lu Xiang shifted her previously amicable demeanor, adopting a serious countenance as she addressed Jiang Fan formally. Are you all fools? Can you not comprehend human speech? Our demands are, of course, my mother's demands. It was now Wu Qianqian's turn to leap forward, shouting. Lu Xiang frowned. This girl has a truly foul mouth. My demand is that Wu Feng leaves with nothing. He must not take any household items, the house, or savings. Not a single thing. Moreover, he shall bear his own debts and loans, which are of no concern to us. Jiang Fan coldly articulated her demands. This revelation shattered Lu Xiang's perception of Jiang Fan as a victim entirely. So, you wish to claim the money, the house, and all possessions while shirking any debts? In other words, you desire to enjoy rights without accepting responsibilities? Lu Xiang summarized their position rather bluntly. At this point, she began to feel a twinge of sympathy for Wu Feng. With such selfish and self-serving family members, that man truly is unfortunate. Simultaneously, she began to reconsider her previous assumptions regarding Wu Feng. Regret washed over her as she confronted Wu Feng with hostility for the first time. Upon reflection, it seems that Wu Feng is indeed the true victim. How dare you speak in such a manner? What do you mean by claiming we only enjoy rights without obligations? Clarify your statement. I shall make it clear. I will tear apart your foul mouth. The mother-in-law shouted loudly, rolling up her sleeves and adopting a blustering demeanor as if to threaten violence. After all, to her, the other party was merely a young girl. In the countryside, she had always intimidated young women in such a manner, and it had never failed her. Lu Xiang trembled with rage, her reason incessantly urging her to ignore the old hag, treating her as nothing more than a pile of refuse. Madam, please mind your language. If you continue to insult us, we will be compelled to resort to legal measures. The accompanying lawyers, both indignant and sympathetic towards Lu Xiang, rallied around her, prompting a middle-aged male lawyer to step forward and issue a solemn warning to the mother-in-law. This matron was one who preyed on the weak, but when faced with a man, particularly one who offered a serious admonition, she faltered, falling silent at once. Chapter 41. Miss Wu, you have come of age, and yet you still have the audacity to demand alimony? Your demands amount to my client leaving empty-handed with the house, savings, and all possessions belonging to you, while my client is left to bear the debts alone. Lu Xiang recounted as she diligently took notes. Fan, there's more. Suddenly, the mother-in-law nudged Jiang Fan with her cane and whispered in her ear, we also require the unit housing left by Wu Feng's parents, as well as their ancestral home. Jiang Fan added, almost forgetting the matter had it not been for her mother's reminder. Ms. Jiang Fan, may I inquire whose name the two properties belonging to Wu Feng's parents are currently under? Lu Xiang paused her writing and looked up. Internally, she was already filled with disdain. Anyone with a modicum of legal knowledge knows that parental assets belong to the estate and should not be included in the distribution of each party's inheritance. Their audacity to make such demands was a clear reflection of their greed and lack of moral integrity. The four lawyers behind her exchanged glances, astonished by the avaricious family. Both properties are under Wu Feng's parents' names, Jiang Fan responded. However, his parents passed away long ago, and Wu Feng has yet to transfer the title. The mother-in-law quickly interjected, seemingly believing that as long as they could prove that Wu Feng was the actual owner, they could at least claim half. Very well. So these two properties are indeed the inheritance of Wu Feng's parents. According to our national marriage law, you have no rights to any distribution. Although Wu Feng had instructed her to listen to their demands and record them faithfully, Lu Xiang could not suppress her urge to enlighten these legally ignorant individuals. I don't care. It still belongs to Wu Feng. I deserve at least half. Jiang Fan finally revealed her unreasonable side. If the mother-in-law was simply ignorant of the law, Jiang Fan was deliberately feigning ignorance, embodying pure malice. She fully understood that, legally and ethically, she had no claim to Wu Feng's parents' inheritance, yet she insisted on it. If Wu Feng were to yield, as he had before, it would be akin to a windfall for her. If he resolutely refused, she would suffer no loss. Her strategy was to demand an exorbitant price. Lu Xiang found herself compelled to record their demands accurately. Moreover, I should be entitled to half of my grandparents' possessions. As their only granddaughter, Wu Qianqian also expressed her stance. Lu Xiang couldn't help but chuckle. The wife demanded at least half, and the daughter insisted on the same. Their claims exceeded 100%. It seemed Wu Feng would not only be giving away both properties, but would also end up in debt. This may prove challenging. Your father is the primary heir. If your grandparents did not leave a will, then both properties belong entirely to your father. Lu Xiang dismissed the vitriolic comments of Wu Qianqian as a fellow lawyer stepped forward to firmly explain the situation to her. Do not concern yourself with my eligibility to inherit. Have this woman note it down and present it to my father. Wu Qianqian commanded with an unreasonable tone. Lu Xiang recorded the events faithfully, not out of fear of her, but merely to uphold her responsibility towards Wu Feng. Furthermore, I demand that my father pays monthly alimony for both my mother and me. Wu Qianqian immediately put forth another astonishing request that left the lawyers present astounded. As his mother-in-law, I too deserve a monthly allowance. When the mother-in-law inquired about funds from Wu Feng, how could she forget to secure a little something for herself as well? Irrespective of its reasonableness, she decided to voice her demands first. Sigh. Lu Xiang could only manage a bitter smile as she noted it all down. Indeed, this family was insatiably greedy, perpetually redefining the limits of absurdity. Lu Xiang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her specialization in commercial law spared her from the trials of civil law. Today's unexpected encounter had introduced her to the diversity of humanity. Had she unwittingly become a civil lawyer, facing such individuals daily would surely drive her to madness. What are you laughing at? Wu Qianqian shouted. Miss Wu, may I inquire your age? Lu Xiang raised her head to question Wu Qianqian. I'm 19, so what? Wu Qianqian answered without hesitation. Since you're already of age, what alimony do you expect? Lu Xiang's tone shifted sharply as she reprimanded. Wu Qianqian faltered momentarily. And you? Your daughter has divorced Mr. Wu. Do you still consider yourself his mother-in-law? Even if you do, does one receive support from their son-in-law? How preposterous to demand alimony. Lu Xiang, fueled by indignation, rebuked Wu Qianqian, then turned her ire towards the insatiable mother-in-law. You, young lady, how can you speak to an elder like that? The mother-in-law was unfazed, relying on her age as a shield, a tactic she would likely cling to until her last breath. I apologize, but my elders do not behave as you do. Lu Xiang, clinging to her last shred of reason, abruptly halted her words. Yet even this incomplete statement had already inflicted significant damage on the mother-in-law, leaving her face ashen with rage. Moreover, Ms. Jiang Fan, our nation does not adhere to the Western practice of providing alimony post-divorce. If you have received an education, you should remember that the first lesson in moral integrity teaches individuals to be self-sufficient and not rely on others. This is the mainstream value that our country advocates. Of course, I have accurately recorded all your requests. As for Mr. Wu's response, I shall inform you in due course. If there are no further demands, we shall take our leave. Lu Xiang delivered this with fervor, achieving a trifecta of rebukes against Wu Qianqian, the mother-in-law, and Jiang Fan. Rising, she led her team of lawyers, turning to depart. Ah, Miss Lu, allow me to see you off. Jiang Can approached warmly. Aside from her initial support for her sister Jiang Fan, advocating for Wu Feng to leave with nothing, Jiang Can had remained largely silent throughout the proceedings. He had been covertly observing Lu Xiang. After all, the tumultuous divorce between Jiang Fan and Wu Feng was, in essence, of no concern to him. The allure of the beautiful woman was far more significant. Now that she was about to leave, Jiang Can felt compelled to seize the opportunity to exchange contact information. Who are you? Get lost. Lu Xiang's response was succinct and unambiguous. Jiang Can stood there, momentarily stunned. It was only when he saw Lu Xiang and her companions enter the elevator that he angrily exclaimed, "Damn, you vile woman, just wait until I become a civil servant. I will inspect your law firm daily, and you will be forced to grovel before me." Inside the elevator, Lu Xiang was seething with anger. She resolved that upon returning home, she would indulge in a long, soothing bath. That previous encounter had been exceedingly unfortunate. At that moment, she found herself unexpectedly admiring Wu Feng. How could he endure living with such a repugnant family for so long without proactively seeking a divorce? Truly, he was a saint. Chapter 42. Wu Feng's Strategic Retreat. The trap has been set. Are you the lawyers hired by Wu Feng? The head of security approached as Lu Xiang and her companions arrived at the entrance of the community. Who are you? Lu Xiang inquired, astonished at the security personnel's familiarity. Just yesterday, that wretched Jiang Fan implored me to call Wu Feng regarding their divorce. Seeing you descend from that building, I made an educated guess. The head of security replied, still seething at the mention of Jiang Fan. Old Joe, please wait for me in the car, Lu Xiang instructed her colleagues. Sensing that the head of security might possess valuable insights, and deciding to stay behind to gather information. Dear lawyer, you must do your utmost to assist Wu Feng. His vile wife and daughter treat him with utter disdain. The head of security expressed indignantly. Could you elaborate on the situation? What exactly transpired between Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian? Lu Xiang asked curiously. Let me put it this way. Jiang Fan and that ill-mannered daughter of hers treat the family dog better than they do Wu Feng. You can ask anyone in our community who knows Wu Feng. They will all laud him as a good man. The head of security defended Wu Feng passionately, providing a glowing account of his character. He then recounted specific instances of how Wu Feng was thrifty and devoted to his family, while simultaneously criticizing Jiang Fan's entire family. He denounced Jiang Fan for her narrow-mindedness, called Wu Qianqian poorly raised, described his mother-in-law as unreasonable, and condemned Jiang Can as a leech living off his parents. Throughout the discourse on these four individuals, the head of security's disdain was palpable, with not a single kind word to be found. Lu Xiang was taken aback by this unexpected dimension of Wu Feng's character, feeling both sympathy and admiration for him. As for Jiang Fan and her family, there was no need for the security guard to elaborate. Lu Xiang had already witnessed their greed and shamelessness firsthand. His words only served to deepen her aversion towards them. Suddenly, Lu Xiang felt a wave of regret wash over her. Upon her initial arrival, she had mistakenly viewed Jiang Fan as a victim, treating her with unwarranted kindness. She could hardly contain her desire to slap herself for such naivety. Thank you for sharing this information with me. Lu Xiang expressed her gratitude to the head of security. Dear lawyer, you must find a way to help Wu Feng. We cannot allow that repugnant family of Jiang Fan to run rampant. He pleaded earnestly. Rest assured, Mr. Wu is my client, and I will spare no effort in safeguarding his rights, Lu Xiang assured him. This declaration was not only directed at the head of security, but also a vow to herself. She had resolved to fight diligently for Wu Feng's case. After bidding farewell to the head of security, Lu Xiang returned to the car. Take me to the Peninsula Hotel. I will meet with my client alone. You all may return, she instructed her colleagues. They were well aware of her temperament and resolve. Once she made a decision, it was immutable. Thus, they complied and drove her to the Peninsula Hotel before heading back to the law firm. Lu Xiang arrived at the Peninsula Hotel and expressed her intentions at the front desk. The receptionist promptly contacted Wu Feng's dedicated butler to relay the message. Shortly thereafter, Xiaolu appeared in the lobby to escort Lu Xiang upstairs. The process mirrored her previous visit, with the only distinction being that Lu Xiang was the sole visitor this time. Once the voice of Wu Feng invited her in, Xiaolu merely opened the door without entering the room. As Lu Xiang stepped into the opulent suite once more, she recalled her earlier visit during which she was overwhelmed by negative emotions stemming from her reluctance to accept this assignment, coupled with her dissatisfaction towards the client, Wu Feng. Consequently, she had not taken the time to truly appreciate the luxurious accommodations, which commanded nearly 300,000 a day. However, upon this thorough examination, she could not help but marvel at its unparalleled extravagance. Wu Feng sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, engrossed in a book until Lu Xiang approached, prompting him to close the book and greet her with a warm smile. Lawyer Lu, please take a seat, he invited. As she settled down, her curiosity was piqued by the book he had placed back on the table. It turned out to be a volume of Suan. Mr. Wu, I never anticipated you were interested in traditional Chinese medicine, Lu Xiang exclaimed in surprise. Just perusing, Wu Feng replied with a dismissive wave, shifting the conversation. What do they say on the other side? As Lu Xiang handed over her notes to Wu Feng, she articulated Jiang Fan's demands. It is exactly as I suspected, Wu Feng remarked, his demeanor unfazed, for he had already anticipated Jiang Fan's requests. Mr. Wu, what are your next steps? Lu Xiang inquired earnestly. Aside from the possessions left by my parents, I can acquiesce to all of Jiang Fan's requests, Wu Feng replied nonchalantly. This was not a concession on his part, nor did it stem from any lingering affection for Jiang Fan or Wu Qianqian. Rather, Wu Feng was fully aware that even if he relinquished the house in Wangjiang Garden and the 2 million in savings to Jiang Fan, she would not be able to retain them. He possessed complete confidence that post-divorce, he could reclaim every last penny, principal and interest alike. However, Lu Xiang remained oblivious to Wu Feng's true intentions. Thus, when she observed him so readily acquiescing to such avaricious and unreasonable demands, she felt a blend of frustration and urgency. Mr. Wu, please trust in my professional capabilities. I am certain I can help you win this lawsuit, or at the very least secure your rightful and legal share of the assets, Lu Xiang fervently asserted, subtly urging Wu Feng not to yield so easily to their terms. There's no need for that. Just do as I say, Wu Feng replied indifferently. Very well, Mr. Wu. I shall convey your thoughts to them, Lu Xiang acquiesced, though she felt a tinge of discontent, recognizing that Wu Feng was the client, and she had no choice but to accept the current situation. However, there is one point you must clarify with them, Wu Feng added. Please, Mr. Wu, go ahead, Lu Xiang responded, her attention sharpening as she prepared to take notes. He informed Jiang Fan that if she desired an amicable divorce, she should refrain from coveting assets beyond their shared marital property. Concerning their jointly owned possessions, she was to compile a comprehensive list specifying the items and their respective values. That which was enumerated on her list would rightfully belong to her, while the remainder would be allocated to him. Following this, they could proceed with their divorce agreement, leaving no debts between them. Wu Feng calmly articulated his final demands. Very well, I shall convey your message to her, Lu Xiang replied, putting away her notebook and preparing to depart. Lu lawyer, Wu Feng suddenly called out to her. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Lu Xiang turned, intrigued by his inquiry. I overheard your colleague mention at noon that you seem to be feeling unwell, Wu Feng remarked with a smile. Oh, no, I'm quite all right. Thank you for your concern, Lu Xiang recalled that her colleague was merely trying to ease her discomfort. Is that truly the case? Of late, have you not been able to eat well, experienced irregular bowel movements, suffered from insomnia and vivid dreams, and felt persistent coldness in your hands and feet? Chapter 43. Lawyer Lu, your ailment calls for a boyfriend. How did you know? Lu Xiang gazed at Wu Feng in astonishment. Recently, she had indeed experienced these symptoms and had visited the hospital for an examination. However, the doctors assured her there was nothing serious, advising her merely to stay hydrated and rest, prescribing some Western medication that had proven entirely ineffective. I came across an ancient remedy in a book. It may be beneficial, Wu Feng replied, evading Lu Xiang's question. He could not divulge the truth, that he possessed the uncanny ability to see through her condition upon their first encounter and had discerned the accumulation of stagnant waste within her, which had exacerbated her liver heat. May I inquire, Mr. Wu, what kind of remedy is it? Lu Xiang humbly sought his guidance, realizing that Wu Feng had been perusing the text of Suwen to assist her. Suddenly, she felt a peculiar fascination with him. On one hand, he appeared affluent, residing in the Peninsula Hotel, yet on the other, he seemed less wealthy, according to the snippets of conversation she had overheard from his family and neighbors, suggesting he was merely a gold-collar worker. Even more astonishing was his ability to perceive the nuances of her ailment. I suggest you take note, he said. All right. Lu Xiang swiftly retrieved her notebook, diligently recording the list of herbs and their quantities that Wu Feng dictated. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Could this truly remedy her issues? These herbs seemed more like a temporary fix than a lasting solution. Wu Feng appeared to read her thoughts, directly addressing her concerns. What would it take to address the root of the problem? Lu Xiang curiously inquired. Lawyer Lu, you have been single for so many years, haven't you? Wu Feng asked with a smile. Mr. Wu, what do you mean? Lu Xiang was somewhat perplexed. I mean, you've been unmarried all this time, right? Wu Feng clarified. Yes. Lu Xiang felt a twinge of embarrassment, struggling to see the connection between her minor health issues and her relationship status. Her last romantic involvement had been during university, where she had fortunately uncovered the true nature of a deceitful man who had been seeing two women concurrently, allowing her to preserve her most treasured possession and ending her first love after a mere half-month. After graduating and joining her family's law firm, Lu Xiang had been preoccupied with work, neglecting her romantic pursuits. Now, at the age of 29, she remained single. During this time, numerous young talents and wealthy suitors had pursued her, yet she had dissuaded them all. Ultimately, she had not encountered anyone who could truly captivate her heart, someone who could evoke that electrifying sensation throughout her being, including the memory of her unfulfilled first love. Lawyer Lu, traditional Chinese medicine speaks of the balance of yin and yang. In truth, many minor ailments in women stem from hormonal imbalances. Often, simply finding a boyfriend can resolve these issues. Both parties should engage in more communication and interaction. These minor issues will dissipate without the need for medication. Wu Feng's words caused Lu Xiang's face to flush, filling her with embarrassment. Had it not been for her awareness of Wu Feng's status, she might have genuinely suspected that this man was arranged by her father. Thank you, Mr. Wu. I shall take my leave now, Lu Xiang said, lowering her head as she exited the room, brushing past Xiao Lu, who had been standing at the door. Xiao Lu was perplexed. How could this once dynamic lawyer emerge with such a flushed countenance? Though she stood at the threshold, unable to hear the conversation within, she clearly observed Wu Feng maintaining a courteous demeanor throughout his interaction with Lu Xiang. Upon stepping out of the hotel, Lu Xiang took deep breaths of the fresh air, striving to regain her composure. Yet, the more she reflected on Wu Feng's words, the redder her face became. She found it puzzling. She was known to be someone who could share risque jokes among others. So why did Wu Feng's earnest remark leave her so vulnerable? It felt as though the innermost secrets of her heart had been laid bare, akin to standing unclothed before others. Resigned, Lu Xiang allowed her flushed face to remain as she hailed a taxi. Once inside, she rolled down the window to let in the breeze. As the hour grew late, she opted not to return to the law firm, but instead headed straight home. Outside her residential complex, she visited a traditional Chinese medicine shop to procure the herbs Wu Feng had mentioned, even purchasing a clay pot for brewing the concoction. Upon returning home, Lu Xiang eagerly set about preparing the medicine. Before long, the strong scent of the herbal brew permeated the entire apartment. Fortunately, she lived alone, having moved out to escape her parents' marriage pressures during her second year of work, purchasing this home outright. Can this really be consumed? Observing the potion in the pot. Its color transformed from white to tea, then to brown, and finally to black. Doubts began to creep into Lu Xiang's mind. Would she truly poison herself? Regardless, she steeled herself against the foul odor and bitter taste, gulping down the herbal mixture Feng had concocted. Aside from feeling a numbing bitterness that rendered her taste buds almost non-existent, she experienced no other sensations. Would this truly be effective? Lu Xiang questioned her decision. Yet soon enough, she found herself making several trips to the restroom. At least in terms of detoxification and purging, the effects were pronounced. As for the other outcomes, she would have to wait until nighttime to discover. By 11 that night, Lu Xiang was already in bed. Thankfully, the simplicity of Wu Feng's case allowed her to rest early. She could hardly recall the last time she had lain down before midnight. However, she still found herself unable to sleep. This inability to slumber felt distinctly different from her previous bouts of insomnia. Despite feeling utterly exhausted, with her eyelids heavy and reluctant to rise, Lu Xiang found herself unable to succumb to sleep. This evening, she was tormented by a subtle inner fire that kept her awake. Until now, she had consciously ignored and suppressed the dual demands of her mind and body. It was only after Feng casually remarked upon it today that she could no longer evade the truth. This insidious feeling gnawed at her, compelling her to splash her face with cold water multiple times, yet to no avail. Thus, she lay in a state of disarray, tossing and turning, until she finally drifted off into slumber, unaware of the passage of time in the deep of night. During the night, Lu Xiang experienced a dream she had not encountered in ages. To her astonishment, the man in her dream was none other than Feng. The following morning, Lu Xiang opened her eyes. Although she had fallen asleep late, she had not enjoyed such a peaceful and comfortable rest in a long time. Moreover, she had not been jolted awake by icy hands and feet during the night. Instead, she felt enveloped in warmth throughout. This indicated that Wu Feng's prescription was indeed effective. Speaking of Feng, Lu Xiang was suddenly struck as if by an electric shock. How could he appear in my dream? At that moment, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Although it was merely a dream, it seemed so bizarre and implausible. Who was Feng? Merely the client she had met less than 24 hours ago. Furthermore, he was significantly older than her, at least a decade her senior. Why was it he who invaded her dreams? Sighing, Lu Xiang tossed aside her blanket and prepared to rise. She paused for a moment, then silently changed her sheets and duvet, tossing them into the washing machine. She took a quick shower and donned fresh undergarments. This was a first for her. Lu Xiang ended up being late for work. Upon her arrival at the law firm, the quartet of lawyers assembled specifically for Wu Feng's divorce case were already waiting for her. Once Lu Xiang was settled, the group proceeded to Wangjiang Garden, preparing for a second round of confrontation with Jiang Fan. Chapter 44. The three heroes battle El Bu at 10:30 in the morning. Lu Xiang led a team of lawyers back to Wangjiang Garden. Upon entering the community, they were met with the furious tirade of the mother-in-law, who was vociferously berating the cleaning staff. Even the security personnel and concerned residents who attempted to mediate found themselves caught in her ire. It was a veritable scene of a shrewish woman engaging in a verbal melee. How can you be so shameless? I painstakingly collected paper and bottles from dozens of trash bins, only to have you take them all away. The cleaning lady was incensed, having never encountered such audacity. What proof do you have that they belong to you? These recyclables are items that others have discarded. Whoever picks them up owns them. If you claim they are yours, why did you leave them on the roadside? The mother-in-law argued, unabashed and self-righteous. Madam, these recyclables were indeed placed here by this cleaning lady, and every security officer in our property management is aware of it. This cleaning lady's husband is unwell, and her daughter is still in high school. She relies on this modest income to support her family. Have some compassion and return them to her. The security officer, on duty, patiently attempted to mediate, repeatedly explaining the cleaning lady's hardships. What does that have to do with me? Her husband is not my husband, and her daughter is not my daughter. You think you're so noble for standing up for her? Why don't you donate your salary to her? It's easy to talk when you don't have to suffer the consequences, isn't it? Or perhaps you have a secret liaison with this cleaning woman. The mother-in-law unleashed a torrent of vitriol, her words laced with venom. She took advantage of her status as a property owneress mother, confident that the cleaning staff and property management would dare not retaliate, lest they lose their jobs. Thus, she felt emboldened, spewing her insults without restraint. The cleaning lady and the security officer, deeply offended by such slander, were on the verge of exploding with frustration. It was their first encounter with such a malicious old woman. Seeing their anger render them speechless, the mother-in-law reveled in her perceived victory. What does it matter if I live in the city? I can still hold my own. Madam, they are merely lowly workers, and those recyclables hold little value. If you take them, so be it. Just stop berating them. A resident, unable to bear the spectacle, stepped forward, intending to first persuade the mother-in-law to leave, then soothe the cleaning staff and security personnel, advising them to secure their belongings in the future. And who are you to speak? What business is it of yours? The mother-in-law, however, was ungrateful, launching into another tirade against the well-meaning resident. The resident stood there, dumbfounded, a breath caught in their throat, shaking their head before retreating upstairs. Humph, a dog meddling in affairs that don't concern it. The mother-in-law, in her audacity, felt triumphant, believing she had bested yet another opponent. In reality, the others simply chose not to stoop to her level. Let it go, let it go. Just give her the recyclables. In the future, place them in our security room. The security officer, witnessing the mother-in-law's brazen and tyrannical behavior, decided to appease the situation, calming the cleaning lady to prevent this old hag from disturbing other residents. So unfortunate to be caught in this mess. The cleaning lady resignedly accepted the situation and was preparing to leave with the security guard. At this point, the mother-in-law had already taken advantage of the circumstances. However, she could not resist the urge to provoke. Ha! See, I told you so. You two are definitely involved. This time, the cleaning lady suffered repeated humiliation, unable to endure any longer. I'll kill you, you old hag. She raised her bamboo broom and swung it angrily at her mother-in-law. Startled, the mother-in-law was taken aback, not expecting the woman to actually strike. Her feet seemed to have been fitted with sliding rails as she hurriedly retreated. Calm down, miss. The security guard rushed forward, firmly grasping the broom, preventing the mother-in-law from receiving a blow to her face. How dare you, you shrew? You think you can lay a finger on me? There are laws. I will report you to the property management. I will have you fired. Seeing someone intervene, the mother-in-law regained her confidence and threatened the cleaning lady. Let go of me. Even if I get fired today, I will make sure to take down this old crone. The cleaning lady, completely enraged and losing her composure, attempted to reclaim her broom. Do you know who this old woman is? She is Jiang Fan's biological mother. In a moment of desperation, the security guard divulged the information. Jiang Fan, biological mother. The cleaning lady suddenly calmed down. In Wangjiang community, Jiang Fan was indeed a figure detested by the property management staff. With a disdainful attitude, she would complain at the slightest inconvenience, creating chaos wherever she went. The property staff and other residents coexisted harmoniously, but this Jiang Fan was universally disliked. If this unreasonable, loquacious old woman was indeed Jiang Fan's mother, it all made sense. Come on, you know what kind of woman Jiang is. Why stoop to her level? The security guard continued to persuade the cleaning lady and snatched the broom from her hands, tossing it to the ground. Upon realizing that the mother-in-law was Jiang Fan's mother, the cleaning lady prepared to accept her misfortune. But at that moment, the mother-in-law began her antics once again. Seeing that the opposition had calmed down, she suddenly threw herself on the ground. Oh no, she hit me. The cleaner attacked me, and the security guard is helping her. They're bullying this elderly woman. The mother-in-law lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum and attempting to extort sympathy, leaving both the cleaning lady and the security guard bewildered. Lu Xiang and the legal team observed the entire scene from a distance. They were astonished that Wu Feng's mother-in-law would stoop so low over a mere few kilograms of scrap. It was truly eye-opening. My goodness, she is indeed a remnant of that era, a lawyer remarked. Lu Xiang, expressionless, stepped forward and stood before the now flustered security guard and cleaning lady. Is there surveillance in this area? The security guard shook his head. This area is a blind spot for cameras. Upon hearing this, the mother-in-law on the ground could hardly suppress a smirk, but she continued to wail, thinking that if she did not extort a sum today, she would not rise. All 5 of us are lawyers. We clearly heard the insults and slurs directed at you, and we witnessed her fall to the ground on her own accord. If you choose to call the police, we can all testify. Lu Xiang articulated her identity and stance with remarkable clarity, advising the proper course of action. A pitiful litigator. Realizing her scheme was futile, the mother-in-law got up from the ground, brushed off the dust, and grumbled as she walked away. Stop! Who permitted you to leave? Lu Xiang asserted herself with the commanding presence of a courtroom, confronting the mother-in-law sharply. The older woman trembled at this unexpected fierceness from the young lawyer. Sister, did she steal your recyclables? I will assist you in reporting this. Lu Xiang declared to the cleaning lady, pulling out her phone. Upon realizing that the young woman was indeed serious, the mother-in-law panicked. I will return them to you, she exclaimed, dragging the discarded cardboard and bottle from the hallway and deliberately scattering them before the cleaning lady. With a cold demeanor, she ascended the stairs. Thank you, young lawyer. The cleaning lady expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Lu Xiang, not merely for reclaiming her recyclables, but for decisively reprimanding the unruly old woman. No need for thanks, Lu Xiang replied, turning to her colleagues. Let's proceed with our work. Chapter 45. The brother-in-law hits the jackpot. Supplementary re-examination. The mother-in-law stormed back home in a fit of fury. Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian were seated at the dining table, enjoying their breakfast. Mom, where have you been so early? Come and have something to eat, Jiang Fan called out kindly. Ordering takeout again. How expensive is that? The mother-in-law's ire flared upon seeing the takeout boxes. It's not that costly, just a little over 100, Wu Qianqian replied nonchalantly. A little over 100 is not cheap. That could buy 7 or 8 gene of pork. The mother-in-law's heart ached, for it was indeed her son's future money that was being spent. In the past, with Wu Feng as a constant source of financial support, she could turn a blind eye. But now, with Wu Feng's impending departure, every penny spent meant less for her son. Wu Qianqian was about to retort, but Jiang Fan shot her a glare. You can't possibly eat 7 or 8 gene of pork, can you? Wu Qianqian could only pout and mutter under her breath. Where's Jiang Can? Why are you two the only ones eating? The mother-in-law noticed her son's absence and questioned them. He left shortly after you did this morning. Jiang Fan replied truthfully. Why is he up so early? The mother-in-law was perplexed. He said he was going for a qualification re-examination, Jiang Fan explained. What qualification? What examination? The mother-in-law was utterly bewildered. Grandma, it's the qualification re-examination. Uncle has made it to the interview stage for the civil service exam and is going to the agency for the qualification check. Wu Qianqian interjected, providing clarification. What? Jiang Can made it to the interview? But didn't he rank 6th? The mother-in-law suddenly trembled, her speech stammering. Well, let's just say our little uncle has had some good fortune. With the 6th position, the first-place candidate passed the national exam. The second-place voluntarily withdrew, and the third-place failed the qualification check. Thus, it's only fitting that our little uncle is next in line for the supplement. As long as he passes the qualification check, he can attend the interview, Wu Qianqian elucidated with a smile. Thank heavens! Our ancestors from the Jiang family have finally shown their favor. Fan, your late father has finally accomplished something significant these past years in the afterlife. May our ancestors bless Jiang Can to succeed in the civil service exam. The mother-in-law clasped her hands together, overwhelmed with gratitude. At that moment, both Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian's phones chimed simultaneously. Grandma, Uncle just sent a message. He has successfully passed the qualification check and is confirmed for the interview next week. Wu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully. The heavens are watching. The heavens are watching. Our Jiang family is finally going to have a high-ranking official. I must immediately share this news with our relatives and invite them over to hold a grand banquet for Jiang Can in Jiang City. The mother-in-law picked up her phone and began to take action. Mom, calm down. This only means he's confirmed for the interview. It doesn't guarantee he'll be accepted. Even if he makes it to the interview, he is still third in line for the supplement. And there is no certainty he will pass, Jiang Fan kindly cautioned his mother-in-law against making such a fuss. Oomph. Do you think I'm unaware of that? After the written examination comes the interview, followed by political review and a medical examination. Last year, your uncle's daughter successfully became a civil servant in the township. And wasn't it the exact procedure? That certainly made your uncle, and especially your aunt, quite proud, as they seemed eager to share the news repeatedly. However, what is so commendable about securing a position as a township civil servant? Look at Arasai. He aspires to become a civil servant in a first-tier city like Jiangxing. Moreover, it will be too late to host a celebration after he truly succeeds. Your uncle's daughter wanted to celebrate, but the institution forbade it. I must organize a banquet for your brother before the interview and also collect the contributions given over the years. I firmly believe that your brother, being articulate, will undoubtedly excel in the interview. My mother-in-law, brimming with confidence, continuously broadcasts messages in family and neighborhood groups. Dear friends and relatives, I, Li Suifeng, announce that my son Jiang has entered the interview stage for the Jiangsheng Civil Service Examination. I, Li Suifeng, have decided to host a banquet in Jiangsheng within 3 days. The exact time and location will be announced later. I hope everyone can attend. Jiang Fan, unable to stop her, simply allows her to proceed. Furthermore, you and Qian must heed my words. My mother-in-law suddenly turned serious, admonishing the two who were engrossed in their breakfast. During this period, you must conduct yourselves well and be cautious in your actions. Do not let any blemishes on your character jeopardize a size political review. Especially you, Qian. You must temper your temperament and refrain from causing trouble. At this moment, she spoke with righteous fervor, seemingly oblivious to her earlier misdeeds involving the cleaning lady and her attempts at extortion. Understood. Wu Qian rolled her eyes. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. They are here. My mother-in-law's expression instantly darkened. Who is it? Jiang Fan inquired curiously. It's Wu Feng's lawyer. I encountered them downstairs earlier, my mother-in-law replied with resentment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan promptly rose to open the door, ushering Lu Xiang and others into the room. The two parties settled on the sofa to negotiate, while my mother-in-law glared fiercely at Lu Xiang. Were it not for the knowledge of her son entering the interview, she would certainly not hold back her disdain for Lu Xiang. Ms. Jiang Fan, we have conveyed your demands word for word to Mr. Wu, Lu Xiang stated in a businesslike manner, holding no fondness for the woman before her, only distaste. What did he say? Jiang Fan inquired coldly. Mr. Wu indicated that the marital property could be allocated at your discretion, as long as you provide a detailed list of items and their respective values. The items on the list would belong to you, while the remainder would go to him. Following that, the parties would agree to a divorce, with no further obligations to one another. However, regarding your request for the distribution of 2 of his parents' old houses, Mr. Wu does not consent. Lu Xiang communicated Mr. Wu's stance in full. By what right? The 2 old houses left by my grandparents are a matter of contention between my mother and me, as we insist on dividing them equally. Wu Qian, unable to contain her excitement, abruptly cast aside her chopsticks and stormed towards the sofa. Child, this is a discussion for adults. It's none of your concern. Go back. Her mother-in-law quickly intervened, anxious that Wu Qian might act impulsively, risking a situation that could tarnish Jiang Fan's political review if the opposing party remained obstinate. Wu Qian's reaction was anticipated by Lu Xiang, yet the sudden shift in the old woman's temperament caught her off guard. I disagree. Tell Wu Feng that I demand at least half of his parents' 2 houses. Otherwise, there will be no negotiation. Jiang Fan threatened vehemently. Miss Jiang, it was you who initiated the divorce, not Mr. Wu. If you wish to retract that, we shall take our leave. As for your claim to half of Mr. Wu's parents' assets, feel free to pursue legal action. Should the court accept your case, do inform me. I would relish witnessing how the sun rises in the west. Lu Xiang dismissed Jiang Fan's threats entirely. Jiang Fan found herself at an impasse. It seemed this tactic held little sway over Wu Feng. Calm down, Fan. Her mother-in-law whispered urgently in her ear. Wu Feng's willingness to share the assets amounts to him leaving with nothing. Even if this dispute escalates to court, we stand little chance of winning. Moreover, you may divorce Wu Feng, but do not let this escalate to a legal battle. What if it jeopardizes Akan's political review? Besides, if the court were to rule an equal division of assets, you would be at a greater loss. It would be wise to take advantage of Wu Feng's current disposition and accept the asset division while you can, thereby concluding the marriage. In light of the potential benefits for Jiang Can's civil service aspirations, her mother-in-law's clarity of thought was evident as she comprehensively assessed the situation. Chapter 46. Jiang Fan lists her assets. I wanted all Jiang Fan was simply malevolent, not foolish. She was acutely aware of the risks associated with filing for divorce in court and seeking a division of their shared assets. Her previous remarks were merely an attempt at coercion and intimidation. Any amount she could extort would be considered a victory. However, Lu Xiang's demeanor indicated that this avenue was unviable. Consequently, Jiang Fan had no choice but to relinquish the two properties owned by Wu Feng's parents. Listen carefully, everyone. First, after my divorce from Wu Feng, our daughter Wu Qianqian will reside with me. Jiang Fan articulated her first demand, which Lu Xiang noted without objection in her notebook, creating a new table to document the proceedings accurately. Second, all household savings between Wu Feng and me will belong entirely to me. Jiang Fan asserted her second requirement. Please specify the amount, Lu Xiang prompted. The 688. 17 yuan in my WeChat balance, along with 574. 62 yuan in my bank account, Jiang Fan replied, scrutinizing her phone with meticulous attention, including the decimal points. Understood, Lu Xiang acknowledged, though internally puzzled, as Wu Feng undoubtedly possessed more than this amount. Nevertheless, she continued to record the information faithfully. Third, both cars in our possession, a Mercedes-Benz E300 and a BMW Z4, will be mine. However, Wu Feng must repair the car he damaged in a fit of rage. Jiang Fan's ire flared at the mention of the vehicles. I'm afraid, Ms. Jiang, we are currently engaged in asset division. If you are dissatisfied with these two vehicles, you may opt to forego them, and they will remain with my client, Mr. Wu. Lu Xiang countered directly, rejecting Jiang Fan's demand. Having something is better than nothing. Those two cars, even as scrap, still hold some value, her mother-in-law interjected softly, urging Jiang Fan to expedite the divorce and salvage what she could, stressing the importance of not jeopardizing her son's political career over trivial matters. Jiang Fan remained silent, seething with rage. Ms. Jiang, do you wish to retain those two vehicles or not? Lu Xiang pressed. Yes. Jiang Fan replied, her anger palpable. Lu Xiang recorded her response. And this house, along with its contents, will also belong to me, Jiang Fan proclaimed, presenting her third demand. The house is noted as yours, but for the contents, you must provide a detailed inventory of items you wish to claim, Lu Xiang insisted, seemingly intent on complicating matters, yet primarily adhering to Wu Feng's instructions. Are you doing this on purpose? Jiang Fan glared, her fierce gaze seemingly capable of tearing Lu Xiang apart. Ms. Jiang, we're merely adhering to protocol, Lu Xiang replied. Unfazed, let's just take stock of the household items, so we have a clear understanding, her mother-in-law suggested soothingly. I want that new computer in the study. Wu Qianqian immediately claimed the 150,000 yuan device upon hearing about the inventory. Lu Xiang acknowledged the request, but offered no response. Hello, are you deaf? Why aren't you recording this? Wu Qianqian confronted Lu Xiang, who remained indifferent, her gaze fixed on Jiang Fan. The two computers in the study belong to me, Jiang Fan declared impatiently. Only then did Lu Xiang begin to input data on her laptop. Subsequently, Jiang Fan, Wu Qianqian, and her mother meticulously cataloged every item within the house. They enumerated Jiang Fan's jewelry, clothing, cosmetics, and all the furniture including tables and sofas, as well as appliances like the television, air conditioner, and refrigerator. Even the number of plates, bowls, and pairs of chopsticks were documented. Their thoroughness ensured that not even a single napkin would be granted to Wu Feng. After 3 arduous hours, Lu Xiang completed the inventory. Once printed, it amounted to dozens of A4 sheets. Madam Jiang, this is the divorce agreement, along with the inventory of your assigned property. Let me reiterate, you and Mr. Wu Feng have agreed to divorce voluntarily, and the items listed on the inventory belong to you, while the remainder belongs to Mr. Wu Feng. Please confirm once more that nothing has been overlooked before you sign. Lu Xiang handed Jiang Fan the 2 copies of the divorce agreement, already signed and sealed by Wu Feng, along with the printed inventories. Fan, be sure to examine this thoroughly for any potential traps and ascertain that nothing has been omitted, her mother advised from the side. Jiang Fan scrutinized every word of the divorce agreement, reading it 3 times to ensure no hidden pitfalls lurked within. After reviewing the inventory once more, she confirmed that not even a single toothpick had been overlooked before signing her name and affixing her seal. You keep this copy, and I shall return the other to Mr. Wu, Lu Xiang said as she retrieved the signed agreement and inventory from Jiang Fan. When will Mr. Wu take my daughter to the Civil Affairs Bureau for the divorce certificate? Her mother inquired eagerly. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, Mr. We'll be waiting for you at the District Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Xiang provided the specific timing. Very well. I shall not see you off, Jiang Fan replied coolly. Lu Xiang had not expected her to, rising instead to depart alongside her legal team. Once they had all exited, her mother beamed. At last, we have resolved this matter. However, Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian appeared far from joyous. Despite having acquired all the household assets, they felt these were rightfully theirs to begin with. And the fact that they had not secured the 2 properties belonging to Wu Feng's parents cast a shadow over their spirits. Meanwhile, her mother was wholly absorbed in the excitement of her son's civil servant interview, leaving little room for concern over these matters. Mother, I will accompany you to the Civil Affairs Bureau this afternoon, Wu Qianqian announced. Very well, Jiang Fan replied without hesitation. Where do you think you're going? You should stay here with me and not go at all. The mother-in-law scolded Wu Qianqian and then addressed Jiang Fan. Fan, you can go alone this afternoon. Qianqian and I will not accompany you, as we might be unable to restrain ourselves from confronting Wu Feng at the Civil Affairs Bureau. If someone were to report the incident, it could adversely affect your brother's political evaluation. Furthermore, since the divorce is finalized, it is best to disregard Wu Feng, a man who has become utterly useless. Just complete the necessary formalities and return home. The mother-in-law seemed fixated on Jiang Can's political evaluation. Wu Qianqian, visibly displeased, stormed off to her room and slammed the door shut. Look at her, such a fiery temperament. How will she ever pass the civil service exam? The mother-in-law lamented to Jiang Fan. I understand, Mom. I will go alone this afternoon. Rest assured, I will not engage in any quarrels with Wu Feng. That man is nothing but a worthless individual burdened with loans and devoid of employment. Even a single word exchanged with him repulses me, Jiang Fan expressed, harboring intense disdain and aversion towards Wu Feng. That's good. I shall continue to reach out to relatives back home to arrange the banquet for your brother, the mother-in-law said cheerfully as she returned to her room. Chapter 47. Wu Feng and Jiang Fan's divorce. The brother-in-law's pretentious entrance. Lu Xiang, holding the divorce agreement and asset list signed by Jiang Fan, returned to the Peninsula Hotel to report to Wu Feng. This time, Wu Feng's exquisite female steward awaited her directly in the hotel lobby. Lawyer Lu, welcome. Mr. Wu has been expecting you, Xiao Lu said, ushering Lu Xiang into the elevator. The mere thought of meeting Wu Feng made Lu Xiang's heart race. Her entire being instinctively tensed, and her legs began to feel weak. The memory of the absurd dream she had about Wu Feng the previous night lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Upon reaching the upper floor, Xiao Lu did not knock as before, but instead used a key card to open the door, inviting Lu Xiang inside. Once inside, Lu Xiang noticed Wu Feng was not present. Only the sound of water could be heard from the terrace bathroom. Lawyer Lu, please have a seat. Mr. Wu has just finished playing tennis downstairs and is currently in the shower, Xiao Lu kindly offered, pouring Lu Xiang a cup of tea. Thank you, Lu Xiang said, settling onto the sofa and placing the divorce agreement and list on the coffee table. Lawyer Lu? Xiao Lu suddenly inquired. Yes? Lu Xiang looked up, puzzled. Are you feeling warm? Would you like me to lower the air conditioning? You seem to be sweating quite a bit, and your face is a bit flushed. Xiao Lu expressed her concern. Oh, no, that's not necessary, Lu Xiang replied awkwardly, lifting her tea to her face and taking a sip. At that moment, the door to the terrace bathroom opened, and Wu Feng emerged, a white towel wrapped around his waist, steam wafting around him. He was completely drenched, droplets of water clinging to his dark hair and prominent nose. Cough, cough. Lu Xiang could not contain herself and choked. Are you all right, Lawyer Lu? Wu Feng immediately approached her with concern. I'm Feng. You should quickly get dressed. Lu Xiang could scarcely bring herself to look at Wu Feng. She had never imagined that a man in his 40s could possess such an enviable physique, one that could rival even the finest of youthful actors. This was the true essence of virility. Xiao Lu, please attend to Lawyer Lu, Wu Feng instructed the steward before retreating to the fitting room. Lawyer Lu, take a deep breath, Xiao Lu gently soothed, rubbing Lu Xiang's back. Once Lu Xiang managed to stop coughing, she promptly inspected the divorce agreement on the table, relieved that it had not been dampened by water. Otherwise, she would have been in deep trouble. I apologize, Lawyer Lu. Was the tea too hot? Xiao Lu asked, her face filled with regret. No, it's not your fault. Nor is it the TS. I simply drank too quickly, Lu Xiang replied with an embarrassed smile. Though internally, she found herself blaming Wu Feng for emerging in only a towel, causing her to choke. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed Wu Feng was not at fault after all. After taking a shower, one cannot expect a person to emerge without a towel wrapped around them. It is unreasonable to suggest that they should appear unclothed. Alas, one can only attribute such a physique to Wu Feng's remarkable fitness at the age of 42. It is truly astonishing. Could it be that he possesses some arcane knowledge of traditional medicine? In that moment, Lu Xiang found herself torn between admiration and envy. Just then, Wu Feng emerged from the changing room, donning the same attire he had initially worn. After all, he was scheduled to finalize his divorce from Jiang Fan at the Civil Affairs Bureau that afternoon. It would be quite inappropriate to be clad in garments worth hundreds of thousands before the divorce certificate was issued, even if Jiang Fan might not recognize them. Mr. Wu, Jiang Fan has already signed the divorce agreement, and this is the list she has provided, Lu Xiang stated, seamlessly transitioning into her professional demeanor as she handed him the two documents. She had clearly delineated her requirements. Wu Feng perused the list casually, finding no surprise in Jiang Fan's insistence on including even a pack of tissues as part of her divorce settlement. In fact, everything unfolded as anticipated. Thank you for your efforts, Lawyer Lu, Wu Feng remarked, placing the divorce agreement and the list down. As your legal representative, it is my duty, Lu Xiang replied, striving to maintain a professional facade, though her gaze faltered, unable to meet Wu Feng's eyes. By the way, Lawyer Lu, I hope you used the prescription I provided you yesterday. How was its effect? After discussing work matters, Wu Feng inquired about Lu Xiang's health. I did use it, and it worked wonderfully, Lu Xiang stammered, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely audible. Mr. Wu, I have scheduled your final divorce proceedings with Ms. Jiang Fan at 3 this afternoon at the District Civil Affairs Bureau. I must attend to other matters at my firm, so I will take my leave now. See you this afternoon. Lu Xiang could no longer remain in the room, hastily excusing herself. Wu Feng watched her retreating figure with a smile, amused by how she had transitioned from initially appearing fierce to now resembling a bashful young woman. She certainly was an intriguing lawyer. At 3 in the afternoon, Jiang Fan arrived punctually at the Civil Affairs Bureau by taxi. Lu Xiang was already waiting for her in the lobby. Ms. Jiang, this way please, Lu Xiang beckoned, leading her to an office. Inside, Jiang Fan finally laid eyes on Wu Feng. She did not bother to hide her disdain, immediately wrinkling her brow in distaste, and chose not to utter a single word to him. In her eyes, Wu Feng was merely a man stripped of his job, a worthless individual relying on loans to maintain appearances. Such a person was unworthy of her conversation. Wu Feng, however, maintained a relaxed composure throughout the encounter. After all, he was fundamentally a stranger to this vain, greedy, and malicious woman. There was no emotional connection between them. Everything Wu Feng did was solely in pursuit of justice for the original owner of his identity. Now, the divorce was finalized. The woman appeared to have triumphed over everything within her household. However, Wu Feng was acutely aware that this was merely the commencement of Jiang Fan and her avaricious family's downfall. The staff completed the necessary formalities for the couple, confiscating their marriage certificate and ceremoniously shredding it. Subsequently, they printed 2 divorce certificates, which were handed to Wu Feng and Jiang Fan. Upon receiving her divorce certificate, Jiang Fan scoffed and turned away, her disdain for Wu Feng palpable. As she approached the exit, preparing to hail a taxi, an Audi A6L unexpectedly pulled up. Jiang Can cheerfully emerged from the vehicle. "What brings you here?" Jiang Fan inquired, astonished. "Qian tipped me off, mentioning that you were at the Civil Affairs Bureau, divorcing." "Ah, I mean parting ways with Wu Feng. I simply had to come and see for myself," Jiang Can replied with a mischievous grin. "Let's go." "It's all settled now," Jiang Fan urged. "Oh, come on, sister. I must wait for my former brother-in-law to witness my new ride and invite him to celebrate my success in a few days." Jiang Can, brimming with arrogance, had come to the Civil Affairs Bureau not to escort Jiang Fan, but rather to flaunt his triumph over Wu Feng. Chapter 48. The last frenzy of the brother-in-law at this moment. Wu Feng and the members of his legal team exited the grand hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Oh, brother-in-law," Jiang Can exclaimed, gleefully waving the Audi car keys in his hand. "Jiang Can, have you purchased a car?" Wu Feng inquired as he noticed the Audi A6L parked at the entrance, immediately surmising the circumstances. "Well, I initially intended to get a Porsche, but considering the high-profile nature of my future job at the government office, I settled for this Audi instead," Jiang Can boasted, clearly reveling in his purchase. His showiness was not just aimed at Wu Feng, but also at Lu Xiang, who stood behind him. Unfortunately, Lu Xiang felt a wave of nausea upon seeing him and turned her head away. "Oh, have you passed the civil service examination?" Wu Feng asked, somewhat surprised. "Not yet, but it's practically the same. I only missed the cutoff by less than 0.5 points, and I'll easily surpass him in the interview," Jiang Can declared, brimming with confidence. "Is that so? Congratulations, then," Wu Feng replied, his lips curling into a barely contained smile. Rumor has it that secrets thrive in silence. Yet this fool seems incapable of remembering such wisdom. How dare he come flaunting before me? Naturally, I must indulge him. Tomorrow afternoon at Wang Heilu, I am hosting a celebration for my successful candidacy. Even though you and my sister are no longer together, you must attend. Jiang Can invited insincerely. "Of course, I will certainly bring you a grand gift," Wu Feng responded with a beaming smile. Already contemplating the nature of the present, he intended to prepare for Jiang Can a gift that would surely make a resounding impact at the gathering. Suddenly, Jiang Can's expression shifted, and with a scoff, he remarked, "Humph, I wouldn't dare to hope for anything extravagant. I only wish that when you come tomorrow, you could wear something a bit more presentable. I wouldn't want my relatives back home to ridicule me, questioning how my sister ended up with such a penniless man." Clearly, the promise made by Wu Feng had reminded Jiang Can of some unpleasant experiences, prompting his words to be laced with sharpness. "Not a problem," Wu Feng replied, unfazed and even smiling in response, for he understood that the next 24 hours leading up to the banquet would mark Jiang Can's final bout of madness. "All right, get in the car," Jiang Fan urged Jiang Can, eager to avoid any further encounters with Wu Feng. "Haha, I shall take my leave then. You can wait for a taxi at your leisure," Jiang Can retorted with a mocking grin. At that moment, Jiang Can suddenly froze, his gaze fixated on a remarkably luxurious and imposing vehicle gliding towards them. The small golden emblem on the hood sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. "What the heck? A Cullinan!" Jiang Can exclaimed without thinking. "What kind of car is that?" Even Jiang Fan, typically indifferent to automobiles, was captivated by the opulent vehicle. The latest model of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It costs at least 10 million upon delivery, despite having little money in his pocket. Jiang Can had a fair understanding of luxury cars. 10 million, Jiang Fan exclaimed, astonished by the figure. Like most people, she believed that brands such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi represented good vehicles. However, they typically retailed around 500,000. On the other hand, luxury cars like Porsche, Maserati, and Ferrari were generally priced around 1 to 2 million. To her astonishment, the car before her was valued at over 10 million. That amount could nearly procure 20 of her own Mercedes E300. Sister, the essence lies not in the expense, but in the rarity. Do you understand rarity? This was the latest Rolls-Royce Cullinan, only 2 months into its global release. Even if one possessed wealth, acquiring this vehicle in the domestic market required a waiting period of at least 6 months. This was the very first new Cullinan she had encountered in Jiang City. Jiang Can spoke with fervor, his eyes brimming with envy, Yet he envisioned a future where, having secured a civil service position, he too would one day drive such an extravagant car. Jiang Fan discerned from Jiang Can's words that this vehicle was not merely attainable through wealth. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she tiptoed to peer inside, eager to glimpse the person behind the wheel. The Cullinan came to a halt in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The passenger door swung open, revealing a young woman clad in a professional uniform, her physique, appearance, and demeanor impeccably flawless. Jiang Can's eyes sparkled with admiration, while Jiang Fan's attention shifted to the driver. Upon seeing a man in a white shirt, donning sunglasses and gloves, exuding the unmistakable aura of a dedicated chauffeur, her heart sank slightly. Simultaneously, upon exiting the vehicle, Xiao Lu promptly approached Wu Feng, offering him a large black umbrella. After exchanging a few words with his legal team, Wu Feng, accompanied by Xiao Lu, descended the steps toward the Cullinan. Xiao Lu proactively opened the rear door for Wu Feng, meticulously ensuring his comfort as he entered the car before closing the door, retrieving the umbrella, and taking her place in the passenger seat. Throughout this, Wu Feng exhibited an air of complete relaxation, seemingly oblivious to the astonished gazes of Jiang Can and Jiang Fan, as if the $10 million Cullinan were no different from an ordinary taxi. That innate sense of ease was something one could never feign. In stark contrast, Jiang Can's Audi A6L and his earlier exuberance appeared rather foolish. Jiang Fan and Jiang Can stood there, momentarily dazed, until the Cullinan and the lawyer's vehicles departed sequentially. How could it be Wu Feng? Jiang Fan struggled to believe her eyes. The $1 million luxury vehicle was indeed there to collect Wu Feng. Moreover, it was accompanied by a dedicated driver and a beautiful attendant. It must be rented. It's undoubtedly a vehicle leased by Wu Feng on credit, just to put on a show for you. Jiang Can insisted vehemently, though deep down, he felt a profound sense of dismay, coupled with a burning jealousy. He too longed to experience the opulence of the Cullinan, complete with a driver and a beautiful attendant. Wu Feng, that useless individual, believes that this will make me regret our divorce. I wonder how long the loans on his 2 old houses will sustain him. Jiang Fan held nothing but disdain for Wu Feng, who arrogantly assumed that his actions were intended to provoke her. Sister, you should return home first, Jiang Can suddenly announced as he entered the car alone. Where are you going? Jiang Fan inquired hastily. I have some matters to attend to. Jiang Can replied vaguely. You're going to confront Sumi, aren't you? Jiang Fan immediately surmised his intentions. Indeed, I'm going to find that wretched woman and witness her shock and regret, Jiang Can declared, having been humiliated by Wu Feng and now seeking a new venue to display his bravado. All right, return home early, Jiang Fan acquiesced, not wishing to deter him. For the matter of Sumi returning the betrothal gifts to Wu Feng left her quite displeased. Thus she supported her brother in confronting this woman. Chapter 49. The green hat worn by my brother-in-law. Not long after Wu Feng got into the car, he received a call from Sumi. She mentioned that today was Friday and that she would not be working tomorrow. She wished to invite Wu Feng to a newly opened hot pot restaurant and inquired about his availability. Wu Feng was quite free and immediately accepted her invitation. He then instructed the driver to head to Reminisce Hospital. The luxurious car, worth millions, drew the attention of countless passers-by as it came to a halt at the entrance. Please head back, Wu Feng said to Xiao Lu and the driver as he disembarked, waiting alone at the hospital entrance. After about 10 minutes, Sumi joyfully emerged. Feng, sorry to keep you waiting, she said, her face apologetic. I just arrived, Wu Feng replied with a smile. At that moment, an ambulance rushed by, and Sumi instinctively grasped Wu Feng's arm, pulling him aside. Thank you, Wu Feng expressed his gratitude. We should hurry to the bus stop. It will be crowded soon. Sumi insisted, maintaining her hold on his arm as she half-pushed him toward the bus platform. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Jiang Can from a car across the street. In that instant, Jiang Can was enraged. He had just driven to the hospital when he saw his girlfriend flirtatiously hold Wu Feng's hand, both of them laughing as they headed toward the bus stop. They looked like a loving couple. Ugh, that shameless woman. After all this time together, you've never held my hand. This unexpected humiliation felt like a crushing green hat descending upon Jiang Can, igniting his fury. He immediately turned his car around, heading towards the bus stop. Feng Yi, how about we try the explosive, spicy flavor today? Sumi said, shaking Wu Feng's hands like a little girl seeking affection. Sure, whatever you want to eat. Wu Feng replied helplessly. At that moment, an Audi A6L sped up and stopped right in front of them. You shameless wretch! Jiang furiously yelled as he flung open the car door and stepped out, launching into a tirade. Jiang? Sumi was surprised to see him there. It seems my mother was right. You and my sister's husband really do have something going on. Jiang seethed with rage. Speak to me with more respect, Sumi retorted, releasing Wu Feng's arm and glaring fiercely at Jiang. Sumi, if you don't respect yourself, why should I respect you? Just look at what you've done, getting all cozy with an older man. Don't you feel the slightest bit of shame? Jiang shot a resentful glance at Wu Feng, blaming him for his anger. If Sumi had chosen someone else, he might have felt better about it. What I do with whom is none of your business. Who do you think you are? Sumi fired back, not backing down. Jiang momentarily faltered, then pointed at the car behind him. Audi, I bought it. He then took out his phone, revealing a text message page. Civil service interview. I made it. Jiang expression was one of smug satisfaction. He had anticipated that showcasing these two pieces of information would elicit astonishment and regret from Sumi, prompting her to publicly fawn over him and plead for reconciliation. However, all he received in return was Sumi's scornful mockery. Jiang, are you out of your mind? This is merely an Audi, not a Bugatti. You've only secured a civil service interview, not a position with a ministry. Surely, you don't believe that driving a luxury Audi and landing an interview will compel all women to worship you? Her biting sarcasm drew laughter from the onlookers at the bus stop, rendering Jiang a mere fool. In that moment, his pride was shattered like never before, and his rage boiled over. Yet, he found himself unable to retort against Sumi, directing his fury instead towards Wu Feng. Oh, Wu Feng, you're impressive. You just divorced my sister at the Civil Affairs Bureau and immediately came to pursue my girlfriend? What about your Cullinan? Where are the driver and servant you hired? Have you returned them so soon? Wu Feng remained unfazed, offering no rebuttal or defense, gazing at Jiang with an expression of condescension. You divorced Jiang Fan? Sumi looked at Wu Feng, her shock evident. Indeed, he is divorced from my sister. Moreover, all assets belong to her. He has nothing left. Not even a job. Sumi, you've been deceived. Surely, you don't think he is still the Wu Feng earning 50,000 a year? Jiang was beside himself with rage. He had believed that publicly exposing Wu Feng's impoverished reality would infuriate Sumi, perhaps even inciting her to confront Wu Feng physically. Yet, to his utter disbelief, Sumi took Wu Feng's hand once again, stating resolutely, So what? Since Brother Feng and your sister have divorced, who cares who he pursues? Since I've parted ways with you, why should you concern yourself with whom I choose? Initially, Sumi harbored some reservations, but upon learning of Wu Feng's divorce from Jiang Fan, all her hesitations vanished. She took Wu Feng's hand openly, infuriating Jiang and Brother Feng. The bus is here. Let us get ready to board, Sumi said softly, glancing at the approaching bus. You refuse to ride in my Audi, and instead opt to take the bus with this destitute old man. Jiang seethed, his body trembling with anger. I like it. What do you care? She then grasped Wu Feng's hand and boarded the bus. Before entering, Wu Feng locked eyes with Jiang, a smirk playing on his lips, filled with derision towards Jiang and Wu Feng. How dare you humiliate me publicly and mock me? Remember this. One day, I shall ensure you pay for it in double. Jiang clenched his fists tightly, swearing in his heart, oblivious to the pain as his nails dug into his flesh. Beep, 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 the bus incessantly honked behind him. The driver and passengers scolded Jiang for blocking the road with his haphazard parking. It was only at this moment that he boarded the bus, fuming as he drove away. He had initially intended to show off to his ex-girlfriend, but unexpectedly encountered Wu Feng, once again suffering public humiliation and being adorned with a metaphorical green hat. Jiang mood plummeted to the depths of despair. Upon returning home, he disregarded his mother's inquiries and slammed the door shut, isolating himself within. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You must see a doctor quickly. It doesn't matter if tomorrow's banquet is delayed. But don't let it affect your interview in a few days. His mother-in-law expressed her concern from the other side of the door. Mom, leave him be. He'll be fine by tomorrow. Jiang Fan interjected, suspecting that Jiang Can had failed to confront Sumi. Hearing this, his mother-in-law felt somewhat reassured. Fan, could you please transfer me another 20,000? She immediately turned to Jiang Fan for money. Didn't I just transfer you 100,000 at noon? Jiang Fan replied, somewhat displeased. That 100,000 was for the banquet. This 20,000 is for purchasing high-speed rail tickets and booking hotels for relatives back home. They're not the same, his mother-in-law stated with conviction. It seems the amount received in gifts hasn't even been spent. Jiang Fan sighed, conceding to transfer another 20,000. Those received gifts need to be saved for when your brother starts working in the government. He'll need a few good suits, and some to impress his colleagues and superiors, his mother-in-law asserted defiantly. So, it turns out all the expenses are to be covered by my mother? Wu Qianqian, having emerged from the room at some point, approached with an expression of indignation. Chapter 50. Wu Feng's overwhelming confidence, the lawyer's downfall. Upon hearing commotion outside, Wu Qianqian stepped out of her room to witness her grandmother demanding 20,000 yuan from her mother for train tickets and hotel accommodations for relatives back home. Her grandmother boldly asserted that all the money received as gifts should be saved for her uncle. How much could one endure? Was her mother expected to bear all these expenses? Anger surged within Wu Qianqian as she confronted her grandmother. Previously, when Jiang Fan and Wu Feng were still married, the latter's steady income had rendered Wu Qianqian indifferent to how the family's finances were managed. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. With Jiang Fan divorced from Wu Feng and lacking any personal income, Wu Qianqian came to realize that the family's funds were dwindling with every demand. How long could they sustain such requests from her grandmother, who ultimately asked for 100,000 and then 20,000 yuan? Oh dear, I forgot to call my third uncle's family. I must notify them immediately. Faced with Wu Qianqian's accusations, her mother-in-law, knowing she was in the wrong, hastily retreated to her guest room. Wu Qianqian's ire had no outlet. Qianqian, just understand that once your uncle starts working at the government office, everything will be fine. Jiang Fan attempted to placate her. Wu Qianqian scoffed again, turning on her heel and slamming the door to her room shut. Inside a bustling hot pot restaurant, Sumi found herself staring at a lavish spread of food, yet lacked the appetite to partake. That scoundrel Jiang Can. If he truly became a civil servant, who knows how he would lord over the common folk? Sumi felt disheartened. How could someone as despicable as Jiang Can possess such fortune? Don't worry, he won't pass, Wu Feng replied with a slight smile, as he had already devised a plan. But Jiang Can is quite eloquent. Interviews are his forte. Sumi remained apprehensive. Tomorrow afternoon, Jiang Can is hosting a banquet at Wangjiang Tower. You should come along to see. Wu Feng shared a tidbit that Jiang Can had failed to mention while at the bus station. I absolutely refuse. I cannot bear to see his smug face. Sumi firmly declined, feeling repulsed not only by Jiang Can but also by Jiang Fan and her mother-in-law. Haha, we aren't attending Jiang Can's banquet. We're merely going to witness the spectacle. Wu Feng chuckled. What spectacle could there possibly be? Sumi asked, intrigued. You'll find out soon enough. I reserved a private room on the second floor of Wangjiang Tower, with a good view of the hall. I'll arrange for a car to pick you up tomorrow afternoon. Wu Feng had instructed Xiao Lu to secure a room with a clear sight of the main area when he left the Civil Affairs Bureau earlier. Fine. Although Sumi was reluctant to face that family again, she acquiesced for Wu Feng's sake without a second thought. Let us eat. All the dishes have been served. Wu Feng began to add food to the pot. After a sumptuous meal, Wu Feng summoned the hotel driver to take the Maybach to the restaurant. After escorting Sumi back home, he returned to the hotel. En route, Wu Feng made a phone call to Lu Xiang. Mr. Wu, how may I assist you? Lu Xiang responded, her surprise evident upon receiving the call. Apologies for disturbing you at this hour, Lawyer Lu. Might you be available for a moment? Wu Feng inquired courteously. Yes, Lu Xiang replied spontaneously. Could you come to the hotel? Wu Feng extended the invitation. Huh? Right now? Lu Xiang expressed her astonishment. Indeed, Wu Feng nodded. Am I to come alone? Lu Xiang asked. Yes, Wu Feng confirmed. A brief silence ensued on the line. Very well, Lu Xiang finally replied, as if summoning great resolve. I shall see you shortly. Wu Feng patiently waited until she hung up before ending the call. Half an hour later, he returned to the hotel. Mr. Wu, lawyer Lu just arrived. I've taken her upstairs, Xiao Lu reported as he entered. Thank you, Wu Feng acknowledged with a nod. Proceeding to the elevator. Upon entering the room upstairs, he found Lu Xiang seated on the sofa, appearing somewhat anxious. This evening, Lu Xiang was not clad in her professional attorney attire, but instead wore a flowing red dress. It was evident that her hair and makeup had been meticulously styled, exuding an extraordinary grace and poise. Mr. Wu, Lu Xiang stood up, visibly apprehensive as she noticed the door opening. Lawyer Lu, welcome. Wu Feng greeted as he took a seat opposite her. Xiao Lu promptly served tea to Wu Feng and refilled Lu Xiang's cup. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Wu Feng began, offering his apologies. I just arrived as well, Lu Xiang replied with a smile. Lawyer Lu, the reason I invited you tonight is that I have another case I would like to discuss with you. Wu Feng revealed his true intent. What kind of case? Upon realizing that Wu Feng had summoned her late at night for work-related matters, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Xiang's heart. Nevertheless, she quickly shifted into a professional mindset. Please take a look at this surveillance footage, Wu Feng said, opening a video and presenting his phone to Lu Xiang. This is Jiang Fan's brother, the one named Jiang. What was it? Lu Xiang observed the video in astonishment. Jiang Can, Wu Feng supplied. Yes, Jiang Can. Is he stealing? Lu Xiang discerned Jiang Can's actions. Indeed, Wu Feng nodded. It appears he has taken 2 watches from the study. Are they yours? Lu Xiang furrowed her brow. Yes, one is a Rolex Submariner, valued at 320,000, and the other is a platinum Rolex Submariner, valued at 550,000, totaling 820,000. As Wu Feng spoke, he placed the invoice and payment records on the table. 820,000. Lu Xiang gasped, realizing the enormity of the theft. If criminal liability were pursued, it could lead to a sentence of over 10 years, potentially life imprisonment. Lu Xiang had not anticipated that Jiang Can would possess such audacity. So, Mr. Wu, how may I assist you in addressing this matter? Lu Xiang inquired, raising her gaze to Wu Feng. I would like you, Lawyer Lu, to proceed as follows. Wu Feng rose, shifted his position, and sat beside Lu Xiang, revealing his plan to her. Very well, that poses no issue, Lu Xiang readily agreed. Then I extend my gratitude to you. Lawyer Lu, this is your retainer fee. Wu Feng produced a check for 500,000 that he had prepared in advance and handed it to Lu Xiang. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Lu Xiang accepted it with a hint of reluctance before standing to take her leave. Wait, Lawyer Lu, Wu Feng called after her. If you have time tonight, shall we dine together at the restaurant downstairs? Their sirloin steak and red wine are quite exquisite. Wu Feng was not oblivious to the subtleties of romance. He recognized that Lu Xiang's attire suggested she was dressed for a date, and he was determined not to let her leave disappointed. Really? I happen to be a bit hungry. At that moment, Lu Xiang's joy was palpable, eclipsing her earlier satisfaction with the check. Subsequently, Wu Feng and Lu Xiang arrived at the hotel's upscale Western restaurant, ordering steak and red wine. Wu Feng generously tipped the staff, requesting the violinist to perform canon for Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang, taken aback, covered her mouth with her hands. In her beautiful, crescent moon-like eyes, tears shimmered, dancing with the notes like stars. As the piece concluded, the violinist bowed to Lu Xiang, prompting a prolonged applause from the audience. How did you know this is my favorite piece? Lu Xiang, touched and excited, gazed at Wu Feng. This composition conveys a spirit of resilience, a fortitude to face the world without succumbing to one's frailties. I believed you would appreciate it, and it seems fortune favor my guess. Wu Feng replied with a subtle smile, exuding charm and emotional depth. He would never reveal the truth, that he possessed a heightened sense of hearing and had overheard her playing this piece on repeat in the car. Thank you. Lu Xiang gazed deeply into Wu Feng's eyes. At that moment, she was completely captivated. After the meal, Wu Feng continued to exemplify gentlemanly grace, personally driving the Cullinan to drop Lu Xiang off at her apartment complex. Mr. Wu, thank you. I haven't felt this happy in a long time, Lu Xiang exclaimed, her radiant smile illuminating her face. In that moment, she seemed to shed her serious, sharp, and austere persona as a lawyer, transforming into a young girl touched by love. Wu Feng watched her enter the elevator with a smile before returning to the hotel. He then freshened up and retired for the night, awaiting the unfolding drama with Jiang the following day. Chapter 51. The overcrowded banquet at Wangjiang Tower the following afternoon at 4 o'clock. The Wangjiang Tower bustled with activity. The grand hall was teeming with life, every one of the 20 tables fully occupied, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a rural market day. Yet, an unceasing stream of guests continued to arrive outside, leaving Jiang Fan overwhelmed. Mother, what on earth is happening? Did you not say there would be a maximum of 20 tables? Jiang Fan finally managed to carve out a moment to express his grievances to his mother-in-law. I merely mentioned in the village group that we were hosting a banquet for your brother in Jiang City, covering travel and accommodation expenses. I had no idea that neighbors for miles around would come flocking. His mother-in-law wore a beaming smile, oblivious to the chaos she had inadvertently caused. How could you say that in the hometown group? Jiang Fan felt as though he might collapse from despair. Conveying such information to close relatives was one thing, but announcing it in a group of hundreds was bound to create a frenzy. It was no wonder guests kept streaming in. Moreover, he scarcely recognized at least half of them. What does it matter? The more, the merrier. It only enhances our family's reputation, his mother-in-law declared proudly, turning to greet familiar faces with warmth, fully engrossed in the adulation of others. Mother, the problem is we only prepared enough food for 15 tables. Jiang Fan forcefully pulled her back, trying to convey the gravity of the situation. Don't worry, let the hotel prepare a few more tables. We can pay for it, she replied nonchalantly. Mother, this is not merely a matter of money. The hotel hall can only accommodate 20 tables. Jiang Fan was nearly at his wit's end, feeling as though his mother was incapable of grasping the situation. Just ask the hotel to add more chairs. We can squeeze everyone in, she suggested, laughing, and then sauntered off to mingle with the relatives, lost in the euphoria of their praise. To her, this was a moment of profound pride, one she intended to relish fully. Sighing in resignation, Jiang Fan began to search for his brother, Jiang Can. He soon spotted him flitting between tables, reveling in the flattery of old acquaintances, completely absorbed in the festivities. With no other option, Jiang Fan took it upon himself to negotiate with the hotel. After much effort, he managed to persuade them to add chairs, resulting in an astonishing 30 tables filled in the hall, making it nearly impossible to navigate through the crowd. Amidst his frantic endeavors, his daughter, Wu Qianqian, approached him, her face flushed with indignation. Mother, what kind of guests did Grandma invite? They are utterly lacking in manners. I had just purchased a box of imported chocolates for over 600 yuan, and after leaving the table for not even 2 minutes to use the restroom, it was reduced to an empty shell. Everyone at the table devoured it all. I'm so furious, Wu Qianqian exclaimed, breathless with anger. Qianqian, I will transfer you 2,000 yuan. You can go out for hot pot with your classmates later, he responded. Jiang Fan comprehended his daughter's fury, as she herself harbored considerable frustration. It was all due to his mother's announcement in the village group, promising to cover travel expenses and accommodation. This had unwittingly attracted a multitude of opportunistic individuals from surrounding areas, bringing their entire families to Jiang City. I must leave. The stench of these rural folk is unbearable. I cannot remain here for a moment longer, Wu Qianqian declared, turning away without a trace of nostalgia. Jiang Fan escorted her to the door, only to be met by 7 more individuals, each accompanied by their families. They presented 50 yuan as a gift upon arrival. Once inside, they behaved like bandits, snatching sunflower seeds, fruits, and candies from the table. Jiang Fan could no longer bear to witness it and decided to disregard the scene, believing that out of sight would mean out of mind. Upon entering the grand hall, he spotted his mother and younger brother, microphone in hand, addressing the assembly. Dear village elders, relatives, and neighbors, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your presence in Jiang City. Thank you for joining the banquet celebrating my son, Jiang Can. My son is on the verge of becoming a civil servant here, which brings great honor to our family. After his mother concluded, she handed the microphone to Jiang Kan, who confidently began, "Esteemed relatives from my hometown, I welcome you all to Jiang City. I, Jiang Kan, am a son of this land, and I shall never forget my roots. Among you today are many elders I know, as well as friends I have yet to meet. Nonetheless, your presence today is a gesture of support from me, for my mother, and for the Jiang family. No matter what position I attain in the future, I will always remember you. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Jiang can merely exchange the casual banter he often shared with his friends for a more formal setting. Yet, the villagers were utterly convinced. Showering him with praise, Jiang Kan has truly achieved greatness. Even as a child, I sensed his sharp intellect. He would certainly amount to something, and it appears I was right. Feng has indeed raised a fine son. They mused about how, when Jiang Kan ascended to a prominent position, he would surely remember them. Meanwhile, Feng observed this spectacle from a window in a VIP room on the second floor, unable to suppress a chuckle. What a pitiable little man, relishing his moment of triumph. Sumi remarked disdainfully, "Do not be hasty. The real drama is just beginning." No sooner had Feng spoken than the sound of police sirens echoed from outside. "What is that?" Sumi exclaimed in astonishment, turning towards the entrance. A striking female lawyer, accompanied by several police officers, entered the banquet hall with an undeniable air of authority. Chapter 52. The guests are already full before the meal arrives. As the guests in the hall noticed the arrival of police officers, they promptly rose and parted to create a clear path. "Why are there police here? Can it be that they are friends of yours, Kan?" The mother-in-law innocently inquired of her son beside her. "No." Jiang Kan was equally perplexed. "What brings her here?" Jiang Fan grimaced upon spotting Lu Xiang. Meanwhile, the guests in the hall began to murmur among themselves. "What brings the police here? Could it be someone has committed an offense? Surely not. Perhaps it is merely a routine inspection." The police approached the main table, halting before Jiang Kan. "You are Jiang Kan, correct?" a middle-aged officer inquired. "I am." Jiang Kan had scarcely uttered the words when two young officers, one on either side, firmly grasped his shoulders. "What are you doing?" Jiang Kan exclaimed in astonishment, attempting to resist. Before he could, silver handcuffs had already been secured around his wrists. "Jiang Kan, you are suspected of stealing an extraordinarily large amount of someone else's property. We are here to summon you for questioning. Please cooperate with us in return for investigation," the middle-aged officer stated gravely. Jiang Kan was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing as cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He felt as though all the strength had been drained from his body. The reality of the situation dawned upon him, filling him with profound fear. Seeing Jiang Kan handcuffed, he surrendered to his fate, standing frozen in place. The attending guests were utterly shocked. What is happening? How could Jiang Kan be arrested? Did anyone catch what the officers just said? It seems they accused Jiang Kan of theft. This cannot be true. He is on the verge of acing the civil service exam. Surely there must be some mistake. The mother-in-law, witnessing her son adorned with silver handcuffs, was instantly engulfed in panic. "Officers, have you perhaps made an error? My son is a good person," she exclaimed, flustered like an ant on a hot stove. "How could my brother possibly steal? Please do not falsely accuse him." In contrast, Jiang Fan's demeanor was far more defiant. Her eyes glared at the officers with resentment, her tone dripping with arrogance. Perhaps she still harbored grievances from the last incident involving Wu Qianqian, feeling that the police had favored the victim, thus harboring disdain for the authorities. "Who are you?" the middle-aged officer inquired. "I am Jiang Kan's mother, and this is his sister." "Officer, my son is truly a good person. He is about to attend a civil service interview. You cannot allow him to bear a stain on his record." The mother-in-law pleaded desperately, her voice filled with anguish. "It is not us who will leave a stain on your son's record, but rather his own actions," the officer replied with resolute authority. "Such empty accusations. You claim my brother stole something, but where is your evidence? Whose property did he steal? What did he take? Present your proof." Jiang Fan shouted vehemently, her eyes wide with indignation. "Madam, I implore you to remain calm. I can empathize with your emotions. However, due to the sensitive nature of the victim's privacy, I am unable to disclose any information in this public setting. If you wish, you may accompany us to the station for further clarification," the officer patiently explained. At this moment, the mother-in-law was in a state of utter confusion, her mind a blank canvas, devoid of any thoughts, and she could only look towards her daughter. "Mother, please do not go. Once we are there, they will have the final say. Both Qian and I have fallen victim before," Jiang Fan whispered indignantly in his mother-in-law's ear. "Oh, then we absolutely cannot go," the mother-in-law exclaimed in panic. "You have no evidence. You cannot take my brother. Otherwise, not only will my mother and I refuse, but our hundreds of relatives back home will also not consent." Jiang Fan invoked the presence of guests to apply pressure on the police. This put the officers in a difficult position. "Ms. Jiang, do you truly wish for us to present evidence in this public forum?" Lu Xiang inquired with a calm demeanor. "What does it have to do with you? Why are you everywhere? Lawyer Lu, are you so idle?" Jiang Fan retorted with biting sarcasm, her irritation with Lu Xiang palpable. "I am the victim's attorney. What do you think?" Lu Xiang shot back with a cold smirk. "So it's you, the litigious one, stirring the pot. What grievances could my family S. Jiang can possibly have with you that would warrant such accusations?" The mother-in-law challenged the police, meekly while striking hard at Lu Xiang. "Indeed, whether I am slandering Jiang Can, he knows in his heart. Why don't you ask him?" Lu Xiang coldly regarded Jiang Can. "Speak the truth. Did you or did you not steal?" Jiang Fan turned to her brother, pressing him. I didn't steal," Jiang Can insisted vehemently, never once considering that Wu Feng might report him. At this moment, he thought to himself that Wu Feng had no evidence. Why should he be accused of theft in front of so many relatives and neighbors? Not a chance. "Officers, did you hear that? You have misunderstood my son," the mother-in-law cried out to the police. "Lawyer Lu, who directed you to slander my brother? Was it Wu Feng?" Jiang Fan questioned Lu Xiang sharply. Lu Xiang remained silent. So it is indeed Wu Feng who has instigated you, isn't it?" Jiang Fan, discerning the lack of response, realized her conjecture was correct. It was once again Wu Feng behind this mischief. "Wu Feng, that despicable wretch." The mother-in-law immediately lashed out, then turned to the police, lamenting, "Officers, you must not believe a word this litigator says. She was hired by my ex-son-in-law. He has just divorced my daughter. Consumed by jealousy over my son's success in securing a civil service interview. This is all a deliberate slander against my son, aimed at sabotaging his interview. Officers, you must not fall for this wretch's deceit. You should apprehend that vile creature. His heart is truly wicked." The mother-in-law, with tears streaming down her face, appeared to be bearing an immense grievance. Meanwhile, the guests present inadvertently stumbled upon a sensational piece of news. "What? Li Feng's daughter has divorced? No wonder I haven't seen Li Feng's son-in-law today. I had heard that her husband was quite remarkable, earning an annual salary exceeding $1 million. How could they bear to part with such a golden son-in-law? Moreover, her son-in-law even reported Jiang Can to the authorities. What a chaotic situation. The banquet had yet to serve its dishes, yet the guests were already satiated with gossip. This old woman is utterly despicable. I believe she is the one spreading baseless accusations. Bah! Who is envious of her son?" Sumi, observing from the second floor, witnessed the mother-in-law in the hall vehemently slandering Wu Feng, derogatorily referring to him as a beast, and was infuriated. But there is no need to dwell on it. The best is yet to come. Wu Feng, however, remained unfazed, fully aware that this family would soon be confronted with the harsh truth. Chapter 53. Jiang Fan, Mother-in-Law. No tears until the coffin appears. Is Li Feng's son-in-law truly of such poor character? It appears that Jiang Can has indeed been wronged. The police cannot simply take people away without justification. The mother-in-law, shedding tears and snot, has truly orchestrated the scene. The guests at the banquet expressed their sympathy towards Jiang Can, further complicating the police's position. "You wish to see evidence, do you?" Lu Xiang, however, regarded the mother-in-law's theatrics with disdain, remaining cold and unresponsive. "If you claim my son has stolen something, then present your evidence," the mother-in-law shouted, pointing at Lu Xiang. "Very well, this is your request." Lu Xiang moved to a corner of the hall and handed a USB drive to a waiter who was indulging in the gossip, instructing him to play it on the large screen. Soon, the large screen in the banquet hall began to loop a segment of surveillance footage. Jiang Can was seen furtively rummaging through the house. Then, entering the study, and stealthily taking 2 watches from the desk drawer. Witnessing his actions, clearly recorded by the camera, felt like a public execution before relatives and friends. Jiang Kan was struck dumb, his head buzzing, his legs unsteady. The guests present began to murmur and point. Isn't he stealing? Jiang Kan has been wronged. What on earth is happening? Yet, Jiang Fan and the mother-in-law remained unfazed. Officer, this is clearly my daughter's home. My son merely took some items from his sister's house. What is the big deal? The mother-in-law hastily explained to the police. Indeed, this is my home, Jiang Fan added, challenging Lu Xiang. You wouldn't dare to assert that my brother stole anything based solely on this video, would you? Madam Jiang Fan, kindly observe the time in the upper right corner. At the time of the incident, you and Mr. Wu Feng had yet to finalize your divorce. This is indeed your home, but it is also Mr. Wu Feng's residence. Moreover, your brother Jiang Kan did not steal your belongings. He took Mr. Wu Feng's property. Did you not see your brother walk away with those 2 watches from Mr. Wu Feng's study? Those are the stolen goods. Lu Xiang articulated Jiang Kan's criminal actions with clarity. What if my son took 2 watches? How much could they possibly be worth? That beast Wu Feng is so petty to call the police and hire a lawyer over such trivial matters. He resents Jiang Fan for the divorce and is envious of Jiang Kan's civil service position, deliberately stirring up trouble here. You, young attorney, lack any moral compass to take on such cases for money, assisting Wu Feng in harming my son. Beware, you may never bear a son. The mother-in-law, in a fit of rage, berated Wu Feng and hurled vicious curses at Lu Xiang. You also mentioned that at the time, I was still married to Wu Feng. Therefore, he was still my brother's brother-in-law. Is it really such a significant matter for my brother to play with and wear his brother-in-law's watch? Jiang Fan coldly questioned Lu Xiang. Since both of you believe that Jiang Kan's actions do not constitute theft, merely borrowing my client's possessions for a bit of fun, then I kindly request Jiang Kan to return them. Lu Xiang, maintaining her composure, disregarded her mother-in-law's personal attacks and Jiang Fan's disdainful gaze. Directly posed her demand to the 2. Returning them is no great deal. I can just get back those 2 worthless watches. Jiang Fan turned to her brother, urging him. However, Jiang Kan remain silent, avoiding everyone's gaze. Son, why are you not speaking? Just return those 2 watches and be done with it. If you really like them, your sister could buy you new ones. But please, do not let such trivial matters affect your interview and political review. The mother-in-law, sensing her son's silence, anxiously implored him. Yet, Jiang Kan still kept his head down, saying nothing. Look at the mess you've made. You frightened my son. The mother-in-law complained angrily. How much are those 2 watches? I will compensate Jiang Kan. Jiang Fan nonchalantly replied, thinking to herself that these were watches bought by Wu Feng before taking out a loan. They couldn't be worth much. Haha, Ms. Jiang. You might not be able to afford that. Lu Xiang replied coolly. Bah, don't look down on people. My daughter can afford even the most expensive watches. The mother-in-law retorted fiercely. This mother-daughter duo was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The stolen Rolex Submariner, known as the Greenwater Ghost, valued at $320,000, alongside the platinum variant, worth $550,000, totaled $870,000. Lu Xiang calmly revealed the worth of the 2 watches. The guests in attendance gasped in astonishment. Wow, what kind of watch costs so much? Over several $100,000? That's enough to build a 5-story house in our village. Li Cuifeng's son-in-law truly was wealthy. That beast Wu Feng, why not claim 1 million or even 1 billion? The mother-in-law refused to believe that any watch could be worth over 800,000. Officer, you heard that. Can I countersue them for defamation and extortion? Jiang Fan, equally skeptical, prepared to turn the tables and have Lu Xiang and Wu Feng arrested. Ms. Jiang, since we are here, we certainly possess the relevant evidence. The attending police officers paid no heed to Jiang Fan's unreasonable demands. Evidence? Is this video? Is it just this woman's word that those 2 watches are worth 870,000? Jiang Fan continued to challenge loudly. This is the invoice. Since Jiang Fan was adamant about needing proof, Lu Xiang produced the invoice and waved it in front of her. This. Jiang Fan took it and immediately felt faint. She could hardly stand upon realizing that the watches were indeed worth 870,000. Moreover, the invoice was under Wu Feng's name. Here is also the payment receipt for my client's purchase. Lu Xiang delivered another piece of irrefutable evidence, striking a fatal blow to Jiang Fan. With a resounding slap, Jiang Fan's face was struck. Before the weight of the two pieces of evidence, Jiang Fan trembled slightly, rendered speechless. What on earth is this? His mother-in-law anxiously inquired from his side. Mother, those two watches, they must indeed be worth that much, Jiang Fan stammered, his complexion pale and lips quivering. Let me see. His mother-in-law, in disbelief, snatched the documents, crumpled them in her hand without a glance, and swallowed them whole. She resorted to this tactic again. Sumi gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene in the hall. Who would have thought this old woman would employ the same ruse once more? She had pulled this trick in the tea restaurant last time, and now she was at it again? Ha! This old hag truly shows no signs of change. Is there not a hint of novelty in her antics? Wu Feng mocked derisively. Chapter 54. Relatives and Neighbors Discuss. The Jiang siblings' defenses crumble. Lu Xiang observed her mother-in-law devouring the evidence with an unwavering composure. The officers behind her were taken aback, while the guests present were left in a state of utter shock. What evidence? Where is it? I see nothing. The mother-in-law gazed triumphantly at Lu Xiang. Oh, that is merely a photocopy. If you have a taste for it, I have several more copies here. Lu Xiang replied with utmost seriousness. What? You. The mother-in-law was rendered speechless, her fury leaving her at a loss for words. Mother, please refrain from speaking. Jiang Fan felt that her mother was acting foolishly and embarrassingly. Now that you have familiarized yourselves with the situation and seen the evidence, we must take the suspect into custody, the middle-aged officer stated. Wait a moment. Jiang Fan shouted vehemently at the police. The so-called evidence you possess merely proves that my ex-husband purchased two watches worth 870,000. What gives you the right to assert that the two my brother allegedly took are indeed those very two? My ex-husband once colluded with outsiders to frame me, attempting to have my daughter incarcerated. Ultimately, they coerced me into paying $1 million to secure her release. I suspect this time it is also Wu Feng orchestrating a scheme to wrongfully accuse my brother. Though Jiang Fan refrained from naming anyone explicitly, her discontent with the police was palpable. The guests were left bewildered. Goodness, how convoluted are the family matters of Li Sui Feng's daughter. Her daughter's ex-husband conspired with outsiders to send their own child to a detention center? Is this true? Ms. Jiang, I must formally caution you on behalf of my client. Your actions have bordered on defamation, and we reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. Lu Xiang immediately transitioned into her role as an attorney, issuing a stern warning to Jiang Fan. Ms. Jiang, at that moment, a police officer stepped forward from the back. And you are? Jiang Fan's eyes narrowed as she recognized him, shock washing over her. This officer was one of those who had previously dealt with the case involving Wu Qianqian's assault. Jiang Fan never anticipated his presence today. Ms. Jiang, I was also involved in handling your daughter Wu Qianqian's case last time. I trust you remember me? The officer introduced himself. Jiang Fan's expression darkened, and she remained silent. The officer continued with a grave tone. Though Wu Qianqian and Jiang are separate cases, Ms. Jiang, your recent statements have muddled the facts and distorted the truth, adversely affecting public perception. I must clarify once more. Your daughter, Wu Qianqian, assaulted someone without cause in the Wangjiang community, and the facts are clear. This resulted in the victim suffering a fractured brow bone, classified as a serious injury, and damage to the victim's vehicle. According to our laws, the maximum penalty can be 3 years of imprisonment. However, considering that Wu Qianqian is a university student and a first-time offender, we have taken that into account. Furthermore, it was only due to your acquisition of the victim's understanding that a case was not filed. As for the communication between you and the victim, our police force was not involved at any point. To our knowledge, the sum of 1 million in settlement was proposed by you rather than by the victim. Moreover, your ex-husband, Wu Feng, is indeed acquainted with the victim. However, it is unjust to allege that he colluded with the victim to entrap your daughter, Wu Qianqian, merely because of their acquaintance. The victim is your neighbor, and you're also familiar with them. If we follow your reasoning, does that not imply that you too conspired with the victim? Ms. Jiang, as parents, one should lead by example and set a commendable standard for their children. Your casual defamation of others and perpetual belief in the fault of others raises questions about your ability to educate your offspring. Jiang Fan has been consistently confrontational with the police, both overtly and covertly. Consequently, the diligent officer did not spare Jiang Fan's feelings and directly exposed her falsehoods. Jiang Fan, clutching her head and turning away, clearly still believed that she was blameless and that the fault lay solely with Wu Feng. Upon learning the truth, the guests present began to murmur. Is Li Cuifeng's granddaughter truly so unruly? How could she possibly have caused such severe injury? It appears she has inherited Li Cuifeng's temperament. This is unacceptable. Having caused such a ruckus externally, she now expects the family to furnish 1 million to settle the matter. It seems Jiang Fan has been overly indulged. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan has acted rather unscrupulously. If a separation is necessary, so be it. How can one slander their ex-spouse? That is quite unethical. The officer's words did not rattle Jiang Fan, but the pointed remarks from relatives and neighbors did. What basis do you have to assert that this is not a scheme orchestrated by Wu Feng? What evidence do you have to claim that what my brother took were definitely the 2 Rolex watches worth 870,000? Jiang Fan, in a state of despair, chose to stubbornly maintain that Lu Xiang and the police had no evidence. Indeed, without evidence, no one is taking my son today. Her mother-in-law also stood firm, making bold declarations. Lu Xiang scoffed and turned to the middle-aged officer leading the team. Captain Chun, given the current situation, it seems you cannot avoid bringing forth the witnesses. The middle-aged officer turned and commanded, bring that individual from a vehicle. Soon, 2 officers returned, escorting a man also shackled in handcuffs. Upon seeing him, Jiang Can trembled as if electrified, burying her head even lower. Captain Chun, it is him. Is indeed him. Jiang Can. He brought the 2 Rolex watches worth 870,000 to me for pawn. I transferred him 200,000 on the spot, and you have seen the transaction records. Before the police could respond, this opportunistic middleman, eager to secure his own gains, immediately pointed out Jiang Can, betraying her. Now, with both eyewitnesses and physical evidence at hand, the case is as solid as a rock. At this moment, even if Jiang Fan and her mother-in-law attempt to argue, they have no words left to say. Jiang Can, the Audi you possess was indeed purchased with the illicit funds amounting to 200,000, was it not? Lu Xiang delivered the final, devastating blow to the Jiang family, completely stripping them of their last semblance of dignity. Relatives and neighbors back home exchanged knowing glances, revealing that Jiang Can had acquired his Audi by pilfering his brother-in-law's watch. This rascal, Jiang Can, is truly despicable. I recognized his unscrupulous nature from a young age. He has always been a rogue, stealing chickens and dogs in the village while Li Cuifeng turned a blind eye. It seems he has been utterly ruined. The very relatives and neighbors who once lauded him now regard him with disdain. Jiang Can's face fluctuated between shades of green and red. He had anticipated today to be a moment of triumph. Yet instead, he found himself utterly humiliated before his kin and neighbors. It was I who did it. I implore you, take me away quickly. Jiang Can could not endure even a moment amidst the cacophony of gossip. He would rather languish in a cell. Chapter 55. Heartbroken for my son, the mother-in-law furiously rebukes Wu Qian, you cannot take my brother away. Jiang Fan exclaimed, her anger flaring fiercely. Ms. Jiang Fan, are you attempting to obstruct law enforcement? Lu Xiang was exasperated with this woman. Despite the overwhelming evidence against her, she continued to struggle obstinately, demonstrating remarkable tenacity. My brother acquired those watches while I was still married to Wu Feng. Those 2 watches belong to both Wu Feng and me. I now consent to gifting them to my brother. Jiang Fan gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Lu Xiang. The police exchanged glances, taken aback by Jiang Fan's unexpected defense. Although it was evident she was shielding Jiang Can, her argument held some merit, complicating matters for the authorities. However, Lu Xiang was well prepared. She had anticipated that Jiang Fan might invoke their marital joint property. Ms. Jiang, here is the divorce agreement between you and Mr. Wu Feng. along with the property division list you provided. Lu Xiang produced a photocopy of the divorce agreement and a stack of A4 papers meticulously organized. What are you trying to convey? Jiang Fan furrowed her brow, staring at Lu Xiang. According to the agreement, the marital assets are to be divided by you and Mr. Wu Feng. The items listed on your inventory belong to you, while the remainder belongs to Mr. Wu. Notably, the 2 Rolex watches are absent from your list. This indicates that the ownership of those watches solely resides with my client, Mr. Wu Feng. Lu Xiang articulated her points with clarity and precision, striking a blow to Jiang Fan. The guests present were taken aback. Could it be true? Is Li Cuifeng's son-in-law truly so generous? He allowed Jiang Fan to determine the division of assets after their divorce, essentially walking away empty-handed. Such men are indeed rare these days. What could Jiang Fan have been thinking to pursue a divorce with such a fine man? I suspect Jiang Fan has a heart of stone. That inventory was quite extensive. Did you not hear the lawyer earlier? Jiang Fan detailed even the number of pairs of chopsticks in their home, leaving nothing for her husband. He is indeed pitiable. Yet, how could Jiang Fan have forgotten to include those 2 watches? It goes without saying that they were stolen by Jiang Can, and Jiang Fan was likely unaware. Hence their omission. Lu Xiang's remarks left Jiang Fan speechless. In that moment, she truly grasped the formidable prowess of skilled attorney. Fan, why did you not include those 2 watches in the list initially? Had you done so, this entire situation could have been avoided. The mother-in-law was filled with regret, incessantly blaming Jiang Fan. How was I to know about those watches? You were present at the time, too. Jiang Can went for a qualification review and did not inform me about the watches. Had he mentioned it beforehand, would we be facing this predicament now? With Wu Feng having leverage over us? In Jiang Fan's heart, a tumultuous inferno raged. He blamed himself for everything. Mom, sister, please stop. Just let me leave. I can no longer endure this humiliation. Jiang Can also felt regret, chastising both Jiang Fan and his mother-in-law for not informing him when they compiled the divorce asset list. By the time he returned, the agreement had been signed. Had they confided in him, mentioning the 2 watches would have been a trivial matter. Yet, aside from remorse and reproach, what Jiang Can desperately wished for at that moment was to escape this place, anywhere but here, to avoid further public disgrace. Jiang Fan and his mother-in-law had exhausted every possible tactic, their attempts fruitless, and they finally resigned to their fate. Jiang Can, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, was taken away by the police, escorted into a vehicle. This is merely a misunderstanding. My son Jiang Can is innocent. Jiang Fan and I will handle this. Despite her face being battered, Jiang Fan's mother-in-law remained obstinate in front of the townsfolk. After speaking, she grasped Jiang Fan's arm, heading to the police station to assess the situation. Meanwhile, the restaurant had begun serving dishes, and the guests indulged without hesitation, creating an atmosphere of revelry. At that moment, on the 2nd floor, Wu Feng had also departed the restaurant with Sumi. What lay ahead was an opportunity for Jiang Fan to suffer a significant financial loss. In the police station corridor, Jiang Fan and his mother-in-law anxiously occupied a bench. Inside the interrogation room, officers were taking Jiang Can's statement, prohibiting visits or listening in. This is all your fault. You insisted on marrying that scoundrel Wu Feng. Look at the trouble it has brought to your brother, with no one else to blame. Jiang Fan's mother-in-law vented her frustration on him. Wasn't it you who pressured me? I suggested we think it over. But who was it that couldn't move forward once the bride price was seen? Jiang Fan did not coddle his mother, retorting sharply. What good does this do now? Focus on how to get your brother out. Acknowledging her own fault, Jiang Fan's mother-in-law hastily changed the subject, urging him to devise a plan for rescue. Do you think I don't want to? The one inside is not just your son, but also my only brother. But you saw it. Wu Feng is clearly intent on ruining us. What can I do now? Jiang Fan exclaimed in frustration. Fan, tell me the truth. What happened between you and Qian that caused Wu Feng to become so extreme? At this moment, Jiang Fan's mother-in-law recalled the origins of their turmoil. Let us not dwell on the past, Jiang Fan replied, feeling a twinge of guilt and reluctant to discuss the matter. Why should we avoid it? What if it turns out you and Wu Qian have done something that has brought trouble upon Jiang Can? Observing Jiang Fan's response, her mother-in-law sensed her unease and pressed for answers. It was just some minor incidents. Jiang Fan was still unwilling to confront the issue directly. Forget the magnitude of the matter. Just tell me, what exactly transpired between you and Wu Qianqian? The mother-in-law's shout drew the attention of passing officers and members of the public in the corridor. Mom, keep your voice down. This isn't your home. Jiang Fan, feeling helpless, urged, then you should just say it. His mother-in-law continued to apply pressure. I already told you. It was a trivial matter. Recently, Wu Feng spent over 300 yuan online to purchase a game. It just so happened that Qian discovered it while playing on his phone. Qian flew into a rage, and I confiscated Wu Feng's bank card as punishment. I thought that would be the end of it. But who would have imagined that Qian would go online and post about this incident? The platform promoted it, and suddenly it garnered millions of views and heated discussions, primarily filled with insults directed at Wu Feng. I suppose upon seeing Qian's post, Wu Feng suffered a heart attack and was rushed to the hospital. At that time, the doctor called Qian, but she was away with her classmates. He then called me, but I was at a beauty salon, mistaking the call for a scam and ignoring it. I genuinely had no idea that Wu Feng had been taken away in an ambulance. I only learned of the truth during our last visit to Wu Feng's company from his supervisor. You were there too, Jiang Fan concluded impatiently. His mother-in-law, suddenly enraged, jumped up and pointed an accusatory finger at him. It is indeed you two who have unjustly made Akin bear the brunt of Wu Feng's retaliation. Is your daughter, Wu Qian, out of her mind? Her father earns 700,000 to 800,000 a year. What is the harm in spending 300 yuan on a game? And she goes and posts about it online. If it weren't for her meddling, would my Akin be caught up in such a mess? Chapter 56. Sitting on the chair of regret, mother, please speak more civilly. No matter what, Qian is still your granddaughter. Jiang Fan was taken aback by his mother's harsh words, feeling quite uncomfortable. Civilized? Let me tell you this. As long as Jiang doesn't return home today, I won't merely voice my displeasure. I will take action. I am determined to deal with that troublemaker, Wu Qian. His mother-in-law, in a fit of rage, spoke without restraint. Compared to her precious son, what was a mere granddaughter worth? You might as well just take me out too, Jiang Fan retorted, standing firmly in defense of his daughter. Do you think you bear no responsibility? As a mother, how have you raised your daughter? Look at the two of you. What you've done is utterly disgraceful. All this chaos over a mere 300 yuan. Your brother Jiang couldn't even attend his civil servant interview, and now he's in jail. Are you satisfied now? The more his mother-in-law thought about it, the angrier she became, turning her ire towards Jiang Fan as well. Mother, you don't think you're any better to Wu Feng, do you? You've dumped all the blame on me and Qian. Have you conveniently forgotten the mess you created? How you took things from Wu Feng's family and then cursed them? How you treated him like a servant? How you threatened him to relinquish the old house from the grain and oil bureau for Jiang Can? Do I need to remind you of all this? Jiang Fan, too, had reached his breaking point, listing his mother-in-law's transgressions one by one. I truly regret raising you. You're such an ungrateful wretch to speak to me like this. His mother-in-law, gasping for breath, could not muster a retort and seamlessly transitioned into a mode of theatrical sobbing. Enough. This performance might fool outsiders, but it has no effect here. If you can feign tears to bring Jiang back, then you might have some skill, Jiang Fan said, crossing his arms in disdain. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the fact that Wu Feng was the real scoundrel, seeing that her act of crying was ineffective on Jiang Fan. His mother-in-law abandoned the Fade and, with gritted teeth, began to curse Wu Feng fiercely. In the end, all blame fell upon him. However, the two women failed to notice the door ajar across the room, where Lu Xiang sat comfortably on the sofa. She had observed the entire quarrel unfold, feeling both speechless and amused, as it perfectly aligned with her preconceived notions of this mother-daughter duo. Finally, she understood the catalyst behind it all, 300 yuan and the online harassment initiated by Wu Qian. This deepened her disdain for the trio of Wu Qian, Jiang Fan, and his mother-in-law, while simultaneously evoking profound empathy for Wu Feng's plight. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open. "Officer, how is my son?" His mother-in-law immediately rose to inquire about the situation. "The transcript has been completed, and Jiang has openly confessed to his criminal offenses. The middle-aged police officer, who led the team to capture Jiang at Wangjiang Tower, is also the chief interrogator. He briefed the mother-in-law and Jiang Fan on the basic situation. "Can we see my brother now?" Jiang Fan asked coldly, her demeanor starkly contrasting with that of her mother-in-law, as she found it difficult to extend any goodwill towards the police. "Yes, this is a good opportunity for me to discuss the subsequent proceedings with your family," the officer replied, leading them into the interrogation room. Inside the small room behind iron bars, a chair of remorse stood in the center. Jiang was handcuffed, sitting rigidly, finding it exceedingly difficult to move even slightly. So, upon entering, the mother-in-law was instantly overwhelmed by the sight, bursting into genuine tears. Jiang Fan, her eyes reddened, turned her head away, discreetly wiping away her tears. "Mom, sister, you must save me. I don't want to go to prison. Help me," Jiang cried out, his voice echoing with desperation. The entire family was engulfed in tears. Yet for the police, this was merely a daily spectacle, one to which they had long since become immune. They understood well that the anguished cries of the offender's family were not born from remorse, but rather from the realization of impending imprisonment. "Officer, I implore you to show leniency. My son is still young and naive. Please let him off this time. He has a civil service exam in a few days." The mother-in-law turned and fell to her knees, pleading with tears and snot streaming down her face. "Madam, this is not permissible," the middle-aged officer interjected, attempting to reason with her. They were well-versed in handling such emotional pleas that often resorted to moral coercion. Two other police officers in the room promptly supported her from either side, forcibly lifting her back to her feet. The mother-in-law resisted, bending her knees, unwilling to let her feet touch the ground. The officers remained silent, maintaining their supportive stance, while the middle-aged officer chose to ignore the scene. As long as she was not kneeling on the ground, he would let it be. Jiang's situation was exceedingly grave. The officer continued with the procedure, explaining to the suspect's family the next steps. "Once we file the case, it will be reported to the prosecutor's office, which will promptly issue an arrest warrant. Subsequently, Jiang will be transferred to the detention center until the court's verdict, after which he will be sent to prison to serve his sentence." The mother-in-law, suspended in her kneeling position, felt her old limbs grow weary. Realizing the officer was indifferent to her sincerity, she saw no point in persisting. Thus, she lowered her legs to the ground, and the two officers immediately released their grip, stepping back to observe her closely. "Sister, the police indicated that my case was exceptional. Despite the substantial amount involved, it pertained to a specific familial situation that did not involve personal injury, thus lacking general societal harm. Moreover, as this was my first offense, if reconciliation could be achieved, the case would not be filed." Jiang, unable to contain his excitement, preemptively spoke the words that the police were about to utter. "So, does this mean you can return home with us?" His mother-in-law swiftly wiped away her tears, her heart blossoming with joy. "Officer, is what my son said true?" she eagerly inquired of the police. "Yes, that is essentially the situation," nodded the middle-aged officer. "Can my son still continue to participate in the civil servant examination? Will he pass the political review?" His mother-in-law posed the two most crucial questions. "I cannot provide a definitive answer to that, as our police department and the Human Resources Department that oversees civil service examinations are two distinct systems, and we are unaware of their specific regulations," the officer replied. "As long as he does not serve time in prison, he will not have a criminal record, so it should be possible. Fan, your brother still has hope." His mother-in-law consoled herself while joyfully speaking to Jiang Fan. However, Jiang Fan remained silent, burdened by her past experiences. She understood the immense cost that reconciliation could entail. "Sister, please do not hesitate to spend money. I am your only brother. Once I become a civil servant, I will be your and Qian support, no matter the expense. You must secure the letter of reconciliation from Feng. Otherwise, my life will be ruined." Seeing Jiang Fan's silence, Jiang grew anxious, his nervousness causing the chair to creak as he trembled, longing to rush over and kneel before Jiang Fan in supplication. Chapter 57. In Pursuit of Her Son. The mother-in-law sets her sights on the house owner. "Can't you be afraid, Can? Your sister and I will do everything we can to get you out. The mother-in-law, noticing Jiang Fan's silence, quickly took it upon herself to reassure the panicking Jiang Can, discreetly prodding Jiang Fan's back to compel her to speak. Mom, don't touch me. Jiang Fan snapped, turning her head. Do you think Wu Feng's letter of understanding is so easy to obtain? Jiang Fan was not unwilling to help Jiang Can. Rather, she feared Wu Feng's demands, which she felt were beyond her capacity to bear. Those 2 watches cost 870,000. Just give them to him. The mother-in-law, naively optimistic, believed that settling the matter at the original price would suffice. Jiang Fan sighed in exasperation, unwilling to engage further. Sister, no matter the cost, you must help me. I don't want to go to jail. Woo-woo. Jiang completed, struggling, her wrists already bruised. Don't worry, I won't abandon you, Jiang Fan promised, her heart aching at the sight of her sister's distress. With Jiang Fan's assurance, Jiang Can visibly relaxed. Please proceed to the lounge across the way, Mr. Wu's attorney. Miss Liu is inside. You may negotiate on your own. The police will not intervene, a middle-aged officer directed Jiang Fan and her mother-in-law. They entered the room to find Lu Xiang seated on the sofa, a bemused smile on her face, neither speaking nor rising to greet them. Jiang Fan immediately furrowed her brow, feeling a strong aversion. Let us get to the point. How much does Wu Feng want? Those watches he bought are essentially second-hand. Second-hand goods, even if new, should be discounted by half. We can at most offer him 400,000. The mother-in-law, fully assuming the role of negotiator, boldly plopped herself onto the sofa and began her bargaining. Her maximum acceptable offer was the original price of 870,000, but she hoped to negotiate down. If successful, it would be a significant gain. If unsuccessful, it would still not be a loss. Ha! Lu Xiang smiled, remaining silent, observing the mother-in-law with an air of amusement. What are you laughing at? The mother-in-law frowned, displeased. Captain Lu likely hasn't informed you yet. Has she? Lu Xiang countered with a calm demeanor. What do you mean? The mother-in-law exchanged glances with Jiang Fan before asking. According to regulations, a summons cannot exceed 12 hours and cannot extend overnight, Lu Xiang remarked leisurely. And so, the mother-in-law inquired, if the summons exceeds 12 hours or risks extending overnight, they must either release the individual or convert the matter into administrative or criminal detention according to procedure. Given Jiang Can's situation, direct release is impossible, and administrative detention is not an option either. Thus, it must be criminal detention. The prerequisite for criminal detention is a formal criminal case. So I wonder, how much time does Jiang Can have left? Lu Xiang maintained a smile throughout, as if casually discussing a matter unrelated to her. The mother-in-law felt as if struck by lightning. The imposing negotiation facade that had just been displayed before Lu Xiang had dissipated entirely. Fan, does that mean our time is running short? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the mother-in-law panicked and could only seek assistance from her daughter. How much does Wu Feng truly desire? Jiang Fan spoke directly, cutting to the chase. Refund 1 and compensate 3. Lu Xiang uttered those 4 words. What does this refund and triple compensation mean exactly? The mother-in-law inquired. It means, in literal terms, to return 2 watches at their original price of 870,000, plus a punitive compensation of 3 times that amount. Lu Xiang replied calmly. Fan, how much is that in total? The mother-in-law, her mind aflame with anxiety, was unable to calculate. 348 million. Jiang Fan's complexion turned pale, and her voice trembled slightly. She was uncertain whether it was mere coincidence or if Wu Feng had orchestrated this deliberately. 348 million. Precisely 1 million times the price Wu Feng initially paid for the game. What? 48 million? Why doesn't he just rob a bank? That beast is truly ruthless. The mother-in-law erupted in fury. Of course, my client has also stated that whether he collects this 348 million or not is inconsequential. He is far more interested in seeing Jiang can face legal consequences. With that statement, Lu Xiang effectively closed off any possibility for Jiang Fan and her mother-in-law to negotiate. Fan, come here. The mother-in-law pulled Jiang Fan into the corridor. Can you come up with 348 million? She asked bluntly. You know how much I have on my card, Jiang Fan rolled her eyes in response. That leaves a shortfall of 1.48 million. Can you borrow that from friend? At this moment, the mother-in-law's arithmetic skills seemed to miraculously resurface. Mom, what kind of joke is this? That's 1.48 million. Not 14,800. Jiang Fan was truly exasperated. You have that streamer friend. I heard you mention she makes quite a bit of money. Why not ask her for a loan? Perhaps she might be able to help. The mother-in-law, knowing her own poor credit, could not borrow a cent and could only persistently urge Jiang Fan to ask. Even if I have a good relationship with her, she wouldn't lend me 1.48 million. Besides, she can't possibly come up with that much money all at once. Jiang Fan was at her wit's end. Oh, the house. The property under your name in Wangjiang Garden, which Wu Feng purchased for over 4 million initially, must be worth at least 10 million now with the appreciation over the years. The mother-in-law, seeing the route of borrowing money was blocked, turned her attention to Jiang Fan's house. Jiang Fan fell silent, contemplating for a long while. Speak up. You can't just stand by and watch your brother go to jail, can you? Ultimately, Jiang Kan is in this predicament because of you and Wu Qianqian. If it weren't for the foolish actions you both took against Wu Feng, would he have retaliated against Jiang Kan? Jiang Fan, I tell you, if your brother goes to prison, neither you nor Wu Qianqian will ever find peace in your lives. I will ensure you both lead a troubled existence. Once your brother is released from his sentence, he will not let you two live in peace either. If you don't believe me, then stake this house on it. Furthermore, I'm not asking you to sell the house. It is too late to sell it now. I'm suggesting that you use it as collateral for a bank loan. Once your brother passes the civil service exam, he can repay it gradually. Seeing Jiang Fan's silence, her mother-in-law grew increasingly anxious, resorting to reckless threats and offering false promises, claiming that Jiang Kan would repay the loan himself in the future. Jiang Fan felt torn within. On one hand, there was the life of her younger brother, and on the other, the sole material security for herself and her beloved daughter. She found herself at a loss for how to choose. Should she become the adversary of a convict or the benefactor of a civil servant in a bustling city? The decision was hers to make. Her mother-in-law then delivered a crushing blow. I will take the loan. However, it must remain a secret from Qianqian. Ultimately, Jiang Fan yielded. Fan, you truly are my wonderful daughter. Her mother-in-law was instantly elated, beaming with joy. Quickly, where's the property certificate? Chapter 58. Unveiling the truth, Wu Qianqian was beside herself with rage. Mother, the property deed is not like a mobile wallet that I can carry with me at all times. Jiang Fan was at a loss for words. So where is it? The anxious mother-in-law inquired. At home, where else could it possibly be? Jiang Fan replied with exasperation. Let us go. Hurry back to get it. We can't waste any time. The bank will close soon. The mother-in-law urged impatiently. The two returned to the lounge. It seems you have already come to an agreement, Lu Xiang remarked with a subtle smile, sliding a piece of paper across the table. This contains our law firm's public account and bank details. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan bent down to retrieve it and turned to exit with her mother-in-law. Wait a moment, Lu Xiang called after them. Make sure to act quickly. The bank is about to close. Who asked for your advice? The mother-in-law retorted angrily. Isn't this just a waste of time? Lu Xiang observed their hasty departure with a slight smirk before picking up her phone and dialing a number. The Jiang mother and daughter have left. Follow them closely and inform me immediately of which bank they head to. As Jiang Fan and her mother-in-law left the office, they stood by the roadside to hail a taxi. Once a cab arrived, they hurriedly climbed in, directing the driver toward Wangjiang Garden. Halfway there, Jiang Fan asked the driver to stop at a construction bank branch. Mother, we're running out of time. I'll queue at the bank while you go home to collect the documents, and then come find me. The mother-in-law nodded in agreement, all right, and proceeded to return home alone. While Jiang Fan had been in the car, the mother-in-law had restrained her tongue somewhat, but in her daughter's absence, she could not contain herself. She began to vocally berate everything at the red lights, cursing the traffic, the municipal services, passing vehicles, and even the driver for missing the green light. Not even the pedestrians on the crosswalk were spared. The driver could hardly bear it, wishing only to expedite this noisy and ill-mannered elderly woman to her destination. Upon finally arriving at the community, the mother-in-law commanded, "You wait for me downstairs. Then take me back to the bank. I'll pay you when we get there." The driver, however, was unwilling, stating, "That won't do. You need to pay first." "How can I know how long you'll take?" Under different circumstances, he might have been inclined to assist, but after witnessing the mother-in-law's incessant complaints, he refused to help her. Yet, she appeared not to hear him, persistently pressing the door button. "Why won't this door open? Don't you realize I have urgent matters? Can you afford to delay me?" she exclaimed, unleashing a tirade of rudeness. "Madam, you haven't paid for the ride, so I can't open the door for you," the driver thought to himself, utterly exasperated by the encounter with such a difficult passenger. "I've already said to pay together. Open the door. I have urgent matters," the mother-in-law shouted in frustration. The driver remained indifferent. "Fine, here you go." She glanced at the meter and tossed 50 yuan. Under normal circumstances, she would have haggled with the driver, but today urgency dictated her actions. "You're still short by 6 yuan, the driver remarked as he picked up the money. "I have no change," the mother-in-law retorted obstinately. "I do. Let me give you the change," the driver replied calmly. "Here," she exclaimed, throwing another 5 and 1 yuan note in frustration. Only then did the driver unlock the door. "Wait for me here. I'll be right back." She slammed the door in irritation. Just as she stepped out, the driver abruptly turned the steering wheel and accelerated away without a hint of hesitation. Infuriated, the mother-in-law stomped her feet and cursed behind him. At that moment, the elevator arrived at the first floor. Without waiting for the residents to exit, she eagerly squeezed in, startling everyone inside. At first glance, they thought a loose border collie had rushed in, but upon closer inspection, they recognized the notorious shrew from Unit 2808, which suddenly made sense. Meanwhile, Lu Xiang received a phone call. Sister Xiang, Jiang Fan went to the Industrial and Commercial Bank on Tianyuan Road. Her mother went home to fetch the property certificate. Lu Xiang smiled slightly. "All right, I understand." She then retrieved the file and found Wu Qianqian's name along with her phone number. Upon returning home, the mother-in-law entered the house. "Grandma, why are you back so early?" Wu Qianqian exclaimed in surprise, sitting on the sofa, munching on snacks while watching a drama. "I came to help your mother get some things." The mother-in-law noticed the lavish spread of imported snacks and felt a surge of frustration, but thinking of the property certificate, she swallowed her reprimand. Though it left her feeling unsettled, she cast several glances at the coffee table in Jiang Fan's room, silently cursing. "This girl spends money like water," completely oblivious. Wu Qianqian continued to snack and watch her show. After entering the room, the mother-in-law began rummaging through drawers and finally found the property certificate encased in hard plastic, along with 10 commemorative bills of 100 yuan each. Overjoyed, she quickly stashed them into her bag. At that moment, Wu Qianqian received a call from an unknown number. "Who is this?" She answered cautiously. "Is this Miss Wu? I'm a lawyer from Jingxing Law Firm. I tried to reach Ms. Jiang Fan earlier, but couldn't get through. If you're with her, please inform her that the bank is about to close, and she needs to bring the property certificate for the loan as soon as possible." A male voice responded from the other end. "What do you mean my mother is using the property deed to secure a loan?" Wu Qianqian exclaimed, utterly perplexed and unable to comprehend the situation. "Miss Wu, were you unaware of this? My apologies for the interruption." The voice on the other end seemed eager to conclude the conversation. "Wait, you must clarify this for me. What property deed is my mother using, and what loan is she attempting to secure?" Wu Qianqian shouted in response. "Miss Wu, the situation is as follows. Your uncle, Jiang Can, is implicated in the theft of another's property, which he used to purchase luxury vehicles and engage in other extravagant expenditures. The matter has come to light, and your uncle has been apprehended by the police. In an effort to negotiate a settlement, your mother, Ms. Jiang Fan, intends to use the property deed of the Wangjiang community to secure a loan from the bank to compensate the other party, thereby facilitating your uncle's release." Upon hearing this, Wu Qianqian felt a surge of anger rise within her, flooding her mind. She immediately glanced towards the master bedroom, where her mother-in-law was stealthily emerging with a bag in hand. "Mother!" Wu Qianqian hung up the phone and shouted. "Huh?" The mother-in-law, caught off guard, visibly flinched. "What do you have in that bag?" Wu Qianqian demanded, her expression darkening. "In nothing, just some things I brought for your mother," the mother-in-law stammered, attempting to conceal the bag behind her and feigning composure. "Let me see." Wu Qianqian's eyes blazed with fury as she approached her. Chapter 59. Seizing the property deed. The mother-in-law viciously assaults Wu Qianqian. What are you doing, child? Let go. I have urgent matters to attend to. The mother-in-law desperately clutched her bag. But Wu Qianqian was equally resolute, gripping the bag tightly. In the struggle, purple commemorative banknotes spilled onto the floor. You stole my things. Wu Qianqian exclaimed in frustration, gazing at the scattered notes. How dare you speak to your grandmother like that? Who stole your things? This is what your mother instructed me to take. The mother-in-law initially felt a brief pang of shame, but quickly regained her composure. This commemorative currency was a gift from my father. What does my mother need them for? Wu Qianqian shouted defiantly. How should I know? Ask your mother about it now. Let go. The mother-in-law tugged at the bag with all her might, refusing to relent. Wu Qianqian was equally stubborn. With a sudden snap, the shoulder strap broke and the bag fell to the ground. Wu Qianqian swiftly bent down to retrieve it, rummaging through its contents until she unearthed the property deed. In that moment, Wu Qianqian felt as if the world had darkened. Her heart sank completely. It was all true. Trembling with rage, she clutched the property deed in her hand. Qianqian, listen to me. The mother-in-law attempted to appeal to her emotions. Silence. Is your son in trouble again? Needing my mother to clean up after him? Did he steal something and get caught, requiring my mother to use the property deed as collateral to compensate the victim? Wu Qianqian glared at her mother-in-law, her teeth clenched in anger. How do you know this? The mother-in-law was taken aback, unable to fathom how Wu Qianqian had acquired such knowledge. You shall not lay your hands on this house. Wu Qianqian declared vehemently. You insolent girl. This is an adult matter. You have no right to shout. Give it back. The mother-in-law, feeling increasingly frustrated by Wu Qianqian's resistance, lunged forward to snatch the deed. Step away. Do not touch my family's property. Wu Qianqian clung tightly to the deed, refusing to let go. What nonsense! Your mother is still alive. This matter does not concern a mere child like you. Hand it over. The mother-in-law forcefully attempted to pry Wu Qianqian's fingers from the deed. Old dang, you shall not succeed. Wu Qianqian glared fiercely, her eyes ablaze with fury. Smack! The mother-in-law struck Wu Qianqian across the face. You dare hit me? Even my parents have never struck me. Wu Qianqian stood frozen in shock. I am merely educating you on your mother's behalf. If it were not for you, this troublemaker, bullying your father, would your uncle have faced such retaliation? If your uncle is unable to interview to pass the political examination because of this, I would not hesitate to strike you down. I would sell you and your mother along with this house, and you two would never be able to repay it. The mother-in-law, increasingly incensed, delivered another harsh slap, leaving Wu Qianqian's face swollen. Seizing the moment while Wu Qianqian was momentarily stunned, she lunged forward and snatched the property deed. Then, she prepared to leave. At that moment, Wu Qianqian was engulfed by an unprecedented wave of furious humiliation. Old dang, you shall not leave. With reddened eyes, she charged forward, colliding forcefully with her mother-in-law, causing the latter to straighten up. Ouch! Her mother-in-law fell against the shoe cabinet, wincing in pain. Wu Qianqian approached and snatched the property certificate, intent on fleeing. You ungrateful wretch! Her mother-in-law seized Wu Qianqian's hair and dragged her to the edge of the sofa, unleashing her rural, brawling strength. She hurled punches and kicks at Wu Qianqian. You vile creature! You have imprisoned my son. You have brought disgrace upon him before our family. You have thwarted his aspirations to become a civil servant, and yet you dare to lay a hand on me. I will surely make you pay today. The mother-in-law, consumed by rage, vented all her fury upon Wu Qianqian, mercilessly striking her. Wu Qianqian cried out in despair, Grandma, please, stop hitting me, sob sob. It was only when Wu Qianqian pleaded for mercy that the mother-in-law ceased her assault. Bah, you wicked harbinger of misfortune. Wait until your uncle returns tonight. I shall deal with you then. She spat venomously, snatching Wu Qianqian's phone from the table and promptly turning it off before slipping it into her pocket. With the property certificate in hand, she exited, determined to prevent Wu Qianqian from contacting Jiang Fan and jeopardizing her plans. As she stepped outside, Jiang Fan's call came through. Mom, have you arrived? Why has it taken so long? The anxious voice on the other end complained, as there was less than an hour until the bank closed. I'm on my way, the mother-in-law replied, disconnecting the call as she entered the elevator. She then hailed a taxi outside the community, hastily making her way to the bank. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan was already engaged in discussions with the loan manager at the bank, nearing the final stages of the process. All that was needed was to present the property certificate for evaluation. Upon seeing his mother enter, drenched in sweat, Jiang Fan was taken aback. "Mom, what happened to you?" The mother-in-law, her words faltering, replied, "I was rushing on the way." She dared not reveal that she had just unleashed her full fury upon Wu Qianqian. Jiang Fan handed the property certificate to the bank for verification. "How much can we loan?" his mother-in-law asked eagerly. "Please hold on," the manager replied. As he connected to the network for verification and referenced the recent sales prices of second-hand properties in the Wangjiang Garden community before providing the valuation. "Ms. Jiang, according to the second-hand market assessment, your property is currently valued at approximately 12 million. Upon hearing this figure, the mother-in-law's heart soared with joy, and she quickly urged Jiang Fan, "Such a substantial sum? Hurry, let us secure the entire loan." Before Jiang Fan could respond, the manager interjected, "However, according to our bank's regulations, the maximum loan amount cannot exceed 90 of the collateral's value. Ms. Jiang, we have noted that you do not have a stable job or income. Therefore, per our guidelines, we can only offer a loan of 50 of the collateral's value, which amounts to 6 million. The mother-in-law scoffed in discontent, muttering, "How unscrupulous. The house, valued at 12 million, was offered at only 6 million. Jiang Fan sighed helplessly. "Mom, we're taking out a loan, not selling the house. What purpose would it serve to withdraw such a large sum? Do you think it's without repayment or interest? We only need 48 million. Borrowing 2 million would suffice." His mother-in-law certainly understood this logic, yet she had an innate discomfort at the sight of money left untouched. "Fan, perhaps you should reconsider and try to borrow a bit more. Now that you've divorced Wu Feng, there is no source of income. You can't be without any cash, can you? Borrowing a little extra might even open up opportunities for business ventures that could yield substantial profits." His mother-in-law relentlessly urged him. Whether Jiang Fan considered it carefully was of little consequence. After all, she had already calculated her own plans. Should Jiang Can fail to secure a civil service position due to this matter, she could utilize the funds for his business endeavors. Jiang Fan fell into contemplative silence. Her words held merit. It was indeed prudent to strategize for the future. Knock, knock. Someone rapped at the door of the reception room. A middle-aged man peeked in. "Branch manager." The manager immediately stood up in astonishment. Their branch manager was rarely seen, appearing only twice a month. What could have prompted his unexpected visit today? Was there a significant client in the branch? "Xiao Zhao, come here for a moment," the manager beckoned. "Yes." The manager then turned to Jiang Fan. "Ms. Jiang, please clarify the exact loan amount you wish to process. I will return shortly to assist you." With that, he closed the door behind him. "Branch manager, what brings you to me?" The manager inquired cautiously, his heart racing. He seldom had the opportunity for direct communication with the branch manager. "Xiao Zhao, regarding Ms. Jiang's loan, a person of great stature contacted me through the Peninsula Hotel," the branch manager whispered. "Are we not permitted to extend a loan to Ms. Jiang?" The manager asked in surprise. "No, on the contrary, that individual wishes for us to extend the loan to Ms. Jiang according to the maximum limit of the collateral. As you know, the Peninsula Hotel is a significant client of our headquarters. Furthermore, the esteemed guest residing in the presidential suite, there is someone we cannot afford to offend," the branch manager explained earnestly. The manager immediately grasped the situation and promptly affirmed, "Understood, branch manager. I will proceed to grant Ms. Jiang the loan at the maximum limit of 90 of the collateral." The branch manager nodded and patted the manager on the shoulder. In the suite on the top floor of the Peninsula Hotel, Xiao Lu approached Wu Feng. "Mr. Wu, I've contacted the Tianyuan Road branch of the construction bank as you instructed, and they have assured me there are no issues." Wu Feng stood, gazing out at the sunset over the sea, a faint smile gracing his lips. To bring about its downfall, one must first drive it to madness. Chapter 60. The bank approved a loan of 12.6 million, and my mother-in-law was overjoyed. "Xiao Zhao, please hold on for a moment." The bank president suddenly called out to the loan manager. "President, is there anything else?" The manager inquired, turning back. After careful consideration, I believe you should approve a loan limit of 12 million for Ms. Jiang, the president stated thoughtfully. However, according to our bank's regulations, we can only lend up to 90 of the collateral's value, the manager replied, somewhat hesitantly. Xiao Zhao, I have faith that you will find a way to overcome this obstacle, the president hinted meaningfully. After all, he could not afford to offend the Peninsula Hotel, nor could he risk displeasing the mysterious guests who could afford to stay there. I understand, President, the manager said, catching on to the implication. Very well, you may go. The president nodded in satisfaction. The manager returned to the business room, where Jiang Fan and her mother were visibly anxious. Is there a problem? The mother asked, her worry palpable. She was counting on this loan to rescue her son. It absolutely could not fall through. Manager, even though I did not provide the funds for purchasing this property, it is indeed under my name. You can verify it as you wish, Jiang Fan blurted out, overwhelmed by anxiety. The mother and daughter were on edge, fearing that the president's sudden summons meant their loan was in jeopardy. No, please do not worry. The president merely called me to inform me of a new policy, the manager reassured them. For loans secured by real estate, the borrower's qualifications are not considered. All loans can be issued up to the 90 limit. Of course, the specific amount you wish to borrow still needs to be determined by you, the manager concluded. The mother and daughter, relieved, felt their hearts lighten. Fan, we are fortunate to benefit from a favorable policy. Opportunities like this do not come often. You must not let it slip away. The mother urged Jiang Fan excitedly. Ms. Jiang, it is almost closing time. The loan disbursement channels will soon be unavailable. Have you decided how much you wish to borrow? The manager, striving to fulfill the president's directive, noticed Jiang Fan's inclination to borrow more. Thus, he skillfully stoked the fire. I want to borrow the entire amount. Under the invisible pressure, Jiang Fan made her choice, though her mother was more of a hindrance than a help. A recent statement rang true. Having divorced Wu Feng, she now had no source of income. If she only borrowed 2 million to resolve Jiang Fan's issues, she would be left with less than 500,000 in cash. This amount would hardly suffice for her and her daughter's living expenses, let alone cover the monthly bank interest. It would be wiser to borrow the full amount. Not only would it provide a longer turnover period, but it might also be invested to generate further income. Jiang Fan reassured herself. After all, she was a university graduate. Initially, she chose to be a dedicated housewife after marriage to care for her family. She firmly believed that if she ventured out into the workforce, she would surpass Wu Feng. In that moment, Jiang Fan's confidence soared. She felt that with a substantial initial capital of several million, she would inevitably rise to challenge the likes of Lao Ganma and Dong Dajia, emerging as a new female leader in the business world. She envisioned a time when she would triumph over Wu Feng, rendering him incapable of recovery. Excellent, the manager exclaimed with palpable excitement, promptly initiating the necessary proceedings. Apologies, Ms. Jiang, the manager suddenly interjected, lifting his gaze. What is it? The mother and daughter asked in unison, their hearts racing with trepidation. It appears there was a miscalculation in the valuation of your property, the manager said apologetically. How could you be so duplicitous? The mother retorted, her demeanor shifting to one of indignation. You clearly stated it was worth 12 million. How can that suddenly change? Are you attempting to take advantage of us, two vulnerable women? Madam, you've misunderstood. I meant to say that the earlier valuation was underestimated. Based on current market conditions, your property should be valued at approximately 14 million, thus allowing you to secure a maximum loan of 12 million, the manager clarified, adeptly fulfilling the task assigned by his superior. Is that truly the case? You are remarkably forthright, young man, the mother exclaimed, her spirits lifting as she beamed with delight. But wait, 90% of 14 million should be 12. 6 million. Why have you undercalculated by 600,000? At that moment, the mother, exhibiting an uncanny sense of financial acuity, would not let a single penny slip away. Very well, let us proceed with the 12. 6 million. The manager conceded with a forced smile, secretly harboring disdain for the avarice displayed by the mother and daughter, who wore their greed unabashedly. Yes, please grant me a loan of 12. 6 million, Jiang Fan asserted, firmly finalizing the loan amount. Ms. Jiang, you may opt for a maximum loan term of 5 years. How many years do you wish to borrow? The manager continued his inquiries. 5 years. We will take 5 years, the mother eagerly replied, convinced that acquiring money swiftly was paramount, while delaying repayment was equally beneficial. The manager remained silent, turning his attention to Jiang Fan. 5 years, Jiang Fan stated decisively. Very well, Ms. Jiang. We have 2 repayment options based on an annual interest rate of 8.75. One option is to repay both principal and interest in equal monthly installments of $262,929.13. The other is to pay only the interest monthly, with the principal of $12.6 million due in the final month, amounting to $46,703.13 each month. Which option would you prefer? The manager patiently explained. I choose the second option, paying interest first and the principal at the end, Jiang Fan declared. Without waiting for her mother-in-law to interject, Jiang Fan spoke directly. She performed a quick mental calculation, realizing that the monthly interest amounted to less than $50,000. Annually, this totaled merely $500,000, a trivial sum compared to the loan amount of $12.6 million. Naturally, she opted for the second repayment method. Excellent. Please sign the mortgage loan contract here and provide your bank account details. The funds will be disbursed immediately. The manager handed Jiang Fan the printed documents. Although she intended to scrutinize the terms carefully, her mother-in-law urged, "What are you lingering for? Sign quickly. Your brother is waiting for us." Surely the bank wouldn't deceive us common folks, would it? Reluctantly, Jiang Fan hastily affixed her signature. Shortly thereafter, the manager collected the property certificate and completed the necessary procedures. Almost instantaneously, Jiang Fan received a text notification indicating a deposit of $12.6 million, raising her account balance to over $14.6 million. Her mother-in-law beamed with delight, as if the money had miraculously fallen from the heavens. However, in the next moment, as Jiang Fan transferred $3.48 million to the corporate account of Jingqing Law Firm, her balance plummeted from over $14.6 million to just over $11.12 million. Her mother-in-law winced in pain, muttering curses, "That scoundrel Wu Feng. He has made us lose so much money in an instant. Heaven, open your eyes and strike him down with a bolt of lightning." Chapter 61. Disqualification of Interview Eligibility. Jiang Fan's fury, please take care, the manager said with a beaming smile as he escorted Jiang Fan and his mother-in-law out of the bank's grand entrance. Upon returning to his office, just as he was preparing to conclude his day, he was taken aback to find the bank president seated in his chair, intently examining the contract previously signed by Jiang Fan. "I sincerely apologize, President. I took the liberty of granting Ms. Jiang an additional loan of $600,000. Her mother was simply too avaricious, calculating every detail, and would not relent until she achieved her objectives." The manager hastily explained, "That is of little concern. The difference between $12 million and $12.6 million is negligible, as long as the funds are successfully disbursed. However, you must ensure diligent follow-up and maintenance post-loan. Should you detect any risk associated with the borrower, you must withdraw the loan immediately," the president cautioned, his words laden with implication. The term withdrawal refers to the bank's prerogative to retrieve disbursed loans at any moment based on real-time assessments of the borrower's risk, irrespective of the agreed repayment schedule. If the borrower fails to repay, the bank has the authority to seize collateral and initiate judicial auction proceedings. For both enterprises and individuals, such actions by the bank can prove catastrophic. Does this also reflect the intentions of that individual? The manager asked, taken aback. Indeed, the president nodded affirmatively. "Understood, President," the manager replied. Jiang Fan and his mother-in-law arrived at the district bureau, forcefully tossing the remittance record at Lu Xiang. "The money has been transferred. Where is Wu Feng's letter of understanding?" Jiang Fan demanded with a fierce glare. "Here it is," Lu Xiang replied, a faint smile gracing her lips as she retrieved the letter that Wu Feng had signed the previous night. "Ah, that scoundrel Wu Feng had this all orchestrated, waiting for us to pay." Jiang Fan's mother-in-law seethed, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "Mother, stop wasting words with her. Let us find Jiang Fan," Jiang Fan insisted, clutching the letter as they made their way to the police station, successfully securing Jiang Fan's release. As the officers removed the handcuffs and shackles from Jiang Kan, he sobbed uncontrollably. When he stood up, his legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed heavily onto the cement floor. This sight filled Jiang Fan and his mother-in-law with deep concern. "So, let's go home," his mother-in-law cried, rushing forward to help him up. "Thank you. Thank you both." Jiang Kan stammered through tears, appearing somewhat enlightened, though much of it was likely feigned. Jiang Kan, a wayward son's return is invaluable. As long as you recognize your mistakes, there is hope for redemption. Upon your release, strive to be a better person and never return to this path. A middle-aged officer remarked, momentarily swayed by Jiang Kan's impressive performance. Yes, Jiang Kan, eager to escape this wretched place and prepare for his interview, readily agreed. Once outside and waiting for a vehicle, Jiang Kan's true nature resurfaced. "Damn it, that bastard Wu Feng dares to treat me this way. Once I pass the civil service examination, I shall settle the score with him." Jiang Kan gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, my son, once you succeed, ensure that beast receives a taste of his own medicine." His mother-in-law gently stroked Jiang Kan's back, speaking with a fierce tone. "What use is it to utter such angry words?" Jiang Fan folded his arms, casting a cold glance at his younger brother and mother. "Once you truly succeed, you should consider how to transfer those 2 properties belonging to Wu Feng's parents into Qianqian's name. That is the matter of utmost importance." Jiang Fan understood that he could no longer reach for those 2 properties himself. He could only place his hopes upon his daughter. As Wu Feng's legally recognized daughter, Wu Qianqian held infinite potential for inheriting those 2 properties. Wu Qianqian, only fixated on this Wu Qianqian. The mother-in-law muttered darkly to herself. "Sister, rest assured, once I succeed, I will certainly seek justice for both you and Qianqian. By then, not only will those 2 properties belong to you and Qianqian, but I shall also find a way to entangle Wu Feng in this as well. I want him to experience 1,000-fold of the humiliation I endure today." Jiang Kan spoke with deep-seated animosity. "By the way, sister, how much did Wu Feng demand today?" Jiang Kan suddenly recalled this question, his curiosity piqued. 3.48 million. At the mention of this, the mother-in-law's anger surged anew. "What? That scoundrel Wu Feng, does he truly dare to ask for such a sum?" Jiang Kan was utterly astonished. "Indeed, that beast. His heart is so black." The mother-in-law pounded her chest in frustration, her heart aching at the thought of such a large sum being given away to Wu Feng without a second thought. "Sister, where did you acquire such a substantial amount?" Jiang Kan asked in surprise. At this, the mother-in-law fell silent. She hoped Jiang Fan would refrain from speaking the truth to spare their son any additional psychological burden. "I mortgaged the house," Jiang Fan stated flatly. "I even persuaded your sister to take out a loan." The mother-in-law, upon hearing Jiang Fan's honesty, felt a mix of resentment, but quickly interjected to claim her share of the credit. She was unwilling to let Jiang Fan bear all the goodwill alone. "Sister, you can rest assured, once I pass the civil service examination, I will repay you this sum in no time," Jiang Kan declared with unwavering confidence. "My son, for these few days, focus solely on your studies. Do not let anything else trouble you. Even if the sky were to fall, your sister and I will support you." The mother-in-law reassured Jiang Kan, emphasizing that nothing was more important than his civil service interview. "Do not worry, mother. A mere interview is a trivial matter. Just wait and see how I will score far above the 2nd place." Jiang Kan boasted imperiously. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from the Examination Institute. "Who is it?" his mother-in-law inquired with curiosity. "It's someone from the interview panel," Jiang Kan replied, bewildered. "Quickly answer it. Let us see if there's any good news." The mother-in-law leaned in excitedly. "Hello, may I speak with Jiang Kan? This is the Jiangchang Personnel Examination Center." "Yes, this is he." "Jiang Kan, we have received a report indicating that you are involved in serious criminal activities. Upon verification, this report has proven to be accurate. After a deliberation, we have decided to revoke your interview eligibility. This serves as your formal notification." Jiang Fan and his mother-in-law were rendered speechless upon hearing this news. For Jiang Kan, it felt as if a bolt from the blue had struck him, and he was suddenly engulfed by a sense of vertigo, as if the entire world had collapsed around him. His vision darkened, and he collapsed onto the road. His eyes rolled back, his complexion turned ashen. He began to froth at the mouth, convulsing uncontrollably, and lost control of his bladder and bowels. Clearly, he was unable to withstand the blow, his mental and emotional state spiraling into chaos, triggering a neurological disorder that led to an epileptic seizure. Can, the mother-in-law, unable to process the shocking cancellation of the interview, rushed towards Jiang Can on the ground. However, he continued to convulse, entirely unresponsive to the external world. She picked up the phone from the ground, cursing vehemently. "You heartless beasts, my son is clearly innocent, and you dare to revoke his interview eligibility. If anything were to happen to him, I swear I will make you pay." Jiang Fan, holding Jiang Can's mouth, shouted in frustration, "Mom, what are you doing? Come help me. We need to prevent him from biting his tongue off." Upon hearing this, the mother-in-law panicked. She quickly threw aside the phone, grabbed a stick from the ground, and approached to attempt to insert it into Jiang Can's mouth. A sudden series of agonizing screams erupted from the mother-in-law, resembling the wails of a slaughtered pig, as tears streamed down her face. Jiang Can had bitten down on the back of her hand, causing her face to turn pale with pain. Chapter 62. The Jiang family mother and son endure great suffering. Mother, do not let go, Jiang Fan shouted, as his mother instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand in pain. At this moment, preserving his brother's tongue was of utmost importance, and they would have to endure a little suffering for the time being. "Quick, call 120. His mother's face turned pale and her breath diminished. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down her forehead. "Hello, 120. My brother is having a seizure at the entrance of the Wangjiang District Bureau, and my mother has been bitten. Please send someone quickly." Jiang Fan pinched Jiang Can's pressure point with one hand while dialing for emergency assistance with the other. "Hurry, lift the patient's head and pry open his mouth." A kind-hearted passerby rushed over to assist, attempting to pry open Jiang Can's mouth, while 4 or 5 others eagerly prepared to lend a hand. "Be gentle. You're making my son's mouth bleed. What if he ends up disfigured? Can you afford the consequences?" Upon seeing Jiang Can's gums torn and blood gushing profusely, his mother was overwhelmed with rage and shouted at the Good Samaritan. The man, taken aback, quietly withdrew his hands, adjusted his glasses, and walked away. The others, witnessing the scene, instinctively took a few steps back, sensing the tension. "Ouch! This is excruciating. Where's the ambulance?" Jiang Can bit down harder, causing his mother to collapse onto the road, wailing in despair. "Oh no, this young man is having a seizure. We must pry his mouth open quickly, or this lady will lose her flesh." Another kind-hearted woman approached, ready to help. "Do not go near. Be careful, or this old woman might frame you." The onlookers immediately warned the compassionate woman, recounting the earlier gentleman's unfortunate experience. She gasped in shock and swiftly retracted her outstretched hand, retreating quietly among the crowd. Fortunately, the ambulance arrived just in time, saving the mother's hand from further injury. Jiang Can was lifted onto a stretcher and placed into the ambulance, while his mother was assisted aboard. Jiang Fan, however, climbed into the vehicle on his own. As the ambulance sped towards the hospital, his mother's eyes fell upon the sign of Reminisce Hospital outside the window, and she erupted into a frantic outburst. "No, we are not going to this hospital. Change to another one. I demand you change to another one." It was evident that her refusal to seek treatment at this hospital stemmed from the fact that Sumi worked there. The doctors and nurses in the ambulance exchanged bewildered glances at her erratic behavior. Were it not for the knowledge of her injury, they might have suspected she had been bitten by a rabid dog. "Mother, please be quiet," Jiang Fan said helplessly, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Fan, let us switch hospitals. I do not want that wretched Sumi to laugh at our family." His mother remained obstinate. "Mother, right now, it is crucial to attend to my brother's health. Moreover, this hospital is so vast, and Sumi is in the psychiatric department. It is unlikely that we will encounter her." Jiang Fan patiently reassured. "It's all your fault. With so many hospitals in the city, you had to choose this one." The mother-in-law wore an expression of reproach. "I called 120, and the ambulance was dispatched by the nearest emergency center. How could I have known?" Jiang Fan was utterly speechless. "Oh, be gentle. It hurts." The mother-in-law suddenly winced in pain, looking up and yelling at the nurse applying the medication. Does disinfection not hurt? Those who feel no pain are already dead. The nurse muttered under her breath, clearly annoyed. In fact, she was quite intentional about it. After all the hard work to rescue this old lady and her son, not a single word of gratitude was received. Instead, this old woman incessantly complained about everything. "You little girl, what did you just say? Speak louder." The mother-in-law bellowed at the nurse. "I said, dear lady, just endure a little longer. Applying iodine will hurt even more." The nurse poured iodine onto the back of the mother-in-law's hand, as if it were free. Ouch, it hurts so much. The mother-in-law indeed grimaced in pain. The other doctors and nurses in the ambulance felt a secret satisfaction, stifling their laughter. They all understood that for such a bite, a gentle application of hydrogen peroxide would suffice for disinfection. Yet, no one stepped forward to intervene. This old woman's foul mouth deserved a bit of suffering. Once the ambulance arrived at the hospital, Jiangkan was immediately taken in for emergency treatment. The mother-in-law was also sent to the trauma unit for care. Jiang Fan proceeded to settle the fees and handle the hospitalization procedures for both. Although the mother-in-law's injuries did not necessitate hospitalization, Jiang Fan knew his elderly mother well. She would undoubtedly worry about her son being alone in the hospital. Thus, he decided to admit her as well. Moreover, given the recent chaotic events, Jiang Fan hoped to avoid his mother-in-law for a couple of days to find some peace. Upon completing the paperwork and returning to the ward, Jiangkan was still in the emergency room. The mother-in-law had already been bandaged and was anxiously waiting in a chair outside. "Fan, do you think my brother will be all right?" The mother-in-law asked with evident concern. "There is no major issue. I just inquired with the doctor, and it is standard treatment." Jiang Fan replied honestly. That's good. That's good." The mother-in-law sighed in relief. "By the way, Fan, do you think that beast Wu Feng is behind this?" The mother-in-law suddenly asked in anger. Who else could it be? Jiang Fan's expression darkened immediately. "That beast. He has already received 48 million. Yet, he still wants to report your brother. This could ruin your brother's life. Your brother's interview, our Jiang family's first civil servant. Just like that, it's gone." The mother-in-law cried as she spoke, deeply distressed. "Enough, mother, there's no use in discussing this now." Jiang Fan harbored profound disdain for Wu Feng. However, given the circumstances, he could only offer solace to his mother. "If your brother were to suffer any lingering effects, I would surely confront Wu Feng. I would set fire to his old house." His mother-in-law, consumed by fury, spoke with reckless abandon, disregarding all decorum. "Mother, please calm down. That house will eventually belong to Qian. Although he understood that his mother was likely just venting, Jiang Fan nevertheless issued a solemn warning. Wu Qian. From now on, refrain from mentioning that little wretch in my presence. She is Wu Feng's daughter and far from virtuous." Jiang Fan's mother-in-law, unsettled by Jiang Fan's intention to bequeath the house to Qian, felt a deep sense of discomfort. In her view, those two properties rightfully belonged to Jiang Fan's brother. "Jiang mother, why do you persist in speaking this way? What has Qian done to provoke you? Do not take out your frustrations on Qian simply because you cannot locate Wu Feng. You know where his old house at the Grain and Oil Bureau is, and you are aware of his old residence in the urban village. If you have the courage, go ahead and act." Jiang Fan unleashed his pent-up rage, mercilessly ridiculing his mother-in-law. "Your precious daughter." As his mother-in-law hesitated, unable to voice her thoughts, she recognized that her aggression over property disputes and physical altercations was untenable. "Now, clarify your stance. What exactly has happened with Qian?" This time, Jiang Fan was prepared to confront the issue head-on. "Enough. I am disinclined to engage with a reckless child." His mother-in-law feigned magnanimity while deftly sidestepping the matter. At that moment, Jiang Fan's phone rang, and after answering, his expression darkened further. Chapter 63. Wu Qian resumes her old tricks, preparing for online harassment. "What happened, Fan?" His mother-in-law inquired hastily as Jiang Fan hung up the phone, visibly enraged. "It's those so-called relatives you invited." Jiang Fan retorted fiercely. "What is the matter with them?" His mother-in-law asked, utterly perplexed. "What is the matter? They've surrounded our entire community with dozens of people. The security called, urging me to return and handle it. Jiang Fan seethed with fury. Why is this happening? His mother-in-law was genuinely bewildered. Why? You should ask yourself. Did you not promise them travel and accommodation expenses? Jiang Fan was infuriated, having never encountered such shameless individuals. Huh? Did they come to our house asking for money after finishing their meal? His mother-in-law finally grasped the situation. What do you think? Otherwise, would they still be visiting your home? Jiang Fan shot back. Fan, please go back and settle the money with them. They are all from our hometown. If this escalates, who knows what they might say about your brother after returning? His mother-in-law attempted to soothe Jiang Fan. When it came to matters concerning Jiang Fan, she was always willing to spend, especially since it was not her own money at stake. Do you think that just giving them money will silence them? Jiang Fan had come to see the true nature of these relatives. They were greedy and demanding, always looking to gain without giving, and would complain if they didn't get their way. It was truly exasperating. His mother-in-law had no retort. Ultimately, this was a consequence of her vanity, leaving her unable to face Jiang Fan as reproach. Transfer it to me. Jiang Fan thrust his phone in front of his mother-in-law, the screen displaying a large payment code. What are you doing? His mother-in-law feigned ignorance. What do you think? That 20,000 should be used to dismiss those relatives you invited. Jiang Fan stated bluntly. Fine, I'll transfer it to you, she replied reluctantly, pulling out her phone, fumbling with incorrect passwords and struggling to remember them. All right, keep it for yourself. Jiang Fan, uninterested in her trivial antics, turned and left the hospital. Upon returning to the community, Jiang Fan was met with the sight of his relatives blocking the entrance, their faces flushed with anger as they surrounded the security booth, demanding the security staff divulge his home address. Homeowners were left with no choice but to enter and exit through the side door. In that moment, Jiang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thankfully, his incompetent mother had only bragged about living in a certain community without disclosing the specific address. Otherwise, these menacing country folk would have certainly found their way to his home. The thought that only his daughter, Wu Qianqian, was at home filled him with dread. Fan, you're here, the security guard exclaimed as he spotted Jiang Fan and hurried over. The relatives blocking the door seemed to sense his presence, quickly converging around him. Where's your mother? Li Feng. She promised to reimburse us for our travel and accommodation expenses, didn't she? Where she disappeared now? Tell your mother that she should not even think about shirking her debts. If it weren't for her unwavering assurances, who would willingly travel such a distance to uphold the reputation of the Jiang family? If Li Feng refuses to pay, we shall return and demolish your pigpen. The local folks were seething with anger, clamoring and drowning out Jiang Fan's voice. My mother had matters to attend to, so I came to deliver the money. Form a queue one at a time, Jiang Fan shouted, and the crowd immediately broke into smiles. They began jostling for positions at the front. Jiang Fan looked on with disdain. After spending money to send this greedy bunch back, he returned home, dragging his weary body. Upon opening the door and stepping into the foyer, he found Wu Qianqian disheveled and curled up on the sofa, weeping. The entire hall was in disarray, commemorative bills strewn across the floor, resembling the aftermath of a chaotic brawl. Qianqian, what happened? Jiang Fan rushed over without even changing his shoes. Mom, Wu Qianqian raised her head to look at Jiang Fan, unable to contain her tears any longer. Qianqian, who did this to you? Was it Wu Feng? Did he come here? Jiang Fan's heart sank at the sight of his daughter's swollen face, and he trembled with rage, reaching for his phone to dial 110. It was Grandma. Wu Qianqian cried. What did you say? Grandma? How could that be? Jiang Fan was taken aback, his hand that was about to dial slowly lowered. That old woman. She wanted to seize our property deed. When I refused, she hit me. Wu Qianqian wiped her tears and spoke with hatred in her eyes. How could she do this? Jiang Fan was infuriated. His mother had truly gone too far this time. Even if Qianqian refused to give her the property deed, she had no right to resort to violence. No, wait. Qianqian, how did you know Grandma wanted the deed? Did someone tell you something? Jiang Fan immediately sensed that something was amiss. Mom, tell me, did Uncle get into trouble again? Did he steal something and get caught? You called Grandma to retrieve the property deed to secure a loan to bail him out, didn't you? Wu Qianqian did not answer Jiang Fan's question, but pressed on with her inquiries. This matter is rather complicated. Jiang Fan felt a twinge of guilt. So it's true? You really did mortgage this house? Wu Qianqian's voice suddenly rose, her face filled with resentment. Qianqian, ultimately, your uncle has also been burdened by our troubles, bearing the brunt of our anger. Jiang Fan attempted to placate Wu Qianqian. Bah, he causes trouble everywhere and expects you to clean it up. What does that have to do with us? Instead, this backfired and stirred Wu Qianqian's defiance. Qianqian, this is all a trap set by your father. Jiang Fan could only shift the blame onto Wu Feng. What? Is this yet another mess caused by my father? Wu Qianqian was utterly stunned. Your father purchased 2 luxury timepieces worth over 800,000 each, carelessly left them in the study to tempt your uncle. Then, while your uncle was busy hosting a banquet, he reported him to the police. In front of all the guests, the police apprehended your uncle. Your father demanded 48 million for a settlement. Your uncle, like you, is part of your mother's family. She cannot simply turn a blind eye, can she? Thus, I had no choice but to mortgage the house for a loan. Although your uncle has been released now, he has lost his eligibility for civil service examinations, and it is uncertain if he will ever be able to take them again. His distress has led to health issues, and he has been admitted to the hospital, where your grandmother is still by his side. Therefore, Qianqian, your grandmother must have been extremely anxious at that moment, which prompted her to act against you. Please do not harbor resentment towards her. Jiang Fan persistently shifted the blame onto Wu Feng while attempting to brainwash Wu Qianqian into not blaming Jiang Can and her mother. Wu Feng, is he even human for doing such things? Indeed, Wu Qianqian suddenly found herself feeling that her grandmother and uncle were not as despicable and unforgivable as she once thought. All her anger, grievances, and resentment were redirected solely towards Wu Feng. I must ensure he faces the wrath of online backlash. Chapter 64, Permanent Ban. Now, this is comfortable Wu Qianqian stormed into the study, filled with rage. She resolutely decided to compose an extensive article to thoroughly ridicule Wu Feng. She aimed to not only bring him down, but also to thoroughly disgust him. Only in this way could she vent her pin-up frustration. Seated on the chair, Wu Qianqian pressed the power button of her 150,000 yuan computer, only to find herself trapped on the bio screen filled with incomprehensible characters. No amount of manipulation yielded any results. Damn it! Wu Qianqian immediately shouted, her voice rising. What's wrong, Qianqian? Jiang Fan rushed in upon hearing her exclamation. Who tampered with my computer? It was perfectly fine last night, and now it won't even boot. Wu Qianqian's face was a mask of fury. I can't comprehend this either, Jiang Fan admitted, staring blankly at the screen of characters. In the past, whenever something malfunctioned at home, it was always Wu Feng who handled the repairs, especially something as complex as a computer. I should just ask a classmate. Wu Qianqian snapped a photo of the screen with her phone and sent it to a male classmate. Soon enough, she discovered the true reason behind the malfunction, causing her to grit her teeth in anger. Wu Feng, you bastard. Qianqian, what is going on? Jiang Fan inquired urgently. My classmate said the motherboard has been remotely locked. It must have been Wu Feng who colluded with the computer seller. Wu Qianqian fumed. That old scoundrel, even after the divorce, still engages in such despicable acts. Does this mean the 150,000 yuan computer is unusable now? Jiang Fan asked, astonished. If the motherboard is locked, how can it be used? Wu Qianqian raised her voice. Determination set in. I'm going to confront him. Jiang Fan, equally infuriated, took out her phone to confront Wu Feng, only to remember she had been blocked long ago. Consequently, she called Lu Xiang. Hello, Ms. Jiang. Lu Xiang's voice resonated from the other end. How can you be so vile? We agreed that the items on the list belong to us, yet you still engage in such antics. Jiang Fan unleashed her frustrations without hesitation. Ms. Jiang, I'm afraid I do not quite understand what you're referring to. Lu Xiang replied, professionalism evident in her tone. If it were anyone else, she would have hung up long ago. Who would tolerate such a rant? Please inquire with Wu Feng. Did he arrange for someone to remotely lock that 150,000 yuan computer? It is undoubtedly my possession. Why does he have to sabotage it? A grown man stooping to such petty, underhanded tactics. Does he not have any shame? From her moral high ground, Jiang Fan lambasted Wu Feng vehemently. Ms. Jiang, I believe I've gathered an understanding of the situation. May I ask if you have any evidence to substantiate that it was Mr. Wu Feng who did this? Even if it were Mr. Wu Feng, is this not reasonable? The items on the list indeed belong to you, and thus, the ownership of the computer is rightfully yours, as you have actual control and possession of it. However, your list does not indicate that the ownership of the virtual data stored on the computer also resides with you. The information contained within that computer pertains to Mr. Wu Feng's personal privacy and even involves the trade secrets of his former company. Mr. Wu Feng is entitled to take such measures to safeguard his personal privacy and the confidentiality of his previous employer. Should you believe that Mr. Wu Feng has infringed upon your rights, you may gather evidence and pursue legal action in court. Lu Xiang systematically refuted Jiang Fan's arguments one by one. You. Jiang Fan was rendered speechless in her fury. At that moment, she finally comprehended how foolish it was to engage in a debate with a lawyer, particularly an exceptional one. Ms. Jiang, in addition, based on my understanding of Mr. Wu Feng, he is a remarkably skilled software engineer. If he wishes to secure his computer, he would not require assistance from others. Lu Xiang delivered a final blow, piercing deeply. In her anger, Jiang Fan abruptly ended the call. She regretted her decision to contact this woman and subject herself to humiliation. Qin Qian, I will find someone to fix it for you tomorrow, Jiang Fan declared indignantly. Then I shall use my phone today. Wu Qian had no choice but to settle for editing a campaign against Wu Feng on her mobile device. However, when she accessed the software, she discovered that her account had been banned by the platform. Even her profile picture had turned white, and her username had been replaced by a string of numbers. Regardless of her attempts to perform any action, the system merely displayed a message. We sincerely apologize. But due to your violation of relevant laws and regulations or community guidelines, your account has been permanently banned. The words permanently banned struck Wu Qian like a slap across the face. How could this happen? I was able to log in just last night. Wu Qian felt as though she had been struck by lightning. This account contained a vast amount of her effort, thousands of friends and followers, countless saved articles and videos, as well as her meticulously edited selfies. Just like that, it was all gone. There wasn't even a channel for appeal. In a rush, Wu Qian attempted to log in using her secondary account, which was linked to Jiang Fan's phone number, but that account too was permanently banned by the platform. Wu Qian could only try to log in as a guest, only to be met with the message. We regret to inform you that your device has been disabled. At this point, Wu Qian was utterly dumbfounded. Then, with a cry of despair, she broke down in tears. She finally realized that she had encountered the notorious 4 bans: account ban, ID ban, device ban, and network IP ban. Qian, what is wrong? Upon seeing her daughter suddenly collapse into tears, Jiang Fan felt a surge of panic. Why? Why was I banned? I merely targeted my dad online. So many others who spread rumors and harassed. Why are they not banned? Wu Qian, filled with resentment, wept bitterly. She believed she was in the right, asserting that the platform was persecuting her. Qian, it's all right now. Everything will be fine. Jiang Fan, uncertain of how to console her, simply cradled Wu Qian's head and gently patted her back. It must be Wu Feng. He is certainly the one who reported me. He is behind this. Wu Qian's eyes suddenly brimmed with unrestrained hatred as she gritted her teeth and declared, Qian, please do not be angry. Don't you desire a Porsche 718? Tomorrow, I will take you to buy one. Jiang Fan softly reassured her. Really? Wu Qian immediately pushed Jiang Fan away, wiped her tears, and exclaimed with delight. Indeed, when has your mother ever gone back on her word? Last time, you envied your uncle's Audi and expressed your wish for a Porsche 718. So tomorrow we shall go pick it up. Jiang Fan thought to himself, given that both cars at home were indeed written off, a new vehicle was a necessity. Moreover, it could serve dual purposes, helping to ease his daughter's current despondency while also supporting his future business endeavors. Mom, can you tell me how much mortgage we have on our house? Wu Qian asked earnestly, gazing at Jiang Fan. After settling your uncle's debts, I still have over 11 million left. Jiang Fan candidly disclosed to Wu Qianqian. So much. Wu Qianqian's eyes instantly sparkled with disbelief. In that case, I don't want the 718 anymore. I want the 911. Chapter 65, a 5 million investment project. Jiang Fan's heart stirred. 911. Isn't that rather expensive? Jiang Fan hesitated upon hearing his daughter express her desire to purchase a Porsche 911. It's not too costly. The final price is just over 2 million. We have 2 old cars to exchange, making it even more affordable. Wu Qianqian exclaimed with enthusiasm. Well, that's reasonable. Let us go with it, Jiang Fan decided, feeling that the price was acceptable. That's wonderful, Mom. You're so generous. Unlike my biological father, who sent me off to college with just a BMW Z4. Wu Qianqian cheerfully complimented Jiang Fan before her expression darkened as she cast a shadow over Wu Feng. She gave no thought to the fact that the loan for this house came from hard-earned labor. By the way, Mom, after buying the car, what do you plan to do with the remaining over 10 million? Wu Qianqian inquired curiously. I intend to venture into business. Jiang Fan suddenly seemed to recall something, becoming alert, and immediately fell silent. Is something wrong? Wu Qianqian asked, puzzled. Wu Feng had installed surveillance in the house. Jiang Fan recalled how his brother Jiang Can had entered. What? That man actually engaged in such despicable and sinister acts? Wu Qianqian raised her voice in shock. Regardless, I will have someone come to thoroughly inspect and organize the house tomorrow, Jiang Fan remarked, looking around. Indeed, we should tidy up properly and dispose of that man's clothes, shoes, and the bed he slept on. Wu Qianqian coldly agreed. Qianqian, let's go out for a bite to eat. Since it's not safe to talk at home, I plan to take you out, Jiang Fan suggested. Great. It's been ages since I've had Kobe beef. Today I want teppanyaki. Wu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully as she stood up. Jiang Fan took Wu Qianqian to an upscale Japanese restaurant with an average cost of 2,000 per person, ordering 2 servings of Wagyu beef. Mom, back at home, I think I heard you mention wanting to start business? Wu Qianqian asked between bites of meat. Yes, Jiang Fan nodded. Mom, I support you. Once you start making money, let that biological father of mine regret it. Just make sure not to forgive him. Wu Qianqian stated earnestly. Rest assured, Qianqian, even if that useless man returned begging, I wouldn't spare him a glance. Jiang Fan replied fiercely. Mom, what kind of business do you want to pursue? Wu Qianqian asked, filled with curiosity. I haven't quite decided yet. I plan to call Aunt Chenlin when I have the time. She knows many people and has numerous connections. Jiang Fan contemplated, glancing around, realizing that her best friend Chenlin was the only one who could assist her. You should call her now. If you wait too long, she might start her live stream again, Wu Qianqian noted, well aware of Chenlin's schedule from her frequent viewing of her broadcasts. All right. Jiang Fan took out her phone and dialed Chenlin's number. Dear, what brings you to think of me today? On the other end of the line, Chenlin's breathless voice came through. Are you busy? Jiang Fan asked with some surprise. No, I was just exercising on the treadmill for a bit. I feel like I've gained weight lately, and it's not looking good. By the way, Fan, what do you need me for? It's not about a meal invitation at this hour, is it? I can't really eat right now, Chenlin said, panting. I'm looking to venture into some business. Do you have any suitable recommendations? Jiang Fan said earnestly. What? Fan, you can't be joking, right? Chenlin was taken aback. I'm serious, Jiang Fan reiterated with sincerity. Are you sure? This isn't just a fleeting whim? Chenlin still found it hard to believe that Jiang Fan, who had only just started working, would want to engage in business. I'm quite certain, Jiang Fan replied helplessly. A few days ago, a friend introduced me to a very promising project. However, I lack both the time and the capital. Hence, I didn't take it seriously. If you are genuinely interested, I can introduce you to it. Chenlin's tone turned serious. How much does it cost? Jiang Fan didn't inquire about the project itself, focusing instead on the financial aspect. The asking price is 5 million, but if we negotiate seriously, it could probably be brought down to 4 million, Chenlin replied honestly. What kind of project is it? Upon hearing that the investment was manageable, Jiang Fan quickly probed further. If you are truly interested, come by with your husband tomorrow. It's hard to explain everything over the phone, and I have to take a shower and prepare for my broadcast soon, Chenlin said. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Fan had divorced, and she casually suggested bringing Wu Feng along. After all, Chun-Lin knew that if investments were to be made, it would be Wu Feng who would find a way to finance it. Jiang Fan would never use her personal savings for such matters. All right, when are you free tomorrow? Jiang Fan chose not to mention her divorce, planning to discuss it in person, as it was indeed difficult to clarify everything over the phone. Tomorrow morning, I am invited to the International Luxury Car Exhibition at the Jiangxing International Convention Center. If you and Wu Feng are free, come find me. It would also be a good opportunity to stroll around the car show. I heard that a supercar worth over 100 million will be unveiled. Moreover, I've heard that this supercar has already been sold and will be officially delivered at tomorrow's exhibition. I'm truly curious about which affluent individual has such means. As Chun-Lin spoke, she began to daydream. Great. I'm also considering purchasing a Porsche 911. Let us meet tomorrow morning. Jiang Fan, too, was curious about what this extravagant vehicle worth over 100 million looked like. However, her mind was predominantly occupied by the investment project worth 5 million that Chun-Lin had mentioned. You're planning to switch to a 911? That's splendid. It seems your husband Wu possesses quite a bit of capability. Did he receive a salary increase this year? Or perhaps fortune smiles upon you? Fan. Unlike my husband who spent his days at home doing laundry and cooking, relying on me for support, a true disappointment. Chun-Lin's voice resonated with envy over the phone. Let us not dwell on this. We can discuss it further when we meet tomorrow. Jiang Fan, reluctant to bring up Wu Feng, hastily ended the call. Mom, is Aunt Chun-Lin all right? Why does her breathing sound so strange? Wu Qianqian inquired innocently, her concern evident. She was merely jogging. By the way, there's an auto show tomorrow. Let us go visit her and perhaps purchase that Porsche 911 you desire. Jiang Fan skillfully steered the conversation away. Sound great. Wu Qianqian responded without hesitation. At the Peninsula Hotel, Xiao Lu approached Wu Feng with a gilded invitation in hand. Mr. Wu, will you be driving yourself tomorrow, or shall I arrange for a driver? Wu Feng casually accepted the invitation and placed it on the table. Please arrange for a driver. Xiao Lu offered a slight bow. Understood, she replied, before withdrawing to make the necessary arrangements. Chapter 66, The Wind God, Poison, and the Dark Knight Dragon converged the following morning. Jiang Fan took Wu Qianqian to a 4S dealership to purchase a Porsche 911 outright. After accounting for the trade-in value of 2 old cars, the total expenditure amounted to 1 million. Consequently, Jiang Fan still possessed a substantial cash reserve of 10 million. Wu Qianqian was utterly enamored with her new vehicle. Once the registration and transfer were completed, she eagerly took a spin around the bustling city center of Jiangxing, before finally picking up Jiang Fan and heading to the Jiangxing International Exhibition Center. After parking the car, Wu Qianqian joined Jiang Fan in the queue to enter the venue. It was the weekend, and with the presence of a plethora of luxury cars at the auto show, the crowd was immense. Upon entering the exhibition hall, they were greeted by a dazzling array of extravagant vehicles, leaving Wu Qianqian awestruck. Suddenly, she felt that her freshly acquired Porsche 911 was no longer as appealing. In the presence of cars priced from 4 to 5 million, or even exceeding 10 million, her Porsche hardly seemed worthy of consideration. However, the centerpiece of the entire exhibition was undoubtedly the Grand Aerodream showroom. This hall boasted the largest space among all, yet it showcased only 3 vehicles. The area was teeming with people, traditional media, online influencers, automotive critics, and visitors alike, all captivated by the 3 cars on display. Come on, let us hurry over, Wu Qianqian exclaimed, excitedly tugging Jiang Fan toward the throng. Upon seeing the 3 sports cars within the hall, the mother and daughter finally understood why this showroom was named Aerodream. Even Jiang Fan, who had little knowledge of cars, found herself entranced by their unparalleled luxury and otherworldly allure. Jiang Fan mused that the 3 models standing beside the cars appeared exceptionally elegant and radiant, undoubtedly enhanced by the magnificent vehicles they were accompanying. Surely, if she were in their position, with such splendid cars as a backdrop, she would not pale in comparison. Qianqian, do you know what these 3 cars are? Jiang Fan inquired. I only recognize the Lamborghini emblem on the leftmost car, Wu Qianqian admitted, equally uncertain. You 2 are here. They heard a familiar voice and turned to see Chun-Lin, her meticulously crafted makeup accentuating her features, smiling as she approached and tapped their shoulders. Aunt Chun, Lin, both Wu Qianqian and Zhang Fan responded in surprise. I just saw you two while doing a live broadcast at that booth. As soon as I finished, I came straight over. Chun Lin explained with a smile. By the way, we're old Wu. She continued, her curiosity piqued. I divorced him, Zhang Fan replied calmly. What? Chun Lin exclaimed, taken aback, and quickly covered her mouth upon realizing her volume. When did this happen? What was the reason? She whispered urgently. We'll talk about it later. As Zhang Fan observed the throngs of people around him, he felt disinclined to discuss the matter at hand. Wu Qianqian had prepared a litany of grievances, ready to share them with Chun Lin, but she restrained herself. After all, they had come all this way. It was best to take a look at the cars first. Although Chun Lin did not press for details, she was struck by a sudden realization. Finally understanding why Zhang Fan, who had never attended a single day of work, had sought her out yesterday to discuss investment opportunities. Lin, which of these 3 cars is the super luxury vehicle worth over 100 million that you mentioned last night? Zhang Fan inquired eagerly, seemingly unperturbed by any notions of divorce, as he eagerly sought information about the 3 luxury cars on display. All of them, Chun Lin replied, her expression one of envy. Are they all valued at over 100 million? But didn't you say there was only one last night? Zhang Fan was taken aback. That was my assistant's mistake. She misunderstood and informed me incorrectly. I only learned the truth upon arriving here today. Look, the blue one on the left is a Lamborghini Poison, worth 1.02 billion. The silver gray one on the right is a Pagani Wind God, valued at 1.2 billion. The black and red one middle is the crown jewel of this auto show, making its global debut. The Bugatti Veyron Night Dragon, worth 1.98 billion. Chun Lin patiently explained to the mother and daughter duo. Such exorbitant prices. Zhang Fan gasped, utterly astonished. The least expensive among them could purchase 100 of my Porsches. Just how wealthy must one be to afford such vehicles? Wu Qianqian's face was a mixture of awe and envy. Only the super rich, I suppose. I've heard that all 3 of these cars were purchased by the same owner in a flash. Chun Lin remarked enviously. One person bought them all? Wu Qianqian found it hard to believe. The total price for these 3 cars exceeds 400 million. Adding the taxes, it must surpass 500 million, right? Such astonishing wealth is simply terrifying. Indeed, it was one individual who acquired them, Chun Lin noted. You can tell by the uniformity of the vehicle registration plates. They are all high-end brands, and the plates are quite consistent. After Chun Lin's observation, Wu Qianqian and Zhang Fan finally noticed the license plates, as they had been so absorbed in admiring the cars. The Lamborghini Poison bore the plate, Jiang WF666. The Pagani Wind God had Jiang WF888. And the Bugatti Veyron Night Dragon displayed Jiang WF999. Upon closer inspection, both women acknowledged the remarkable uniformity of the plates. Aunt Chun Lin, do you know who this mysterious buyer is who purchased all 3 cars in one go? Wu Qianqian asked curiously. I don't know, but the people at the exhibition hall mentioned that the buyer is a mysterious gentleman with the surname Wu, Chun Lin replied, having inquired around earlier that morning. However, aside from knowing the owner's surname, she had gleaned no additional information. Wu, you say? Wu Qianqian mused, all with the surname Wu. Yet such disparities in fortune. How I wish this enigmatic Mr. Wu could be my own father. Alas, why am I so inept in choosing my reincarnation? Though Zhang Fan did not voice her thoughts, she harbored a similar sentiment within. Speaking of the enigmatic car owner, her surname was Wu, which instinctively led her to associate with Wu Feng. One was a top-tier magnate who lavishly spent billions on 3 luxury vehicles, while the other was a morally bankrupt individual devoid of responsibility and only capable of eliciting disgust. Indeed, both share the surname Wu. Yet how could the disparity be so vast? In contrast, Zhang Fan's disdain and loathing for Wu Feng intensified. At that moment, a throng of security personnel suddenly surged into the venue, forming a human barricade to usher the audience of the Era Dream exhibition hall backward. Staff members of the event clutched a red carpet, unfurling it from the entrance to the exhibition area. A multitude of youthful and radiant hostesses soon followed suit. standing every few meters along the sides of the carpet. Several impeccably attired foreign gentlemen then stepped onto the red carpet, making their way toward the exhibition hall. Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian found themselves swept back by the crowd, yet their eyes remained fixated on the stage. Anshin, what is happening? Such a grand spectacle. Who could possibly be arriving? Wu Qianqian inquired, craning her neck and standing on tiptoe. It must be that mysterious magnate here to collect his vehicle. Anshin responded with difficulty amidst the throng. Is it that elderly gentleman among the foreigners? Jiang Fan inquired, her gaze unwavering from the stage. Not all. Those gentlemen are the CEOs of Lamborghini, Pagani, and Bugatti. The elderly gentleman you refer to is the chairman of Tianxin Group, the largest luxury car dealership in the country and a 100 billion listed company. Chapter 67. Wu Feng takes delivery of the car. Wu Qianqian suspects she is hallucinating the CEOs of 3 prestigious international luxury car brands, along with the chairman of the largest luxury car dealership group in the country, had arrived early at the scene, eagerly awaiting the event. This only heightened the curiosity of Jiang Fan and her daughter Wu Qianqian regarding the enigmatic identity of the car owner, who had orchestrated such an extravagant display. The atmosphere was charged with intrigue, and it was not just the two of them who were captivated. Nearly all the media representatives and spectators present were keenly focused on uncovering the identity of this mysterious buyer. At that moment, security personnel formed a human wall, pushing outward to manage the throng. The crowd's density rivaled that of a train station during peak travel season. Yet not a single member of the media or audience chose to leave early. Instead, they jostled for a better view. Could you exhibit a modicum of decorum and stop shoving? Wu Qianqian shouted in frustration amidst the crowd. Ouch! You've pushed me. Her protests went largely unnoticed as everyone remained fixated on the display. Be careful. You bumped into my daughter. Jiang Fan, protective of his daughter, reached out and angrily shoved the man in front of him. The man turned back, perplexed by Jiang Fan's outburst. Could you please show some consideration for us women and refrain from crowding us from behind? Jiang Fan shouted. The man appeared helpless, unsure of how to respond. However, his wife was less accommodating towards Jiang Fan and the two women. Are you out of your mind? Why are you pushing my husband? It's not just the 3 of you here. Who isn't crowded? If you don't want to be jostled, why don't you go up on stage? Each of you can take one of those 3 cars, and then there wouldn't be any crowding. Everyone else is craning their necks to see, just like you 3. What makes you think you deserve special treatment? Is it because the 3 of you collectively have over 100 years of age? Or is it solely because you are women? As if everyone else isn't a woman too. Do you truly believe that the entire world revolves around you, and that everyone must give way? The woman's tirade left Jiang Fan and the 2 women momentarily dumbfounded, while the surrounding spectators enjoyed the spectacle. They had long been irritated by Jiang Fan, Wu Qianqian, and Chun Lin, who seemed to monopolize attention. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. They're coming. They're coming. Everyone immediately stood on tiptoe, straining to catch a glimpse of the specially opened entryway. A procession of bodyguards clad in black suits, sunglasses, and earpieces escorted a Maybach as it gracefully made its way down the red carpet. Qianqian, did you see? Jiang Fan asked, craning his neck. No, the windows are tinted. I can't see anything, Wu Qianqian replied, shoving forward with determination. Meanwhile, inside the Maybach, in the rear seat, Wu Feng remarked, Is it really necessary to have so many bodyguards accompanying us? Mr. Wu, this arrangement was not made by me, Xiao Lu replied. It was, rather, our group president who, out of concern for your safety, made special arrangements. However, observing the current atmosphere at the venue today, I feel it is indeed quite necessary, patiently explained the beautiful stewardess in the front passenger seat. At this moment, the Maybach had arrived at the exhibition stand. The 3 CEOs and the chairman applauded enthusiastically in welcome. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Xiao Lu lowered the window of the rear seat. Mr. Wu, we appreciate your support for our auto show, exclaimed the chairman of Tianxin Group, visibly excited as he approached. Extending his hand through the window to shake hands with Wu Feng, his posture nearly bending at a right angle. After all, Wu Feng, the financial benefactor, had procured these 3 exorbitantly priced luxury cars through their channels. not only yielding them substantial profits, but also graciously consenting to allow the continued exhibition of these vehicles as initially planned, thus ensuring the smooth progression of their event. Hence, even without disembarking from the vehicle, the chairman radiated the joy of a child upon encountering Wu Feng. Subsequently, the three global CEOs of luxury automobiles approached, in turn, to express their gratitude through handshakes. They had flown in specifically from abroad to support Wu Feng's vehicle delivery and had even taken the time to learn Mandarin. During the handshakes, each foreigner bowed lower than the last. Given the ongoing contraction of the top-tier luxury car market domestically, Wu Feng's decisive move had provided them with a much-needed boost. Thus, they felt deeply indebted to this Eastern benefactor. From the perspective of the audience outside the exhibition hall, the unfolding events remained obscured. They merely observed the Maybach, escorted by bodyguards, gradually approaching. The three foreigners and the elderly man then proceeded to bow and shake hands at the rear window, each bowing lower than the previous. Following this, the Maybach performed a U-turn, and the crowd finally caught sight of the rising window on the opposite side. "Hey, that person in the car looks like my dad," Wu Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment, having only caught a fleeting glimpse from a distance. She was uncertain, but felt a vague resemblance to Wu Feng's profile. "What? Qianqian, are you mistaken? The person in the car is the buyer. How could it possibly be your father?" Jiang Fan responded, astonished yet skeptical. "TCH, calling someone dad online is one thing, but to shout it out loud? These young girls nowadays." The earlier outspoken older sister rolled her eyes dramatically, her face a mask of disdain. Laughter rippled among the surrounding crowd. "But I really think it looks a bit like him," Wu Qianqian said, casting a forlorn glance at Jiang Fan. "Qianqian, you are mistaken. That is not your father. I saw clearly. They are two different individuals," Chun-Lin asserted with conviction, though she had not truly seen anything. Her statement arose from an inability to endure the surrounding mockery, feeling so embarrassed that she wished to disappear into the ground. Thus, she hastily interjected to quell Wu Qianqian's wild conjectures. "Well, perhaps I truly misread the situation." Wu Qianqian found herself engulfed in profound doubt, suspecting that her eyes might be deceiving her. As the Maybach departed the stage, three chauffeurs, appointed by the organizers, ascended the platform to unveil the doors of three exquisite luxury vehicles. They followed the Maybach in their splendid cars, and gradually, the crowd began to disperse. "Qianqian, Fan, do you wish to continue viewing other vehicles?" Chun-Lin inquired. "No, I am weary," Wu Qianqian responded with a disheartened shake of her head. Having just observed those $3 billion luxury cars, the other million-dollar automobiles in the showroom failed to ignite even a flicker of interest within her. Jiang Fan shared a similar sentiment. "Fan, let's find a place to sit, allow Qianqian to have a bite to eat, and we can also discuss that investment project," Chun-Lin suggested. Upon mentioning the investment project, Jiang Fan instantly perked up, for this was indeed the true purpose of her visit today. Chapter 68. Chun-Lin introduces the project. Jiang Fan could hardly contain her anticipation as Wu Qianqian hurried off to boast about her new Porsche 911 to her classmates. Leaving Jiang Fan and Chun-Lin to make their way to a nearby CAF at the exhibition center. Fan, why did you and Wu Feng part ways?" Chun-Lin inquired curiously as they settled down. That despicable man. Jiang Fan seethed at the mere mention of Wu Feng's name. She informed Chun-Lin that Wu Feng had resigned from his job and taken out a loan of $2 million to indulge in extravagant pleasures, renting luxury cars and purchasing designer watches. However, she refrained from mentioning that he had squandered $500,000 in a single night on internet streamers. Knowing Chun-Lin was also a streamer and would not empathize with such frivolity. "Is this really the Wu Feng I once knew?" Chun-Lin gasped in astonishment. "Not just you, our entire family hardly recognizes him anymore. It's as if he has transformed into a completely different person, neglecting even his daughter." Jiang Fan's heart burned with indignation. "It sounds as if Wu Feng is engaging in some form of retaliatory spending," Chun-Lin remarked. "Let him spend. Now that he is unemployed, let us see how long he can sustain this lifestyle," Jiang Fan said with a fierce determination, already eager to witness Wu Feng's downfall. "By the way, Fan, how much did you take from Wu Feng after the separation?" Lin asked with curiosity. Aside from the two houses belonging to his parents, everything else is mine, Jiang Fan replied candidly to her close friend. That is splendid. A man like him should be left with nothing. Lin exclaimed, feeling vindicated. Enough about me. Let us discuss your investment project, Jiang Fan prompted directly. It's a restaurant venture. Lin finally revealed the details. A restaurant? I know nothing about this industry, but I've heard that the barriers to entry are low, making it quite challenging. Jiang Fan expressed her doubts. Oh, come on. When it comes to the essentials of life, nothing is more fundamental than food. You're right that the restaurant business is generally tough these days, but those who succeed truly thrive. Lin countered with optimism. But I have no experience in the culinary field. Back home, it was always Feng who cooked. I've never even washed a dish. Moreover, running a restaurant must be exhausting, right? Wouldn't tea that age me prematurely? Jiang Fan's heart brimmed with apprehension. In recent years, particularly after turning 35, Jiang Fan had become acutely aware of the relentless passage of time. She relied heavily on expensive skincare products and quarterly aesthetic treatments to maintain the semblance of youth. But even so, the signs of aging had begun to manifest subtly. This alone filled her with anxiety, and the thought of working tirelessly and potentially becoming an unattractive middle-aged woman was utterly unwelcome. The project she sought was one that would allow her to remain carefree, generating wealth effortlessly from the comfort of her home. Ha ha! Who said you have to cook and wash dishes yourself? Lin laughed heartily, amused by her friend's naivety, which was a testament to her experience, as she had indeed worked a full day. So what am I supposed to do? Jiang Fan inquired, perplexed. Of course, you should become a partner, Lin exclaimed. A few days ago, a friend introduced her to a rather unsophisticated gentleman, surnamed Zhou, in his 40s. Despite his rustic appearance and humble origins, old Zhou was quite capable. He ventured to Jiang City alone as a teenager, starting as a kitchen apprentice, and gradually established his own restaurant, gaining a modest reputation. Notably, his black soil pig dumplings were a culinary marvel. Just as Lin mentioned this, Jiang Fan interjected. Is it the Zhou dumplings at Baixian Bridge? Although Jiang Fan seldom indulged in traditional foods like dumplings, considering them food for the less affluent and not befitting her stature, there was one exception, the dumplings from Zhou's establishment at Baixian Bridge. She particularly relished their black soil pig and shrimp soup dumplings. Whenever she craved them, she would inform Feng the night before, requesting him to wake up at 5 in the morning to queue and bring some home before heading to work. Yes, that's right. It is Zhou dumplings. It seems you are familiar with it, Lin exclaimed. Earlier this year, old Zhou invested all his savings, totaling over 10 million yuan, into the Wanxiang city to open a new branch. The renovations were complete, and the team was ready. They were scheduled to open next Wednesday. However, an unforeseen family crisis had arisen, necessitating immediate funds. Lin sighed, her storytelling skills reminiscent of a seasoned broadcaster. What happened to his family? Jiang Fan asked, intrigued. Old Zhou's elderly mother had fallen gravely ill, likely in her final days. To complicate matters, his wife was threatening divorce, embroiled in disputes over assets and child custody. Old Zhou was faced with the urgent need to manage his mother's affairs, navigate the impending divorce, and fight for custody, all of which required financial resources. Thus, he was seeking a partner to sell half of his shares. My friend referred him to me, but how could I possibly produce 5 million yuan in cash? Moreover, even if I had the funds, I lacked the time and energy to oversee the management. Yet I must admit, this venture promises substantial returns for anyone who actively participates in its management. I had my assistant calculate the figures, and the minimum net profit would be around 3 million yuan annually. An investment of 5 million would secure half the shares, allowing for a return on investment within 3 to 5 years. Unfortunately, it seemed fate had not aligned for me in this endeavor, Lin lamented. Is it really possible to secure half the shares with just a 5 million yuan investment? Jiang Fan was quite intrigued. Based on Lin's assertions, even a conservative estimate of 200,000 yuan in profit per year would yield 100,000 yuan for her. Adding in the bank interest of 50,000 yuan, she would still have 50,000 remaining. Wouldn't that cover the gap created by her divorce from Feng? Moreover, The presence of Feng, a mere wastrel, adds no value. Furthermore, this is merely a conservative estimate. Optimistically speaking, who can fathom the potential upper limits? If it were to evolve into a nationwide chain, the profits would be beyond imagination. The mere thought of this makes Jiang Fan's heart blossom with joy. He yearns to sign the contract immediately. Indeed, this is what Lao Zhou conveyed to me. However, I lack sufficient funds, thus I did not squander time probing his bottom line. Now, with his urgent need for money to return home, we might be able to negotiate the price down. Perhaps 4 million could be feasible. Chun Lin speculated. Lin, please assist me in contacting Lao Zhou. Let us visit his establishment. Jiang Fan was now eager to conduct an on-site investigation. Are you certain about investing? Chun Lin inquired. Yes, if it seems appropriate. Let us proceed. After all, being a partner entails its own burdens. Jiang Fan responded with a nod. Very well. I shall reach out to him at once. Chapter 69. Jiang Fan and the Dragon-Slaying Knife. Partners in turmoil, Chun Lin contacted Old Zhou and then drove her Maserati with Jiang Fan towards Jinwan, Wanxiang City. Hello, Miss Chun. Is this the esteemed Miss Jiang you spoke of? Upon their arrival at the establishment, a seemingly unassuming, stout middle-aged man approached them. His face bore the marks of exhaustion, revealing a soul worn thin by the weight of his burdens. Old Zhou, please show us around, Chun Lin suggested after a brief exchange of pleasantries. Old Zhou led Chun Lin and Jiang Fan on a tour of the newly renovated store, which was adorned with modern decor that appealed to the tastes of contemporary youth. Spanning nearly 300 square meters, the establishment could accommodate hundreds of diners. The staff bustled about, diligently preparing for the grand opening in just 2 days, while the kitchen team, led by Old Zhou's eldest apprentice, a young, earnest lad who spoke little, was feverishly preparing ingredients. After exploring the front and back of the house, Old Zhou presented the menu. These are our offerings. We specialize in black soil pig buns and Sichuan cuisine. The basic buns are designed to attract customers, hence their affordable prices. Our profit margins primarily lie in the other buns and Sichuan dishes. All major delivery systems are set up, and I have planned the marketing activities for the opening day. Everything is in place, just waiting for the grand debut. Old Zhou meticulously detailed the store's operations to Chun Lin and Jiang Fan, his phone intermittently buzzing with notifications. Each time, he would step aside to answer in his native dialect, returning with an even more solemn demeanor. Jiang Fan could discern that several calls came from various sources, hospitals, relatives, and even his ex-wife and lawyer. The conversations revolved around the 2 pressing matters Chun Lin had previously mentioned, his mother's illness and funeral arrangements, as well as his wife's divorce petition and the division of assets and child custody. This revelation provided Jiang Fan with insight into Old Zhou's pressing financial needs, allowing her to negotiate with confidence. Miss Jiang, I perceive you to be a person of culture, unlike this rough old man. Should we become partners? I would entrust the management of the establishment to your capable hands if you have superior ideas. I shall focus on the kitchen and the culinary aspects. Alternatively, if you prefer not to manage operations, you could oversee the accounts. However, I may need to return to my hometown tonight, and during the first month of operations, I would appreciate your assistance, though it is not a considerable burden. My apprentices are well equipped in the kitchen as I have already set arrangements in place. This month, you would merely need to maintain oversight and manage personnel while organizing the accounts. Old Zhou spoke earnestly, and upon hearing this, Jiang Fan felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of overseeing operations and managing a team of dozens while handling the accounts. This was the essence of being a true businesswoman. Old Zhou, regarding the 5 million you mentioned, might we discuss it further? Chun Lin noticed her close friend Jiang Fan's keen interest and took the initiative to inquire about the price. Well, let's hear Miss Jiang's opinion first. Old Zhou could also discern Jiang Fan's strong desire, so he was curious to see her offer. 5 million. Although you invested 10 million to open this establishment, once these items are installed, they depreciate significantly, and it would be difficult to sell them at their original price. Even half price would be excessive. Jiang Fan boldly employed her mother's taught bargaining strategy to its fullest extent. Ahem. Chun Lin, who was sipping water, nearly choked. Miss Jiang, I'm seeking a partner, not a recycling station for discarded items. If you're not interested, please say so directly. There is no need to mock and humiliate me. While I may not possess your wealth or educational background, you need not propose to. 5 million to me. Old Joe's demeanor shifted instantly, and he stood up in anger. Old Joe, Zhang Fan was merely joking. Please sit down first. Chun-Lin, realizing the situation was dire, hurriedly attempted to calm Old Joe, for she could not afford to blame her friend at that moment. Zhang Fan was also taken aback. She had not anticipated such an intense reaction. Wasn't she merely negotiating? Why the indignation? If he disagreed, they could simply renegotiate. What was the big deal? Regardless of who comes, it's 5 million. Initially, Old Joe had considered conceding, but now he was resolute in his stance. Fan, what do you say? Chun-Lin turned to Zhang Fan. 5 million it is. Sensing Old Joe's anger, Zhang Fan felt anxious that the partnership might fall through, jeopardizing her aspirations of becoming a businesswoman and earning a livelihood. Thus, she quickly agreed. Old Joe's anger subsided slightly, and he then produced various qualifications, accompanying Zhang Fan to the law firm to formalize their partnership, establishing a 50 equity share for each party. After Zhang Fan transferred the funds, they proceeded to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to amend the registration process, adding Zhang Fan as a partner and confirming the 50 equity stake. All legal and compliant procedures were duly completed, with Chun-Lin accompanying them throughout. Consequently, Zhang Fan became an equal owner of Zhou Baozi Catering Limited. After the matter concluded, Zhang Fan invited Chun-Lin to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. Fan, no need for dinner. I'm currently on a diet. I promise to come and give you a free live broadcast when you open the day after tomorrow. Chun-Lin declined with a smile. Zhang Fan returned home alone, filled with dreams of her business flourishing. She felt this was merely her starting point and that her rise to prominence in the culinary industry was imminent. Simultaneously, she lamented being held back by Wu Feng. Had not been for him, she would have ventured into the business world years ago and would now be a successful female entrepreneur. At the Peninsula Hotel, Xiao Lu entered a suite with a tall, slender young man in a suit, holding a black shoulder bag. Mr. Wu, this is Wang Hai, one of the best business investigators in Jiangsheng. Xiao Lu introduced him to Wu Feng. Hello, Mr. Wu. Wang Hai bowed respectfully to Wu Feng, his gaze unwavering, exuding a calmness and composure beyond his years. This was precisely the reason the Peninsula Hotel recommended him to Wu Feng. Hello, young Wang. How is the investigation proceeding? Wu Feng inquired with a slight smile. Mr. Wu, as per your instructions, our team has conducted a thorough investigation into Zhang Fan, Jiang Can, Li Tsuofeng, and Wu Qianqian. Currently, Jiang Can's qualifications for the civil service examination have been revoked due to a sudden epileptic seizure, leading to hospitalization. His mother, Li Tsuofeng, was bitten on the back of her hand and is also receiving treatment in the hospital while attending to him. Jiang Fan has purchased a new Porsche 911 for Wu Qianqian, settling the transaction with 1 million in cash after trading in 2 old vehicles. Moreover, through the introduction of her close friend, the streamer Chun-Lin, Zhang Fan has collaborated with Zhou Ping, investing 5 million in cash for a 50 stake in Zhou Baozi Restaurant Company, Limited. Here are the relevant details and contract specifics regarding Zhou Ping. Wang Hai meticulously reported, handing over a document. What is the anticipated return on Zhang Fan's investment? Wu Feng asked, perusing the information. According to our detailed analysis, this investment is remarkably lucrative. We project her minimum annual profit share to reach 2 million, with a potential maximum of 5 million, Wang Hai responded candidly. It seems this woman has truly stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity, Wu Feng remarked with a cold smirk, fully aware that he need not intervene. Zhang Fan would inevitably sabotage her own prospects. This woman, who had never held a job and only knew how to indulge herself, despite having seized a significant opportunity, would be incapable of managing it. Not to mention, she had a foolish brother and a mother who excelled at creating chaos. Wu Feng was eager to witness how this family would deftly dismantle their own advantageous position. Afterward, it would be his moment to intensify the flames of their downfall. That family would ultimately lose everything that never truly belonged to them. Chapter 70, The Grand Opening Day. a flourishing business and frustrated employees. What did Chen gain from this collaboration? Wu Feng inquired curiously. Given his understanding of this woman, he believed that even if Jiang Fan were a close friend, she would not be so invested unless there were tangible benefits involved. Chen had received a partnership introduction fee of 200,000 yuan from Zhou Ping, which was conducted through a bank transfer, as reported truthfully by investigator Wang Hai. Indeed, there is no profit without early effort, Wu Feng thought, not surprised in the least. Mr. Wu, what shall we do next? Wang Hai asked respectfully. First, continue to keep a close watch on this family, particularly Jiang Fan's establishment. We must monitor the operational status and customer flow of her shop in real time. Secondly, secure a storefront directly opposite Jiang Fan's and prepare for closed renovations, Wu Feng calmly instructed. May I ask, Mr. Wu, what purpose would the acquired storefront serve? Wang Hai ventured to inquire, though he had his suspicions. For dining, Wu Feng replied nonchalantly. Understood, Wang Hai acknowledged before taking his leave. Mr. Wu, a charity auction gala will be held at the end of the month in Jiangxing. I wonder if you'd be interested? Xiao Lu approached with a cup of tea in hand. A charity auction? So the proceeds will be allocated to charitable causes? Wu Feng expressed a burgeoning interest. Indeed, this charitable auction is organized by the internationally renowned Sotheby's Group, and many prominent figures from both domestic and international society will attend, Xiao Lu elaborated. What types of items will be auctioned? Wu Feng continued to inquire. There will be paintings donated by contemporary renowned artists from home and abroad, antique art pieces donated by collectors and corporations, exquisite jewelry, and an opportunity for dinner with the famous international financier Mr. Buffett during his visit to Jiangxing. Xiao Lu detailed each item. Very well, I shall attend, Wu Feng affirmed readily. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan returned home to find Wu Qianqian indulging in snacks while engrossed in a drama. On the table lay 3 surveillance cameras that had been removed by workers that morning. Wu Qianqian seemed in high spirits, having flaunted her new car before her classmates earlier that day, gratifying her vanity immensely. Mom, you're back. How did your discussion with Aunt Chen go? Wu Qianqian looked up and asked. Well, I have signed a contract, Jiang Fan replied, handing the document to Wu Qianqian. Really? What project is this? Wu Qianqian asked, casually flipping through the pages before placing it back on the table. It's a dining project, opening the day after tomorrow, and I hold a 50 stake. Qianqian, this project is bound to be lucrative, Jiang Fan shared with unbridled confidence. Is that true? How wonderful. Mom, you must expand into a chain and go public. Then I would truly be a bona fide heiress. By then, I will buy a supercar worth hundreds of millions. I also want to date various idols. Let them compete for my affection. Wu Qianqian has also entered a realm of fantasy. It is inevitable. However, Qianqian, let us keep this matter from your uncle and grandmother for the time being. Jiang Fan remained relatively clear-headed, aware that Jiang Canlon was incapable of any substantial achievement. He also understood that his mother was more of a hindrance than a help. Thus, he took the precaution to advise her, rest assured, Mom, I have not yet decided whether to forgive them. Recalling the severe reprimand from her mother-in-law, Wu Qianqian still harbored lingering resentment. Tomorrow, I must visit the beauty salon for some pampering and purchase a couple of new outfits. I must look splendid on the opening day. As Jiang Fan spoke, he walked towards his room. Mom, please keep your contract safe. Don't let Grandma discover it. Wu Qianqian hastily reminded him. You are right. It must be well hidden. Only then did Jiang Fan secure the original contract from the table. The following day, Jiang Fan followed his plan, visiting the beauty salon for some care and spending a few thousand on 2 new outfits. He then went to the hospital to visit Jiang Can and his mother-in-law. Jiang Can was recovering well, but his spirits were quite low. Clearly, the cancellation of the civil servant interview had dealt him a significant blow. His mother-in-law, besides berating Jiang Feng, lamented how Wu Qianqian's foolish actions had caused her son distress. She incessantly hinted that Jiang Fan should, upon leaving, hand over the remaining sum of over 10 million to his brother Jiang Can for business ventures. Beyond this, she had little else of interest to discuss. Jiang Fan merely responded with affirmations, refraining from mentioning the store opening. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Fan inspected the preparations at the store. Old Joe had organized everything meticulously. In truth, there was little for Jiang Fan to do. Yet, he relished the deference of the staff, who greeted him with respect, calling him boss. It was not until evening that Jiang Fan returned home, feeling a sense of self-satisfaction, convinced that he had toiled throughout the day. The next day marked the grand opening of the restaurant. Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian dressed elegantly and set out early. Chunlin also arrived. Thanks to old Zhou's advanced preparations, the entire opening proceeded seamlessly, leaving Jiang Fan with little to contribute. With the promotional activities in effect, even before noon, every table was occupied. By lunchtime, a queue formed outside the restaurant. The kitchen and dining area buzzed with activity. The waitstaff were nearly running themselves ragged, and delivery orders poured in. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian sat comfortably in the office upstairs, enjoying the air conditioning while watching the revenue figures on the cash register software soar on the computer screen. Jiang Fan was overjoyed, yet Wu Qianqian found herself feeling bored. After informing Jiang Fan, she went downstairs to take her Porsche out to meet friends. The restaurant's booming business continued unabated until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A new wave of activity began at 4, and by 5 o'clock, the restaurant was at full capacity. By 6, the queue had surpassed 100. At its zenith, the figures soared to an astonishing 200. The bustling scene was even more extravagant than at noon. The delivery orders surged in wave after wave. Countless delivery couriers dressed in yellow, blue, and red streamed in and out of the store's pickup area. The numbers in the cash register continued to escalate relentlessly. By the time the clock struck 10, marking the end of operations, the revenue for the inaugural day had reached an impressive 488,000. Jiang Fan could hardly believe her eyes. According to Lao Zhou and Chunlin, 8 of the revenue constituted net profit. Therefore, today's net profit amounted to nearly 40,000. This equated to a personal earning of 20,000 in a single day. Jiang Fan was overwhelmed with joy. If business continued to thrive in such a manner, she could potentially earn 600,000 in a month, translating to an annual income of 7.2 million. Jiang Fan felt a profound sense of investment acumen. She lamented not having divorced Wu Feng sooner. Otherwise, she would have already ascended to the status of a billionaire. After shutting down her computer, she descended the stairs, elated to return home. Meanwhile, the employees, exhausted from an arduous day, sprawled haphazardly across the tables in the lobby. You all need to tidy up immediately and arrive early for clock-in tomorrow. Tardiness will result in wage deductions. Witnessing the employees' lethargy, Jiang Fan felt a surge of irritation. After issuing a stern reprimand, she turned away with a frosty demeanor. The employees exchanged glances, taken aback. Internally, they grumbled. On the first day of opening, the boss didn't distribute red envelopes, nor did she provide drinks or fruit for the team. It seemed she was merely stingy. Moreover, she had remained absent throughout the day, only making an appearance during the opening ceremony, while cooling herself in the upstairs office. Well, she was the boss, and that was expected. Yet, after a day of grueling labor, just as they managed to settle onto their chairs, she chose to overlook their plight and berate them instead. It was a blatant display of disdain. They felt utterly disregarded, were it not for the fact that many among them were longtime employees of Lao Zhou, who was known for his generous pay. They would have long since abandoned their posts. Jobs for white-collar workers were scarce, while positions for waitstaff were plentiful. Who was this female boss to look down on them? Chapter 71. Jiang Fan's flourishing corporate culture, employees in distress the following day. Although the store's revenue did not match the opening day's figures, it still reached an impressive 300,000. On the third and fourth days, the revenue remained stable at the same level. During the weekend of the 5th, 6th, and 7th days, the earnings soared to 400,000, 600,000, and 500,000 respectively. In the first week of operation, the restaurant's total revenue exceeded 7 million. With an 8 net profit margin, the net profit for that week was nearly 220,000. Although it was not yet time to distribute profits, Jiang Fan was elated to see that she had earned almost 110,000 in just 1 week. Along with nearly $1 million in cash sitting in the restaurant's account, and the ever-increasing positive ratings across various online platforms. Jiang Fan was utterly exhilarated, feeling like a business prodigy born to excel in this field. To reward herself for a week of hard work, Jiang Fan treated herself to an exquisite Lancome luxury cream gift set worth $50,000 and a classic little black dress from Chanel, priced at $46,800. She also purchased the coveted product Cashmere Princess bag for her daughter, Wu Qianqian, which cost $39,900. Upon returning home, Wu Qianqian was overjoyed upon receiving the gift. Wow, isn't this the Prada Princess bag I've always wanted? Mom, you're the best. Unlike my biological father, who wouldn't buy it for me despite my constant nagging. Wu Qianqian exclaimed with excitement. Just this week, I earned almost $110,000. Once I make even more, I promise to buy you whatever you desire, Jiang Fan responded, her pride evident in her indulgence towards her daughter. Really? This business is that lucrative? Wu Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling that her mother was far superior to her biological father, Wu Feng. Yes, we've only just begun. There will be even greater earnings ahead. Jiang Fan, as confidence soared. Mom, you must keep a close watch on those employees. I've heard online that they are quite adept at slacking off. You cannot let them jeopardize your success. Wu Qianqian casually remarked, prompting Jiang Fan to ponder seriously. She too sensed a certain lethargy among the staff. Qianqian, what do you think should be done? However, Jiang Fan was completely inexperienced in management and could only seek advice from Wu Qianqian, who was studying business management at university. Mom, our textbooks say that for a business to thrive long-term, it must establish a corporate culture. Wu Qianqian eagerly shared her insights. Corporate culture? I believe I've heard of it. But how does one establish it? Jiang Fan inquired with curiosity. It's simple. A sound corporate culture is based on dedication, effort, and hard work. By establishing systems and regulations, you can inspire employees' inner motivation, Wu Qianqian explained confidently, despite her usual academic shortcomings. What specific actions should be taken? Jiang Fan continued to seek clarity. It was not a matter of intellect. Rather, she found Wu Qianqian's explanations rather abstract. Specifically, it is imperative that you rigorously challenge these laborers. Arrange for them to engage in morning reading and physical exercises, and impose individual KPIs for weekly evaluations, with the least performing individuals facing dismissal. Those who fail to meet the standards must endure punitive measures. Should any of these workers exhibit insubordination, it is essential to make an example of them to establish authority. Wu Qianqian unabashedly proclaimed a capitalist manifesto. Is this approach feasible? Could it possibly drive them all away? Jiang Fan harbored profound doubts. However, she had never held a job herself and remained oblivious to the realities of the workplace. Deep down, she somewhat concurred with her daughter's sentiments. Driving them away might be for the best, if they could be dissuaded by such regulations. It indicated their fundamental inability to adhere to discipline and their rejection of our corporate culture. Such detrimental elements within the team would only corrupt others. Furthermore, it is challenging to find reliable individuals nowadays. There are plenty of those willing to work. If they choose to leave, so be it. We can simply recruit anew. Wu Qianqian said nonchalantly, her perspective seemingly oblivious to the possibility of her own future as a worker. There appeared to be some merit to her reasoning. Jiang Fan, as if discovering a new continent, felt her daughter's insights were remarkably astute. Why had she not considered such an effective management strategy before? It seems that corporate culture is indeed a valuable asset. Moreover, this set of corporate principles also serves to instill obedience in workers. If they're compliant with these rules, will they not heed your directives? Wu Qianqian exclaimed with pride, feeling quite brilliant for providing her mother with such a splendid idea. Qianqian, you're absolutely correct. I will arrive early tomorrow to impart some corporate culture to them. Jiang Fan felt invigorated. She believed that with her business acumen and her daughter's impeccable corporate culture plan, she was one step closer to realizing her dream of expanding the business nationwide, going public, and becoming a Forbes female entrepreneur. The next day, Jiang Fan arrived at the store by 7 a.m., a full hour before the employees were scheduled to start. It was not until 7:50 that the staff began to trickle in. Jiang Fan was profoundly displeased with their punctuality, perceiving a lack of proper work ethic among them. Upon noticing the early arrival of their boss, the employees were initially taken aback, as she typically arrived closer to noon, followed by confusion. Observing Jiang Fan's grim demeanor, they instinctively avoided her presence. Only the team leader, mustering courage, approached to greet her. "Boss, you're here so early today?" With a stern expression, Jiang Fan ordered, "Gather everyone. We shall hold a morning meeting." The team leader had no choice but to summon all front-of-house staff and kitchen chefs to assemble in line. It is said that a successful enterprise must undoubtedly possess a strong corporate culture. Our Baozi establishment is no different. I aspire for our corporate culture to embody selfless dedication, resilience, and relentless striving. Jiang Fan addressed the crowd with fervor. The audience was left perplexed, unaware of what had prompted this female boss to suddenly espouse the concept of corporate culture. With such idle time, it would be more prudent to hasten to the meeting. After all, the meat in the pot was still simmering. Henceforth, starting tomorrow, each of you is required to arrive at the shop by 7 a.m. We shall march down the street, exercising while vocally proclaiming our corporate culture. This endeavor will not only enhance your physical well-being, but also deepen our corporate ethos and promote our establishment. A trifecta of benefits. Those who fail to attend will be treated as absent for the day. I shall personally drive over to supervise you. After Jiang Fan articulated her ambitious vision, the crowd was left in stunned silence, as the concept was rather abstract. They found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of where to direct their frustrations. Chapter 72. Misfortune awaits those who approach this old crone. This woman, lacking even a modicum of education, aspires to cultivate corporate culture? Upon hearing Wang Hai's report, Wu Feng could not suppress his laughter. What transpired thereafter? Wu Feng was keenly curious about how the foolish Jiang Fan would ultimately conclude this farce. On that day, following a collective exercise by the employees of Zhou Baozi, the restaurant's revenue plummeted by 50 compared to an ordinary workday, totaling less than 150,000. The pace of dining in and takeaway services significantly diminished. Not only were the patrons dining and growing increasingly disgruntled, but the restaurant also garnered numerous unfavorable reviews on the delivery platforms, leading to penalties from those platforms. The following day, Jiang Fan persisted in arriving at the restaurant by 7 a.m. to oversee the employees' exercise. However, the kitchen staff collectively absented themselves, and 80 of the front-of-house waitstaff called in sick. No matter how Jiang Fan threatened the team leaders, they remained obstinate in their refusal to comply. With no other recourse, Jiang Fan was compelled to cancel the exercise and transition to a more moderate approach of collective learning about corporate culture after lunch each day, as Wang Hai candidly reported. Who, indeed, suggested such an idea to this woman? Wu Feng was intrigued to discover which so-called genius had advised Jiang Fan, seemingly fearful that her restaurant might thrive. Our understanding points to Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian had boasted to her classmates about her family's newly opened restaurant and had even bragged about her involvement in the establishment of corporate culture and management. It is she, truly a dutiful daughter. Wu Feng scoffed, then could not help but lament the formidable strength of foolish genes. This mother and daughter pair are indeed cut from the same cloth, astonishingly ignorant to the point of eliciting both awe and despair. And what of Jiang Can and her son? Wu Feng inquired next about his mother-in-law and brother-in-law. Everything at the hospital remained as usual. Jiang Can's condition had largely improved, meeting the criteria for discharge. Yet he remained in a state of withdrawal, choosing to stay at the hospital. His mother, Li Feng, was somewhat. In short, the patients in the same ward, along with the doctors and nurses, had been subjected to some distress. The typically composed Wang Hai, when discussing his mother-in-law, displayed an expression of helplessness. Once, he had scoffed at the notion that misfortune befalls those who associate with certain ill-fated individuals. However, his mother-in-law had afforded him a first-hand experience of the truth behind that adage. In less than half a month, he had dispatched several investigators to work at the hospital, each of whom had to be replaced after a mere 3 days. The complaints from those stationed beside his mother-in-law were incessant, with the most frequent lament being, "I can't endure this any longer," If I stay near this old hag, I fear I might resort to violence. This had proven to be the most challenging investigative subject of Wang Hai's career in commercial investigation. It was high time to inform this old crone that her daughter had opened a grand restaurant. Feng calmly instructed. Understood, Mr. Wu. Wang Hai promptly descended to execute the task. Reminisce Hospital, 11:30 a.m. Public self-service cafeteria. The walls of the cafeteria were adorned with announcements urging patrons to engage in self-service, refrain from wastefulness, take smaller portions, and return for more, and warning against penalties for wastage. An elderly gentleman, leaning on a cane with his left foot encased in plaster, limped towards the self-service counter. With a resounding thud, he flung his tray onto the windowsill. After all the hospitalization and meal expenses my son has incurred, this is what I am served? He exclaimed, his anger palpable, as he displayed a chicken leg that had evidently been bitten into by someone else. The head chef hurried out to apologize and placate the irate gentleman. Once the elder was ushered away, the chef, brimming with fury, rushed to the monitoring room to review the surveillance footage. It's that old lady again. Upon recognizing the culprit, a familiar face, the chef's anger surged. The footage captured the entire escapade of his mother-in-law. She entered the dining hall, exchanged her meal ticket at the window, and filled her tray to the brim with an abundance of meat and vegetables, as though she were a ravenous ghost returned to life. However, despite her gluttonous display, she could only consume half before reaching her limit. Then, she began to furtively glance around. Seizing a moment when the cafeteria staff retreated to the kitchen, she suddenly sprang into action like a whirlwind, deftly returning the leftover food to its place on the tray. Subsequently, she brazenly approached the restaurant entrance, handing her empty tray to the cleaning staff. Damn that old hag, the chef muttered in exasperation. On her first day dining at the cafeteria, the staff discovered her surreptitiously packing food to take away. When confronted, she boldly claimed that her son was also hospitalized and that she intended to deliver the food to him. The staff, not yet grasping the gravity of the situation, patiently explained that meals would be provided for patients and that she should not distribute food to hospitalized individuals. Naturally, they did not forcibly reclaim her packed items. The following day, she again attempted to pack food, this time asserting that she was not satisfied with the portions provided. The cafeteria, seeking to avoid conflict, chose not to reprimand her or reclaim her takeout. On the third day, she repeated her clandestine behavior without any interference from the staff. The chef discreetly followed her, curious to determine if she truly possessed such an insatiable appetite. To his astonishment, she exited the hospital through a side door and began to divide the 7 or 8 chicken legs she had packed into transparent plastic bags, which she then offered for sale at 7 yuan each. The chef was left dumbfounded. It was not merely the absurdity of his mother-in-law selling cafeteria chicken legs that shocked him, but rather the realization that she had utilized plastic bags specifically designated for medical waste, those used for syringes, glass medicine bottles, and 4 tubes. He could only wonder when she had stealthily made off with them. A cold sweat broke out on the chef's brow. Yet, before he could intervene, all the chicken legs had already been sold. In a mere minute or two, she had pocketed over 50 yuan. In that moment, she gleefully counted her money, her mouth watering. The chef was left utterly dumbfounded. The only solace was that the plastic bags appeared clean and unused. On the 4th day, my mother-in-law returned to the buffet restaurant, once again surreptitiously packing food. This time, the chef was resolute, insisting that she leave behind the items she had gathered. It would have been one thing if she were merely taking food for herself, but the critical issue was that she was taking it to harm others. Thus, the chef was determined not to let her off this time. Despite my mother-in-law's flailing protests, it was of no avail. Eventually, upon hearing of a potential fine, she reluctantly retrieved her clothing and surrendered the plastic bags hidden within. Upon counting, the restaurant discovered an astonishing 20 chicken legs. The chef broke out in a cold sweat. In just a couple of days, this insatiable old woman might very well attempt to carry off the entire restaurant. After having her items confiscated, my mother-in-law declared that she would never dine there again. The entire buffet staff secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For the next few days, she indeed did not return to the buffet. However, yesterday she reappeared, perhaps after finding the takeout windows and set meals unsatisfactory. Realizing that the buffet allowed for an unrestricted feast of meat. This time, she refrained from packing food, but her plate still held at least 3 pounds of uneaten meat. Without hesitation, the chef insisted on fining her. Her further protests were futile. Reluctantly, she paid the fine with a fierce scowl. Then, the events of today unfolded. Just from watching the video, the chef could not ascertain whether the old woman was retaliating intentionally or simply unable to finish her meal. One thing he could confirm, however, was that this old woman was indeed infuriating. I must confront her. Today, I shall make sure to put an end to this. Chapter 73. The mother-in-law learns of Jiang Fan's secret restaurant and erupts with fury. I must confront her. Today, I shall teach her a lesson she won't forget. The chef, rolling up his sleeves, was ready to storm out of the surveillance room. Calm down, my friend. That old woman is not to be trifled with. Be wary, or you may end up bringing home a mother-in-law for free. A colleague interjected, swiftly restraining the furious chef. From now on, we must be vigilant and ensure that this old woman does not set foot in our restaurant. If you see her approaching, drive her away, the chef commanded through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, the mother-in-law, having indulged herself, strolled contentedly to Jiang Can's hospital room. As she passed the service desk on her floor, several young nurses regarded her with trepidation. She pushed open the door to the room, only to find Jiang Can absent. In the shared room, a young man she had never seen before was tidying the beds. "Hello, young man." He greeted her with a polite smile, pausing his work. "Have you just been admitted?" The mother-in-law scrutinized him. "Yes, ma'am. And you are?" He responded cheerfully before inquiring further. "I'm the mother of the patient in the adjacent bed. By the way, have you seen where my son has gone?" She queried. "Oh, the nurse just took him for a checkup," the young man replied. "What ailment could you possibly have at such a young age? It isn't a contagious disease, is it? I hope you don't infect my son." She interrogated, her tone laced with suspicion. "Ma'am, I merely have slightly low blood pressure. I'm here for a few days of observation," he assured her, maintaining his good-natured demeanor. "As long as it isn't a sexually transmitted disease or anything contagious, that is a relief." The mother-in-law sighed, her tension easing. Her gaze then fixated on the young man's belongings and the bag on the bedside table. After he finished arranging the bed, he sat down, removed his headphones, and hung them on the headboard. He plugged in his power bank and then retrieved a beautifully packaged food box from the plastic bag on the bedside table. Upon opening it, steam wafted from 8 freshly made buns. He took a substantial bite, juices bursting forth, aroma filling the air. The mother-in-law, standing nearby, couldn't help but swallow in envy. Although she had just eaten, she had never encountered buns that smelled so delightful. Ahem. She intentionally cleared her throat to catch his attention. "Ma'am, I apologize for being so absorbed in my meal that I forgot about you. Would you care for a couple of buns?" He offered with a friendly smile, extending the box towards her. "Well, since you're being so generous, I shall indulge a little," she said, taking a bun and biting into it, her eyes widening in astonishment. "These buns are truly exquisite." She devoured one after another, feeling insatiable, until she had the entire box in front of her, consuming them with the fervor of a famished soul. It was only when the last bun remained that she reluctantly paused. "Your blood pressure is low. You shouldn't consume such greasy food. Fortunately, you have encountered a kind-hearted person like me. As for the remainder, I shall leave it for my son to help you finish," the mother-in-law remarked while closing the box and placing it on the cabinet beside Jiang Can's bed. "I truly appreciate your generosity." The young man's smile had turned rigid. "By the way, young man, where did you purchase these buns?" The mother-in-law inquired with interest. "Joe's Buns, such a famous establishment. How could you not know?" He replied with a grin. "Is it truly that renowned?" The mother-in-law's curiosity was piqued. "Absolutely. If you arrive at mealtime, you must stand in line to buy them. Look, I even have photos." The young man enthusiastically took out his phone to show her the bustling scene on the day Joe's Buns opened. "Goodness, so many people. This shop must be incredibly profitable," the mother-in-law exclaimed with envy. "Indeed, they are no less than $1 million a month." The young man replied, equally excited. "Wait, is that my daughter?" The mother-in-law suddenly gasped in astonishment. "Huh, ma'am, is this young lady your daughter?" The young man's mouth fell agape as well. "Yes. What's she doing in the midst of all these people?" Who are all these individuals? The mother-in-law gazed at the photo, filled with confusion. Mom, are you certain you're not mistaken? This lady is the owner of Joe S. Buns. Look, she is cutting the ribbon. That's a task for the owner during the opening. The young man patiently explained. Indeed, she is my biological daughter, Jiang Fan. How did she become the owner of this establishment? The mother-in-law was utterly perplexed. This shop just opened 10 days ago. Are you sure you're not mistaken? The young man inadvertently revealed more crucial information. I could never mistake my own daughter. The mother-in-law shot him an exasperated glance, then muttered to herself, 10 days ago. 10 days ago. That was merely 2 days after Akan and I were admitted to the hospital. Could it be that Jiang Fan secretly took that money to invest while we were hospitalized? No wonder I wondered why she hasn't visited recently. It seems she abandoned Akan and me to indulge with that Wu Qianqian, scheming to seize over 10 million. The mother-in-law's anger grew with each thought. Her teeth clenched tighter. Patient number 17, please come out for your examination, a nurse called from the doorway. All right, I'll be right there, the young man quickly responded. Wait a moment, young man. Please tell me, where's this bun shop located? The mother-in-law urgently stopped him. It's in Jinwan, Vientiane City. The exact address was on that box, the young man replied before following the nurse out. Did you bring your medical record? After walking for a while, the nurse remembered to ask. Oh no, I forgot. The young man hurried back to his ward for the medical record. Upon his return, the mother-in-law had already left the room. The young man suddenly revealed a barely perceptible smile. Yet in the next moment it vanished. He abruptly realized that his headphones, which are hanging on the wall, along with the power bank plugged into the socket, had disappeared. Although they were of little monetary value, their absence posed a considerable inconvenience. This old thing. The young man inwardly cursed, his expression darkening. In the examination room, the nurse remarked, Number 17, did you not mention that you have low blood pressure? Yet, I see your readings are quite elevated, approaching alarming levels. She looked at the numbers on the sphygmomanometer, astonished and perplexed. Please prescribe me some anti-hypertensive medication. Thank you, the young man replied, his demeanor still grim. Meanwhile, his mother-in-law had already navigated her way to the hospital and hailed a taxi. Take me to this location, she instructed the driver, handing him the food box and pointing to the restaurant address above. Chapter 74. Not a penny spent, not a sin less suffered Annie, we've arrived. The driver pulled over at the entrance of Vientiane City. Wait, where's that dumpling shop? My mother-in-law craned her neck to peer out the window. The dumpling shop you mentioned is in Area C. Just go in through this main entrance and turn right. The driver kindly directed her. I can't find it. Just take me to the entrance. My mother-in-law commanded without glancing back. Auntie, this is a pedestrian street. Our vehicle cannot enter, the driver replied with a resigned smile. I don't care. When I got in, I told you to take me to that shop, and you never said it wasn't possible. My mother-in-law insisted, her demeanor unyielding, as if she were reciting a mantra. At that moment, several cars had already lined up behind the taxi, with some drivers growing impatient and honking their horns. Annie, if you're truly lost, perhaps you could ask the security guard at the entrance. This is a temporary drop-off point, and we can't linger too long, or we'll disrupt the traffic behind us, the driver sincerely explained. Even then, he had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, believing he was simply transporting a confused elderly lady and attempting to reason with her. However, the next words from my mother-in-law left him utterly astonished. What does it matter to me if they can't come in? She retorted, rendering the driver speechless. You can let me out, but if you haven't taken me to my destination, I'll only pay you 10 yuan, she declared with unabashed confidence. Ma'am, that is quite unreasonable. Even if you took a public bus from Reminisce Hospital to here, it wouldn't be just 10 yuan. The driver was flabbergasted. 10 yuan wouldn't even cover a third of the fuel cost. Huh, am I being unreasonable, or are you defrauding an elderly person? My mother-in-law snapped back fiercely. A long queue of cars had formed behind them, incessantly honking their horns in frustration. Fine, fine, I admit my mistake for not being clear. Look at the meter. It's a total of 86 yuan. I'll round it down and take off 10, so 60 will do, all right? The driver conceded, treating the situation as if he had encountered a cantankerous old woman on the street, trying to resolve the matter to avoid further delay for the cars behind. You haven't even taken me to my destination, and you expect to charge 60? Are you taking advantage of my good nature? If it were someone else, they wouldn't give you a dime. Just 10 yuan. Take it or leave it. My mother-in-law stood her ground, emboldened as the line of cars grew longer, the horns blaring louder, and she was prepared to drag this out with the driver. This time, the driver remained silent, quietly pressing the lock button for the windows. All 4 windows clicked shut. He then drove away from the temporary drop-off point. "Where are you going?" my mother-in-law asked, her surprise evident. The driver remained silent, merely pressing the accelerator, merging into the fast lane. "Don't you dare do anything reckless. I'll call the police." Panic surged through my mother-in-law as she tightly grasped her collar. "Oomph. Rest assured, you, an unknown old scallion from some remote mountain, are simply inedible to me." The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, a derisive sneer escaping his lips. "Where on earth are you headed? Stop the car immediately. Do you hear me?" The mother-in-law bellowed furiously, resembling a rabid dog, ready to lunge for the steering wheel if not for the wire mesh in place. "Where am I going?" "Of course. I'm taking you back to the hospital. You were unwilling to pay, so it is only natural for me to return you there." "I assenti it." The driver's retort left the mother-in-law speechless. He began to seriously suspect whether this elderly woman had escaped from the psychiatric ward. He would rather forfeit the fare than squander time, determined to teach this old miscreant a lesson. Fine, I will pay you. Is that sufficient?" The mother-in-law, taken aback by the driver's fiery temperament, had to relent, otherwise the entire afternoon would be wasted. Upon hearing this, the driver finally pulled over to the side of the road. "Here you go, 60. The mother-in-law reluctantly handed over the money. "Ma'am, are your eyes deceiving you? Look at the meter, it's 90. The driver was no longer indulgent toward her. "Did you not just say 60? For such a robust man, how can you be so untrustworthy?" The mother-in-law retorted angrily. "Very well, then let us return to the hospital. I shall not accept a single cent." Without hesitation, the driver shifted gears. Fine, 90 it is." With no other option, the mother-in-law begrudgingly fished out 30 more. Yet the driver remained unmoved. Stingy. Reluctantly, the mother-in-law added 2 more coins. Only then did the driver accept the payment and unlock the door. As soon as the mother-in-law alighted, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Stretching her neck to glimpse the distant Wanxiang city, she was taken aback. She never anticipated that in such a short span. They had traveled so far. When she turned to request the driver to take her back, he had long vanished. On the city expressway, it was impossible to hail a cab. The mother-in-law was left to trudge under the scorching sun. By the time she returned to Wanxiang City, she was nearly exhausted. Initially, she had set out around lunchtime, and now it was already time for dinner. Her stomach growled in hunger. Throughout the afternoon, she had spent not a cent less, even more than intended. Yet her suffering was unrelenting. Despite this, she still believed she had encountered a deceitful driver, blaming him entirely for her plight. Upon entering Wanxiang City, the mother-in-law did not actively search. From a distance, she spotted a long queue forming at Zhou Baozi. As she approached and peered through the window, the establishment was packed to capacity, the staff seemingly wishing for roller skates to expedite their service. However, after watching for a while, she did not catch a glimpse of her daughter, Jiang Fan. Doubt began to creep in. Is this truly the establishment run by Fan? And what a name it bears. Zhou Baozi? It should be called Jiang Baozi, or at least Li Baozi. The mother-in-law gazed for quite some time, but failed to spot Jiang Fan. She resolved to enter the establishment to inquire. Yet just as she was about to cross the threshold, she was halted. "Madam, please proceed to the back to queue. There are no seats available inside." The attendant at the entrance informed her, handing her the last ticket from the basket. "What is your boss's surname?" The mother-in-law hurriedly asked as the attendant turned to return to the shop. "It's Zhou." The attendant replied without hesitation. In their subconscious, old Zhou was regarded as the true proprietor, while Jiang Fan, that insufferable woman who was perpetually overindulged, was nothing but a minor nuisance. As the mother-in-law began to respond, the attendant had already vanished into the store. She attempted to follow, but was intercepted by another staff member. "Ma'am, please go to the back of the line." This attendant was even busier and had no time for further conversation. The mother-in-law could only turn back, her hunger now pressing painfully against her. She intended to have a meal right there, yet upon glancing at the lengthy queue, she felt overwhelmed. How long would this take? Suddenly, A clever idea struck her as she observed a group of 3 girls, seemingly high school students, chatting animatedly at the front of the line, each carrying a backpack. Chapter 75. Q jumping encounter with a street bully. The mother-in-law repeatedly knocked out 3 young ladies were giggling and chatting in line, joyfully anticipating their turn at the front. Suddenly, a nimble figure took advantage of the moving Q and squeezed in. Oh no! The girl with the bun stumbled, nearly falling, but fortunately, her companion caught her. Hey, old lady, what do you think you're doing? The bun-headed girl complained once she regained her balance. The mother-in-law, donning headphones she had borrowed from the hospital, pretended not to hear. Hey, how dare you jump the queue? The bun-headed girl pushed the mother-in-law's arm slightly. Yet, the older woman remained unresponsive, refusing to turn around. Forget it, forget it. She's older, let it go, advised the 2 girls accompanying her, who recognized the elderly woman was intentionally cutting in line. Why should age grant her the privilege to jump ahead? Look at that old gentleman behind us. He is even older and has been waiting for an hour. The bun-headed girl could hardly swallow her indignation. Let it be. People like that lack manners. Don't let her get to you. We'll be at the front soon enough, whispered the long-haired girl soothingly. You little brat, who are you to talk about manners? The mother-in-law suddenly turned with an angry glare, startling the long-haired girl. So you're not deaf. You can hear. The bun-headed girl positioned herself protectively in front of her startled friend, confronting the mother-in-law with fierce determination. Bah, who is deaf? You little wretch. Keep babbling, and I'll tear your mouth apart. The mother-in-law, having spent a considerable amount of money that day and feeling exhausted and famished, was already in a foul mood. Now, confronted by these 3 young girls, her patience wore thin. How dare you insult us after cutting in line? The bun-headed girl seethed, having never encountered such unreasonable behavior before. Elderly lady, we are all waiting in line. Please go to the back and do not cut in front of these young ladies. Interjected a slightly plump office worker who could not bear the scene any longer. Did I cut your line? Mind your own business. The mother-in-law barked back before muttering spitefully. What a fat sow. If I were that fat, I'd hide at home and never come out, let alone stuff my face here. The office worker's face flushed, tears of humiliation welling in her eyes as she shamefully withdrew from the queue. Witnesses in the line who had initially considered standing up to the old woman now hesitated, realizing they couldn't take her on. This old hag was truly formidable. However, the enraged, bun-headed girl refused to back down. Goodness, can you not exhibit a shred of decency? Don't you have a daughter of your own? She scolded vehemently. I not only have a daughter, but also a granddaughter, both of whom are far more attractive than the 3 of you. The mother-in-law, brimming with pride, shamelessly declared her superiority, then threatened vehemently. Did you all see that? This spot was just given to me by that plump woman. If anyone dares to cut in line, I shall deal with you. The girl with the bun could no longer tolerate it. Get out of my way, she exclaimed, pushing the mother-in-law. Ouch, you little wretch. How dare you strike an elder? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. The mother-in-law raised her voice intentionally, positioning herself on the moral high ground to fortify her actions and diminish the likelihood of onlookers intervening. This tactic had proven effective in the countryside countless times. As her words fell, the mother-in-law swung her hand down with a resounding slap, causing the girl's hair to come undone and leaving 5 distinct fingerprints on her cheek. The girl, momentarily stunned, retaliated, You old hag, I will not back down. Her anger ignited, she lunged at the mother-in-law. However, the mother-in-law, seasoned from countless encounters, easily overpowered the frail city girl. Grasping the girl's hair, she yanked forcefully, pinning her to the ground. Then, with fervor, she began to stomp down, determined to unleash the pent-up rage she had harbored. The other 2 girls were powerless to intervene, as this unexpected scene unfolded too rapidly for the stunned onlookers to react. At that moment, 3 young men, casually smoking and seemingly indifferent, burst onto the scene, enraged at the sight of the elderly woman assaulting their companion. They had just returned from buying cigarettes. Without hesitation, the blonde-haired youth charged forward and delivered a swift kick to the mother-in-law. His athletic prowess was evident. The mother-in-law was caught off guard and fell, landing unceremoniously. The crowd erupted in approval. The brazen old woman deserved it. The remaining 2 young men rushed to assist the girl with the bun, while the furious blonde pressed on toward the mother-in-law. Ouch! She groaned on the ground. Still disoriented, as she attempted to rise, the blonde seized her hair, yanking her head up. What are you doing? In that moment, the mother-in-law felt a wave of fear wash over her. You dare to hit my sister? You're courting death. The blonde growled, his fist striking her left eye, causing her to see stars. Help! Someone's killing me. The mother-in-law screamed, her voice piercing the air. I will make you pay for this. The blonde, fueled by rage, delivered another slap that sent blood streaming from her nose. The onlookers could hardly contain their excitement, cheering in delight at the unfolding justice. Yes, well done. At that moment, the staff in the store sensed something amiss and quickly divided their efforts. One group ascended to inform the owner, Jiang Fan, while the other rushed outside to intervene. Upon hearing the commotion of a brawl below, Jiang Fan hurriedly descended the stairs, her heart racing with fear and uncertainty, utterly unprepared to confront such a violent situation. Fortunately, by the time she arrived at the scene, the employees, leveraging their numerical superiority, had managed to subdue the aggressors. Among them, a raucous young man with bleached hair, agitated and cursing, was restrained yet attempted to kick the frail, elderly woman lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Is the old lady dead? What should we do? Should we call the police? Will this implicate our store? Perhaps. You could move her away? As Jiang Fan gazed at the barely conscious victim, her heart sank into a state of panic. Her immediate thought was to instruct the supervisor to shift the woman away, hoping that if death were to occur, it would not transpire at her establishment's doorstep. Oh, my daughter. Hearing Jiang Fan's voice, her disheveled mother-in-law lifted her head, tears streaming down her face, bruises marring her countenance, rendering Jiang Fan nearly unrecognizable. Mother. Chapter 76. The arrogant blonde and the timid Jiang Fan was struck by an unexpected thunderbolt. He could hardly believe that the elderly woman lying on the ground, beaten and bruised, was his own mother. His mind was engulfed in a haze of confusion. Fan, quickly, call the police. Have this little wretch locked up. His mother, tears streaming down her face, cried out in desperation. Huh? Oh, Jiang Fan felt utterly blank, devoid of any rational thought. He merely obeyed his mother's commands, instinctively pulling out his phone. Ha ha! The blonde suddenly erupted into laughter, his demeanor menacing as he proclaimed, Call. Do it now. Anyone who doesn't call the police is a coward. Old woman, you assaulted my sister, and when Uncle Mao arrives, just wait and see. Mandarege. I'll go down with you. Let us see who gets out first. A shiver ran down Jiang Fan's spine, and he hesitated, his finger hovering over the dial. The blonde remained unabashed, smirking menacingly at Jiang Fan as he taunted, What's wrong? Aren't you going to fight back? So, you are the daughter of this old hag. Huh? And you're the owner of this restaurant, right? Just wait. Once I'm out, I'll show you how to play this game. Fear gripped Jiang Fan. He had never encountered such a brazen thug before. You little wretch, your end is near, yet you remain so arrogant. His mother shouted, emboldened by a sense of support, feeling secure in her own territory, surrounded by others. How could she fear a mere boy? Shut up, old hag. Keep talking, and I'll ruin your entire family. The blonde seethed, his eyes narrowing dangerously at Jiang Fan's mother. Jiang Fan trembled in fear, but his mother, undeterred, rose defiantly from the ground. Despite her battered state, she brandished her hand, ready to retaliate against the blonde. Mom, stop! Jiang Fan exclaimed, shocked as he rushed to restrain her. Fan, can you believe this? I am your mother. I was publicly assaulted by this little monster. Yuan help me, and you don't even dare to insult him. Now I want to take matters into my own hands, and you still try to stop me? Jiang Fan felt a surge of shame, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the blonde wore a smug expression, fully aware that the restaurant owner was faltering. Quick, call the police. Hurry, Jiang Fan's mother pressed, her frustration boiling over. Mom, please calm down. Jiang Fan's voice was subdued, filled with trepidation. He was reluctant to make the call, fearing the blonde might not just be boasting. He was not willing to gamble on whether the blonde was a mere braggart or someone who would follow through with his threats. After all, he was a business owner, earning a substantial income daily, and did not have the luxury of indulging in his mother's frenzy. Ha ha ha! Call, hurry up! The blonde-haired individual brazenly stoked the flames, declaring, "Boss, I believe it would be best not to involve the police. We have just opened for business, and their presence would significantly impact our operations." Fortunately, at that moment, the foreman stepped forward, offering Jiang Fan, who was nearly cornered, a way out. "Who do you think you are? I am speaking with my daughter. Do you have any right to interrupt?" The mother-in-law launched into a barrage of familiar greetings directed at the foreman. "You are absolutely right. What do you think we should do now?" Jiang Fan, filled with hope akin to a man encountering a savior, eagerly inquired about the next steps from the foreman. "I believe we should downplay the situation, let them go, and consider it settled." The foreman articulated Jiang Fan's unspoken thoughts, which he found difficult to voice due to his agitated mother. "All right, let's proceed with that," Jiang Fan exclaimed with uncontainable joy, having discovered the perfect spokesperson, and quickly authorized their release. With the boss's directive, the employees hurriedly released the individuals who would want to persist in such a thankless task. Jiang Fan, you. The mother-in-law, witnessing her daughter freeing those who had assaulted her, was left speechless with rage. Nevertheless, despite her anger, her mind remained sharp. Now that the blonde had regained his freedom, he no longer dared to flaunt his bravado in front of others. His companions approached, urging him to leave together. "Isn't this amusing? Just like that, we walk away?" The blonde remarked, shaking his head as he approached Jiang Fan, who felt a sudden chill and stepped back in alarm. The mother-in-law, a master of evasion, who just a moment ago had threatened to annihilate the little beast, now sprinted away faster than a rabbit the moment the blonde approached, quickly hiding behind the foreman, whom she had just scolded. What do you want?" Jiang Fan asked, panic-stricken. "What do I want? Your mother. That foolish old hag assaulted my younger sister without cause, simply for cutting in line. And now, you're just going to let us walk away?" The blonde pressed forward menacingly. Even Jiang Fan, though not the sharpest, recognized that this was an attempt at extortion. She glanced helplessly at the foreman, who remained silent. When it comes to matters of money, caution is paramount, and thus, he refrained from taking a stance, leaving Jiang Fan to decide for herself, ensuring he would not bear the blame later. Meanwhile, the mother-in-law, hiding behind the foreman, was frantically signaling her not to give in. "How much do you want?" Ultimately, Jiang Fan capitulated, opting to part with some money to avert disaster. "What do you mean, how much do we want? It sounds as if I am extorting you. Just look at my poor sister, beaten to a pulp by your madwoman of a mother. She needs a full medical examination, and you can estimate compensation for the emotional distress," the blonde declared with audacity. 3,000, Jiang Fan calculated, dividing the sum among the 6 individuals before her, estimating that 500 each would suffice. "TCH, the blonde scoffed dismissively, turning to survey the restaurant, clearly making a spectacle for Jiang Fan's benefit. At this moment, within the restaurant, both the main dining area and the kitchen were populated by at least 20 robust men, each possessing the capability to easily silence the brash young man with the yellow hair, including the head waiter, should he choose to take matters seriously. However, an unspoken consensus prevailed among them to remain detached, allowing the yellow-haired individual to exert his arrogance and pressure upon Jiang Fan without challenge. After all, Jiang Fan's recent endeavors in promoting corporate culture had unsettled them considerably, and they were acutely aware that, in the eyes of the female boss, they were regarded as mere subordinates, devoid of dignity. Thus, who among them would risk their well-being to assist Jiang Fan? The yellow-haired young man strutted about with audacity, further instilling fear in Jiang Fan, who dreaded that he might actually follow through on his threats. 6,000. Jiang Fan hastily doubled the compensation amount. Upon hearing this, her mother-in-law was infuriated to the point of nearly suffering a heart attack, rushing over to demand cash. The yellow-haired young man wore a triumphant expression, embodying the demeanor of a victor. The Jiang mother and daughter found themselves utterly defeated. The elder simmered with unexpressed anger, while the younger was paralyzed by fear. Their usual tactics, which had served them well in the past, proved entirely ineffective in the face of this spirited young man, leaving them with nothing but humiliation. Chapter 77. The mother-in-law's calculated schemes. "You are truly an ineffectual coward. You dare not report to the police, yet you still give him money? Here I am, an elderly woman, beaten to this extent, and he has yet to compensate me. 6,000. That is 6,000 yuan. Cannot you muster the same spirit you once had against Wu Feng? In the second-floor office, the mother-in-law cried out while applying medicine, incessantly berating Jiang Fan. Enough. You have repeated this countless times. Are you not weary? If you possess such capability, how could you allow another to inflict such harm upon you? You are not a coward, so why hide behind others? You were present when the money was exchanged. Why did you not intervene? Did you not walk with pride in the countryside? Why can you not endure now? Jiang Fan, exasperated, slammed down the iodine with a fierce retort. Oh, you ungrateful wretch. The mother-in-law, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Fan. Mother, you keep repeating the same tired phrases. Is there nothing novel in your tirade? Jiang Fan said, with palpable frustration. Now you can articulate your thoughts? Just moments ago, you were rendered speechless by that young brat. The mother-in-law scoffed derisively. Jiang Fan felt a sharp sting of humiliation within, akin to having a wound laid bare. Furthermore, I demand to know the true state of the shop. The mother-in-law interrogated sternly. Mother, what is with your tone? As if I have committed some unforgivable sin. Jiang Fan felt deeply unsettled. It may not be unforgivable, but it is close. Your brother is still languishing in the hospital. Do you remain oblivious to how he ended up there? He is suffering because of you and Wu Qianqian. Now he possesses nothing, not even a stable job. Yet you conceal this from him, quietly opening a shop. Do you not see how this borders on the unconscionable? The mother-in-law's emotions flared, spittle flying as she raged at Jiang Fan. Though her words seemed to lack coherence, each one accused Jiang Fan of misusing his brother Jiang Can's money. Once one comprehends this underlying logic, everything falls into place. Jiang Fan, of course, understood why his mother was so agitated, yet he chose to remain silent about it, pretending she was oblivious. Mother, my investment in this shop is not solely for myself and Qianqian. It is also for you and my brother. I did not intend to keep you in the dark. It was during your hospital stay that I wished to spare you from worry. Besides, I have already invested, and it is continuously generating profit. What do you suggest I do? Shall I simply abandon it? Jiang Fan said with resignation. How much have you earned? The mother-in-law's eyes gleamed with curiosity. On weekdays, we can earn 20 to 30,000. On weekends, 40 to 50,000. I could take half. Jiang Fan was not deliberately withholding information. Is it truly that substantial? It seems that young man did not deceive me. This shop can indeed make over $1 million in a month. The mother-in-law was elated, for this was even more than what they had earned during Wu Feng's tenure. What young man? Jiang Fan inquired with a hint of perplexity. You don't recognize him. By the way, why is your share only half? The mother-in-law suddenly realized the gap in her understanding. Because I am merely a partner in this establishment. The actual owner is surnamed Zhou. We each hold an equal stake in this business, Jiang Fan explained, exasperation creeping into his voice. Then why is it that he is referred to as Zhou Baozi? Why you're not called Jiang Baozi? The mother-in-law retorted, her dissatisfaction palpable. Enough, mother. You lack understanding, so refrain from making baseless comments, Jiang Fan replied, increasingly impatient. Dear, I am merely concerned that you might be deceived. The mother-in-law implored earnestly. I manage the accounts and oversee the shop. The owner, Zhou, is not even present here. What could he possibly deceive me about? Jiang Fan thought to himself, utterly speechless. So he is merely a figurehead? Well, that is somewhat reassuring, the mother-in-law mused, her eyes glinting with unspoken intentions. All right, mother, it's getting late. Please go downstairs, finish your meal, and return to the hospital. Additionally, do consult a doctor to ensure you receive proper medication. If you wish for Baozi, you could have simply stated so. There is no need for you to come all this way. Jiang Fan inwardly grumbled about his brother's ill-mannered friend, lamenting that this matter had reached their mother's ears. By the way, Fan, how much did you invest in this shop? The mother-in-law suddenly recalled a crucial question before departing. 5 million, Jiang Fan replied candidly, eager to expedite her departure. Then that means you still have over 6 million left, correct? The mother-in-law calculated in her mind, resolved that this sum must not be squandered by Jiang Fan, but rather preserved for her son. There is no 6 million. It's only 5 million, Jiang Fan retorted, his patience wearing thin. How can it be merely 5 million? Was it either supposed to be 6 million? How could you have lost 100,000 in just a few days? The mother-in-law, now visibly agitated, pressed Jiang Fan for clarification. I have used it. It's my money, and I shall spend it as I see fit. Jiang Fan nearly confessed that he had purchased a Porsche for Wu Qianqian, but he swiftly swallowed the words, aware that such a revelation would ignite a tempest. What do you mean, your money? That belongs to your brother. He has borne the brunt of Wu Feng's vengeance on behalf of you both. Do you truly lack any sense of gratitude? She admonished, her patience evaporating. I tell you, this 5 million must not be spent. It must be transferred to your brother immediately. The mother-in-law no longer feigned civility, demanding that Jiang Fan send the funds forthwith. Mother, you need not insist. I had already intended to give this 5 million to Jiang Can. I now possess the shop, so that 5 million does not hold significant utility for me at present. Jiang Can could utilize this capital to invest in his business. Whether he profits or incurs losses depends on his abilities. However, given his current state, do you truly expect me to transfer the money to him? Are you not concerned that if I did so today, he might squander it by tomorrow? Jiang Fan's words were not meant to provoke. Rather, they reflected his genuine apprehensions. You indeed possess a point. That child, Ken, is quite extravagant with money. Let us do this. You shall safeguard the 5 million. When an appropriate project arises, you may invest it in your brother. The true intention of my mother-in-law is to have Jiang Fan utilize this 5 million to oust that boss surnamed Zhou and allow Jiang Can step in. This is what one might call not letting the fertile water flow to outsiders, enabling the siblings to collaborate. However, when it concerns her precious grandson, my mother-in-law becomes particularly cautious. For instance, not long ago, to ensure Jiang Can could pass the political examination, she made every effort to restrain Jiang Fan and Wu Qianqian. Thus, this time is no different. My mother-in-law has resolved to personally intervene and ascertain the profitability of this venture. Fan, I see you are quite busy. I shall come by to lend you a hand tomorrow morning, she said with a beaming smile. The very concern Jiang Fan dreaded has indeed transpired. Yet she understands that once her mother has made a decision, it is beyond her power to thwart it. In the Peninsula Hotel. This old frame truly can withstand a beating. Wu Feng remarked with a cold smile as he observed the footage on the large screen, depicting her being furiously assaulted by the blonde. Mr. Wu, Li Cuifang has informed Jiang Fan that starting tomorrow, she will assist at the restaurant. Wang Hai reported faithfully regarding the information acquired through special techniques. Is that so? A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Wu Feng's mouth. He comprehended that this signified the fleeting peak experienced by Jiang Fan's restaurant was soon to become a mere memory. This establishment has now entered its countdown to demise. Chapter 78. The mother-in-law takes charge at the restaurant, and the show begins the following day. The mother-in-law departed from the hospital at 6 o'clock. After a series of subway transfers and bus rides, she finally arrived at the restaurant before 7:30. At this hour, the establishment remained securely locked, devoid of any presence. How is it that no one is here at this time? She muttered to herself while seated at the entrance. Moments later, the head waiter arrived. "Ah, madame," he exclaimed, taken aback by her appearance. He had witnessed firsthand the formidable nature of this woman just the day before. "Why are you still not open?" she inquired with indignation. "Madam, we commence work at 8 and officially open our doors at 10, the head waiter clarified. 10? Who would buy breakfast at such a late hour? She could hardly believe that a bun shop would dare to open so late. "We do not serve breakfast. As you can see, this is a pedestrian street, and the nearby office buildings and residential areas are quite distant. At this early hour, there are hardly any people around to purchase breakfast. We primarily offer full meals," he patiently explained to her. Starting work at 8 is far too late. She continued to express her dissatisfaction, feeling that since they were being paid, the later they started, the greater the loss. The head waiter feigned ignorance and opened the door, ushering her inside, while inwardly he thought, like mother, like daughter. It was not until 7:50 that the staff began to trickle into the restaurant. Upon seeing the boss's mother seated there with a stern expression, their first reaction was one of surprise, quickly followed by a sense of foreboding about the day ahead, given her formidable reputation, which they had witnessed the previous day. The mother-in-law occupied a chair in the hall, glaring at each new employee as they entered, her gaze fierce and intimidating. She thought to herself how insufferable these individuals were, arriving right on the dot with no sense of initiative. And where was Jiang Fan? It suddenly struck her that while the employees had all reported for duty, the boss himself had yet to arrive. Rising, she made her way to the kitchen storage area, where she found the head waiter counting supplies from the vendors. "What time does your boss usually arrive?" she asked, her irritation palpable. "Well, that's rather unpredictable. Most of the time, he comes early, but sometimes he may have other matters and arrives later." The head waiter, sensing her discontent, chose to shield Jiang Fan from her ire. In truth, aside from the first day of opening and the following days when he engaged in corporate culture exercises, Jiang Fan's arrivals had grown increasingly tardy. In recent days, he had typically shown up around 4 in the afternoon. Although he was the owner, his disregard for the staff and penchant for causing unnecessary chaos were becoming increasingly evident. However, she had never interfered in the operations of the store. She remained steadfast in implementing Zhou's plans, likely due to the overwhelming workload associated with such matters. Indolent as she was, she could only assert her presence as the owner through personnel and management decisions. Consequently, aside from the employees enduring a bit of hardship, the business and reputation of the establishment continued to flourish day by day. It was precisely for the sake of this broader vision that the foreman was willing to shield Jiang Fan from the wrath of his formidable mother-in-law, despite his own distaste for this female proprietor. "All right, carry on with your tasks." As the mother-in-law departed from the warehouse, she had resolutely decided to ascertain the exact time Jiang Fan arrived at the shop each day. Upon reaching the front hall, she saw Jiang Fan rushing in. "So early, Mom? Feel free to look around. I'm heading upstairs to do the accounts." Jiang Fan casually greeted her, denying her an opportunity to speak before hastily ascending the stairs. She had anticipated her mother-in-law's intentions and thus rose exceptionally early that day, even foregoing her makeup to arrive at the shop. Once back on the second floor, Jiang Fan locked the door and collapsed onto the sofa to catch up on sleep. Witnessing Jiang Fan slip upstairs left the mother-in-law feeling perturbed, as if she had been outsmarted. She continued her inspection of the shop. At this hour, the restaurant had yet to officially open, and the waitstaff were busy in the kitchen washing and preparing vegetables, while the chefs were engaged in their respective tasks, chopping ingredients, mixing meat, rolling dough, making dumplings, and boiling water. Laughter and camaraderie filled the air. However, upon her entrance with a scowl, silence fell abruptly. She conducted her inspection as if she were a supervisor, pointing fingers and chastising. "Look at the vegetables you've prepared. These leaves are slightly yellowed. They're still edible. Who taught you to waste so much? Hurry up and pick them up. Do you think these were not purchased with money?" Truly, some people have no sense of thrift when it comes to things that aren't their own. And you, the one peeling vegetables, why are you being so heavy-handed? If you have excess energy, go work on a construction site instead. And you lot washing the vegetables, what are you staring at? Can't you see the water overflowing from your basin? Turn off the tap, do you hear? This water doesn't come from your pockets, does it? Be mindful of water usage and ensure the vegetables are impeccably clean. Do you understand? Her tirade continued unabated, especially directed at the staff washing vegetables, demanding both conservation and cleanliness, which left everyone bewildered. They were all seething with frustration, and had it not been for her status as the owner's mother, they might have already submerged her in the vegetable basin for a thorough cleansing of her thoughts. Subsequently, the mother-in-law ventured into the bustling area where the chefs were diligently at work. She observed one chef carelessly tossing whole chickens, ducks, and substantial chunks of fresh meat bones into the soup pot as if they were worthless. Alarmed, she hurried over, exclaiming, "What are you concocting? That requires such an abundance of ingredients?" Gazing at the pot brimming with an array of poultry and large meat bones, she felt a pang of regret. "Madam, this is the broth for the daily soup." The chef paused to explain. "What is daily soup? How much does a bowl cost?" The mother-in-law inquired. "It's complimentary. This soup is offered free to customers who order the lunch set," the chef clarified. "What? You're adding so much meat to a free soup? Quickly remove it." The mother-in-law commanded with raised voice, her anger palpable. "But if I take the meat out after it's been boiled, it will be rendered unusable." The chef lamented, caught in a predicament. How many pots do you need to prepare each day? The mother-in-law pressed. Approximately 5 pots, the chef answered truthfully. Then let this pot be the exception. For the remaining 4, do not prepare anymore. Once this pot is done, simply add water to make 4 pots, she dictated, taking matters into her own hands. The chef stood in stunned silence, unable to muster a response. Moreover, from now on, adhere strictly to my method. Brew 1 pot and dilute it into 5. For this particular pot, you must reduce the amount of chicken and duck by half. And all the meat on the bones must be thoroughly stripped clean. This free soup is already a generous offering. They should be grateful, rather than expecting such lavishness. Having delivered her orders, the mother-in-law left the chef, who remained in a state of shock, to continue her inspection elsewhere. Chapter 79. The Outsider Guiding the Insiders. Small wisdom in a big hostility. Stop, right there. Why are you packing so much meat? The mother-in-law stormed into the kitchen area, furious, and halted the chefs who were busy wrapping dumplings. The chefs looked up at her, bewildered. Who taught you how to wrap dumplings? Just a spoonful of filling is sufficient. Who told you to put in 3 or 4 spoonfuls? And pressing it down with a spoon? That is simply outrageous. With a heart wrenched by despair, the mother-in-law advanced, as if the meat the chefs were wrapping came from her own flesh. It was our master who instructed us. He said each dumpling should contain 3 generous spoonfuls of meat, pressed down with the back of the spoon, so they won't fall apart when steamed and will have a satisfying texture. The other chefs remained silent, except for a young apprentice, naive and unacquainted with the harshness of the world, who answered truthfully, "Master? What master? Where is your master? You are working in my daughter's shop now, and you must listen to me. Even my daughter must heed my words," the mother-in-law declared, hands on her hips, her voice booming. "But each dumpling's size and weight are predetermined. If we lessen the filling, we won't be able to wrap them properly," the young apprentice replied, his voice laced with concern. "How foolish! Don't you know to make the dough thicker? That way, the size appears unchanged," the mother-in-law asserted, leaving the chefs dumbfounded. "And your filling is all wrong," she continued, criticizing the meat mixture. "Who told you to use so much lean meat? Lean meat is expensive and lacks substance. With the same pound of meat, fatty meat appears at least 1.5 times more than lean. From now on, use more fatty meat and less lean, and include more inexpensive cabbage. Who makes dumplings with only meat filling? Not even an emperor would be so extravagant." The chefs, their faces flushed with embarrassment, struggled to contain their anger. If it weren't for the fact that she was the boss's mother, they might have considered a more drastic response. "But we specialize in pure meat dumplings, without vegetables," the young apprentice said timidly. "Who would notice if you used a little less? A meat and vegetable combination is far more nutritious. Do you understand nothing?" The mother-in-law berated him once more. At that moment, the team leader entered the kitchen. The chefs and waitstaff exchanged furtive glances, urging him to remove the bothersome old woman swiftly. "Madam, it's quite smoky in here. We wouldn't want to harm your precious constitution. Perhaps we should move to another area," the team leader said with a charming smile. Truly, he was the kind of person capable of leading with impeccable communication skills. The mother-in-law, filled with self-satisfaction, relished the praise from the team leader. Once she stepped outside, the kitchen staff sighed in relief, followed by bursts of laughter. Everyone resumed their tasks as usual, adhering to their own ways, completely disregarding the old woman's words. It was abundantly clear to all. The elderly woman is incredibly obstinate. This business is on the brink of collapse by tomorrow. As she passed by the employee restroom, she halted her steps. "Wait a moment, I must go in to inspect." Upon entering the restroom, she found it surprisingly tidy and clean. The supervisor behind her chuckled silently, thinking surely this old woman would have nothing to say now. Yet, in the next instant, she proved him wrong. She proceeded to remove the toilet paper from each stall, exclaiming, "Who allowed you to leave so much paper? What if some greedy individuals take it all?" The supervisor was left speechless. "Ma'am, this is the employee restroom." She shot him a disdainful glance. "And what are the employees? Are there no wrongdoers among them?" The typically loquacious supervisor found himself at a loss for words. "From now on, you employees will have to bring your own paper," she commanded imperiously. "My goodness, you even use such luxurious hand soap. Clearly, you all feel entitled to take advantage of public resources, don't you?" Just washing your hands with water is sufficient. Suddenly, she raised her voice again and marched towards the sink, collecting all of the dental hand soap and stuffing it into her large bag alongside the toilet paper. The supervisor had initially wanted to explain that only quality hand soap effectively disinfects and prevents food contamination, thereby ensuring better service for customers. However, he reconsidered, realizing the old woman would not comprehend or appreciate the rationale. He resolved to hide it in the cupboard for the employees to use discreetly later. He sighed internally, lamenting that he had never encountered such an extraordinary old woman in his life. Next, the supervisor guided her through the restaurant to inspect other areas. Upon reaching the customer restroom, she employed her previous tactics, removing the toilet paper and hand soap once more. Using the same reasoning. What if some frugal customers take it all? After all, there's paper on every table. There is no need for more in the restroom. As for the hand soap, her belief remained that it was too good and too expensive. She instructed the supervisor to switch to bar soap from now on. Regarding the table settings in the restaurant, she also shared her reform suggestions. Soy sauce, vinegar, sesame oil, and chili oil should no longer be filled to the brim. They should be kept to a minimum, not exceeding 1/3 of the bottle. The paper in the paper holder should not be filled to capacity either, to prevent customers from using too much and incurring losses. Additionally, she deemed the expensive red-skinned garlic unnecessary, insisting they use the cheaper white-skinned garlic instead, with a maximum of 2 cloves per table to avoid patrons pilfering them for home use. The supervisor, overwhelmed, could only nod repeatedly in agreement. At this point, it was nearing 10 a.m., and a line of customers had already formed outside, eagerly awaiting the opening to purchase buns. The morning's first wave of patrons primarily sought to buy buns, while those wishing to order full meals would not arrive until after 11 a.m. The servers busied themselves, and the elderly woman also engaged in the activity as the staff sold buns. She stood there, fixated with an intense gaze. Her eyes scrutinized the server for any potential errors in the dumpling orders while simultaneously monitoring whether the customers had completed their payments via scanning. That piercing stare left both employees and patrons feeling quite uncomfortable. If a customer ordered only a few dumplings, particularly the least expensive ones meant to attract business, her expression would darken, revealing her displeasure. Conversely, her demeanor would brighten only when a customer ordered a substantial quantity of the pricier dumplings. Yet, most patrons merely sought 1 or 2 of the basic dumplings, making it challenging for the mother-in-law to maintain any semblance of happiness. Each customer who purchased less or opted for the more affordable options received her disdainful glances. Though the customers might not voice their grievances, they felt a sense of dissatisfaction brewing within, silently cursing the establishment for employing such an unfriendly matron who seemed intent on driving away business. Chapter 80. Coercive Selling, Shortchanging. And irritating customers the mother-in-law stood by, observing for quite some time. The employees merely fetched what the customers requested, lacking any salesmanship. It was evident that the basic buns, which yielded little profit, had already sold nearly 10 steamer baskets, while the high-profit, premium buns had yet to be sold even once. This predicament left the mother-in-law in a state of distress. "Step aside. Let me take charge," she exclaimed, pushing past a server to take matters into her own hands. "I want meat buns." A young man, resembling a laborer, glanced up at the sign and opted for the cheapest basic buns. The mother-in-law's expression immediately soured. 20. Upon hearing the young man's order, her face brightened with glee. She turned and retrieved a large bag, first filling it with 5 buns, then 5 more, and again 5. She then deliberately lifted the steamer lid to obstruct the view from the outside. For the final batch, she only placed 2 inside. A nearby busy server, noticing this, was about to interject, but was met with a fierce glare from the mother-in-law. "Your 20 meat buns. Come back next time." She cheerfully handed the hefty bag of buns to the young man. He accepted it without counting, paid 40 yuan, and departed, for in this day and age, the likelihood of encountering deceitful vendors was far greater than the chance of running into a ghost. The next in line was a small child, likely no older than 2nd grade. "Grandma, I want 1 meat bun, 1 char siu bun, and a cup of soy milk." The child was quite polite and, after speaking, handed over 20 yuan in cash. The meat bun cost 2 yuan, the char siu bun 5 yuan, and the soy milk 3 yuan. Logically, the mother-in-law should have returned 10 yuan in change, and there were plenty of 10 yuan notes in the cash box. However, she deliberately chose to count out 1 yuan bills, and only 8 of them. The child did not bother to count, happily clutching the handful of change along with the buns and soy milk, and departed with a smile. The next customer was a young couple, likely out shopping at the mall. We would like 2 meat buns, 2 char siu buns, 2 shrimp meat buns, 2 assorted buns, 2 crab roe buns, 2 spring bamboo shoots with ham buns, 2 custard buns, and 2 cups of soy milk. How much is that in total? Upon hearing their extensive order, predominantly comprising high-priced buns, the mother-in-law's heart soared with delight. She promptly moved the calculator on the counter closer and recited, 2 char siu buns for 10 yuan, 2 shrimp meat buns for 16 yuan, 2 assorted buns for 12 yuan, 2 crab roe buns for 48 yuan, 2 spring bamboo shoots with ham buns for 16 yuan, 2 custard buns for 8 yuan, 2 cups of soy milk for 6 yuan. At this point, the calculator displayed a total of 116 yuan. However, the mother-in-law pressed the button for only 40 yuan on the calculator. In total, 156 yuan, she proclaimed, raising the calculator to showcase it to the couple. Yet, they hardly glanced at it. The young man, upon hearing the final amount, promptly scanned the payment code. The mother-in-law felt an inner surge of joy. Turning around, she handed buns to the 2 individuals. The price of the crab roe bun was exorbitant, and her mother-in-law hesitated to indulge. However, they requested 2 shrimp buns, and she substituted one with a standard meat bun priced at 2 yuan. They then asked for 2 assorted buns, prompting her to replace one with a cheaper vegetable bun. When they requested 2 spring bamboo shoots and ham buns, she again swapped one for a regular meat bun. The young couple remained blissfully unaware, taking their order and departing. Deep down, the mother-in-law felt a surge of smug triumph, inwardly mocking. These 2 fools. They probably couldn't even recall what they ordered a moment ago. The next customer was a petite girl. "Auntie, I do like a meat bun," she said. The mother-in-law felt a pang of discomfort, but maintained a smile, suggesting, "Little girl, the meat buns are running low. Would you like to try my barbecue pork bun or the shrimp bun instead?" The girl shook her head. "Auntie, I just want a meat bun." The mother-in-law's irritation intensified, yet she persisted. "How about trying a spring bamboo shoot and ham bun? I guarantee it's delicious." The girl remained resolute. "Auntie, I just want a meat bun." Seeing her stubbornness, the mother-in-law's demeanor shifted, her face hardening. "Just one meat bun? Is that sufficient? You needn't be so frugal." The girl blushed, responding softly, "Auntie, my appetite is small. 1 bun is enough for me." The mother-in-law raised her voice. "This girl has been in line forever and only wants a 2 yuan meat bun. Hurry and give it to her." The girl lowered her head, feeling increasingly embarrassed. "Thank you," she murmured as she took the bag and scanned the code, awkwardly departing. The customers behind her reacted with anger and dissatisfaction. Some even turned away, preferring to join another line at the end rather than patronize the mother-in-law's stall. Observing the dwindling number of customers, while the adjacent stall became increasingly crowded, she felt a surge of displeasure. "Cool me. Let's change positions." The mother-in-law executed a deceptive maneuver, thinking, "Let us see how you handle that." However, upon her arrival, some customers immediately left the stall, while others quickly shifted to another queue. This infuriated the mother-in-law further, yet she continued her relentless promotion, refusing to readily sell the cheapest meat buns. Some socially anxious customers, swayed by her incessant chatter, found themselves compelled to purchase the pricier buns. After successfully selling 3 more expensive buns, the mother-in-law's stall was left utterly deserted. "Oof, unappreciative. I'm too busy to serve you." In a fit of anger, she tossed her hat and gloves onto the counter before exiting the sales area. Soon after, she spotted the supervisor entering with a woman and the child who had just purchased a bun. Realizing the precarious situation, she attempted to leave discreetly, only to be pointed out on the spot. "That's the grandma," the child exclaimed, pointing at the mother-in-law. Seeing that she could not leave, the mother-in-law boldly approached. "What is the matter?" she inquired, feigning authority. "Madam, the young child just came to purchase steamed buns, and perhaps you were preoccupied, as he was shortchanged by 2 yuan. The manager offered, hoping to resolve the issue with a mere 2 yuan and avoid unnecessary complications. However, The mother-in-law wore a countenance of indignation, angrily accusing the child. I clearly handed you 10 yuan. Have you secretly gone out to buy snacks without telling your mother? How dare you, at such a tender age, lie so brazenly? The older sister, holding the child's hand, retorted with a scoff. My family runs a convenience store right next door. Is there any snack my son desires that he cannot have? Initially, she intended to address the matter amicably. Yet, who could endure such unfounded accusations directed at her son by this elderly woman? Although the manager had introduced the elderly lady as the owner's mother upon entering. What of it? The owner's mother should not wield her position to intimidate customers, nor should she cast aspersions on a mere 10-year-old child. Chapter 81. The mother-in-law's attempt to seize restaurant procurement rights speak. Have you been purchasing toys elsewhere? The mother-in-law continued to scold the little one. Oh, dear lady, what sort of toy can you buy for just 2 yuan? The older sister rolled her eyes dramatically. Did you drop it while walking? The mother-in-law persisted in blaming the child, adamant about preserving her pride and refusing to acknowledge her monetary shortfall. At that moment, a queue of customers waiting for buns began to take notice of the commotion unfolding at the entrance. Madam, why not simply compensate the child and let it go? Arguing here is detrimental to our business. The manager whispered urgently to the mother-in-law. On what grounds? I clearly gave him 10 yuan. Why should I part with 2 more? If everyone starts coming here to swindle money, how will we sustain our business? The mother-in-law not only rebuffed the suggestion, but also raised her voice, scolding the manager thoroughly. This provoked the older sister to a boiling point. Swindle? Old woman, clarify who is swindling whom. I run a convenience store next door. While I may not earn as much as you, I have no need to come here to swindle you over 2 yuan. Are you implying that my son, a mere elementary school student, is attempting to swindle you? The older sister retorted fiercely. Humph, those who swindle know it best. The mother-in-law rolled her eyes and crossed her arms defiantly. Well then, since you've escalated the matter, do not blame me for taking it seriously over 2 yuan. Let us check the surveillance. The older sister declared assertively. The manager, in agreement, promptly prepared to review the footage. At this point, the mother-in-law's bravado began to wane. Fine. It's merely 2 yuan, a bun's worth. She approached the sales counter, pushing past the customers at the front of the line, and with bare hands, opened a steamer, snatched a meat bun without taking a bag, and returned, shoving it into the child's hands, leaving him trembling from the heat. This scene disgusted and infuriated the customers in line. The man at the front, having already scanned his code but not retrieving his bun, turned and left in frustration. This old woman is truly unbearable. Others in the queue soon began to exit as well. Are you satisfied now, mother and son? The mother-in-law asked impatiently. Son, let us go. The older sister was taken aback. She had never encountered such a difficult woman in business. Mom, it's hot, the little boy said, tears welling in his eyes. I don't want it. The older sister snatched the bun from her son's hands and hurled it fiercely at the entrance, stomping on it twice. Son, let us go eat beef noodles across the street instead. The little boy cheerfully replied, Okay, if your shabby establishment survives for 3 months, I'll take your surname. The older sister turned back, furiously admonishing the mother-in-law. Then you better prepare your household registration. The mother-in-law, hands on her hips, stood triumphantly at the back, feeling as though she had just won a significant battle. The employees and customers inside and outside the store were left in a state of bewilderment. Her latest antics had successfully deterred a portion of the customers waiting in line. Dear lady, you've been at it all morning. Come inside and rest for a while, the shift leader urged, eager to whisk her away, for without her departure, the day's business would undoubtedly falter. Once inside, the mother-in-law settled onto the couch in the lobby. Someone, please hand me today's delivery list, she commanded, her authority reasserting itself before she had even warmed her seat. You mean the supplier's invoice, right? The shift leader inquired. Yes, quickly bring it to me, she replied, aware that procurement often held lucrative opportunities. Thus, she intended to scrutinize the documents for any unscrupulous individuals daring to engage in deceit. The shift leader presented the day's supplier invoice. What? Jinju pork is priced at 22 yuan per pound, and this is the wholesale price? She exclaimed. In the market, pork was barely over 10 yuan per pound. Wholesale prices should be even lower. Upon receiving the invoice, She erupted in fury. This is not comparable to the ordinary market pork. This is black land pork, retailing for over 30 yuan per pound, the shift leader explained, exasperated. What difference does it make? Pork is pork. Isn't it? Is it truly necessary to use such premium meat? Who can even tell the difference? The mother-in-law resolutely believed that the suppliers were colluding with the kitchen, deliberately inflating prices. The shift leader, at a loss for words, could only sigh internally. The mother-in-law continued to inspect the prices of other supplies, her anger mounting. There were clearly many affordable alternatives available, yet the restaurant insisted on using only the finest ingredients. Someone must surely be pocketing kickbacks. While she was engrossed in reviewing the supply list, Feng, having perfected her makeup, descended from upstairs. Noticing her mother deeply engrossed in her tasks, she chose not to disturb her and instead opted to inspect the stalls at the entrance. Why are there still so many buns left? Why isn't there a line? Feng was taken aback. The employees exchanged resigned glances toward the mother-in-law in the lobby. In that instant, Feng understood. Her mother, indeed, was more of a hindrance than a help. She needed to devise a plan to keep her from interfering in the front hall. Fan, come here. Just as Feng pondered what task to assign her mother that would keep her away from the customers, she heard her mother calling. What is it, Mom? Feng approached and sat down in the lobby. Take a good look at this. The mother-in-law handed her the supply list. Is there a problem with it? Feng glanced at the papers, utterly confused. She couldn't even differentiate between pork and beef, let alone comprehend the prices. Expecting her to decipher the issues within the invoice was indeed a tall order. What problem? Isn't this issue significant enough? The wholesale price of pork is less than 10 yuan per pound, yet someone reports it to be over 20. Who knows how much has been pocketed in kickbacks? You toil diligently in the shop, content with your modest earnings, unaware that the lion's share has long been siphoned off by others. My mother-in-law's words carry an implicit message, almost naming Zhou, suggesting he is deliberately playing tricks. Feng, taken aback, hurriedly scrutinized the invoice, though she was wholly unfamiliar with the prices of vegetables and meat. After all, it had always been Feng who handled the grocery shopping and cooking. She hadn't even set foot in the fresh produce section of a supermarket in the past 20 years. The foreman initially intended to clarify the situation, but upon seeing her expression, he realized that any explanation would be futile. Moreover, since he was responsible for procurement, the more he explained, the more it might appear that he was guilty. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Well then, what do you suggest? Feng, indecisive in difficult situations, quickly turned to her mother-in-law. From now on, I will handle the procurement. No one will take advantage of this situation. Her mother-in-law boldly stepped forward to take on this formidable task. Feng was aware that her mother possessed exceptional bargaining skills. Few could rival her shrewdness in purchasing. Furthermore, it allowed her to avoid direct contact with customers, a double benefit. However, Feng glanced at the foreman. After all, old Zhou had previously assigned the foreman to manage procurement. Boss, since my mother-in-law wishes to take on the procurement, let her do so. The shop has been quite busy lately, and I lack the energy. The foreman, unfazed by any potential repercussions, generously relinquished control. Chapter 82. The Supplier. Good heavens! Exclaimed the mother-in-law, clutching the supply list and hastening towards the wholesale market without a moment's delay. The list detailed 3 suppliers, one for meat, another for condiments, dried goods, and staple foods, and the last one for fresh fruits and vegetables. All 3 suppliers were located within a large wholesale market in Jiangqing. The mother-in-law first approached the supplier of condiments, staples, and dried goods. Is this delivery from your store? She inquired upon entering, directly addressing a busy staff member while presenting the day's supply list. Who are you? Asked the staff member, whose demeanor shifted to seriousness upon recognizing the order from the esteemed client, Zhou Baozi. I'm a mother of the store owner. Go fetch him, she declared, revealing her identity. You. The staff member's eyes widened in shock, displaying a look of disbelief. What are you stuttering for? Hurry up. The mother-in-law rolled her eyes in exasperation. Why, yes, of course, the staff member stammered, still incredulous, and stumbled into the warehouse. Boss, someone is looking for you outside. The staff member announced breathlessly upon finding the owner, who was busy at work. Who? Why do you look so frightened? The owner asked, growing wary, suspecting trouble may be brewing. She claims to be the mother of Zhou Baozi. The staff member replied, trembling. What? Zhou's mother? Nonsense. She just passed away. I saw the obituary. The owner's expression shifted from shock to sternness as he scolded the staff member. But she had our delivery slip for Zhou Baozi from this morning. The staff member said, looking innocent. Let's go see for ourselves. It's broad daylight. Surely it can't be a ghost. The owner and the staff member emerged from the warehouse, and from a distance, they spotted the mother-in-law obliviously gnawing on the most expensive almonds, with the skin strewn around her. Is that the old woman? The owner asked curiously, as she appeared to be nothing more than a penny-pinching elder. That's her. The staff member confirmed with a nod. The owner approached the mother-in-law. Hello, ma'am, he greeted with a smile, casting a sidelong glance to see that not only was she clutching a handful of almonds, but her coat pockets were also bulging with them. You are the owner, correct? There's an issue with the prices of the goods you sent to our store, she stated, reluctant to relinquish her almonds as she awkwardly handed over the supply slip. Ma'am, may I ask who you are? The owner inquired, realizing the slip was legitimate and wanting to clarify her identity first. Didn't I just tell your staff? I am Zhou Baozi's mother. From now on, my daughter has entrusted me with the procurement, she replied impatiently while cracking open another almond. Your daughter? The owner suddenly understood. She was not Zhou's mother, but rather the mother of his business partner. Having collaborated for several years, they were all too familiar with Zhou's circumstances. The supplier was somewhat familiar with the situation. He was aware that old Zhou had sold half of the new store in Wanxiang City to manage cash flow. But the specifics of the buyer remained unclear. It now appeared that this elderly lady was indeed the mother of old Zhou's partner. Indeed, my daughter is the owner of Zhou Baozi. What? Are you concerned that I am a fraud? The mother-in-law exclaimed. Of course not. You hold the delivery note that I personally signed. How could you be a fraud? The boss replied, Please, madam, come in. Let us converse over tea. Upon confirming her identity, the boss became noticeably more courteous. No need for that. Let us discuss the issues regarding your order. The mother-in-law retorted, waving her hand with an air of principle. Madam, what issues do you find with our order? Did we fail to deliver something today? The boss asked anxiously. Your prices are far too high. Selling flour at 2 yuan per pound. It's even more expensive than the supermarket. The chili, pepper, and other spices are also significantly overpriced. Even the oil, salt, vinegar, and rice are all more expensive than the market price. Those in the know understand that you are running a wholesale business, while those unaware might think you're trying to take advantage of us. The mother-in-law scolded, leaving the boss bewildered. Madam, the common flour you mentioned from the supermarket is also available here, and we sell it at a lower price of 2 yuan per pound for bulk purchases. As for the various spices and rice oil, Boss Zhou has very high standards for quality. He opts for premium products, which naturally come at a higher price. After all, you get what you pay for, don't you? The boss patiently explained. I suspect there's something fishy going on. Who knows what schemes you're plotting behind the scenes? The mother-in-law glowered, dismissing the boss's explanations, firmly believing in a conspiracy against her and her daughter. The boss stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. What can I find at 2 yuan flour? Show me, the mother-in-law demanded. Right this way, madam. The boss led her to the grain and oil section. Look, the premium flour you're currently using is priced at 5 yuan per pound. We supply to you at 2. The ordinary flour sold at the supermarket, which you just mentioned, is this one next door, sold at 2 from us, while the supermarket sells at 8. The boss explained patiently. After all, Zhou Baozi is a significant client, and he was reluctant to offend them, though he felt quite irritated, believing the old lady was merely being troublesome. For that 2 yuan flour, what will be your price for delivery to our store? The mother-in-law queried. The lowest I can offer is 1.9, the boss replied, realizing that this woman was rather difficult, and he preferred not to engage in prolonged negotiation, stating the bottom line directly. How about 1.5? If not, I shall take my business elsewhere. The mother-in-law threatened, wielding her bargaining tactics with determination. Madam, the lowest I can go is 1.9. You are welcome to check with other suppliers, the boss responded. The boss could only manage a helpless smile. What price do you offer for the flour you sell at 1.6 per unit? Inquire my mother-in-law, pointing to the lowest priced flour on the shelf. "Dear lady, that flour cannot be utilized in your establishment," the boss earnestly advised. "Why can't it be used? Is it laced with poison?" My mother-in-law retorted, dismissing the good intentions of others with her usual bluntness. "Certainly not. All our products have passed national inspections. However, this particular flour is aged, which accounts for its lower price, and it is typically purchased by factories or school canteens," the boss replied with a wry smile. "As long as it is a qualified product, what does it matter? We are quite capable of determining our needs without your concern. Now, I ask you, what is your price for us?" My mother-in-law remained indifferent to the notion of it being aged. Her focus was solely on the allure of a bargain. Chapter 83. Wu Feng's Assistance. To kill, but more importantly, to strike at the heart. The lowest price is 4 yuan. The owner announced the base price. Suspecting that this elderly woman was merely inquiring casually, surely their shop would not resort to using such inferior quality aged flour. "Can not be a bit cheaper?" The mother-in-law continued to haggle. This was already the lowest price, the owner helplessly stated. "Very well, starting tomorrow, supply us with this 4 yuan flour," the mother-in-law decisively declared. "Huh?" The owner gaped in astonishment, never expecting her to be serious about using this aged flour in the future. "Cool, me. Take me to see the condiments and dry goods." The mother-in-law, akin to a triumphant general, felt a sense of pride, believing that just from this flour, she would save the shop several hundred to 1,000 yuan daily, translating to 20 to 30,000 a month, and 2 to 300,000 annually. She was truly remarkable. Subsequently, the mother-in-law nearly replaced all the supplied products. It was not merely a downgrade in quality. It was a dramatic reduction. Take cooking oil and seasonings, for example. Old Joe had chosen nearly 200 yuan per barrel of traditionally pressed pure peanut oil. The mother-in-law replaced it with an unknown brand, a mere 30 yuan per barrel of an indistinct oil, cheaper than even the lowest-priced genetically modified soybean oil. As for the seasonings, Old Joe selected premium Lee's Kaishin oyster sauce and naturally brewed soy sauce, along with the renowned high-end aged vinegar. The mother-in-law switched them out for locally concocted soy sauce and vinegar. Even the owner repeatedly emphasized that these were products from local workshops and could not be compared to major brands. Yet the mother-in-law retorted, "If it's not good, why do you dare to sell it?" The owner had no choice but to assert that everything was of good quality. The mother-in-law boldly stated, "Since it's all good stuff, what does it matter what you use?" This left the owner in a state of utter despondency. Once the mother-in-law had swapped all the supplied products, the next step was supposed to be confirming and signing the agreement. Here, the owner was cautious. Excusing himself to the restroom, he attempted to call Old Joe, but the call could not be connected as the phone was out of service. The owner then had to contact the head of Joe's restaurant. "You see, that elderly lady is indeed our boss Jiang's mother. I am no longer in charge of procurement. She is responsible now, as boss Jiang has already made that decision." After receiving confirmation from the restaurant supervisor, the owner finally went out to print a new supply selection list for the mother-in-law to sign. After she signed, she rose to leave. As she passed the entrance, she casually grabbed a handful of fried melon seeds. "Phew, that elderly lady has finally departed." The owner collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted, feeling more mentally drained than physically. Today truly felt like a surreal encounter in broad daylight. The owner sighed from the depths of his heart. "Dear wife, please promptly tally the payments for the Zhou buns. We must collect the debts tomorrow. From now on, we shall insist on payment before delivery. I fear the Zhou buns business may not endure much longer." The boss picked up his phone and called his partner. After departing from the grain and oil supplier, my mother-in-law proceeded to the fruit and vegetable vendor. Drawing from her previous experience, she swiftly managed to arrange matters with the produce supplier to her satisfaction, downgrading the quality of the restaurant's vegetables and fruits from premium A grade to standard C grade. With the momentum of her 2 victories, she boldly advanced towards the meat supplier. However, here she encountered a setback. It was not due to the arrogance of the meat supplier. On the contrary, they treated her with utmost respect and regard. Yet, they specialized in high-end meats and could not meet her purchasing demands. In a fit of indignation, she severed ties with this meat supplier, vociferously proclaiming, "Among the countless meat vendors in the market, none are as unscrupulous as you. How will our restaurant procure meat without you?" During this exchange, a slender middle-aged man had been craning his neck at the shop entrance. As soon as my mother-in-law exited, he approached her with a welcoming smile, saying, "Sister, are you looking for affordable meat? I have just what you need. I also engage in meat wholesale." The way he addressed her made her feel quite pleased. "Where?" she inquired nonchalantly. "Follow me. My shop is just this way. My surname is Chun, so you can call me Xiao Chun." The proprietor, Chun, led the way. "Sister, you run a restaurant, don't you?" he inquired as they walked. "Is that not obvious? Why else would I be here?" My mother-in-law, known for her sharp tongue, replied. "Are you the sole proprietor, or do you have partners?" Chun continued his inquiries without a hint of irritation. "My daughter is my partner. We split everything equally, but I handle the procurement," she replied with a sense of pride. "You are truly impressive. My mother is about your age, yet she simply stays at home and dances in the square every day. Your daughter is indeed fortunate." Chun praised her enthusiastically. "Oh, I am but a hard worker," my mother-in-law said, her spirits lifted. "We have arrived," Chun announced as he led her into a storefront. Although somewhat secluded, it was quite spacious, and there were indeed numerous customers purchasing goods, which surprised my mother-in-law. What astonished her even more was the remarkably low prices of the meat. Fresh, top-quality pork belly was priced at merely 11 yuan, and pork hind leg was only 9 yuan, generally more than 3 yuan cheaper than the market rate. This was the true wholesale price. Additionally, a variety of seafood, including fish, shrimp, and crabs, was available, although most were frozen, with only a few freshwater fish on offer. Upon encountering a large, blood-stained piece of fresh pork in a basin, priced at merely 5 yuan per jean, my mother-in-law's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. "What kind of meat is this?" she inquired eagerly. "This is chow tu ro, commonly known as blood neck meat, which is perfect for making buns and dumplings," Mr. Chen explained. "Excellent. This is precisely what I need," my mother-in-law exclaimed with great delight. "Madam, how much do you require?" Mr. Chen asked cautiously. "You can see for yourself. This is the quantity of meat we need for a day," she replied, handing him the delivery order. Mr. Chen's heart raced with exhilaration. He had truly discovered a significant client. "What is the lowest price you can offer for this chow tu ro?" My mother-in-law pressed for a price. 6 yuan per jean, Mr. Chen replied nonchalantly. "What? You?" my mother-in-law exclaimed, visibly upset. "Please, madam, do not be hasty. The extra piece is yours," Mr. Chun said with a smile. Instantly, she stifled her urge to reprimand him. "Moreover, we shall give you 1 yuan on top of that," he added cheerfully. "So, you mean to say that for every jean of meat delivered, I profit by 2 yuan? My mother-in-law swallowed hard. "Indeed, that is what you deserve. Earlier, you mentioned that this store is only half owned by your daughter, which implies you are working for the other owner without any compensation. Shouldn't your efforts be rewarded? As parents, we toil for our children, and no matter how arduous, it is our duty. Yet, why should we extend such generosity to outsiders?" Mr. Chen's words resonated deeply with my mother-in-law. She pondered. "He is right. Why should I assist that Mr. Zhou in saving so much without receiving anything in return? He is not even related to me. Moreover, he has previously engaged in similar dealings." Hence, my mother-in-law gladly accepted Mr. Chen's proposal. They verbally agreed that not only the pork, but all items on the list would come with double rebates. As soon as the restaurant settled the bill, the payment would be promptly transferred. After changing suppliers for the meat, my mother-in-law returned to the restaurant with an air of triumph. "Mother, what did you gain from this trip?" Jiang Fan asked curiously. "My dear, I can save your restaurant at least this much every day," she declared, holding up 2 fingers. 2,000, Jiang Fan exclaimed, astonished. "What 2,000? It is 20,000, my mother-in-law retorted, rolling her eyes. "Ah, 20,000? Jiang Fan could hardly believe his ears. However, the thought of having to share half of that 20,000 with Mr. Zhou left her feeling uneasy. My mother-in-law began to subtly influence Jiang Fan, preparing him for the eventual ousting of Mr. Zhou. "What will be done? We are all partners, after all," Jiang Fan mused, feeling a twinge of discontent in his heart. The Peninsula Hotel. As expected, upon hearing Wang Hai's report about his mother-in-law causing chaos in the store in the morning and then replacing all the supplied products in the afternoon, even accepting kickbacks, Wu Feng remained remarkably composed, for this was precisely what he had anticipated. Such antics were entirely within the capabilities of that wretched old woman. Mr. Wu, at this rate, within a week, Zhou Baozi will be unable to sustain itself. Wang Hai revealed the predictions from his team. Old Zhou had yet to return. They could not allow the establishment to falter. Starting tomorrow, suppress all negative reviews on the online platforms. This suppression will involve temporarily hiding them rather than complete deletion. Additionally, orchestrate a queue of patrons to maintain, if not slightly increase, the current flow of customers. This must continue until they have ousted Old Zhou and become the sole shareholders of this restaurant. As Wu Feng concluded, a faint smile graced his lips. The remaining 5 million from Jiang Fan would no longer have the opportunity to be invested in other ventures. When they had inflated their sense of self-importance to the extreme, believing themselves to be the chosen ones, oblivious to the consequences of their reckless actions, what expressions would they wear when the bubble suddenly burst? Wu Feng eagerly awaited the spectacle. Chapter 84. Who moved the garbage dump to the restaurant? After dinner, my mother-in-law returned to the hospital. As soon as Jiang Fan saw her leave, he too departed from the restaurant, heading out with Chun Lin for a shopping excursion. The remaining staff members busied themselves with tidying up the establishment. Upon returning to the hospital, my mother-in-law first went to visit Jiang Can, who appeared as lost and despondent as ever. He showed no reaction upon seeing his mother, treating her as if she were a stranger, and displayed no curiosity about her recent late nights. In fact, he found the absence of that loquacious old woman rather peaceful. This sight filled my mother-in-law with deep sympathy for her son. Just hold on a little longer, Akan. In a few days, I will surprise you. That restaurant will soon belong entirely to you. My mother-in-law resolved silently, determined to oust the boss, surnamed Zhou, and seize the lucrative business for her son, hoping to rejuvenate his spirit. As for her daughter, Jiang Fan, she would at most refund her initial investment. Otherwise, it would ultimately benefit that scheming Wu Qianxian. The restaurant, a veritable golden goose, shall not be monopolized by anyone but her own son. The following morning, the staff and chefs arrived at the restaurant. They found neither their boss, Jiang Fan, nor the bothersome mother-in-law. Just as they began to assume that the old woman's presence was merely a fleeting nuisance, believing she was still at home indulging in her square dancing, they were abruptly struck by the delivery of goods from the supplier. Old Zhang, take a look for yourself. These items delivered today are nothing but refuse scavenged from a garbage heap, roared second chef Lao Su as he confronted the foreman. Although he held the title of second chef in the kitchen, he effectively managed operations due to the head chef, Xiao Ma, being a taciturn apprentice of Old Zhou, who was solely focused on cooking. Having just returned from the storeroom, Lao Su was taken aback upon entering. It felt as though he had stumbled into a refuse station at a vegetable market. The fruits and vegetables were in such poor condition that the yellowing and wilted ones were considered the better produce, while many had already begun to rot and ooze. Particularly alarming was a bag of potatoes, as small as ping-pong balls and sprouting. The ones pressed beneath had turned black, moldy, and were oozing foul liquid. This was not fit for human consumption, let alone safe enough for pigs. The problems extended beyond the produce. The meat situation incensed Lao Su even more. Native chickens and ducks had been replaced with white-feathered poultry, and to add insult to injury, they were frozen. Pork ribs had been substituted with lesser-quality bones. The crabs and shrimp were all dead and frozen. What was most intolerable was the replacement of black pig meat with substandard white pork, particularly the unsellable neck cuts. Gazing at the pile of bloodied, foul-smelling neck meat, still unshorn of hair, Lao Su and the employees who had come to assist were on the verge of vomiting. "What is the matter, Lao Su?" The foreman paused his work, puzzled by the furious second chef. "Come with me at once." Old Su dragged the foreman, without any room for discussion, into the back warehouse. The foreman was taken aback, and after a moment, he covered his nose and stepped out of the warehouse. "Old Zhang, from which refuse heap did you procure these?" he exclaimed. "How can you be responsible for purchasing? Just take a look at this produce. Even pigs would turn their noses up at it. And these potatoes, are they even edible? Are you not concerned about poisoning someone? Furthermore, the most appalling are these meats, especially this pork. This is awful. What we refer to as blood neck meat. This is where pigs are injected, and it's filled with lymph and hormone residues. It's the sort of thing that should be discarded to avoid polluting the environment. Is this fit for human consumption? Old Sue's emotions ran high, spittle flying everywhere. Any self-respecting chef would find such ingredients intolerable. Old Sue, please calm down. Yesterday, Boss Jiang has already relieved me of purchasing responsibilities, the foreman calmly reassured him. What? Who on earth is responsible for this? Old Sue initially expressed surprise, followed swiftly by fury. Boss Jiang has appointed her mother to handle the purchasing from now on. The foreman stated calmly. What? That old hag. Old Sue suddenly found this to be all too plausible. Does that old woman resent our restaurant's success? Is she trying to ruin us? No, I must speak with old Joe. Old Sue seethed with rage. Just yesterday, that old woman had been meddling in the kitchen, which was already infuriating. However, everyone ignored her and continued with their work, and ultimately, there were no consequences. But who would have thought she would undermine us so directly by changing the ingredients? This undermined the very foundation of Joe's buns and was clearly an attempt to tarnish our reputation. Old Sue could no longer tolerate this. He could not even concern himself with old Joe handling family affairs back home. He had to report this to old Joe. This mother-daughter pair could not be allowed to wreak havoc. However, when he dialed the number, he found that the recipient was out of the service area. What was going on? Jiang Fan, in high heels, hurriedly approached, her footsteps echoing. To appease her mother's scrutiny, she had arrived at the same early hour as the day before. Yet, as soon as she entered the establishment, she heard a commotion from the back. Jiang Fan initially thought it was her mother clashing with the staff and quickly went to investigate. However, she did not find her mother, only the infuriated second chef Old Sue and the foreman, who looked helpless. Boss, you should see for yourself, Old Sue said, putting down his phone and stepping aside for Jiang Fan. What a foul smell. Jiang Fan immediately covered her nose. Miss Fan, it seems there are quality issues with the ingredients purchased by your mother. The foreman delicately informed Jiang Fan of the current predicament. That's impossible. Jiang Fan's first reaction was disbelief. Her mother was such a shrewd person. How could she possibly purchase substandard ingredients? Did you all forget to turn on the cold storage? Immediately, Jiang Fan began to shift the blame, attempting to absolve her mother. Boss, take a look for yourself. Lao Su presented a piece of pork shoulder before Jiang Fan. This piece of meat appeared remarkably fresh, the blood still unfrozen. Although Jiang Fan felt a twinge of nausea at the sight of the raw flesh, she nonetheless assessed it with her own objective standards. It is indeed fresh, but this is pork shoulder. Lao Su lamented with great distress. What of it? Jiang Fan was utterly bewildered, as if conversing with a duck. Look. Lao Su could only follow the knife's edge, forcibly tearing the piece of meat apart. It seems rather fatty, Jiang Fan commented, again missing the crux of the matter. It's not merely a matter of fat. Look at this. Lao Su showcased the clusters of peculiar, bean-like nodules within the meat to Jiang Fan. What? What is this? Jiang Fan's scalp prickled with unease, as if her fear of dense clusters was about to overwhelm her. Chapter 85. The repeat customers are all gone. This is the pig's lymph nodes. It is rife with hormones. Consuming it could lead to serious consequences. Old Sue exclaimed, his hands trembling as he held the pork, causing several lymphocytes to fall to the ground. Does that mean it's unusable? Jiang Fan was equally bewildered, utterly devoid of any idea, especially considering she was a woman who had never cooked a single meal in her 20 years of marriage. Who says it's unusable? A thunderous roar echoed from behind. The crowd turned to see the mother-in-law approaching with a fierce demeanor. Mom, they claim the items you purchased are problematic, Jiang Fan whispered, lowering her voice. Pa, who said they're a problem? The mother-in-law, hands on her hips, bellowed fiercely. It seems you are living quite comfortably, becoming ungrateful. Such fine pork. 30 years ago, one couldn't even hope to snatch it, and you dare say it's not fit for consumption, that it could cause trouble? How come the older generation consumed it for years without issue? Is it just you who are so precious? Furthermore, which dumpling shop or bowsy restaurant out there isn't using this kind of leftover meat? If others can use it, why can't you? Is it a flaw in your skills? Or is there some other ulterior motive? Accusing me of purchasing faulty goods. I suspect someone is disgruntled because they didn't receive their kickback. The mother-in-law's tirade was not solely directed at Old Sue. Everyone in the kitchen found themselves under fire. The crowd simmered with rage, yet the mother-in-law stood tall and unyielding, intent on breaking their spirits. "If you want me to prepare this for the guests, I refuse." Old Sue, incensed, slammed the pork onto the ground, startling Jiang Fan. "How dare you play tricks here? If you don't want to work, then just leave. And you back there as well. Do you think the world revolves around you few chefs? Without you, I refuse to believe that my daughter and I cannot find someone who can make dumplings or stir-fry." The mother-in-law showed no mercy to old Sue, pushing him into a corner instead. "I want to endure this humiliation." Old Sue, overcome with anger, tossed his hat aside, ready to leave. Jiang Fan, alarmed, was about to intervene. However, the team leader beat her to it. "Old Sue, calm down. Don't be so impulsive. Think of your wife and your son. They rely on you for their livelihood. If you walk out, you may feel relieved, but what will happen to them? Bear with it. Old Joe will return soon." The team leader earnestly urged him. Sighing deeply, old Sue clenched his eyes shut, resigned, and bent down to pick up his chef hat, returning to the kitchen. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the mother-in-law wore a triumphant expression, as if she had just won a battle. "And you all, anyone wishing to leave should do so immediately. Those who remain must work diligently." The mother-in-law shouted, her arrogance reaching new heights. Everyone silently lowered their heads. If it weren't for the necessity of life, who would willingly endure this cantankerous old woman? However, there was one exception. The taciturn chef, Xiaoma. He removed his hat, took off his apron, held them in his hands, and quietly walked past his mother-in-law without uttering a word. Although he was introverted and not particularly loquacious, he was acutely aware that serving such ingredients to customers would betray the culinary skills imparted to him by his mentor, Old Joe. Thus, he chose to leave. "Let him go. Don't call him back." Jiang Fan was about to intervene when his mother-in-law's sharp voice cut him off. "Mom, he is Old Joe's apprentice." Jiang Fan exclaimed anxiously. "So what? Whether he is Zhou's disciple or Zhou himself, if he wants to leave, he can." His mother-in-law's unfiltered words revealed her true feelings. She was eager for all of Old Zhou's direct disciples to vacate the restaurant, ultimately hoping to oust Old Zhou himself, thereby achieving her objective. All right, you all go back to work. These ingredients, they can still be used. Just make do with them. Add more seasoning, and the customers might not even notice." Jiang Fan reassured everyone, leading his mother to the office on the second floor. "Mom, are you certain those ingredients you bought are usable? Won't it affect business?" While he had supported his mother downstairs, he felt a twinge of uncertainty himself. How could they not be usable? People come here for the brand. As long as the sign is up, even if we serve them a pile of rubbish, they would still find it delicious. Besides, we are using genuine ingredients. There is no shortage of meat or vegetables. If this affects our business, it only reflects poorly on our chef skills. If we buy the best of everything, what do we need those chefs for? We could just bring in a dog. His mother-in-law's sentiments struck a chord with Jiang Fan, temporarily alleviating his inner doubts. At 10 in the morning, the steamed buns were ready for sale. The first wave of customers sampled the blood neck meat buns, frozen shrimp, dead crabs, and overripe vegetable buns. Aside from the regular patrons, hardly anyone noticed any significant issues. They merely felt that the offerings were somewhat misnamed, tasting slightly better than ordinary buns, but certainly not reaching the legendary status. The regulars, however, detected an obvious difference. The meat was greasier, the seasoning less fragrant, and the buns lacked the desired fluffiness and wheat aroma. Yet, considering the price of 2 yuan each, no one complained. Even with the current quality, it was worth the price. The difference from ordinary buns was negligible. After all, they had gotten their money's worth in the past, and if it came to that, they could always choose not to return. By the end of the morning, several hundred baskets of buns had been sold, and no complaints had been lodged. This finally eased Jiang Fan's previously anxious heart. As noon approached, the dine-in customers arrived. Aside from 3 tables that remarked that today's soup was too greasy, everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Aside from one table of guests commenting that the shredded potatoes were too short, there were no other complaints. Furthermore, the absence of negative reviews on the takeout platform allowed Jiang Fan to feel completely reassured. As the primary contributor to this success, his mother-in-law was in high spirits, exclaiming, "Look, my daughter, I told you these city folks can't discern good from bad. In the following days, the restaurant's business continued to flourish without any noticeable decline in patronage. In fact, during the weekends, the influx of customers reached unprecedented heights, filling Jiang Fan with immense joy as he felt a stroke of fortune bless him, believing that he could effortlessly amass wealth. However, he found one aspect peculiar. The majority of the patrons were unfamiliar faces. The regular customers who often frequented the establishment were conspicuously absent. Yet, such is the nature of business. As some depart, others arrive. With the steady increase in customer traffic, Jiang Fan dismissed any concerns. He now believed that his mother had finally accomplished something commendable. Not only had she significantly reduced the restaurant's costs, but the customer flow remained unaffected. It was indeed a remarkable dual achievement. Observing the increasing balance in the restaurant's account, Jiang Fan felt that the prospect of opening a chain and even reaching for an IPO was tantalizingly close within his grasp. At the Jiangshan high-speed railway station, old Zhou, weary and burdened with luggage, stepped through the exit. It is often said that going through a divorce is akin to a profound injury. Old Zhou truly felt the weight of this truth. Fortunately, thanks to the lawyer who had sought him out, he managed to secure a favorable outcome. Without her assistance, this divorce would have been far more devastating, reducing him to mere bones, devoid of any remnants. Old Zhou was deeply grateful to the lawyer and inquired why she had traveled such a distance from Jiangshan to assist him. The lawyer simply replied that she was fulfilling a commitment. Curious to learn the identity of his benefactor, Old Zhou was met with a smile and the promise of a meeting upon her return to Jiangshan. Although he remained unaware of her identity, Old Zhou felt a genuine sense of gratitude. Upon reaching the square in front of the station, Old Zhou hailed a taxi. "Please take me to Jinwan Vientiane City, to the Baozi restaurant," he requested. He felt a pang of guilt for leaving Jiang Fan to manage the restaurant alone during this challenging time. So he decided to head there directly rather than returning home first. "Brother, are you heading to that Baozi place? I advise you to consider another option," the driver sincerely cautioned. Chapter 86. The return of Old Zhou. A sudden blow. Why? Old Zhou looked utterly bewildered. That Zhou Baozi shop used to be quite delectable, but ever since it gained fame, the quality has significantly declined, rendering it unworthy of a special visit. The taxi driver expressed his disdain for the establishment. How could this be possible? Old Zhou was momentarily at a loss. Indeed, it baffled him how a new establishment could see such a rapid decline in quality control within less than a month. Not only he, but everyone he knew echoed similar sentiments. A colleague of his suffered from 2 days of diarrhea after eating Zhou Baozi. Another colleague encountered spoiled crab roe. As for himself, he often opted for the cheapest meat buns and discovered that lately, the meat buns were excessively greasy, leaving one feeling heavy after consumption. Additionally, the elderly woman at the stall was reluctant to sell the cheaper meat buns, insisting customers purchase the pricier options, often displaying a sour demeanor otherwise. Moreover, this elderly woman frequently shortchanged customers, giving 9 buns when 10 were requested and 13 when 15 were asked for. Such occurrences might happen once or twice by accident, but when it became a consistent pattern, it was clearly intentional. Thus, he resolutely decided never to patronize their establishment again. Previously, his colleagues who would drive to Jinhai Vientiane City for lunch had all ceased to do so. The driver, unaware that the true owner of Zhou Baozi sat in his cab, unabashedly voiced his opinions. Old Zhou was left in a state of shock. These few words shattered him completely. His utmost priorities had always been quality control and service. He had never received a single negative remark from patrons. Yet now, upon returning to Jiangshan, he was confronted with scathing critiques from complete strangers. It was beyond his comprehension that the restaurant he had poured his heart and savings into could not only suffer a drastic decline in quality, but also reach a level of service that repulsed passers-by. "Are you all right, brother? You don't look well," the driver inquired with concern as he glanced back. "I'm Feng. I haven't eaten anything on the high-speed train, and I might be experiencing a bit of low blood sugar. Please take me to Jinhai Vientiane City," Old Zhou replied, regaining his composure and forcing himself to calm down. He initially thought to call his apprentice, Xiaoma, to ask what had gone wrong. How could a new restaurant, having only recently opened, become notorious so swiftly? However, After collecting himself, old Joe resolved to see the situation firsthand. Upon arriving at Vientiane City, old Joe wearily dragged his luggage to his restaurant. From a distance, he spotted an unending queue. As he approached, he realized the restaurant was bustling with patrons. Could it be that the taxi driver had spoken falsely? A flicker of doubt crept into old Joe's mind. Just then, he noticed an elderly woman standing with her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at both the employees and the customers, fixated on the staff handling the buns, fixating on the customer's scanning interface. The elderly woman's expression grew even more menacing at the prospect of someone seeking inexpensive steamed buns. This sentiment echoed exactly what the driver had previously stated. Who exactly was this old lady? Old Joe, attempting to empathize, considered how he would feel if he were the customer, being treated as a thief. Undoubtedly, it would be quite discomforting. Ugh, these buns are truly unpalatable. Indeed, it was a disappointment that they had specially queued for so long, only to find them barely superior to the offerings at the school cafeteria. A narrow escape. He vowed never to return. At that moment, two young girls strolled past old Joe, each taking only a single bite of their buns before disdainfully discarding the entire bag into the trash. Without hesitation, old Joe set down his luggage and rushed to the bin, retrieving one of the bags. He took a bite and was immediately frozen in disbelief. The dough was off. It was made from stale flour. The oil was not right either. It was not freshly pressed peanut oil. The shrimp was wrong. It was the kind that had been frozen to death. Most shocking of all was the meat. It was not from a black pig, but rather from a feedlot white pig. And there was a strong, peculiar odor. Could it be? Clinging to the last shred of hope, old Joe persistently squeezed the bun's skin until the filling fell apart, revealing some dark brown, incomplete granules. In that fleeting moment, the final glimmer of hope within him shattered. To an ordinary person, those granules might be mistaken for dark meat or seasoning, but as a chef, old Joe recognized them instantly. These were the lymph nodes from a pig's neck. At that moment, the midday sun blazed fiercely. Yet old Joe felt a chill enveloping him as he trudged toward the restaurant, a mere shell of his former self. Who let this beggar in? Get him out. His mother-in-law shouted sharply at old Joe. She had been observing him for some time. In her eyes, old Joe appeared disheveled, his hair unwashed for days, his clothes filthy. Coupled with the dusty bags he carried and the bloodshot fatigue in his eyes, along with his act of rummaging through the trash for buns, there was no doubt in her mind that he was a beggar. B-Boss, an employee at the restaurant, noticing old Joe's return, was overwhelmed with excitement. The mother-in-law instinctively glanced around, expecting Jiang Fan to arrive, but saw no one. It was at this moment that she realized the employee was addressing the beggar before her. Are you out of your mind? Calling this beggar boss? The mother-in-law was completely taken aback, failing to recognize that the middle-aged man before her was old Joe. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get this beggar out of here. If you dawdle, I'll dock your pay. She continued to command, as she always did. Joe! Brother Joe, you're back, the foreman exclaimed, rushing over excitedly. Upon hearing the surname, the mother-in-law suddenly realized that the man before her was none other than the founder of the restaurant, old Joe. She inwardly scoffed. A beggar's appearance. Who is this elderly gentleman? Old Joe inquired of the manager. I am Jiang Fan's biological mother. Before the manager could introduce her, the mother-in-law proudly declared her identity. Old Joe, you have returned. Jiang Fan, hearing her mother's loud exclamations from downstairs, intended to go down and see what was happening. However, she was taken aback to find old Joe there. She was utterly astonished. Old Joe nodded and then addressed the manager. Let us proceed to the kitchen. Without a moment's hesitation, the manager led the way, displaying a hint of eagerness. Hey, old Joe, you... Jiang Fan attempted to call out to him, but it was too late. At that moment, she felt a surge of anxiety, fully aware of her own actions. Meanwhile, the mother-in-law remained unfazed. Let us go. We shall see what he can possibly concoct. Chapter 87. This mother-daughter pair is beyond redemption. Upon the sight of old Joe, the bustling chefs in the kitchen abruptly halted their tasks, collectively raising their heads. Their eyes sparkled with hope. Old Joe had finally returned. Observing the expressions of his old comrades, each bearing unspoken burdens, old Joe felt a pang of guilt. It was entirely his fault for choosing Jiang Fan as a partner, subjecting them to hardship. Noticing Jiang Fan and her mother entering the kitchen, old Zhou's face darkened as he silently approached two workers who were meticulously cutting meat and selecting lymph nodes. He picked up a large bowl filled with lymphatic tissue and turned to walk towards Jiang Fan and her mother. Jiang Fan, feeling guilty, took a step back, hiding behind her mother, who stood defiantly, dismissively regarding old Zhou. "Miss Jiang, do you know what this is?" Old Zhou inquired, his tone grave. At this juncture, his patience had been thoroughly tested by Jiang Fan. Thus, he felt no obligation to show leniency. "This is meat," Jiang Fan stammered, attempting to defend herself. "You are a chef, and you don't even recognize me?" Her mother interjected haughtily, intent on belittling old Zhou, daring him to respond. Old Zhou remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jiang Fan, silently questioning her. "It's meat," Jiang Fan mumbled in agreement. "Very well." Old Zhou nodded and turned. "Lao Su, please stir-fry this dish for me. I will dine with Miss Jiang and her mother." "Understood, boss." Lao Su replied without hesitation, promptly taking the bowl to the stove, preparing the lymphatic tissue according to the stir-fry process. He understood that old Zhou was making a statement against the mother-daughter duo, and thus he needed to rise to the occasion. "Old Zhou, is this really necessary?" Jiang Fan felt a surge of anxiety as the chef dared to cook the dish. "Don't worry, daughter. Some people open their shops for half a month without even stepping foot inside, leaving you to endure the struggles alone. And now they return, attempting to flaunt their authority. I have never encountered such shamelessness in my life." Her mother scoffed, convinced that old Zhou could not possibly be a wealthy owner capable of consuming a dish of pure lymph nodes. Who was he trying to intimidate? "Boss, it's ready," Lao Su announced, presenting a steaming plate of stir-fried lymph nodes. "Bring 3 pairs of chopsticks," old Zhou calmly instructed. "Right away, boss." Lao Su promptly supplied 3 pairs of chopsticks. "Ladies, please." Old Zhou offered 2 pairs to them. Jiang Fan covered her nose, nearly retching at the sight and smell of the dish. "Oomph. If you're so confident, why don't you eat first?" Her mother sneered, believing she had deciphered old Zhou's bluster and was ready to turn the tables, eager to watch him lose face. However, neither she nor Jiang Fan could have anticipated what would unfold next. Old Zhou picked up a lymph node and popped it into his mouth. After chewing it a couple of times, he swallowed it whole. "Ugh!" Jiang Fan bent over, retching at the side. Her mother-in-law was utterly dumbfounded. Has this man gone mad? Eating pig lymph nodes? Truly reckless. "Miss Jiang, it's your turn," old Zhou said calmly. Jiang Fan continued to gag, repeatedly waving her hands, signaling him to keep the plate away. The mere scent was unbearable for her. "Aunt Jiang, it's your turn." Old Zhou brought the plate before her mother-in-law. You must be insane." Her mother-in-law knocked the plate over in a fit of anger, furiously scolding. "Are you out of your mind? If you love eating it so much, just indulge yourself. Why force us to eat it too? Do you think we're easy to bully because we're women? Aren't you a man?" The staff present were left speechless. They never expected this old woman to change her demeanor so swiftly. Just moments ago, she was confrontational, and now she was the one claiming to be bullied. "If you both refuse to eat it, why on earth would you serve it to guests?" Old Zhou's fury erupted at that moment. "So you do know that this is inedible. Your lives matter, but what about others? No matter how well you run your business, what does it matter? Even if you save 90% on costs, so what? This is endangering lives." In the face of the abhorrent act of using inferior meat, old Zhou felt that the mother and daughter's choice of low-grade ingredients, along with the old woman's poor treatment of guests, were mere trifles in comparison. The use of such substandard meat had crossed a line for old Zhou. Even frozen meat would be preferable to this. To him, it was akin to poisoning the guests. With this thought, a pang of anguish struck old Zhou's heart. "I truly regret choosing you as my partner." Old Zhou glared at Jiang Fan, his heart heavy with sorrow. "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Fan frowned, her inner fire igniting. When in need of money, she had humbled herself to seek help. She had provided him with funds to resolve his urgent issues, and now he was turning against her? "Don't forget, this shop has 2 owners. I, Jiang Fan, am also a proprietor. It's not solely your decision." Upon hearing this, her mother-in-law clapped excitedly. "Fan, well said. You're also a boss, having invested real money for your shares. So what? Must you bow to others in everything? What difference does that make from merely buying a position? Old Joe sighed helplessly. Had I known, I should never have sold you that share. To him, this mother and daughter were truly beyond redemption. Huh, I see you're just envious of us. Regretting selling your shares now that the shop is profitable. Her mother-in-law mocked with crossed arms. Old Joe, Jiang Fan probed. Are you indicating that you no longer wish to collaborate with me? Internally, she felt a profound imbalance, convinced that without Old Joe, she could successfully manage the establishment on her own. She even contemplated discarding the superfluous constraints imposed by him. With an added daily profit of over $20,000, her dissatisfaction with Old Joe's claim to half the profits grew. She wished fervently for him to depart swiftly. Her mother, equally agitated, found Jiang Fan's inquiry to be particularly incisive. Both mother and daughter awaited Old Joe's response with bated breath. Old Joe remained silent. At this juncture, his desire was to reclaim the other half of his shares. However, he lacked the necessary capital, and he knew that the avaricious mother-daughter duo would never relinquish their hold. To continue collaborating with them would be detrimental. His conscience would not permit such a course of action. Old Joe, if you truly wish to leave, I can offer an additional $5 million to purchase your remaining shares, Jiang Fan boldly proposed. Her mother, in a state of urgency, discreetly tugged at her sleeve, whispering frantically, "Why would you mention $5 million? Shouldn't you negotiate a lower price?" Realizing her impulsiveness, Jiang Fan quickly amended her offer. However, considering you have not visited the restaurant this month, you shall not receive any profit share for this period. Seizing the moment, her mother added, furthermore, since these employees were hired by you, you must also cover their wages for this month. The chefs and staff present were incensed upon hearing this. The blatant cunning of the mother and daughter was astonishing. Not only did they brazenly seek to oust Old Joe, the founder, but they also intended to deny him any share of the profits earned since the opening, claiming he had contributed nothing by being absent. Simultaneously, they insisted he bear the responsibility for paying the salaries of all personnel, citing that they were his hires. What a masterful display of duplicity. As long as it served their interests, they were willing to contradict themselves, even to their own detriment. Truly, it was an eye-opening experience. Chapter 88, A Subtle Shock Peninsula Hotel. Lawyer Liu, please take a seat. Mr. Wu is currently in the shower. Xiaolu ushered Lu Xiang into the living room of the suite, pouring her a glass of ice water. Why is he showering again? Lu Xiang murmured softly. Mr. Wu returned early upon learning that Miss Lu had come back after swimming in the pool downstairs. Xiaolu explained earnestly. Lu Xiang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She hadn't anticipated that the beautiful housekeeper would overhear her, prompting her to hastily pretend to sip her water. A few minutes later, Wu Feng emerged from the master bedroom clad in a pristine white bathrobe. Lu Xiang instinctively rose to her feet. Miss Lu, there's no need for formalities. Please remain seated. Wu Feng smiled, gesturing for her to sit before taking a seat across from her. Mr. Wu, I have successfully completed the tasks you assigned to me. Lu Xiang transitioned into her professional demeanor, ready to report to Wu Feng. Half a month prior, Wu Feng had approached her, requesting that she lead a team to assist Old Joe in his divorce proceedings. Lu Xiang had been perplexed. As a commercial lawyer, why was she being tasked with a divorce case? Yet, Wu Feng's declaration that Miss Lu, you're the finest divorce lawyer I have ever encountered, had ensnared her, leaving her no choice but to assist Old Joe. In hindsight, Lu Xiang found herself cursing the man's duplicitous charm. However, she had to admit that the case itself was quite exhilarating. Old Joe's ex-wife, that venomous woman, had accused him of domestic violence and abuse, demanding the court to decree their divorce and claiming both assets and custody of their child. Given the small-town dynamics and the pervasive influence of social connections, Old Joe had been out of touch with his hometown for over 2 decades and had lost all his ties. Conversely, his ex-wife had thrived off the wealth he had earned, leveraging it to establish a solid standing in their hometown. Her lawsuit for divorce was underpinned by an indescribable force. Moreover, Old Joe was woefully unprepared. Consequently, during the initial court hearing, the judge fully accepted his ex-wife's evidence, ruling that custody of the child be awarded to her. As for their shared assets, amounting to approximately $10 million, the division was set at $5 million for each party. However, due to old Zhou's evident misconduct, including domestic violence and abuse. A deduction of 1 million was imposed. The ex-wife, being the victim and part of a vulnerable group, was granted an additional 1 million. Furthermore, considering her lack of employment and the burden of raising a child, an extra 1 million was allocated. Thus, in the end, of their 10 million in shared assets, old Zhou was left with a mere 2 million, while his ex-wife received 8 million. When the initial judgment was rendered, the ex-wife was elated, basking in her triumph, whereas old Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He knew he was innocent, unjustly accused, yet found himself at a loss for words. Naturally, old Zhou contested the ruling. He was indifferent to the financial loss, but was resolute in reclaiming custody of his child. To allow that child to be raised by such a woman would surely lead to ruin. Thus, old Zhou filed an appeal, while his ex-wife dismissed his efforts with scorn, believing that he would merely face defeat in another venue. If old Zhou still relied on the lawyer from his hometown, the outcome would likely have been predictable. However, the premier legal team from Jiangsheng descended unexpectedly. Lu Xiang, a person adept at adapting to circumstances, excelled at employing a tit-for-tat approach. After reviewing the first trial documents, she decided to invoke an even higher and more profound sense of procedural justice, directly delivering a minor shock to the intimate society of this small locale, allowing them to witness the astonishing power behind Jiangsheng's top law firm. They beheld Lu Xiang's extensive connections as an outstanding graduate from the nation's foremost legal academy. With his dual-pronged strategy, the ground beneath this small place trembled. The lover of old Zhou's ex-wife, the one who had been scheming from the shadows, now knew fear. He hastily persuaded his ex-wife to settle before the court, demanding nothing at all. Yet, Lu Xiang was not one to indulge them. She promptly ensured that this scoundrel lost his secure position, landing him in a precarious situation. Subsequently, Lu Xiang struck hard against old Zhou's ex-wife without mercy, initiating a counterclaim for false accusations and bribery of witnesses, resulting in her receiving a 1-year suspended sentence. Old Zhou's ex-wife did not appeal and agreed to the divorce settlement, relinquishing any claims to the child or any monetary compensation, for Lu Xiang held the evidence that could convert her suspended sentence into actual imprisonment. "Miss Lu, you have truly worked hard," Wu Feng sincerely remarked. He was already well aware of the case details, but hearing Lu Xiang articulate them brought an entirely different sensation. It is not so much about the toil, but rather the emotional exhaustion," Lu Xiang sighed, feeling more at ease after completing her report. "Miss Lu, I have a gift for you," Wu Feng said with a slight smile. "What kind of gift?" Lu Xiang's face lit up with surprise and joy. Pointing to the drawer beneath the coffee table, Wu Feng indicated where it was. Heart racing, Lu Xiang opened the drawer to reveal a beautifully crafted vintage violin. "This is..." Lu Xiang was overwhelmed with excitement. A few days prior, Mr. Wu had participated in a charity auction held in Jiangsheng, and this was one of the 2 items he had won. Seeing that Wu Feng remained silent, Xiao Lu took the initiative to comment. "This violin must be quite expensive, right?" Cradling the violin with affection, Lu Xiang gazed at Wu Feng. "The price is not an issue, as long as you cherish it," Wu Feng replied nonchalantly. "Thank you." Lu Xiang felt a surge of exhilaration within. Over the years, many who had pursued her had offered countless extravagant gifts, be it a crystal scale or a platinum statue of Themis, the ancient Greek goddess of justice, or even a golden replica of the Code of Hammurabi, all related to the law. Yet, she had never accepted a single one, even feeling averse to such offerings. For although she was a lawyer, she did not regard the law as sacred or supreme. To her, the law was merely a patchwork shroud. It was only this violin from Wu Feng that resonated with her. It truly resonated within her heart. Becoming a violinist is a distant dream that Lu Xiang can no longer realize. "I hope that one day, I will have the privilege of hearing Miss Lu perform canon herself," Wu Feng remarked with a smile. Lu Xiang shyly nodded in response. "Mr. Wu, Wang Hai has arrived." After answering a phone call, Xiao Lu leaned over to Wu Feng and said, "You have a guest, so I shall take my leave." Lu Xiang hurriedly stood up. "Xiao Lu, please arrange for a car to take Miss Lu home." Wu Feng escorted Lu Xiang to the door. "Certainly." Xiao Lu nodded and led Lu Xiang to the elevator. A few minutes later, Xiao Lu brought Wang Hai back into the room. Mr. Wu, old Zhou has already visited Zhou S. Baozi, Wang Hai reported. It seems he has made his final choice, hasn't he? Wu Feng asked casually. Indeed, he is a rare and upright man, Wang Hai praised. It is time for that establishment to open. Wu Feng replied nonchalantly. He has been waiting for old Zhou to make his own decision. Mr. Wu, can I dismantle the fabricated customer flow I arranged? Wang Hai inquired. Not just yet. Let us wait until the day before old Zhou's new shop opens to dismantle it. Wu Feng had not forgotten about Jiang Can. Jiang Fan and his mother had already reveled in this illusory prosperity. How could Jiang can be left out? The greatest comedy in life is the loss of what one believes to have gained. The greatest tragedy is the same. Chapter 89. The staff flees. Leaving the mother and son stunned at Reminisce Hospital, Jiang Can sat on a garden bench clad in a patient gown, his eyes vacant. His phone buzzed incessantly beside him. He glanced at it briefly before dismissing the call, returning to his stupor. What did you say, dear? Our daughter has been accepted? That's wonderful. She'll be a civil servant. A middle-aged man nearby spoke jubilantly on the phone, his delight evident. Jiang Can, however, felt a jolt of shock. Rising to his feet, he stealthily approached the man. His eyes reddened with emotion. You. The middle-aged man turned abruptly, startled. Before he could react, Jiang Can seized his phone and smashed it onto the ground. Fortunately, the soft, lush grass cushioned the fall, sparing the device from significant damage. The speaker crackled with the voice of a middle-aged woman. Honey, what's wrong? Are you still there? Our daughter has passed the civil service exam. You won't have to struggle so hard anymore. Jiang Can grimaced in distaste, raising his foot to stomp on the phone. Are you out of your mind? The man hastily pushed Jiang Can away, retrieved his phone, switched it off, and tucked it into his pocket. Let us go quickly. This person seems a bit unhinged. Don't provoke him. Other patients rushed over to pull the irate man away. What on earth is going on? He asked, fuming. Oh, you arrived late and missed the news. This young man had his civil service interview disqualified. He cannot bear to hear other success, explained a fellow patient. How did he lose that chance? The man inquired, intrigued. He stole from his ex-brother-in-law, and the amount was substantial. He ended up in jail, the patient replied. Serve him right. The middle-aged man clapped his hands in satisfaction. Jiang Can, why are you still wandering around? Your mother is frantically calling for you. A nurse approached, handing him a mobile phone. Jiang Can, overwhelmed, reluctantly placed the device to his ear to evade the relentless nagging of the elderly woman. So, hurry and take a taxi to Jinwan Wanxiang City. Zhou Baozi, your sister has invested $5 million to acquire half of a restaurant's equity. Get here quickly to sign the papers. This restaurant is incredibly profitable. It has already earned $2 million in less than a month. The anxious voice of his mother-in-law echoed from the other end. How much? Jiang Can's mind exploded with disbelief. $2 million. Your sister has been working there for a month, and I've been helping for almost half that time. It's genuinely that lucrative. Rush over to sign, soon. You too will be a millionaire. His mother-in-law's excitement was palpable. Mom, please make my sister wait. I'm on my way. You must wait for me. Jiang Can instantly felt rejuvenated, his spirits soaring as if he might take flight. He tossed his phone to the nurse, not even pausing to change out of his hospital gown, and grabbed his personal phone from the bench before dashing outside. Hey, Jiang Can, where are you going? You haven't even completed your examination. The nurse shouted after him. I'm perfectly fine. No illness here. Ha ha. Jiang Can laughed exuberantly as he sprinted out of the hospital and hailed a taxi. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he found it bustling with patrons, the lunch hour having drawn a long queue at the entrance. His heart swelled with joy at the sight of such a thriving establishment in the bustling commercial district of the city, raking in a net profit of $1 million each month. Who would still aspire to be a civil servant in such a scenario? This was far more exhilarating. Can, you finally arrived. Come upstairs. We've been waiting for your signature. His mother-in-law called eagerly as she rushed towards him, pulling him up to the second floor. My brother S here. Let us get this signed, Jiang Fan commanded. Without a moment's hesitation, Lao Zhou signed the share transfer agreement. Hurry up and sign, Can, his mother-in-law said cheerfully, handing him the pen and the agreement. Although Jiang Can was utterly bewildered and had no clear understanding of the situation, The thought of acquiring half the stake in the wildly successful restaurant and becoming a coveted millionaire entrepreneur spurred him on, and he promptly signed his name. Come to the restaurant tomorrow. We'll complete the necessary procedures together, and then I'll transfer 5 million to you, Jiang Fan stated while collecting one copy of the agreement. Miss Jiang, our collaboration has concluded, but I have one stipulation. You must cease using the Zhou Baozi brand. Lao Zhou said in a somber tone, fully aware of the brand's tarnished reputation. However, he would not allow the family to further sully its name. Who cares? I wanted to change it for ages. His mother-in-law scoffed dismissively. Lao Zhou chose not to respond, rising to leave. Even a moment longer with his family felt like torture. Wait, his mother-in-law suddenly called out fiercely. Have you forgotten something? You must pay the employees' salaries for this month before you leave. Despite Lao Zhou having agreed in the contract not to partake in the restaurant's profits since its opening and to cover the salaries of the staff, she insisted on witnessing him disburse the wages before feeling at ease. Without protest, Lao Zhou took out his phone, opened a restaurant group chat, and began transferring funds to each employee. Although the restaurant had only been operational for less than a month, he disbursed a full month's salary and even awarded an extra 1,000 as a bonus to each individual. Only after this did Lao Zhou make his way downstairs. The mother-in-law grumbled behind them. Just because you have money, does that mean everyone gets an extra 1,000 yuan? Rather than giving that white money to those peasants, it would be better spent on us three. As old Zhou descended the stairs and exited the restaurant, all the staff members immediately ceased their work and collectively rushed out. Their abandonment of duty during working hours was a rebellion against them. Seeing this from the window, the mother-in-law angrily stormed downstairs. Jiang Fan and his sister Jiang can exchange glances and followed suit. Boss, we are willing to follow you wherever you go. Yes, old Zhou, take us with you. We would rather set up a stall on the street with you than stay here with those two fools. The employees, filled with righteous indignation, expressed their desire to stand with old Zhou through thick and thin. Thank you. Thank you all, old Zhou said, his eyes brimming with tears. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Get back to work. The mother-in-law, shoving her way into the center of the crowd, unleashed a torrent of insults. Who do you think you are? Old Zhou hired us, and old Zhou pays our wages. What authority do you have? You old hack, we will go wherever we please. Do you think you can treat us like slaves? The employees, having bottled up their anger for too long, began to vent their frustrations, hurling insults at the mother-in-law and her ancestors. Fine, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. But since you've already received a full month's wages along with that extra 1,000 yuan, you must work the full month plus the days for that 1,000 before you can go. The mother-in-law was aware that if everyone left at once, it would undoubtedly impact the business, so she insisted, no matter how unreasonable, that they could not leave immediately. This was merely to buy time for hiring replacements. However, no one paid her any heed as they followed old Zhou out. Come back, the mother-in-law shouted, jumping up and down in frustration. What do we do now, Mom? Jiang Fan asked anxiously. What is happening? Where are my employees? Jiang added, equally distressed, having just dreamt of sudden wealth, yet sensing that this was not the right direction. I refuse to believe that without this group of people, we cannot run the store. Children, do not fear. I will call someone from our village to come and support us immediately. Chapter 90. The Return of Gratitude Mother. Do you truly believe those individuals you mentioned are reliable? We are in search of a chef capable of crafting dumplings, not just anyone who can show up like last time when my brother hosted a banquet. Jiang Fan's thoughts drifted to the unwelcome guests from the previous gathering, filling him with apprehension. Rest assured, Fan, they are certainly dependable. Do you recall your second cousin? He was renowned for hosting grand feasts in our vicinity. His culinary skills are beyond reproach. His mother-in-law proclaimed with confidence. Hosting grand feasts. Is that appropriate? Moreover, your cousin is quite advanced in age. Can he endure the rigors of a bustling kitchen? Doubt clouded Jiang Fan's mind. Fan, do not underestimate your mother's judgment. Your cousin is older than I am. While we hire him, we are bringing in his son, your cousin Erqiang. He has experience catering for large events, managing a school cafeteria, running a breakfast shop, and even selling barbecued goods in the night market. His culinary expertise is extensive. His mother-in-law extolled. And what is he currently engaged in? Jiang Fan inquired cautiously. Well, he should be in our hometown, not doing much of anything. He attended the last banquet hosted by Akin. She replied without a second thought. So your cousin, who has catered grand feasts, managed a cafeteria, ran a breakfast shop, and sold barbecued food, is now idly lounging at home with no accomplishments to his name? Jiang Fan's retort left his mother-in-law momentarily speechless. Though she possessed some wit, it was limited, especially after being deceived by those who took advantage of her goodwill during the last banquet. Mother, if it truly comes to that, we should hire some genuine chefs, Jiang Fan earnestly suggested. What constitutes a genuine chef? What is lacking in your cousin Erqiang? He simply had the misfortune of lacking a proper platform to showcase his talents. Are you so willing to squander your hard-earned money on outsiders, while neglecting your own kin? Besides, who among outsiders would genuinely commit to helping you? Look at those ingrates. They all flock to the Zhou family. Who remembers you at all? It is only our own kin who can truly shoulder responsibility. His mother-in-law chastised vehemently, leaving Jiang Fan at a loss for words. Mother, sister, please make a decision quickly. I do not care whether you hire outsiders or relatives, but we must find help soon. Look at the long queue of customers. If we take a day off, what a significant loss that would be. Jiang Qin lamented, observing the ever-growing line of patrons and feeling the weight of lost profits pressing heavily on his heart. You see, even your brother has spoken up. Where are you going to find a group of capable workers immediately? If you manage to recruit them by tomorrow, then I shall not intervene further. The mother-in-law, strategically retreating, continued to exert pressure on Jiang Fan. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes. Jiang Fan, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce. After all, if she were to recruit the staff herself, she would be utterly lost, lacking the necessary skills. Thus, she had no choice but to adhere to her mother's arrangements. That's right. I shall immediately reach out to my relatives back home. I'll have them take the night train over. Tomorrow, we shall reopen our business. Just watch. Without that Zhou fellow and his ungrateful lot, our establishment's business will surely flourish. The mother-in-law brimmed with confidence. At that moment, a figure came rushing back, panting heavily. The mother and daughter furrowed their brows in unison. What are you back for? The mother-in-law asked with a frown. Madam, I have returned to work, the foreman replied earnestly. You didn't take leave with them? Jiang Fan exclaimed in surprise. Boss, you have treated me so well, continually encouraging me to improve my physical fitness and deepen my understanding of corporate culture during my off hours. Madam has also shown me great kindness, taking it upon herself to assist with the burdensome task of procurement, considering my multiple responsibilities. I can hardly express my gratitude. How could I possibly leave? I was merely accompanying them to persuade them to stay, but no one heeded my words. Therefore, I returned alone to repay your kindness. The foreman's heartfelt declaration brought comfort to the mother and daughter. At least not everyone was ungrateful. Xiao Zhang worked diligently, and, starting next month, I shall increase your salary by 50 yuan, Jiang Fan declared with joy. Thank you, Sister Fan. The foreman expressed his gratitude profusely. Xiao Zhang, please kindly ask these customers to return tomorrow. Jiang Can, adopting a commanding demeanor, instructed. Understood, boss. The foreman promptly prepared to get to work. The way he addressed Jiang Can as boss filled her with elation. This was nothing like the days spent at brothels, where the ladies referred to men as boss without sincerity. This time, she was genuinely the boss. Xiao Zhang, wait a moment. The mother-in-law called the foreman back. Later, find a few people to help me change the sign. The foreman nodded. Certainly. Change it. Zhou steamed buns is a source of my displeasure. Jiang Can remarked with dissatisfaction. Having her establishment named after Zhou felt no different from being associated with a neighboring rival. Speaking of this, unpleasant memories flooded back. Xumi, Wu Feng, you deceitful couple, wait and see. Jiang Can seethed inwardly, vowing to seek revenge for Sumi's betrayal, in a quest for retribution against her former brother-in-law. Wu Feng, who had brought humiliation upon her by making her wear the metaphorical green hat, and who had nearly led her to incarceration while causing her to lose her esteemed job, Jiang Can found solace in her newfound restaurant, which boasted an annual revenue of millions. Meanwhile, Su Mi remained merely a modest nurse, and Wu Feng was reduced to a mere shell of a man. Jiang can harbored a desire to see them both utterly vanquished, an endeavor she believed would be as effortless as child's play. Boss, what new name shall we adopt? The foreman inquired. Change Zhou to Jiang, but leave the rest untouched. From now on, we shall be known as Jiang Baozi, Jiang Fan commanded. Why Jiang Baozi? It lacks elegance. In my opinion, Qin Baozi would be far more appealing. Her mother-in-law subtly undermined Jiang Fan, preparing for the day when Jiang Fan would achieve the target of 10 million and be cast aside. Very well. That name is splendid. Let us call it Qin Baozi. Jiang Qin clapped in agreement. Jiang Fan was taken aback by the unexpected bias of his mother, whose intentions seemed to soar to the heavens. Yet, the immediate priority remained to reopen the restaurant swiftly, not to squander this promising momentum. These peripheral matters would require no further scrutiny for the time being. Thus, Jiang Fan reluctantly acquiesced, allowing his mother and brother to rename the establishment to Qin Baozi. Chapter 91. The Return of the Family. Good days are approaching the Jiang family. Consisting of the mother and her 3 children, ascended the stairs, leaving the disarray below for the foreman to manage. Once they reached the upper floor, the mother-in-law's vanity flared up once more. She boisterously proclaimed in the village group that her children had invested millions in Jiang City to open a restaurant, which was flourishing remarkably. They were on the lookout for 10 chefs and kitchen staff, as well as 20 front-of-house servers. The head chef's salary was set at 20,000, the chefs at 12,000, kitchen workers at 8,000, and the front-of-house staff at a base salary of 4,500, with additional compensation for cashiers and stall workers. Accommodation and meals would be provided. It was first come, first served. Initially, her claims were met with skepticism in the group, as this was not her first foray into exaggeration. The latest instance involved her boasting about her son passing the civil service exam and planning a celebratory banquet, only for him to end up incarcerated. Now, she was asserting that her children had spent $1 million to open a restaurant. No one believed her. Some in the group even mocked her through voice messages. Shui Feng, have you gone to Myanmar for a scam? I heard they don't take elderly folks. And they definitely don't want illiterate people who can type. We're all from the same village. If you go to Myanmar, don't come back to swindle us. Be careful, or we'll tear down your pigsty. Laughter echoed throughout the hometown group. This incensed the mother-in-law. In retaliation, she shared several videos of her restaurant's booming business in the group. This time, the group erupted with excitement. Messages and calls flooded in, not just from those self-recommending, but also from family members seeking employment for their sons, daughters, and spouses. The mother-in-law swelled with pride, eagerly accepting all inquiries. Eventually, she reached out to her nephew, Kyung. Upon hearing that he could become the restaurant's head chef with a monthly salary of 20,000, he was elated. However, he did not immediately agree. Instead, he laid out several conditions. He insisted that his wife, sister-in-law, brother-in-law, his sister-in-law's friend, and his brother-in-law's girlfriend should all be employed at the restaurant. Furthermore, he demanded 3 separate accommodations for them, refusing to accept dormitory living or shared quarters with others. He also required transportation to and from work. Most importantly, he insisted that the salaries for these 5 individuals be 500 higher than the others. Jiang Fan, overhearing this lengthy series of demands via WeChat voice messages, was instantly infuriated. Who'd he think he was? Xiao Ma, the chef apprentice under Old Zhou, only earned 18,000, while the second chef, Lao Su, made 16,000. They were offering him 20,000, yet he was still unsatisfied. He had put forth so many stipulations. Bringing along his wife was one thing, but demanding to include his sister-in-law, brother-in-law, and even his sister-in-law's friend and his brother-in-law's girlfriend, this was absurd. To require provisions for meals, lodging, and transportation with such lofty expectations? Did he think they were running a charity? In his humble condition, earning less than 20,000 a year, the fact that he now manages to make 20,000 in a single month is nothing short of a miracle. Such a self-proclaimed big shot does not understand gratitude, and instead, he becomes increasingly demanding. We needn't welcome him. He can simply leave. Jiang Fan, harboring a torrent of frustration, finally let it all out. Calm down, dear. We are currently in need of personnel. As long as we ensure our restaurant operates smoothly tomorrow, we can discuss matters further. After all, these are our fellow townsfolk, and offering a bit more is of little consequence, merely extending a favor. The meat is already spoiling in the pot, and it is not as if we are serving outsiders, his mother-in-law advised with earnest concern. Please, sister, do not be so evasive. Our establishment can earn $2 million a month. That amounts to 60,000 to 70,000 a day, equivalent to the wages of our cousin Air Chong for 3 months. If he refuses to come, how many days would we have to close? The losses would be substantial. Jiang can also step forward to support his mother-in-law, urging Jiang Fan to relent. He was eager to establish himself as a true boss, reclaiming the dignity he lost at the last banquet before his hometown peers, and seeking to confront Su Mi and Wu Feng, delivering a resounding blow to their egos. The additional expense for labor seemed negligible in comparison. Very well, since you all insist, I will acquiesce to his demands. Jiang Fan thought of the losses incurred from closing the business and had no choice but to agree to the avaricious relatives. His mother-in-law promptly confirmed with Air Chong and dispatched travel expenses to all who had signed up, urging them to board the high-speed train to Jiang City immediately. The sooner, the better. Mother, why do I feel like more than 30 people are coming? Jiang Fan furrowed his brow and inquired. Why worry? The more the merrier. Our restaurant is thriving. We can accommodate them all. His mother-in-law replied nonchalantly. Sister, give me some money. Jiang Can suddenly extended his hand. What do you need money for? Jiang Fan asked. I need to rent them accommodations. Otherwise, when they arrive at night, where will they stay? Jiang Can asserted confidently. Can you believe it, Can? You are so thoughtful, helping your sister with her burdens, his mother-in-law said appreciatively. Of course, I'm also a boss here. Jiang Can replied, as if it were a matter of course. Take this 30,000, Jiang Fan said, retrieving the cash from the safe. Jiang Can craned his neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the password. 30,000 is hardly sufficient, sister. Jiang Can expressed in exasperation. There's no need to rent other dormitories. Old Joe has some available. Just rent 3 separate rooms for Air Chong and the others, Jiang Fan instructed. Right. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. Can, later you must evict those ingrates. They've quit, so why should they still occupy the dormitory? If they refuse to leave, call the authorities. His mother-in-law stated fiercely. All right then, Jiang Can said as he rose, pocketing the cash and heading out. He ascended the staircase, counted out 3,000 in cash, and set it aside. Then, he sought out the foreman. Hey, you come here for a moment. Yes, boss Can. What can I do for you? The foreman inquired with a smile. Here is 3,000 yuan. Go rent 3 rooms. Jiang Can instructed as he handed the money to the foreman. This might not be enough, right? The foreman replied, looking somewhat troubled. Look for nearby urban villages and find the most economical houses. This amount should suffice for a month's rent and deposit, Jiang Can directed. All right, I will do my best. The foreman responded with a hint of resignation. Also, this task is assigned to you alone. Do not speak of it to anyone, especially to my sister. Jiang Can subtly warned. Rest assured, boss Can, I understand completely. This house rental is under your discretion. I know nothing, so what could I possibly share with Sister Fan? The foreman quickly grasped the implication and provided a satisfactory response. Good, you have insight, Jiang Can said, patting the foreman's shoulder. On your way back, stop by your dormitory and clear out your former colleagues. Your new co-workers will be arriving tonight. With that, Jiang Can swaggered out of the restaurant. The foreman smiled subtly. At 11 o'clock that night, Jiang Fan, Jiang Can, and the mother-in-law stood at the entrance of Wanxiang City, welcoming taxi after taxi filled with their relatives from home. Jiang Fan scanned the payment. Jiang Can and the mother-in-law engaged in pleasantries while the foreman guided the guests to the restaurant. By midnight, Chef Qiang, accompanied by 5 others, was the last to arrive. The restaurant's hall was bustling, reminiscent of a train station. The relatives from home curiously explored their surroundings, scattering sunflower seeds everywhere. Incredible. What a splendid establishment. Just look at these chairs. They are genuine leather. If we took them home, they could serve as furniture for a new house. Ha ha ha. The mother-in-law laughed heartily as she approached. Look at your aspirations. Stick with my son, and you'll soon be able to buy a car and a house in this city. By then, you would even want these things as gifts. Hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement, filling the atmosphere with joy. Originally planned for 30 attendees, at least 50 had shown up. The mother-in-law gazed at the influx of relatives with immense satisfaction. Feng, our good days are just around the corner. Chapter 92. Even before the factory opens. Theft commences as the time grew late. Everyone was instructed to return home and rest, with a reminder to report for work promptly at 8 the following morning. After conversing with her family, the mother-in-law directed the foreman to escort them to the dormitory rented by old Zhou, specifically asking her son Jiang to accompany Chong and his 5 companions to their newly acquired residence. Jiang willingly accepted this task, as it meant being in the company of Chong's sister-in-law, her close friend, and his brother-in-law's girlfriend. While their appearances may not rival the beauties of the metropolis, they were undeniably youthful and possessed commendable figures, making them quite suitable as companions. Jiang secretly contemplated that, as their employer, it would only be a matter of time before he won them over. Aside from the fact that Chong's brother-in-law's girlfriend was already taken, Jiang was exceedingly cordial towards Chong's sister-in-law and her friend throughout the journey. Upon arrival, he even offered to carry the young lady's luggage upstairs, parting from them with a lingering reluctance, embodying the essence of a ravenous lecher. Once Jiang departed, Chong's demeanor darkened instantly. Is this how she regards us? Renting such a place for us? He grumbled, feeling deeply disrespected. He reflected bitterly. Do you think your family is all that? Just look at your cousin, strutting around with an air of superiority as if marrying into the city makes her exceptional. In the end, she still ended up divorced. And your younger brother, acting like a lovesick fool, practically branding himself a pervert. However, Chong's wife, filled with indignation, suddenly changed the subject and mysteriously closed the door. She opened her backpack and pulled out 2 packs of Furong Wang cigarettes, followed by a pack of Hengshangxia. When did you acquire such fine cigarettes? Qiang asked, astonished and delighted. What do you mean acquire? I found them, she replied, rolling her eyes. From the restaurant? Chong queried, his realization dawning. Where else? I found them on a high-speed train, she stated matter-of-factly. What do you mean you found them? How come I was unaware of this? Qiang was perplexed. Are you really that dim-witted? This is something one must keep discreet. When we arrived by taxi, didn't I tell that foreman named Zhang that I would be in charge of the cash register? Once we got to the store, he took me to the register to familiarize me with it, and even shared the code for the liquor cabinet. I merely took the opportunity to retrieve them, she explained calmly. Will the cameras have caught that? Qiang asked, Zulmavat anxios. Do you think I'm like you? I blocked the camera with my bag, she declared proudly. That's good to hear. I've never smoked such fine cigarettes before, Chong said, reaching for the pack of Hengshangxia. Hey, who said you could smoke it? His wife scolded, swatting his hand away. You can only have this pack of Furong Wang. The remaining 2 items. Sell them at a tobacco and alcohol shop tomorrow and hand the proceeds to me. This money is reserved for your son's future education and marriage. Chong sighed and could only comply. All right, I will heed your words. Do not slack off either. Your kitchen is also quite indulgent. So be quick with your eyes and hands, his wife sternly reminded. Indeed, do I need your instruction? I have previously assisted the old man in grand banquets and worked in the school cafeteria. I am well versed in this, Chong confidently replied. That is reassuring. The future indeed seems promising. The couple immersed themselves in their delightful imaginings. The following morning, Jiang Fan, Jiang Can, and the mother-in-law exited the Wangjiang garden community. After all, today marked the first day they would venture forth independently, without relying on old Zhou's team. The restaurant sign had been changed from Zhou Baozi to Kanbaozi. It was already 7:50, yet aside from the foreman sweeping up the remnants of yesterday's sunflower seeds, not a single employee had arrived. Why are they so late? Jiang Fan frowned in displeasure. What's your hurry? Weren't your previous employees also arriving just within the last 5 minutes? The mother-in-law scolded. However, by 8:05, still not a soul had shown up for work. Now it was the mother-in-law's turn to worry. She first called her nephew Chong, only to find him still in bed, claiming he would be there shortly. Who knows when that might be? The mother-in-law, unable to express her frustration, had no choice but to ask Jiang to go fetch them. Jiang, thrilled at the thought of those 3 girls, eagerly went off. Next, the mother-in-law called family members back home, pleading with them to come to work promptly. Jiang Fan observed from the side, silently amused. Just moments ago, they had the audacity to chastise me? This is the reliable help you sought. They lack even most basic sense of punctuality. Finally, by 9 o'clock, the personnel had reluctantly gathered. Everyone yawned, appearing utterly lethargic. After all, in the countryside, it is quite normal to say 8 o'clock for a gathering while not arriving until 9. All right, tomorrow you must all arrive by 8 o'clock sharp now. Hurry up and commence your tasks. The mother-in-law instructed them to get to work, yet they remained seated in the hall, not moving an inch. We haven't even had breakfast yet. You expect us to work like this? That's rather unreasonable. Clearly, they approached the situation with a laid-back, rural mindset, rather than treating it as a job. It was already 8:30, and with the 10 o'clock opening time, didn't they realize they should rise earlier for breakfast? Jiang Fan felt his frustration boiling over. Fan, let it go. It's their first day, and they're unfamiliar with the rules. It will improve in time. Xiao Zhang, take them to the nearby beef noodle shop. Be quick about it. The mother-in-law then turned to the foreman to issue her directive. Understood. As the foreman was about to depart, his mother-in-law called out to him, whispering in his ear, secretly inform the boss to add more flour to these dishes. Reduce the meat and request a discount. The foreman nodded and led the group out in a grand procession. Half an hour later, they finally felt satisfied after their meal. Jiang Fan thought they might finally begin their work. However, they merely sat in the hall, some picking their teeth, others tending to their feet, utterly inactive. What exactly do you intend to do? Are you going to work or not? Jiang Fan could bear it no longer. He shook off his mother who was trying to restrain him and strode up to them, shouting loudly. Don't be angry, cousin. Erqiang stood up with a cheerful smile and said, You haven't returned to your hometown in years, nor have you assisted or conducted any business there. Therefore, you may not be familiar with the local customs. According to tradition, the employer must pay the wages before work commences. If you don't believe me, you can ask Aunt. Jiang Fan suddenly understood. These individuals were simply lingering after their breakfast, waiting to receive their wages before commencing their tasks. Chapter 93. Wu Feng. Having come this far, after serving time in prison, Jiang Fan had never heard of any place where wages were disbursed before work commenced. Indeed, my dear, that is our custom, the mother-in-law softly interjected. Whenever someone builds a house or erects a monument, they pay the local villagers in advance for their assistance. How can that be the same? Are we hiring employees to work or merely entertaining a group of nobles? Jiang Fan retorted angrily. It's best to pay them now since we must do so eventually, the mother-in-law advised earnestly. Xiao Zhang, register them for payment. Jiang Fan, resigned to compromise, realized that dismissing them would incur insurmountable sunk costs. Boss, I printed the labor contracts overnight. Would you like to take a look? The foreman inquired, bringing a stack of A4 papers. No need. I trust you to handle it. Just have them line up to register and sign, then distribute the payments one by one. Had it not been for the foreman's initiative, Jiang Fan would have forgotten about the contracts entirely. She thought it prudent that the presence of labor contracts would keep these individuals in check. The foreman was indeed thoughtful. Upon hearing of the impending wages, the local workers hastily formed a line, moving quicker than rabbits. The foreman verified their identity cards and ensured they signed the labor contracts, affixing their fingerprints. Jiang Fan managed the mobile transfers personally. It was not until 9:30 that the task of disbursing wages was finally completed. The local workers, having received their payments, cheerfully made their way to the kitchen. It appeared that the establishment would not open until 10 a.m. Xiao Zhang, hang a sign at the door. Opening at 11 a.m. today, Jiang Fan instructed the foreman before personally supervising the preparation of buns in the kitchen. What she witnessed nearly caused her to choke with frustration. The local workers had crafted buns of all sizes, some large, others small, and all misshapen, lacking any semblance of presentation. They had clearly indulged their whims. Once the buns were steamed, Jiang Fan was the first to sample them. To her dismay, they paled in comparison to those made by Lao Zhou's team. The natural flavors of the ingredients were overwhelmingly pronounced, rendering them nearly inedible. Yet, there was no alternative but to sell them. Surprisingly, despite the subpar quality of the buns, they sold out in no time at the stall. Even more rapidly than in previous days, with a longer queue than before. The dining area filled up swiftly, and a steady stream of customers continued to arrive. Takeout orders were also flooding in. The 50 local workers, working tirelessly, barely managed to keep up with demand. Although some customers complained about the bun's taste, lamenting that the dishes were cooked poorly compared to their own efforts, these grievances were drowned out by the booming business. Even Jiang Fan could scarcely believe it. Could it be that this establishment, regardless of circumstances, was destined to prosper? She felt as though she had been chosen by fate. By the end of the day, not only Jiang Fan, but also the mother-in-law and Jiang Can were beaming with joy. After closing, as they reviewed the record-high revenue in their accounts, the three of them were overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, on that day, various consumptions reached unprecedented heights. After all, when it comes to public resources, one should seize the opportunity. Mr. Wu, in accordance with your directives, I have ensured that the 50 or so individuals have signed their employment contracts. Here are the photocopies of all the originals. Wang Hai presented a stack of contract documents. Well done, Wu Feng remarked casually as he perused one of the contracts. The contract specifically stipulated a probationary period of 3 months. Should the restaurant close due to unforeseen circumstances within this period, no additional compensation would be required from the establishment. This was a clause that Wu Feng had insisted be included in the contract. Mr. Wu, I must admit I find this difficult to comprehend. Without this clause, if the restaurant were to shut down, the individuals from their hometown could claim compensation. Wouldn't that be an additional blow to them? Wan hai guidi, so me wat po. What do you think of those people from their hometown? Wu Feng countered with a question rather than providing a direct answer. They are greedy and shameless, shrewd and mercenary, caring only for their own interests. They are undoubtedly cut from the same cloth as that old woman. Wang Hai candidly expressed his disdain. Exactly. If Jiang Fan's restaurant were to collapse, what do you suppose they would do? Wu Feng continued with a smile. They would undoubtedly turn against him, clamoring for compensation. As if they themselves had suffered any loss, Wang Hai replied without hesitation. And if their demands were unmet? Wu Feng pressed further. Then they would surely ransack the restaurant, taking everything they could carry. After all, they had just arrived in Jiang City last night, and without even starting their jobs, some had already begun to pilfer. Wang Hai asserted, fully confident in their unscrupulousness, as they believed in self-interest over morality. However, at that moment, the restaurant would no longer belong to the Jiang family. Wu Feng remarked with a profound implication. Wang Hai was suddenly taken aback, exclaiming, Mr. Wu, so your intention is to have them all incarcerated? Up until now, Wang Hai had considered himself to be quite strategic, but at this moment, he realized who the true mastermind was. It turned out that Wu Feng had always been operating at a higher level. Isn't this a fortuitous circumstance? Since they have come, they might as well serve a few years in prison in Jiang City, Wu Feng chuckled. He had not forgotten how these individuals, devoid of morality and driven solely by self-interest, had once conspired against the original owner's parents. Even in the wake of the original owner's mother's passing, they, like locusts, had descended upon Jiang City, only concerned with feasting and consuming without a shred of respect for the deceased. In fact, upon their departure, they had even solicited the original owner's mother for travel expenses. Initially, Wu Feng had no intention of troubling these individuals, wishing instead to focus on dismantling Jiang Fan's family and reclaiming what belonged to the original owner. However, since these people had so eagerly offered themselves up, the situation had changed. What rationale could there be for Wu Feng to refrain from action? If that is the case, let them all languish in prison. Consequently, Jiang Fan and her 2 children would find their return to their hometown utterly obstructed. Xiao Wang, Wu Feng called out. Yes, Mr. Wu, Wang Hai promptly replied. Prepare a batch of Tianxia and Feitian Maotai. Enough for 50 people, sufficient for a 3-year sentence. Wu Feng instructed with a smile. Understood, Mr. Wu. Yet in real practice, it seems that the law does not penalize the masses. Wang Hai expressed his concerns. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wang, which district does Jinwan Wanshang City fall under in Jiang City? Wu Feng inquired jovially. Jiangbei District, Wang Hai answered. You have considerable dealings with the authorities. Do you know what troubles the Jiangbei officials are currently facing? Wu Feng asked earnestly. Jiangbei District is the most underdeveloped area of Jiang City. Apart from the Jinwan vicinity, which thrives due to its proximity to the city center. 80% of the district remains desolate. The persistent dilemma for Jiangbei officials has been how to revitalize its economy, catch up with the other districts, and shed its status as the least developed. To address this, Jiangbei had previously devised a revitalization plan aimed at consolidating several established semiconductor companies within the district, albeit with uncertain market prospects, and transitioning vigorously towards the new semiconductor industry. However, the investment required was exorbitant, amounting to a total of 100 billion, with an initial investment of 5 billion needed merely to commence the project. Despite Jiangbei's ongoing efforts to attract investment, the considerable risks involved have deterred potential investors, leading to the project's temporary suspension. Nevertheless, the Jiangbei officials have not relinquished their pursuit of investors, consistently highlighting the project at annual investment conferences, Wang Hai recounted honestly. This project is commendable, beneficial for the nation and its citizens. Help me establish an investment group to engage with the Jiangbei officials. I will take on this project. The 5 billion initial funding can be disbursed at any time, Wu Feng declared calmly. Even though this investment does not equate to personal consumption, and the system does not offer a tenfold return, money holds little significance for Wu Feng. It is merely a number devoid of substantial meaning. Utilized appropriately, it serves dual purposes. Why not embrace the opportunity? Mr. Wu, are you certain? Wang Hai stammered in shock, his voice quivering. He was aware of Wu Feng's wealth and the depths of his influence. Yet he had never anticipated that Wu Feng could so casually invest in a 50 billion project without even conducting basic research. Of course, Wu Feng nodded with a smile. So, tell me, does the law still hold the masses accountable? Chapter 94. The Rebellion of the Villagers. Jiang Fan's regret the following day. Jiang Fan arrived at the restaurant alone at 7:30 a.m. After repeated reminders from his mother-in-law the day before, coupled with Jiang Fan's explicit instructions to the foreman that any tardy employees would face strict salary deductions, the villagers begrudgingly made it to the restaurant before 8 a.m. However, much like the previous day, upon their arrival, they merely occupied the chairs in the hall, showing no inclination towards breakfast or work. They engaged in idle chatter and nonchalantly tended to their own distractions, utterly disregarding Jiang Fan, their employer. What are you all still doing seated? Get to work. Jiang Fan repeatedly expressed his frustration, but his efforts were in vain. Regardless of how vociferously he admonished them, the group of over 50 remained unperturbed, continuing their leisurely activities. In a fit of exasperation, Jiang Fan sought out the foreman to urge the villagers to begin their tasks. They don't seem to heed my words. The foreman lamented helplessly. What are you afraid of? You are the foreman. If they refuse to work, deduct their wages. Otherwise, what purpose do you serve? Aren't you here to manage the staff? Jiang Fan chastised the foreman, his anger now directed towards him. All right, I will give it a try. The foreman replied innocently as he approached the hall, attempting to address the gathering. Everyone, it is nearly 8:30 a.m. You should have had enough rest. Let us commence our duties, for we have a shift starting at 10. Yet his words fell on deaf ears. The boss has stated that if you do not start working, I will have to record your names for salary deductions, he added, resorting to threats as the carrot had proven ineffective. At this, the villagers ceased their chatter and turned their attention to the foreman, their gazes filled with hostility, as if ready to pounce. What do you think you are? Bellowed the head chef, Chong, as he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Go ahead and deduct. His wife, even more fierce, swept the cup off the table, shattering it on the ground. For this meager pay, you work us like dogs, and now you threaten us with salary cuts? Go ahead, we can simply walk away. Chong's wife took on a belligerent stance, and soon, dozens of villagers rose in unison, echoing her sentiments. Yes, go ahead and deduct. We'll quit. They lamented about the backbreaking labor that left them gasping for breath, asserting that even the most unscrupulous landlords could not match their exploitation. Faced with the enraged villagers, Jiang Fan was struck with fear, hastily retreating from the hall. The foreman followed suit, leaving the villagers to revel in their triumph as they resumed their idle chatter and snacking. In truth, they had conspired the night before after work. Following the departure of the Jiang trio and the foreman, Chang's wife, who served as the cashier, grew envious of Jiang Fan for taking away the substantial cash reserves from the counter and coveting the success of the establishment. Thus, she began to stir up discontent among the group. Those three truly have no shame. From dawn until dusk, we toiled all day without respite, yet they departed ahead of us. Would their business be so prosperous without our support? We labor tirelessly, earning merely a few thousand each month, while they remain idle, raking in hundreds of thousands daily. It is not just Chang's wife who feels envious. Many relatives from her hometown share the sentiment. The closer the neighbors, the more intense their jealousy. The nearer the kin, the greater their resentment. Under the instigation of Chang's wife, they vociferously berate the mother-in-law's family, brazenly moving their belongings. You carry a few pieces of meat, I shoulder several bags of rice. He hauls a few barrels of oil. What is this trifling amount? In my opinion, they ought to increase our wages. Otherwise, we shall cease our efforts. With their flourishing business, is it unreasonable to request an additional 2,000 for each person? The feedback proposed by Chang's wife was met with fervent support from the hometown folks. Yet, there lingered apprehensions. Look at Feng's daughter, Jiang Fan. She appears as miserly as a hen. Will she ever agree to a wage increase? Chang's wife was resolute. Just you wait and see. Tomorrow I will ensure she complies, whether she wants to or not. The crowd immediately concurred. All right, as long as we can secure a raise, we shall follow your lead. Thus, the drama of this morning's confrontation unfolded. Jiang Fan emerged from the hall, filled with regret. Had she known then, she would have insisted on retaining old Zhou's team. These ingrates from her hometown truly never change. At that moment, her mother-in-law and Jiang Can arrived. Jiang Fan promptly relayed the situation to her mother. It is all this foolish person's fault for treating trivial matters as paramount. We all labored tirelessly yesterday. Arriving on time this morning was commendable enough. What harm is there in taking a brief respite? The mother-in-law immediately berated the foreman, accusing him of exacerbating tensions and favoring the hometown folks. Fan, just wait. I shall go in and negotiate with them, she declared confidently, believing that a few kind words would earn her respect. However, it was not long before she emerged crestfallen. What happened, mother? Jiang Fan inquired with concern. My dear, their stance is that each person demands an additional 2,000 in wages, and they insist on immediate payment to continue working, her mother lamented helplessly. What? An additional 2,000 for each? That amounts to 100,000 for these 50 people. All the earnings from yesterday's labor would merely line their pockets. This is utterly outrageous. Their products are akin to a pile of refuse, and they still dare to demand such exorbitant sums. Let them leave. I would rather recruit anew than harbor these insatiable ingrates. Jiang Fan erupted in fury. My daughter, keep your voice down. Be careful not to let them hear. If you let them go now, won't yesterday's salary be wasted? Moreover, they're all from our hometown. If we simply return like this, will the three of us ever be able to go back home again? Let's not forget that your father's grave still lies in our hometown. If we truly provoke them to anger, they are capable of anything, the mother-in-law earnestly advised. Since you are aware of their character, why did you invite them in the first place? Jiang Fan questioned in exasperation. I was just taken aback by the sight of those ungrateful wolves leaving with the Zhou family, and my mind got muddled, the mother-in-law replied, feeling guilty. I believe your confusion is not accidental. Rather, you intentionally wish to show off before those impoverished relatives, wanting everyone to recognize how capable you, Feng, are. Jiang Fan, filled with rage, did not spare his mother any dignity and directly exposed her ulterior motives. Sister, mother, please cease your quarrel. It is imperative that we focus on resolving the issue at hand. Jiang Can interjected, bringing an end to their dispute. Chapter 95. Exploiting the hen for eggs. Price hike at the Jiang family restaurant. Zhang's words rang true. Addressing the pressing issue was paramount. The mother-in-law clung to Jiang Can's words as if they were a lifeline. What do you propose we do? Jiang Fan asked, her voice brimming with indignation. Silence enveloped the room as the mother-in-law turned her gaze toward Jiang Can's sister. If it comes to it, let us just raise the prices. It's merely 100,000 yuan. We can recoup that in a day, Jiang had suggested, maintaining her pragmatic approach. If money could resolve the matter, there was no need for unnecessary complications. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jiang Fan finally conceded, Xiao Zhang, please register and disburse the funds. The mother-in-law sighed in relief, observing that Jiang Fan had relented once more. The relatives, witnessing Jiang Fan's capitulation, were elated, as if celebrating the new year, eagerly lining up to collect their money. They had never experienced such effortless earnings in their lives, particularly the wife of Heir Chong, who strutted about with an air of superiority. Jiang Fan regarded her avaricious relatives with a profound sense of disdain. She felt exasperated with her mother and brother, wishing they could rise to the occasion. The elderly matriarch excelled at causing disturbances externally, but faltered in the presence of her family. Her brother was no better. A negligent overseer, Jiang Fan felt utterly drained, increasingly nostalgic for the former employees who had been resilient and steadfast, unlike this current crop of self-serving individuals. Once the relatives had collected their money, they leisurely began their tasks. Xiao Zhang, Jiang Fan summoned the foreman. What can I do for you, Sister Fan? He inquired. Make the necessary changes to the signage outside, the menu, and the system. The classic black soil pork buns will now be priced at 5 yuan each. Other buns and dishes will see a 20 increase. The complimentary soup will no longer be free. It will now cost 10 yuan per bowl. Set a minimum charge for the private rooms, and you can determine the amount. The dining fee for patrons will increase from 2 yuan to 5 yuan per person, along with an additional 10 service charge. The complimentary side dishes will be reduced from 3 to 1, offering only the least expensive pickled radish. Delivery prices will also rise, and we will no longer cover delivery fees. Customers will be responsible for that. In one breath, Jiang Fan announced a comprehensive price increase for the restaurant, even introducing several previously non-existent charges. The foreman stood in stunned silence, struggling to find his words. Excellent, excellent. It was high time for a price increase. The mother-in-law exclaimed excitedly, applauding as she approached. Previously, our black soil pork buns were sold at merely 2 yuan each. We were practically selling at a loss. Even with the change in ingredients, the profit margins were minimal. Now, at 5 yuan each, the pricing is just right. Additionally, we should have charged for private rooms and service long ago. Our establishment, worth over 10 million yuan, shouldn't be a venue for others to take advantage of. As for the soup, I insisted on charging from day one, but that obstinate head chef and second chef thwarted me. Do they truly think that the broth made from all those chicken, duck, and bone stocks comes without cost? The foreman hesitated for a moment before stammering. But won't this offend the customers? The formidable mother-in-law rolled her eyes disdainfully. Let them come or go. With our thriving business, losing a couple of troublesome customers is hardly a concern. Jiang Fan crossed his arms and scoffed. If they can't afford it, that's their own problem. They should reflect on why they can't even afford a slightly better bun. The foreman stood there, rendered speechless. Wow, if that's the case, won't our shop earn 200,000 a day? Jiang Can, envisioning the profits from the price increase, felt a surge of exhilaration. What are you still doing here? Hurry up, the mother-in-law shouted at the foreman. Finally snapping back to reality, the foreman rushed to adjust the prices. At 10 in the morning, the first batch of buns was ready. The mother-in-law remained vigilant nearby. 2 meat buns were ordered by a young woman. 10 yuan, the attendant announced, as she picked up the buns. What? The girl could hardly believe her ears. 10 yuan, the attendant repeated impatiently. But I saw online there were only 2 yuan each. The girl had come specifically after seeing a food blogger's post. 10 yuan, the attendant insisted more forcefully. I don't want them. The girl was furious. She could tolerate high prices, but the attendant's rude demeanor was intolerable. Wait, the mother-in-law stepped forward, grabbing the girl's arm. What do you think you're doing? The girl was startled. You've already taken the buns. Who gave you the right to refuse? Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for us? The mother-in-law glared menacingly, spitting words that frightened the girl. I suppose I'll take them. The girl reluctantly conceded, paying the 10 yuan and hastily leaving with the 2 buns. She had no desire to linger in that dubious establishment, considering it a misfortune to part with her money. Once outside, the girl opened the bag, only to be met with disappointment. The 2 buns, one large and one small, looked inferior to those from her school cafeteria. However, having spent 10 yuan, perhaps they would taste decent. She took a bite, but the small bun barely contained any meat filling. Worse still, upon biting down, an overwhelming stench assaulted her senses, nearly making her gag. She felt something hard against her teeth. In a panic, she spat into the bag, only to discover a half-buried, dark, nail-like object within the bun. It was not a fingernail, but rather resembled the thickened nail of a big toe. Unable to contain herself any longer, the girl leaned over a nearby trash can and vomited. Once she regained her composure, she prepared to confront the establishment about this outrageous experience. However, upon seeing the elderly woman standing menacingly at the entrance, glaring at the customers in line, a wave of trepidation washed over her. Promptly, she took photographs as evidence and returned with the images and proof in hand. Meanwhile, on the other side, her mother-in-law observed that the number of patrons queuing had only increased, and the majority seemed amenable to the new prices, with less than 1/20th turning away upon seeing the adjustments. This brought her a sense of relief, and she continued to survey the lobby. As noon approached, the hall was as crowded as usual. Although a few patrons did leave in response to the new pricing, this did not adversely affect the overall business. The mother-in-law was exceedingly pleased, feeling that the price increase had come rather late indeed. Simultaneously, at the entrance of Wanxiang City, a taxi halted at the transfer point. Old Joe alighted from the vehicle, appearing even more haggard than he had 2 days prior. After disembarking, he scanned the surroundings. "Old Joe," a voice called out, prompting him to turn sharply and spot the person he had been seeking. Today, the individual was not clad in formal lawyer attire, but rather in casual clothing. "Lawyer Liu." Old Joe approached respectfully. "Why did you ask me to meet here today?" To be honest, had it not been for this beneficent lawyer's summons, he would have never considered visiting this place in his lifetime. "Old Joe, it is not I who summoned you," Lu Xiang replied with a smile. "Then who is it?" Old Joe inquired, perplexed. "It is the person you have long wished to meet," Lu Xiang responded with a grin. "Could it be that gentleman?" Old Joe